Kirino was conflicted. When Kayasu pinched her face, she had already woken up. At first, she assumed he was simply taking revenge for her usual bad attitude toward him. But as his hand continued to trace her face, inch by inch, she found herself unsure of how to react. Should she open her eyes and kick him to death, or pretend to be asleep and let him continue? Yet, something made her hesitate. For the first time in over a decade, her luck bar, which had always been at 0, increased by 0.01. There was no doubt about it. Kayasu, as the so-called son of fate, possessed a luck that could be transferred. However, she had ignored one crucial detail. The system's love did not only refer to familial love, friendship, or even romantic love, it required mutual affection and harmonious actions to be effective. In other words, for her to truly gain Kayasu's luck, she had to make him fall in love with her and reciprocate in kind. Now, holding Kayasu's hand, Kirino didn't know how to act. Should she pretend not to notice and let him go? Or should she confront him directly? Or perhaps, find a way to take things further? In the brief moment of indecision, she failed to suppress a soft groan. Kayasu immediately froze, his face paling with cold sweat. He swallowed hard as Kirino's eyes fluttered open, trembling slightly as she stared at him. He knew there was no way to explain himself. No matter how he justified it, it would sound like a flimsy excuse. The only thing he could do now was accept his impending doom. Originally, he had just wanted to pull his hand away. He had never intended to touch her in such an awkward spot. Kayasu swore to himself that it had been an accident, but given the situation, no explanation would be convincing. There was no escaping it. He braced himself for the worst. Perverted. Brother Kirino sat up and scowled at him, her usual arrogance evident in her words. However, her tone was different this time, not as harsh as usual, but strangely coquettish. Kayasu, bewildered by his sister's abnormal reaction, found her unexpectedly cute. The next second, he wondered if she had a fever. Why else would she react this way after what he had just done? Whatever the case, one thing became clear: his life was not in immediate danger. With his mind scrambling for a way out, Kayasu stiffly tried to explain, "Kirino, I didn't mean to. You fell asleep on the sofa, so I was trying to cover you with a blanket. But I tripped and... Did you buy all my things?" Kirino interrupted. Looking at his panicked expression, she realized that if she wanted to deepen their relationship, she would have to take a different approach. "Ah yes. Everything's here." Kayasu quickly grabbed the bag and placed it in front of her with a flattering smile. Kirino took the bag and checked the contents carefully. Satisfied that nothing was missing, she nodded and looked at Kayasu, who still seemed nervous. Then she said, "Follow me upstairs." "Ha! Life talk. Hurry up." "Yes." A few moments later, they were in Kirino's room. Unlike usual, she didn't turn on her computer. Instead, she sat directly in front of Kayasu, looking him in the eye. "There's something I need to confirm with you," she said seriously. Kayasu, sensing that his sister was behaving differently than usual, let out a small sigh of relief. Yet, for some reason, everything about her today made her seem cuter and more approachable. It reminded him of when they were children, when Kirino used to cling to him all the time. That innocent, sibling bond had faded over the years, and he had no idea why. "Do you like Sister Tamura?" Kirino's voice was uncharacteristically soft, and as she spoke, a faint blush spread across her face. Yet, she maintained steady eye contact with him. "You mean Manami?" Kayasu frowned. No, not in that way. He was confused by the question. He had always seen Manami as a childhood friend. Sure, he liked her, but only as a friend. Really? Really? What's with the sudden question? "I see." Kirino's expression softened into a smile, though a glistening tear formed at the corner of her eye. Seeing this, Kayasu felt an inexplicable pang of pity and concern. Something about her seemed so fragile in that moment. Then, without warning, Kirino dropped a bombshell. "Naoni-chan, do you like me?" Kayasu froze. He stared at Kirino in shock, his brain struggling to process what she had just asked. She looked genuinely nervous, like a girl mustering the courage to confess to her crush, waiting anxiously for his response. "Of course I do." "You're my sister," he replied cautiously, opting for an ambiguous answer. "Don't play dumb." "You know what I mean," Kirino pressed, leaning in closer and placing her hands on his shoulders. Her serious expression left no room for evasion. "Kirino, you're acting really strange today. Can you tell me why?" Kayasu tried to shift the conversation. His sister's sudden confession felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Unless she had a solid reason, he could only assume she was messing with him, trying to pull some elaborate prank. Kirino sighed. She could see the confusion in Kayasoke's eyes, but she wasn't willing to give up so easily. Looking slightly dejected, she whispered, "Do you remember that weekend when I was 5? Wait. Is this about that day?" Kayasoke's memory was suddenly jogged, and realization dawned upon him. He had completely forgotten. Back then, he had promised to take Kirino to the park. But on the day of their outing, he had made other plans with his friends to study for an upcoming exam. He cancelled on her at the last minute. That night, when he returned home, he had apologized, thinking it was just a minor issue. But Kirino had been cold and dismissive, and from that moment on, their relationship had never been the same. Looking at her now, Kayasoke finally understood. As a child, Kirino had adored him, so much so that she had even declared she would marry him when she grew up. He had laughed it off as childish nonsense. But maybe, just maybe, she had been serious. If not for this conversation, he might have spent the rest of his life oblivious to the rift that had formed between them. Even the sister-themed games she played, it was possible that they were her way of coping with feelings she had never been able to express. Kirino watched Kayasoke, reading his every expression. She didn't know exactly what he was thinking, but from the look in his eyes, she could tell he was finally beginning to understand. She had waited for this moment for so long. Now, she just needed to push a little further. Putting on an even more pitiful expression, she whispered, "It's your fault, Kayasoke. All of this is because of you. I'm sorry." Kayasoke felt a deep pang of guilt, struggling to find the right words. Seeing Kirino like this, he almost wished she would just lash out at him like usual. That, at least, would be easier to handle than this heavy silence. "I don't want an apology," Kirino said, crossing her arms. "If you really feel bad, then play games with me." Kayasoke blinked at her unexpected request. He had expected more resentment, but instead, she was offering an olive branch in her own way. He sighed, then nodded with a small smile. "All right." It felt nostalgic, sitting side by side, playing games like they used to when they were kids. Back then, Kirino had always been the one dragging him into games, and while he had gone along with it reluctantly, he now realized how much those moments had meant to her. Maybe if he had paid more attention, their relationship wouldn't have grown so distant over the years. As the game loaded, Kirino's enthusiasm was impossible to miss. Her eyes gleamed as she explained the mechanics, completely engrossed. Kayasoke, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a little lost. The last time he had played anything with his sister, it had been simple puzzle games. Now, the screen was filled with intricate storylines, elaborate characters, and choices that seemed to hold real weight. "How's it going?" Kirino asked, her voice laced with amusement. "Isn't it fun?" Kayasoke scratched the back of his head. "It's different from what I expected. But yeah, it's fun." Kirino smirked. "See? You just needed to give it a chance." As they played, the atmosphere gradually lightened. Kirino explained the world of the game with so much passion that Kayasoke couldn't help but be drawn in. Maybe this was her way of sharing something important with him, of reconnecting in a way that words alone couldn't. After a while, Kayasoke leaned back with a stretch. "All right, I think I've had enough for today. My brain needs a break." Kirino looked at him, unimpressed. "Seriously? You barely scratched the surface." "Tomorrow's Sunday. I'll play with you again," Kayasoke reassured her with a grin. Kirino huffed but didn't argue. Instead, she gave him a considering look. "Fine. But you better keep your promise." Kayasoke chuckled. Yeah, I will." For the first time in a long while, there was an ease between them, one that reminded him of their childhood. As he stood up to leave, he realized that maybe, just maybe, they were starting to bridge the gap that had formed between them over the years. And for that, he was grateful.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
"I'm sorry, Kirino." He was very ashamed to scratch his head. Kayasoke looked at his sister with tears in his arms and felt that he was really useless. The first experience was undoubtedly very satisfying for Kayasoke, although it was a 3-point situation, but not satisfying his sister still made Kayasoke feel very embarrassed. "Stupid, it's not early, let's rest early." With a coquettish tone, Kirino pushed Kayasoke away, although he didn't feel very happy because Kayasoke was the first brother, but looking at the progress bar that finally had income on the luck value, it still made Kirino more satisfied, and finally understood the strategy for this task. "But I didn't expect it to be so simple, and I thought it was a little complicated, and the darkness under the light probably meant that this was the case." But, don't you matter. Kyosuke was a little worried. When Kairino was bleeding, Kyosuke was a little panicked, and now although it was finally over, but looking at the situation of his sister in 540, Kyosuke felt that he still had to do something. Let's go, people will be embarrassed. With a shy expression, Kairino pushed Kyosuke, and at this time he became a mother-in-law again, although it feels good to be cared for, but can you be decisive at this time? I guess if you want to do it in the future, you still need to take the initiative yourself. It's really a wooden head. Then I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Picking up his clothes, Kyosuke turned around and walked towards the door. That's right, bring the box of games on the table. This is your homework today. Give me a week to clear the level, and then tell me what you think, and I'll check it. Don't worry, that box of games is for all ages. Don't refuse, otherwise, I'll tell Dad that you're strong X. Playfully smiled, and Kairino's black-bellied smile reappeared. Yes? Promise to complete the task. A spirit. Kyosuke quickly took the game and fled, although it seems to be very embarrassing, but Kyosuke's face is with a happy smile after a series of things with my sister today. Kyosuke is now full of love for Kairino. It's not just the relationship of the family, CHCA, it's the relationship of lovers. Every move and words of the loved one are taken for granted in the eyes of the other party, even if it's threatened by his sister. In Kyosuke's eyes, it's just Kairino's arrogance, it's even more cute. Looking at the departing Kyosuke and the reclosed door, Kairino breathed a sigh of relief, helplessly looked at the messy quilt, fortunately prepared in advance, took it with a handkerchief, did not let the bloodstains fall. As long as it was a little tidied up, it could be restored, but the feeling of breaking the melon for the first time was still uncomfortable. Tight, but this was still within the range of his bearing. The task was expected, and the mood was naturally extraordinarily happy. And it took a while to put away the handkerchief after the quilt was tidied up. Got it done. Tongnai began to prepare for the overnight strategy from the bag game with great interest. After all, it's a break tomorrow. How can you afford the good time of vacation if you don't play all night? What a new series is a highly anticipated, sophisticated production, of course. In order to avoid being disturbed, the door is a must-have, and then you have to wear headphones to avoid being found in the room because of the sound. After everything is ready, Tongnai began to operate the computer with all his hands, put in the game disc to play. I'm back. Late at night, Daisuke Takasaka, the head of the first house, came back, and estimated that Kyosuke and Kairino had already slept, and as a father, he didn't make a big noise to his children. Although it's late to come back, but the progress of the case still makes Daisuke happy. I don't feel tired when I have to continue to work overtime tomorrow as a criminal policeman. There's no doubt that Daisuke is very qualified, of course. If you let Daisuke know that he and his wife are not at home today, his favorite daughter was eaten by his son, I'm afraid I won't be in such a good mood. Early the next morning, Kyosuke left the room, with a little dark circles around his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. No way, overexcited relationship. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was full of glances and smiles from his sister Kairino and the beautiful scene at the first experience, and when he came downstairs and looked at his father, who was already sitting at the dining table reading the newspaper, Kyosuke suddenly felt a little weak. After all, his father is a criminal policeman, and what he did last night is obviously in the criminal stage, although his parents don't mind the brother and sister falling in love, but this kind of thing beyond the bottom line is obviously impossible to allow, of course, as long as their brother and sister don't talk about it, no one will know, right? So Kyosuke tried his best to say hello to his father as usual. Kyosuke, didn't you sleep well last night? Put down the newspaper and looked at his son's somewhat haggard face. Although Daisuke was concerned, his tone was a little stern. No way, it was just habitual. Well, it's just a bit of insomnia. Nodding, Kyosuke went to the refrigerator to get barley tea. Kyosuke, my father is also from here, and I know that boys of your age are gradually coming into contact with those things, but it is important to stop in moderation, and to maintain a healthy body, otherwise you will regret it when you get older. Daisuke preached with a posture that he had seen through. I know. Helplessly responded to the piece. Kyosuke didn't mean to refute or anything like that in the face of his father's preaching. If you contradict something, it's definitely asking for hardship. If you don't do it, you'll be fried with bamboo shoots. After all, it's different from my mother. Father's philosophy is stick education. If it doesn't make sense, it's beaten. There's nothing bad about beating education. If you don't know what's wrong, then 2 meals. Of course, being beaten was already before junior high school, but the majesty accumulated over the years made Kyosuke still dare not defy the law, and perfunctory things are the most suitable method. Just being said a few words and not losing a piece of meat. Why bother, right? By the way, Kairino hasn't woken up yet. Daisuke changed the topic and said, more concerned about his daughter than his son. His parents always love some of his children, not to mention that Kyosuke is almost an adult. Kairino is still a minor. In the eyes of his parents, Kyosuke has been able to be independent, and Kairino also needs his parents to escort and guide him. I don't know, it's Sunday, so I guess I'm still sleeping. Kyosuke said casually, and he was also playing a drum in his heart. Did he go too far last night, so that his sister couldn't get down? Of course, it could also be an all-night strategy game, so I'm sleeping a lot now. After all, the all-night situation, Kairino has a criminal record. It's good to have a good rest on the weekend. I'm going out to work. Here are 200 yuan for you to keep and order takeout. Just now your mother called and it will take 2 days to come back. Daisuke stood up, took out his wallet from his bosom, and took out 2 large bills and placed them on the table. No way, your grandmother's old problem has been committed again. Your mother has to take care of the elderly. Let's go down in the next 2 days. I'm going out. Oh, be careful all the way. Why are you smiling? It's disgusting. At the dinner table, the two were alone, looking at Kyosuk's smiling appearance. Kairino pouted and said. Normally Kairino said this. It is estimated that Kyosuk will be embarrassed and even directly cold, but now Kairino's bad performance is in Kyosuk's opinion, but it is just a sister who is not straightforward to her brother. I'm relieved to see you so energetic. Are you okay? Asked with concern. Kyosuk looked at Kairino, who immediately blushed, and immediately realized that his words seemed to be a little too much, and it was really a bit too much to mention this situation to the girl. I'm full. As soon as I put the takeaway that I ate about the same, Kairino ran away directly. Alas. There's a long way to go. Side the endgame is naturally only handled by Kyosuk himself, although the relationship with my sister has been greatly improved, but it will take time to completely let go. As an older brother, Kyosuk expressed understanding. Sometimes you have to take the initiative. In the room, turn on the computer. Tongnai entered the live broadcast room of the House Cultural Exchange Forum for the first time. Today is the weekly live broadcast day of Mr. Iroman. After discovering this live broadcast room a year ago, the weekly live broadcast of Kairino is rarely missed. Even if there is something to watch the live broadcast that day, I will come back as soon as possible to watch the video of the live broadcast content first. Of course, Kairino understands that this world is a mixed world. There is more than one son of luck. The reason why I pay so much attention to Iroman still wants to hit the attention of the other brother, but so far Iroman has never been violent and hasn't said anything about his family, so Kairino can't find it. So far, I only treat live broadcast as a kind of entertainment. Hello everyone, I'm Iroman. I've decided on the new illustration today, and now it's live, so please enjoy it. A girl wearing a doll hood greeted the audience in front of the screen. In the house world and the novel world, Iroman has a lot of fame. The most important thing is that Iroman's illustration skills are first class, and the illustrations produced are also very exquisite, so he has a large number of fans. With the start of the broadcast, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 50,000 in the blink of an eye, and in the rapid increase, it has broken 100,000 in the blink of an eye, and the meaning of this number has not stopped, is still rising, which shows the huge number of its fans. Turn on the full screen. Directly looking at the screen, Iroman began to paint while explaining his ideas and painting skills. Tongnai followed a wave of barrage from time to time. More than half an hour later, a cute poor girl on the white paper jumped on the paper in a swimsuit. Its sophistication is not worse than a general CG picture. Iroman is definitely a genius in painting. Just when everyone thought it was over, Iroman in the screen did not stop the action in his hand. Soon, more than 10 minutes later, a circle of tentacles surrounded the girl in the swimsuit, very cleverly encircled the girl's joints, and a circle of exciting places. The color and softness of women in this situation are vividly outlined. Smack immediately turned off the barrage. Looking at the officially completed illustrations, Kairino took a screenshot of it for the first time. A satisfied opened the folder marked with Iroman on the desktop. Save the screenshot in this folder. A year's collection. There are dozens of illustrations in this folder. Each one is very good, although it's not exposed, but the kind of color that wants to cover up is what Iroman is best at. It's even more seductive than what is revealed. An email popped up, and the name of the other party was displayed, which was sent by Sayori Beshina, and it was the management of the Otaku Girl Collection group. It's very easy to open the email. Takasaka. Next week is the annual anime festival. The members of this group have decided to meet at the station in Akihabara. Be sure to join the party at that time. Beijing respects. Note, if there are other things to be dealt with, please notify us in advance and make arrangements and changes to the plan. Looking at the content of the email, Kairino thought that he didn't seem to have anything to do, but the embarrassment was that he said that he would accompany Ayase and them to play when he was free, so I wouldn't say much about the party, but Akaba. Kairino wanted to go. There must be a lot of good things on the scene, and the conflict between friends and hobbies was really difficult to choose, and after 10 minutes, Kairino decided to find someone to discuss. After a while, Kyosuk looked at his sister's distressed face with a forced expression and said, "Just because of this, you let me come back? What do you mean by this?" "It's about my life," retorted angrily, and Kairino slammed the table as a matter of course. "Asking for flowers 0. Okay," nodding his forehead, although Kyosuk regretted that his afternoon arrangement was in vain, but since it was his sister's trouble, there was no way, so he asked directly, "So do you want to go to Akihabara or with friends? I just can't make a decision to discuss with you." Pouting, Kairino looked tangled. "To put it simply, if it were me, I'd go to Akihabara with my friends. Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone, said Kyosuk simply and bluntly. "But Ayase doesn't like otaku, so you can only choose one of the two." Kairino had a look on her face. "Then it's good to go with friends. Anyway, Akihabara can take time to go whenever he wants." Kyosuk felt that he was really defeated by his sister. Is this choice interesting? In short, Kyosuk said that he was not from this world, so he couldn't understand his sister's state of mind at this time. 0. I'll think about it. There's still time to rush. Anyway, you're already there. Kairino said abruptly. What's that? His mind couldn't keep up, and Kyosuk was blindsided again. Of course it's the game you brought back to play last night? Don't tell me you didn't touch it. Squinting his eyes, Kairino had an expression on his face that if your answer didn't satisfy me, you would die. Turning his head and not looking at his sister's eyes, Kyosuk remained silent. He couldn't say that he was not interested in this and forgot about it, so he didn't move, and as an older brother, why did he still complete the so-called homework assigned by his sister? This is unreasonable, but when I think about it, Kyosuke didn't dare to say it. As soon as he talked about this topic, Kyosuke felt like a student who was caught cheating by the teacher on the spot. It was too embarrassing. Get up, go to your room, I'm going to check it out. A few minutes later, as expected, looking at the computer screen with no progress at all, Kairino felt that it was necessary to increase education efforts to make Kyosuke realize the beauty of the second dimension, and directly pulled Kyosuke to count it, and then told all kinds of moving and beautiful scenes of the second dimension, brainwashed Kyosuke for more than half an hour, and finally gave Kyosuke an ultimatum, before next Saturday, so he didn't clear the customs, just waiting to lead. The death. Is it an illusion? In the underground labyrinth of the most famous Onmyoji family in Kyoto, looking at the mysterious runes that were still running smoothly in front of him, the elder Onmyoji led by him frowned and shook his head again. This seal has been stable for 500 years so far, and the inexplicable magic aura just now is probably the child of that family, and he has been guarding it for almost 3 years, and he will be able to change shifts in 2 months. This errand is really tiring and tight. At this time, from the ground outside the Onmyoji's mansion, a cloud of black gas that ordinary people could not see emerged, and then quickly found a direction and flew to the sky and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Time flew by, and the night was gradually replaced by day. Early in the morning, the Takasaka family, as usual, went to work, went to school. In the past 2 days Kairino is deliberately staring at Kyosuke, so the progress of the game has made a lot of progress. Half of the strategy has been told. 540. And what makes Kairino funny is that Kyosuke's guy is still a sullen type. Obviously I want to do it with myself several times, but I don't dare to open my mouth at will. Instead, I want to take the initiative by making some hints and the like. In this regard Kairino can only say that Saonian is too naive. Since you don't know what to say, then I'm happy to pretend not to know. See how long he can endure it. Found it? Finally, a black gas came to a standstill in the school. It was the monster that had escaped from the Onmyoji's mansion, and it was not in a hurry to enter the school, and the black gas probed the situation of the school and confirmed that there were no special people or protective measures such as enchantments, and then it suddenly penetrated into the school and lurked. In class Kairino is boring. Listening to the lesson today is on duty by yourself. I can't go back to play games early and on the weekend, whether to go to Akihabara or with Ayase, and they still can't decide. Sometimes Kairino thinks about whether to confess directly to Ayase and them if you can get them to recognize their hobbies. It's simple, but with Ayase's temper Kairino feels more likely to be friends. Even if you approve it, you'll be very angry. The ordinary and stable day has passed, looking at Ayase, who once again emphasized the words of the weekend appointment with herself, and left in a hurry because of something. Kairino felt that she still had to confess, since she couldn't do the best of both worlds, then she would take a gamble, and it would depend on the will of God whether she was dead or alive, of course. Now Kairino must first clean the classroom and complete her duty task. Then we'll go back first. The other 3 students on duty waved at Kairino and said, "Well, bye-bye." Carrying the sorted garbage, Tong Nai waved his hand, went downstairs towards the garbage incineration in the corner of the teaching building, because there were 2 classes in the afternoon, so the time to get out of school was relatively early. Of course, many students also had club activities, but as a home department, after Tong Nai finished his duty, the time was only a little more than 4:30, and the garbage was thrown away. Tong Nai was about to go upstairs to sort out his school bag and go back, but the scene he saw at a glance aroused Tong Nai's bad taste. Bow down, sneak along the wall, revealing half of his head through the window gap to look at the situation in the classroom. This classroom is on the 1st floor to the top. It is an exclusive warehouse belonging to the student union. The student union is in the corner of the 2nd floor. This warehouse is mainly to place some things confiscated from the students of the East for the festival, although all the windows are hastily covered with curtains, but it's not without a little gap through the gap. Kairino saw a war that was already going on, and the 2 sides of the war were actually in the academy, with a good reputation of the gentleman student president and his vice president, the blonde curly-haired lady. What a pair of G-men and women, still gentlemen, hypocrites. That curly-haired girl is also a Hungarian brainless. Is this kind of hypocrite so fascinating to you? The 2 of them, Tong Nai's mouth muttered a lot of comments, and it can be seen from the proficiency of the 2 that the 2 of them have done this a lot, although it is a little immoral, but well, since they were touched by themselves, wouldn't they be sorry for the big battle between the 2 in front of them? Take out your phone, turn off the sound and flash, and then press the shot inside. Then check the 2 people in the photo, although the pixels are not very clear, but you can see who it is. Save the photo. Kairino, who is too lazy to continue to watch the 2 of them play, lowered his head and slipped away. Back to the classroom, tidy up the school bag, see that the time has passed 5 o'clock. The sky outside has been dyed with the color of dusk. In vain on the pair of men and women wasted so much time. I have to hurry home. Carrying the bag to the door of the classroom and pulling the door to not move at all, slightly stunned, Tong Nai remembered that he did not lock the door, twisted the door lock and did not lock it. Who deliberately played a prank to bed outside? I didn't believe in the evil and pulled the door of the classroom again. I couldn't open it this time. Tong Nai must be someone who is playing with himself. Gave up the front door and ran directly to the back door at the end of the desk. Lock the door open and then pull it. Still not open. It's okay now, the front and back doors are blocked for yourself. The door can't go. You can't block the window, right? came to the window of the corridor, pull the window bolt open and then pushed the window. Still can't push. Now Kairino is a little dumbfounded. If the door can't be opened is a prank, then there's a problem. If the window can't be opened, of course. If someone knows how to do powerful magic, it's possible to do this, but Kairino knows that the academy he's studying is just an ordinary academy. The main focus is on the knowledge of the science side. The magic side only teaches some basics. Now the situation in front of you makes Kairino have to suspect that a certain magic side student is playing a prank unless you hit the evil and see the hell. Annoyed and angry, now I'm an ordinary girl, I don't have that strength, Tong Nai can only eat this loss, quickly took out his mobile phone. Tong Nai was ready to call the head teacher and let the people in the school come to save him, but when he looked at the signal grid of the mobile phone displayed outside the district, Kairino was blind, turned around and looked at the window behind him. The original sky outside was gone, and the window seemed to be covered with a black veil and couldn't see other scenes and colors. Damn, what the hell am I really doing? Supernatural event. Sitting on the chair, Kairino 2.0 really didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him, and finally the progress of the task had progressed. Could it be that he was going to get a bento today? In the next second, in Kairino's exclamation, a gust of wind hung in the classroom, but to Kairino's surprise, although the wind blew very strongly, it didn't cause any harm to himself, and he didn't feel any pain or anything, but inexplicably the school uniform on his body directly turned into rags and shattered to the ground, and then a shadow shrouded him, and a humanoid monster with dark purple skin more than 2 meters high appeared in front of him. Demon. Looking at the other party's appearance, Kairino subconsciously shouted, "No, I am a race nobler than the devil. Why demon? My name is Jareth, your future husband." Grinning and revealing a mouthful of fangs, the strong left hand with only 4 fingers stepped forward and grabbed Kairino's waist directly. Don't. After struggling, Kairino found an inexplicable force descending on his body. The whole person couldn't move, and his whole body was wrapped in a warm current. Although he didn't know what was going on, but Kairino understood that it was definitely a good thing done by the demon in front of him. "It's useless. I imprisoned your body with magic power. You can't resist. As long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you. You can rest assured, little girl," Gears said triumphantly. "So what do you want to do? And can you go to someone else? Can't you just let me go?" With a pitiful look, Kairino perfectly interprets the appearance and emotions of a weak woman in the face of this situation, but seeing that the other party has wisdom, it is a lot of relief to Kairino. At least there is a discussion, but people have to bow their heads under the eaves. But after seeing the progress bar that began to improve in the thick lock system on Jerliz's body, Kairino decided to change his strategy and completely take down the demon in front of him for his own use. "Don't worry, you are the woman I chose, and I will treat you well." Looking at Kairino with this pitiful appearance, Jers calmed Lin Ling's emotions and said, and his tone became as gentle as possible. Seeing this, Kairino didn't say much. Obviously the other party wouldn't let go of himself. In the face of such a situation, Kino had no choice at all. A battle inevitably began to be staged. In this regard, Kairino was naturally powerless to resist, since there was no way to choose to give in. But for Kairino he was not a loss. After all, it was linked to his own task. As long as it was conducive to the achievement of his task, Kino would not reject anything. Isn't there a saying that says, "Just get used to it"? Is it over? A little distracted looked at the gears in front of him. It was less than half an hour. Kairino didn't expect the other party to let go of himself so quickly, although it was only temporary, but it also made Kairino quite surprised. After all, this kind of monster should be enough to say that it will care about how others feel. From this point of view, Kairino has changed his opinion of the monster in front of him. At least he pities himself. But soon, Kairino was slapped in the face. Or the accident is more suitable. After the incident, this demon directly turned into a streamer and disappeared into Kiri's disappearance. In the face of this abnormal situation, Kairino was a little worried, seeing that he was entangled in the situation, and Kairino could do nothing about it. And at this moment, Jerliz's words sounded from his head. "Don't worry, most of my body is made of pure magic, because the injury has not yet healed and needs to be cultivated. Your body has been adjusted by my magic power and is the most precious physique. It is better as my resting place, and it can also allow me to protect you at any time. You have nothing. Okay, you're strong, you're right for anything, it's just that you want to cause too much trouble." Tong Nai is full of helplessness. All to this point, what else I can do? Only cold mix. Take the bag and look at the time. It's almost 7 o'clock. There are several missed calls on the phone. All of them are called by the mother and Kyosuk, and quickly called back to find a reason to explain the situation. When he came back, Tong Nai didn't care about anything and hurriedly took the school bag out of the school and returned home, all because of the relationship between this guy. So he came out so late, although he explained it with other reasons, but it must be inevitable that he will be criticized. Walking all the way home, Kairino felt that he was possessed by bad luck during this time, and touched his little belly. If it weren't for the fact that what he had just experienced was so real, Kairino felt that he was not having a nightmare, but this is clearly a fact. He was targeted by the devil. "I hope I won't cause any disasters for myself," I sighed helplessly. In this regard, Kairino 540 can only take one step at a time, who makes herself just an ordinary weak woman now. Since you can't resist, then bear it silently, without strength. There is really no confidence at all. These time experiences make Kairino sigh more and more the benefits of having power. At least if you have the strength, you can still have a little initiative, where you will be so passive. It's probably a lot of experience this thing. Tong Nai quickly left out of his mind the life that has been changed still has to be lived. The task that should be done is also to be done after all. It's the only way out for yourself as long as it can be done. Tong Nai has to achieve it even if he doesn't do it by any means, even if you dedicate everything you have after all. For Kino Nai, if you can't achieve the task, you don't have a future at all. It's nothing. What's there to be afraid of? When you get the future there should be a natural one. This is the only motivation for Kino to continue to persevere. Hey. It's a big surprise that there are such hidden levels. Hey, in the dimly lit room Kairino stared at the computer screen intently. Today's mood is very good because Ayase's date has changed. The day of the appointment to play has been changed from Sunday to Saturday afternoon. It's now Friday just after school when I get home. Kairino can't wait to play the final game level. I didn't expect to play a hidden plot. Today is really a lucky day for Kairino. Kirino-chan, I'm going to start mending the demon today. Can you stop for a while? A black snake crawled out. Although Gears has been used to the inside of Kairino Otako in the past few days, but for some reason, every time he sees Kairino drooling excitedly at the two-dimensional lorry, it makes Gears incomprehensible, and it stands to reason that this kind of thing seems more normal and easy for boys. Are you still there? Looked at the black snake that climbed up with an innocent face. Kairino almost forgot about this guy, because there was no discomfort in his body in the past few days, and he didn't hear this guy's movements, and Kairino returned to his usual daily life. I'm your husband? You're too disqualified as a wife. Jers was a little angry, and his body changed rapidly, and in Kairino's exclamation, he directly changed into the original demon form that was more than 2 meters tall, and walked towards the quilt behind Kairino with Kairino in his arms. Wait. Don't listen to the Wangbier chanting. Looking at Kairino who was anxiously speaking, Jers smiled smugly, without a little force. His little wife couldn't understand what his position was. No, give me another half hour. No, it only takes 15 minutes. I'm about to clear the customs. Kairino pleaded with a black line on his face. This thing has also been supplied. Looking at Kairino speechlessly, Gears had a feeling of being slapped in the face. It turned out that begging for mercy was not for himself, but hoping to clear the game first. Frowning and looking at Jers as if he was angry, Kairino said in a weak tone, Woo, let me finish the final progress, okay? Is there anything greater and more important than what is happening now? I was almost so angry that I was back. Jers really couldn't figure out what was going on in the structure of Tong Nai's head. Now that such a great cause is underway, how can this woman still care about computer games? Anyway, she has gathered enough strength in it, and she just has to give birth to an heir smoothly, and the other Jers are too lazy to care, for fear that they will be angry to death, and they really don't have the consciousness of a demon queen, although they are just a down-and-out demon king now, but they are also a real demon king. Okay. Listen to Gears say this. Tong Nai didn't dare to continue to make requests, although some are anxious about the content of the game later, but now it seems that it can't continue before Girls is not satisfied. I can't continue to complete the game strategy, and Tong Nai's knowledge of the times makes Gears less angry as long as Tong Nai is willing to cooperate with him well and then complete his plan. The benefits of Tong Nai will naturally be indispensable in the future, not to mention that the position of the Queen of Demons is a noble status above 10,000 people under one person. In Jers's opinion, Tong Nai doesn't know the dignity of this status. When the time comes to officially ascend the throne, you can understand what kind of benefits you get. While thinking that he would make a comeback in the future, fight back to the demon realm, and once again unify the demon realm to destroy all those traitors, Gears couldn't help but want to laugh out loud, and his mind couldn't help but fall into why. Of course, he wanted to think about it. Gears still understands his current situation very well. The business is important, Kairino and the demon seed are indispensable. This is an important foundation for his comeback. If this foundation can't be successfully laid, his ideas will naturally not be realized. The manification went smoothly but ended very slowly. It took more than 2 hours to complete, and then the end of Jers, Lee's, disappeared without a trace. Kairino helplessly looked at the room that had become quite bad, and then looked at the computer and suddenly didn't have the heart to continue playing. It was too tired, and fell into his own bed. Kairino didn't want to move, and soon a sleepiness hit. Kairino couldn't help but close his eyes and began to fall asleep. As for other things, let's talk about it when I wake up. I'm really tired now. Kairino is lazy with cancer. Where to put the game anyway? The progress is still there. Play whenever you want. No energy. Naturally, I don't have the idea of wanting to clear the customs so urgently just now. There's only a strong sleepiness left in my mind. Into your own sweet dream. Kairino, the bath water is ready. You go wash it first. After dinner, my mother came down from upstairs and watched TV in the living room, and just now my father Daisuke had a temporary mission to go to the police station. Okay. Relieved, Kairino went upstairs directly. I wanted to take a shower right away, but unfortunately I was called down to eat, during which Kairino was trembling to eat. After all, I was scared to get the smell on my body like Jirla's. If my parents noticed it, it would be over, but fortunately it was not discovered. Really, this kid is still so hot. Watching Kairino go upstairs, her mother smiled and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. turned out the clothes he wanted to change from the cabinet. Kairino hurriedly came to the bathroom, locked the outer door, took off the clothes on his body and put them in the basket in the corner, and then walked into the bathroom inside, moved the stool and sat under the unkempt head and turned on the faucet to rinse his hair and body. Did not wash his hair for the first time, but cleaned up the place under himself, although he did some cleaning treatment, but he always felt that he was not cleaned up. After all, the amount of gears was too large. I really don't know what is going on with the structure of girls' obscene demon. All of them are finally made such a large amount. If it were replaced by an adult, it would have been exhausted and people would have died. Kairino, why are you here? Was a little helpless to block Kyosuk's attack. Kairino was really taken aback, usually so sullen and timid. Even Kyosuk, who had to be guided by his sister to take the initiative in that kind of thing, dared to lurk here and wait for himself to bathe. I figured it out. As an elder brother, you have to take the initiative. I haven't done it for almost half a month. My brother really wants it now, and you don't want it the same way. Kyosuk said boldly, mainly because there was no progress after that day that made Kyosuk very uneasy, and finally consulted his best friend. So Kyosuk made such a bold decision. Of course, Kyosuk was still a little scared just now, afraid that he would go too far by doing this, not to mention that his mother was still there, so he stayed in the bathtub and didn't come out, but when he saw Kairino's long-lost beautiful body, he still couldn't help but come out. Stupid. Stupid, you're going to be found out by your mother. Are you going to die? To be honest, in the face of this moment, Kairino really doesn't know what to do. Refusing Kyosuk's words, Kairino is a little under. After all, it is conducive to completing the task for himself. If he doesn't refuse, he is afraid that his mother will find out. Not to mention that he doesn't have that mind now. He has wasted a lot of time. I want to take a comfortable shower and then go back to the room to finish the game strategy. The most important thing is to take care of the situation on Juris's side. This guy is a demon after all, and he has been identified as his place, and if he continues to do this with Kyosuk, I don't know if it will hurt Kyosuk. Rest assured, you won't be discovered. I thought Kairino was himself. Kyosuk was very moved. It's only allowed once. Oh, can't it again? And don't you want to go inside to know? After more than half an hour of fooling around, Kyosuk finally left satisfied, leaving Kairino alone to stay in the bathroom and rest against the wall with a helpless face. It's all said no, I like to go straight out. Sitting on the floor, CHCA, in a duck sitting posture, Kairino muttered unhappily and was ready to finish this bath. It's a very pure essence. Kairino, your brother can be cultivated as a reserve. It was only then that Gears' words rang out. What do you mean? The movement of his hand froze, and Kairino felt an ominous premonition. The essence of human males is a very good nutrient for the demon seed I planted in your body, which can accelerate its growth and development, but it is limited to human males who are junior brothers and can only do it with you alone, otherwise it will be harmful to the demon seed. You must keep this in mind. Gears explained. Then what do you mean? Frowning, Kairino thought of Jirliz's identity as a lewd demon and understood why Gears didn't stop him from doing this with Kyosuk, but looking at Jirliz's meaning, it seems that he still wants to raise his own face. Is this trying to make himself go against the rhythm of the harem? Well, although based on the fact that I give you a demon replenishment sowing every day, it will take at least 2 or 3 years for the demon seed to develop and grow completely, and then it will take 9 years to be born into the world. If you can find a few more such nutrient reserves, this time can be shortened by at least half, understand? As for whether the other party meets the reserve requirements, I will check for you. Gears is a matter of course. This is also a kind of basic common sense in the demon world. Of course, it is too undisciplined and has no lower limit for human beings. Is it only for men, and do you still want a junior brother? Can I refuse? Kairino looked ashamed. You are my wife. I respect your choice, of course. In addition to male humans, female humans can also be used as reserves. The conditions are the same as male humans. They must be virgins. The nutrients brought by female humans can optimize the natural qualifications of the offspring, and male humans are complementary. Anyway, you also have lily tendencies. It's not bad to take a few more sisters, isn't it? I'll look at it. I really didn't bother to continue to tell Jirliz. Kairino now wondered if Jirliz was the product of the embodiment of that cheating father's system. Otherwise, how could it be a virtue? Kairino, here. At the entrance of the station, Ayase waved and shouted in this direction. Kanako and Ran beside him had been waiting for a long time, and the 4 members were just Kairino. I've been waiting. Trotting over, Kairino is in a very good mood and said, God is really on his side. Fortunately, Ayase's itinerary has changed. Otherwise, if there is a conflict with tomorrow's party, Kairino really has to make a choice. Ale, Kino-chan seems to be in a good mood today. Is something good happening, or is it a boyfriend? Lan teased in a teasing tone. I'm having fun with everyone today. I love you. This level of ridicule is fearless for Kiri, and he directly smiled and said the reason for his good mood, and the straightforward and bold words made the 3 of them blush. After all, Kiri's 540 voice is not small, and many pedestrians around him have looked at it with strange eyes, and many people are even full of pity, as if they are sorry for the 4 little beauties who are Lala. Really, Kairino, let's go. I don't want to be looked at like a monkey. Kanako urged. Yes. A group of 4 people left the station directly, because Ayase made a detailed plan for everyone to play this time, and also deliberately investigated whether there were new stores or new clothes around the area. So there was Ayase leading the team all the way, and everyone was very happy to talk and play. After all, most of the time everyone can only get together at school, and other weekends rarely get together to have their own schedules, so every time they get together, everyone cherishes this happy time, because it will be one of their best memories in the future. On the other side, Kyosuk at home is looking at the picture in the computer with a crazy face. I thought my sister went out to play with friends today. I can be liberated. It's okay to do something you want to do or take a good rest. But before leaving, Kairino arranged a new game strategy for him. Be sure to ask him to at least achieve more than half of the progress, otherwise, break up directly. The relationship between the two will return to the original situation. For the killer weapon offered by Kairino, Kyosuk said that he knelt down directly because according to Kairino's reason, if Kyosuk and himself don't have more common topics, then the two will have no progress. Although this reason is far-fetched, Kyosuk can't refute anything, of course. In addition to this hard requirement, Kairino is not without the goal of giving Kyosuk incentives. That is, if Kyosuk can clear this game once today, you can do whatever you want to Kairino tonight until Kyosuk is satisfied. Punishment and reward go hand in hand. Kyosuk has to work hard for this little game. For this, Kyosuk dared to swear that he had never worked so hard and nervously in the past when he was preparing for high school. Fortunately, I was asked to play some related games in the past for the homework in front of you. Kyosuk doesn't know anything about it, but the progress is too slow according to the current speed. It is estimated that Kyosuk will not be able to pass for 2 days of sleepless play. Unlike half of the Love 18X plays, this game comes with a lot of detailed strategies and levels like treasure hunting. It's a drain on your brain. It's impossible to pass the level quickly with other games. Did I? Kirito, are you there? It's you. My sister is out. Ah, it's my brother. It's using things again. It's a strange fetish. I'm being forced? I know you're joking, but it's still a little unpleasant. I'm really sorry, my brother. Is there any trouble? If you don't mind, you can talk to me. Maybe I can give you some advice for reference. That's it. Originally, I didn't want to pay too much attention to the friend who was marked as Sayori Bejina's screen name, but the other party was Kairino's internet friend, so Kyosuk had to talk to her more. But now he was stumped by a game, and the other party should obviously be an expert in this area, and maybe he could ask her for help. Aha, I see. It's the first version of the Labyrinth adventure in the world. This version of the game is also one of the classics in 18X estimated by your ability, brother. I'm afraid it's barely possible to complete half of it in one day today, not to mention clearing the customs, but just you beg me to ask for the right person. I'll send you a text. There are a lot of strategies and routes in it. I can only help you get here. If Tongtongs is back, remember to let her contact me. I'm grateful. I'll tell her. Breathed a sigh of relief. Kyosuk quickly clicked on the receiving file. Less than a minute, the strategy text on the desktop is received. Open the text. Although it's a dense text and number description, but it's very clearly classified. Every route and detailed description has with this cheats in hand. Kyosuk's confidence soared. Immediately start the game strategy, especially at the thought of being able to do whatever you want to your sister after clearing the customs. Kyosuk's mood became extraordinarily excited. It's different from the progress of the snail just now. With the help of cheats, Kyosuk's speed has increased greatly. It's like a motorcycle for a BMW. The speed is rising. All kinds of CG beauties and related H scenes in the picture were brought into Kyosuk and Kairino too. Once addicted to it, time flies quickly. When Kyosuk completed the last level after the picture entered the end, Kyosuk breathed a sigh of relief, a look of excitement. First save the progress and then start watching the CG picture at the end, and the sky outside has been completely dark. The clock has gone to nearly 6 o'clock. A game actually took more than 6 hours of its own. This is still with the help of cheats. If you've been alone, you really can't clear it in such a short time. My own choice, you don't need to say more. Back home, Kairino is a little unhappy. It's still very fun to play with everyone this afternoon. The main reason is that Jers is this goods. When I went to the toilet halfway with Ayase Jerlas, this guy actually instigated himself 2.0 to give Ayase and then cultivate it into his own reserve. Said to respect your own choice, but in the case of his refusal, he even wanted to take Ayase in person if it weren't for someone else going into the toilet, and Kairino was going to be forced to die. I'm afraid it's easy to get it with Jerlas's ability at that time. It was estimated that friends with Ayase couldn't do it, although the task is very important. Kairino doesn't want to be broken by Jerlas like this to break his daily life. It's too tiring. Women really have long hair and short knowledge, all the way to be preached. Gears is very helpless, but Gears really don't dare to bet, or follow Kiri's own will. The time to save is really to force Kairino to be anxious. The demon seed that he has cultivated with great difficulty will be in vain. Maybe he will be finished. For the future grand cause, Gears really can't afford to gamble. Because of the promise to Kyosuk, he was almost sleepless all night, and it was finally over. It was already dawn, and Kairino, who couldn't help being sleepy anymore, fell down and fell asleep, and Kyosuk also went back to his room to sleep, and it was too tiring to stay up late to do things, and the people who beat the iron couldn't stand it, so hurry up and make up for it while there were still a few hours before noon. Otherwise it would inevitably be nagged by my mother at that time. Until noon, Kyosuk got up first because he adjusted the alarm clock, and came to the hall downstairs. His mother had already prepared lunch, and seeing that Kyosuk was alone, his mother suddenly nagged a little. Why hasn't Kairino come down yet? This kid is really, even on a day off, you can't be so lazy. I'll go and ask her to come down to eat. Kyosuk, you eat by yourself first. Mom, I'm going to call it. It's okay. Anyway, it's rare to have a day off, and it's normal for Kairino to want to sleep more. Hurry up and take the initiative to speak. Kyosuke doesn't dare to let his mother go to call Kairino to get up. If Kairino is already awake, it's okay. If he's still sleeping, once his mother breaks in, he will definitely expose his relationship with Kairino. After all, Kairino is still young. Kyosuke is afraid that he will have to go to the orthopedic department to register, and maybe even prepare for the future. Okay, hurry up, or the food will be cold. A little suspicious glanced at the nervous Kyosuke, and his mother didn't think much about it, and urged directly. Got it. Smiling, Kyosuke hurried upstairs, knocked on the door, and there was no reaction inside. Kyosuke went directly into Kairino's room, looking at Kairino who was still sleeping. Kyosuke breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he reacted quickly, otherwise it would be over, but what should be done is still to be done, and he came directly to Kairino's side and shook Kairino's body and said, Kairino, get up, eat. Dissatisfied when he opened his eyes, Kairino still felt very sleepy, but dissatisfaction was dissatisfied. Since it was time to eat, Kairino still struggled to get up. After all, his mother spoke, and he didn't dare to disobey, not to mention that if he was found out something, he would also suffer, and finally glared at Kyosuke, the culprit with a smirk, and Kairino went to wash. After a while, changing into civilian clothes, Kairino cheered up a little and went downstairs with Kyosuke, and her mother had already set the meal out, and the brother and sister could sit down. As for the father who basically didn't come back at noon at the police station, because he didn't have much appetite, so Kairino didn't eat much, just hastily ate some and said that he was full, and then he went straight back to the room regardless of his mother's nagging, and the room became messy, and he had to clean it up by himself. For lazy cancer people, housework or something is really a chore. It took more than half an hour to tidy up the room. Finally relieved, Kairino sat down at the computer desk for the first time. Busy for so long, the original remaining sleepiness has disappeared. The idea of wanting to sleep back was immediately attracted by the game. Quickly turn on the console, then 10 seconds into the desktop open the web page and forum, then open the game icon to enter the game. Kairino began to continue his own strategy road. By the way, discuss the content of the game with the friends in the forum. This kind of fun seems to be very incomprehensible to outsiders, but for the house this kind of topic is endless once provoked. All day long Kairino is indulged in the game. Every time you clear the customs and find the hidden levels are an indescribable fun. When Kairino heard his mother's shout only to react, it's night, it's time for dinner. Happy times always pass quickly. Temporarily left the computer desk, went downstairs to eat, and then honestly went to take a bath, put on pajamas. After playing for a while today, Kino deliberately fell asleep earlier, probably because of yesterday's lack of sleep. Today, Kairino quickly fell asleep. Time flies. In the middle of the night, in the headquarters, a group of people in charge of various regions gathered together. The situation is getting more and more tense, mainly because of the problem of the demon world. Of course, everyone has made enough preparations for this, but in the face of such a grim situation, it is inevitable that there are still many clowns jumping up and down to make trouble. But the clown has a lot of power is the most headache. For this reason, before the upcoming event, an ad hoc meeting was held here. And the main content of the meeting is to discuss the situation of this group of clowns. For the disposal of this group of people, most people's opinion is that they can be directly imprisoned, but because of the other party's forces, if they do it, they will definitely suffer a counterattack. Once they enter the civil war, it is not a good thing for human beings, so it is definitely not possible to come clearly, so you can only play in. Since it is a conspiracy, there is no doubt that the executor as a chess piece must be the top elite. In this regard, they naturally have the most people in charge, and it is the most suitable for the implementation of the Ine plan. And what everyone has to discuss now is what form to do, and the selection of candidates must be selected secretly and must be completed before the seal is broken, and this specific detail still needs to gather the efforts of everyone to be implemented. Of course, this imminent officialdom shock has no impact on the common people. Everything will be done quietly and quietly. Of course, if it fails, it also means that the skin has been torn, and then the civil war will inevitably start. If it can't be fatal, the country will not do anything to these clowns for the time being. This is for you. I don't want it. Easily won the championship of the game PK, and the Black Cat handed the winning prize, a box of treasured edition of the magical girl Mei Lulu's plate, to Kairino. Really? His eyes lit up, although he knew that the Black Cat was very strong in the game, but giving the prize to himself, it still made Kairino feel quite surprised. Looking at the Black Cat pretending to be cold and indifferent, Kairino was not hypocritical, and took it directly and thanked him. That's amazing, Black Cat sauce. The goblin came over and praised it, because he was wearing a cos suit. So the group went all the way down in addition to buying, and playing, and posing for some enthusiasts to take pictures, in order to take care of both sides. So everyone in the group took turns to take pictures of others, and then the others went to experience those fun and what they wanted to buy. It's so, there's nothing you can't beat, Sundara said, but looking at the slightly upturned corners of the Black Cat's mouth, it still makes the Black Cat quite happy to be praised by people or famous novelists. Sano Hina-chan, what's wrong? Some of them are absent-minded. Watching everyone have a lot of fun, Sayori, as the initiator, naturally feels very happy, but looking at the garden flowers who have been in a daze at other times except for Cos from beginning to end, Sayori still asked with concern. I'm sorry, it's nothing. Smiling, Yuanhua said perfunctorily. You're thinking about recruiting a sect teacher, right? The goblin unceremoniously and directly debunked the inner thoughts of the garden at this time. There is no doubt that now the other child of destiny, Izumi Masamune, has gradually gained the favor of the goblins and several girls, among which the performance of the goblin and the garden flower can be said to be the most straightforward. Looking at the goblin and the garden flower who began to quarrel, the black cat said directly to Sayori, who was about to go up and mediate, that Sayori, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll look for you later. Well, no problem. Nodding, Sayori smiled. Then I'll go with me. Kairino interjected at this time, happily putting away the plate in his hand, and it happened that he also had the intention of urinating and wanted to go to the bathroom. Then you can come back to us later, and if you can't find it, call us. Sayori made a phone call. Got it. Kairino responded with a big grin, and directly took the hand of the black cat with a reluctant expression and left. The bathroom is not far away and there are signposts, with black cats. The two of them came to the bathroom not long after, probably because of the comic exhibition. There are still more people in the bathroom, but the two of them quickly found their respective positions right next to each other, skillfully took off their pants and squatted down and then discharged happily, and after taking out a wipe, Kairino got up directly. By the way, he knocked on the partition, and Kairino smiled and asked the black cat next door, are you okay? Black cat sauce. Don't bring sauce, call me a black cat. Then I'll wait for you at the door. As soon as the words came out, his body suddenly lost control, and then a light film expanded around himself, and then all the noise disappeared, and the space became quiet. Gears. Questioning in his heart, Kairino watched his body move and opened the door of the squatting position and walked out. Through the enchantment light film, he could see that the people outside were still talking and laughing, but no sound came in, and these people didn't seem to see themselves, and there was a person who passed through himself and entered the squatting position he had just made. Here's the trouble, Kairino, borrow your body. Gears' helpless words sounded, and he saw a black vortex appear on the ceiling inside the enchantment package, and then a monster with a bloody mouth full of fangs and disgusting limbs fell down, roaring at Kairino's side. Looking at the monster in front of him, Kairino suppressed the doubts in his heart, and was ready to see what Jurlas did. The next scene made Kairino feel ashamed and angry, and his skirt was lifted directly, and the black tentacles poured out of the front door and instantly changed into a huge claw, and grabbed the monster, and then suddenly pinched the entire monster and disappeared in the claws, and it was all done. The tentacles shrank back, and the whole scene was just a few seconds. This is just the lowest level of monsters, according to you humans. It's just the level of slime for novice practice, but it's still very threatening for ordinary people. This kind of monster is a pure beast. It only kills and destroys. Jurlas explained. Asking for flowers 0. Why did this monster appear? And what's going on with that whirlpool? And your combat methods are a little too good, right? Kairino asked a question and didn't forget to complain about the way Gears fights. This picture is really discordant. Because of the influence of the demon seed, the demon world has noticed it, and the seals in various places have been weakened after hundreds of years of erosion, and some weak monsters can already come to the world, and the main purpose is to come to you. Gears said unhappily, if it is a high-level demon clan, this kind of garbage dares to beat his own heirs and wife's idea. It is simply a provocation to his majesty and face as a demon king, although he is now a down-and-out demon king, but he is also a demon king. 0. Well, you're the culprit anyway, aren't you? Although I don't understand the specific situation, but Kairino knows that because of the Jurlas, plus the demon seed planted in his body, the trouble is starting to come to the door, and it's very likely to bring turmoil to the world. After the plot that is common in this kind of magic novels really comes, it's really a feeling that people can't complain. The most important thing is this situation will obviously become more and more serious even if there is a country to deal with it, but there will definitely be people who will suffer because of this, of course. As long as you don't harm your own family and your friends, the other people don't bother to care so much. After all, they can't help themselves now. This attack is coming faster than I estimated. Kairino, if you want to end this situation quickly, then you must give birth to our child as soon as possible, and then return to the demon world with me. If it takes a long time, when the child is born, it is estimated that the world will be almost plagued. Gorl said in a tone that didn't care about letting you choose. This is something to say. What do you mean I should do? Frowning, Kairino looked at the progress bar, which had only walked less than a quarter of the way, and was a little helpless. Reserves, you need more reserves. According to my suggestion, that little black cat girl is very good, you can take it. Not to mention that her physique is still relatively special. It belongs to the dark body, and it is also a medium rare physique in the demon world, and there is a reserve energy provided by 10 ordinary people who can be used as a reserve. Gears spoke directly about his thoughts. This ceremony, it's still a very good experience for Kairino, and the experience that Jurlas can bring to relieve his old dreams makes Jerry still quite grateful to Jurlas. Of course Kairino has an urge to open the Lily Harem. Of course, I want to think about it. It's not so easy to follow your own ideas in reality. It's okay, the reserve has been completed. Let's end this event for the time being. After all, it's the first time, and going too far will cause damage to the other party's body. Gears' words sounded at the right time, interrupting the thought that Kairino still wanted. After all, this was a ritual, not an ordinary action, and it could not be messed around with. I see. Nodding, although a little disappointed, Kairino still nodded and listened to girls' words, letting the ceremony end. Because of the completion of the ceremony, at this time, Kairino looked at the black cat and could vaguely feel that he had established an inexplicable connection with the black cat, similar to the feeling of his Kyosuke brother, but this feeling is estimated that only he can experience. After all, he is the main body. As for the aftermath of the work, Jers naturally took the lead, and easily cleaned up the black cat with magic, and by the way, after erasing the strangeness caused by the first experience, he helped the black cat put on his clothes and tidy up, and Gels revoked the shrouded enchantment. Come back to your senses. The black cat looked at the Kairino in front of him in a little confusion. I don't know why I came out of the toilet looking at the Kairino in front of me. The black cat has a kind of idea of wanting to get close to each other, although I don't hate Kairino since I met Kirino and recognize it as a friend, but there's never been this kind of heartfelt throbbing and this feeling. Black cat only had such an experience when he had a crush on a boy. What's wrong? Black cat. Looking at the time, less than 20 minutes have passed, and the reality has only been a few minutes after the time of being in the enchantment for so long, and sure enough, that guy Jers is not bragging. It's nothing, let's go back. Shaking his head, he expelled some ridiculous thoughts from his heart, and the black cat took the lead and walked towards the outside of the toilet. Did he like Kairino? It doesn't matter, but what the black cat is most afraid of is that it's so-called like is the kind of lovers like, although it doesn't exclude lilies. It doesn't mean that black cats like to play lilies. Your sexual orientation is still very normal. This black cat psychology is still very clear, but this feeling of Kino makes the black cat at a loss in this regard. You can only go with the flow. Wait for me, black cat? I didn't wait for you, I left you behind if I didn't hurry up. Walking out of the bathroom, Kairino quickly caught up with the black cat. Looking at the black cat with a proud look, Kairino felt a little funny, and subconsciously pinched the black cat's face. Looking at the black cat, whose face suddenly turned red, glared at himself and accelerated the pace of progress, Kairino quickly followed and apologized to the black cat, and coaxed the black cat. The two didn't return to the team for the first time but walked around and then went to find the team. This kind of comic show is a holy place for the house. All kinds of things you want and cost, and the same people have a great attraction to the house. It can be said that it's a treasure trove. After the two found Sayori, the more or less Kairino and the black cat have already bought some, but this is far from satisfying the two women. But because of the limited banknotes, can't buy as much as you want. You can only choose some of your favorite and important ones to buy. The others had to be reluctantly abandoned. Now the atmosphere is very warm, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of fun, in short, for Kairino to be able to come here to make a lot of money, but unfortunately no money is a hard injury. After spending the budget, the rest can only be enjoyable, and then take some photos with your mobile phone as a souvenir, and a few games and activities were organized during the Sayori period, but it will not make people bored because of the dry wallet. During the period, the most important thing is to be with the black cat. After all, the black cat has become a reserve. I already have a preliminary good impression of myself naturally. You have to consolidate it in this regard. Tongnai won't be courteous or anything that doesn't conform to your own style, and it will also make the black cat suspicious. After all, the black cat is still very smart. It's okay to come appropriately, otherwise, it's self-defeating to make the black cat suspect that he has ulterior motives or something. There's nowhere to be reasonable. So with everyone, Tongnai appropriately handed the black cat a water. In some scenes, it is enough to praise the black cat without a trace. And Kiri's approach is also very effective in the case of a foundation. Kairino to the black cat's friendliness will naturally be amplified, even if it's some small things. Look in the eyes of the black cat can also deepen the black cat's favorability and good impression until the end of the comic show, when everyone wants to go their separate ways and go back to their respective homes to find their mothers. The black cat looked at Kairino with a reluctant emotion. It seems that I want to continue to play with Kairino. Of course, I want to think about it. The black cat won't say it. It's just a little strange about their state today. I'll wait until next time to confirm what your mind is. It's finally happily take the courier upstairs. To be honest, although the express delivery of the island country is also very fast, it is still not as fast as the mainland. It took more than 2 days to order something back to the room and close the door. Kairino directly cut open the box with a knife and took out a large pillow. The front and back reflect the Mei Lulu, who looks like a primary school student, and Mei Lulu, who looks like a magical girl. Happily put the pillow in the quilt. Tongnai began to surf the internet. Today is the summer vacation with Tongnai's grades. It is naturally the top 3 thrones firmly in hand. Naturally, you don't have to live a hard life with those students who fail and need to participate in tutoring in the summer vacation. As for the summer vacation homework, it's even more trivial with Kiri's ability. It can be done in 2 days at most. The long-term holiday of summer vacation can be well arranged to have fun. The icon of the Otaka group in the lower left corner is flashing because the model is part-time and there is no new series or peripheral launch in the past 2 weeks. Kairino has saved a sum of savings and is looking for a vacation spot. Looking at the house girl group, Kairino immediately thought of a good idea. Click on the group interface. Sayori is speaking. The main thing is that the summer vacation is coming, and it means that everyone is getting together. Immediately both hands crackled on the keyboard to type. Kairino immediately put forward a proposal to travel to Shirahama. Shirahama and Hawaii are called sister beaches, colorful parasols, and wide palm leaves, groups of bikini beauties, coupled with the clear water, soft white sand, is really full of enthusiasm. Exotic is a good resort. At this time Kairino found it on the internet, and it is not very far from home. take the subway for more than 2 hours and then transfer to the bus for more than 10 minutes to reach the coast. Kairino suggested that Sayori agreed. Others didn't object, probably for them no matter where they go since everyone has no opinion naturally. This matter is settled, and Sayori said very generously that he would contract everyone's travel expenses, and in order to be lively, I also suggested that everyone can bring their family or friends together. She'll book a hotel room over there for the first time. There's no doubt that a local tyrant friend will have a much easier and happier life. Looking at the words discussed in the lively group under the leadership of Sayori, Kairino actually has an idea to go to Liangbin to find the younger brother who transferred to the school. The last time I said goodbye to the subway, and the next day I went to school. Kairino went to find the bold little boy, but the news I got was that people transferred to school because of their parents' work. No wonder they dared to be bold enough to attack themselves. I guess I thought I would never have a chance to intersect with myself in the future. Through the established contact, Tongnai is very clear about where the other party is now. Therefore, in addition to playing part of the mind of going to Liangbin in the summer vacation is to find the little boy. It's not so easy to take advantage of your own advantage. The most important thing is that Kairino doesn't want to let such a reserve slip away from under his hands. Even if you don't do anything, the reserve around itself can also provide indirect nourishment for the demon seed at this time. Gears told himself in order to get out of trouble as soon as possible. Every reserve Kairino doesn't want to give up easily. After all, it's hard to find a suitable reserve. What's more, the other party has already put on his own mark unless you unilaterally cancelled the contact. Otherwise, the other party can't mention any interest in other people in this life. There are some bugs at this point. It surprised Kairino. So by this trip, Tongnai wants to formally contact the other party once. If the other party is unwilling, Tongnai will not be forced. When the time comes, it will be directly disconnected from the contact naturally. The above can only be half of the reasons. The other half is still based on the other party's information and appearance. This information is still asked by Tongnai at school with the teacher. Mother is an island country, father is a mainlander, and then the little boy's island country name is Hayato Aoi. The mainland name is Tongyao. The name is a little feminine, but it's an authentic boy. Looks very delicate and feminine. This reminds Kairino of the pseudo-girl role in a certain fan, but so far Kairino is still a little unsure. If it can be confirmed, Kairino will be able to find the third child of destiny along the vine, which will be of great help to his task, relying solely on the public gifts of Jers and Kyosuk and the Black Cat, a total of 3 people. Kairino is progressing very slowly, compared to the trial of the first 2 levels. This time it takes an unexpectedly long time, and the more the progress is improved, the slower the progress will be. If you maintain the current speed, I'm afraid it will take you years or even more than 10 years to complete the task. According to the time that Kairino has experienced, it is already very fast, but now at the last moment, Kairino does not have much patience to consume, and the temptation of completely controlling his own destiny or something is too great. So even if he pays all the costs to complete the task, Kairino will not hesitate. What? Traveling to Shirahama? How long is it going to go? It's summer vacation, but you can't play too much. At dinner time, as soon as I heard Kairino's words at the dinner table, my mother took the lead in speaking directly. After all, Kairino is a girl who is less than 15 years old, and being alone will inevitably make her family worried. It's just going to play for 2 days, with friends. You're exaggerating, Mom, quickly explained. Kairino didn't want to let his vacation go to ruin because of his parents' objections, although it was quite good to stay at home during the summer vacation, but it was too wasteful to stay here for such a long vacation, so I had to leave some good memories. Dad doesn't object. After all, it's a rare vacation, and it's okay if you just go out for 2 days. Daisuke, who seems to be more old-fashioned, nodded very reasonably. Husband, don't worry, the child, Tongnai, is not a child anymore. It is impossible to always shelter under the wings of her parents, and it is not harmful to let her be independent in the future. Well, but Kairino, you have to report your safety to your mother sooner or later. Since Daisuke said so, his mother no longer objected, but some advice and nagging were naturally inevitable, and Kairino could only listen patiently to this. Early the next morning, Kairino, who rarely goes to bed early in the morning and evening, got up in good spirits, picked up the luggage that his mother prepared for himself and walked out of the room and downstairs. Kyosuk has been waiting for a long time. Finally, for the sake of Kairino's safety, plus Kyosuk is also at home during the holidays. Parents directly let Kairino bring Kyosuk with him. After all, having a care should make them more at ease as parents in this regard. Although Kairino doesn't want to take Kyosuk, he can only choose to compromise. First, there is no reason to refuse. The second is that the care of his parents makes Tongnai unbearable to refuse. Everything, right? Let's go. Kyosuk is actually a little reluctant, but I'm not at ease with Kairino, plus I don't have any arrangements, so for traveling with Kairino, Kyosuk also agreed to come out with his parents anyway. I'll only be back in 2 days outside, it's not a problem. That's Sister Kairino, what's the situation? It's very much feeling the physical constraints. Aoi feels extraordinarily ashamed. I thought there would be something good to come to the door, but I didn't expect it to end like this. Looking at Kairino with a little pure and arrogant image, Aoi really didn't expect Kairino to have such a habit, but he was so confused that he was quite cooperating with the other party to complete this feat. From now on, you have to listen to me obediently, and I will be your master from now on, understand? Looking at Aoi with a smile, Kairino touched Aoi's little head and said, I listen to the senior sister. The host yours. The face is red. Aoi is very cooperative. This makes Kairino quite satisfied. Aoi seems to be very clever, and he is very clear about his own positioning, and those who obey will always be appreciated by others, and for such a well-behaved and lovely Aoi, Kairino will naturally not be stingy. 540 should reward him well. After more than half an hour, it feels almost, and Kairino has no intention of continuing. After all, the time is not early, and he has to go back. After all, it will still make people suspicious if the time is too long, and the sonic attack like Tang Sang still makes Kairino feel very jealous. Of course, this is just a joke. I just don't want my family to worry. And what makes Lin Ling helpless is that Kyosuk's goods are too clingy. After all, according to ordinary people's opinions, doing this is tantamount to betrayal. This kind of thing is better to hide it yourself. As for whether Kyosuk will notice or find out, I'll talk about it then. Master. Feeling Kairino get up and leave him, Aoi came back to her senses and said with some reluctance, "Be content, and get here today." Yes, although a little disappointed, CHCA, but Aoi is still very obedient to respond. Obeying this is also the most satisfying point for Kairino. The coming day is long. Don't care about this time. There's time to get along in the future. After a while, put on her clothes, Aoi left with her mobile phone satisfied. Kiri's number has been saved. Aoi is looking forward to the next time or even the next meeting, but Kairino is a little tired and sits on the chair. It takes a lot of effort to educate people, but the result is not bad. The situation here, I can have a good time in the afternoon, a rare outing, but it can't be wasted. Kairino opened his mouth, looking at the returning sister. He still asked more in the end. After all, although he and Kairino have confirmed the relationship, but Kairino wants to be her freedom, even if it is a lover and a brother, it still seems to be a little too much. After all, there is always some private space for both parties. If it is annoying, it will be broken up at the time, and Kyosuk will have no place to cry. What's more, Kyosuk didn't think about whether Kairino would be anything. It's just that Kairino doesn't feel a little mysterious. I always feel that Kairino has a lot of small things that don't tell him it's nothing in the past, but now for some reason Kyosuk always feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. I still really hope that Kairino can confess to himself. Even if you don't want to say that, it's good if you can comfort yourself. At least let Kyosuk know that Kairino still cares about his feelings. What's the wait? It's hard to come out to play. How can you not have fun? Smiled and glanced at Kyosuk. For a rookie like Kyosuk who is in contact with love for the first time, Lin Ling is definitely already a master-level figure, and naturally sees Kyosuk's thoughts at the moment, but Kairino didn't explain anything. Sometimes some things are more troublesome the more they are explained, and even if they are exposed, it's okay not to mention this aspect of the situation. Even if Kyosuk asks something, it's good to use other reasons to perfunctory. If it doesn't work, just use privacy as a reason to block it. Anyway, if you're unhappy, Kyosuk doesn't dare to disobey herself. It's a big deal, and when the time comes, you can coax Kyosuk. Well. Looking at Kairino's smile, Kyosuk put his worries aside, thinking about what to do so much. Anyway, it's right to be with Kairino anyway, and when the time comes, Kairino will naturally tell himself if he wants to, so why bother to increase his troubles and make people unhappy? I want to open it, plus it's rare to come here to play. Kyosuk also let go of going to Haipai with Kairino. The blue sky and white clouds and beaches are naturally indispensable to all kinds of swimsuit beauties. Of course, these are not as attractive to Kyosuk as Kairino. Looking at Kyosuk's wolf-like sharp eyes, Kairino lay on the beach funny, and asked Kyosuk to apply sunscreen to himself, which can be regarded as a little compensation for Kyosuk. Happy time always flies these 2 days. Kairino is still having a lot of fun, enough to play and taste a lot of food here. Kairino and Kyosuk embarked on the way home. After all, it's okay to come out and play in moderation. If you continue to stay, you'll be tired. It's best to play for 2 days and come back and have fun and let yourself be completely relaxed. And Kairino is also starting to miss the family's collections. There are a lot of games that haven't been played. This summer vacation is long enough for a limited number of days. Although I have to admit it, the seal is indeed weakening, and if it goes on like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before the demon world returns to the world again. In a gloomy conference room, an old man said with a sigh, since the catastrophe passed 500 years ago, the population of the human world has directly decreased by half, and the strong human beings have reluctantly repelled the demon world and arranged the sealing technique. But now with the passage of time, the seal has been crumbling. Even if it is constantly reinforced, it is only a delay in the time when the catastrophe is coming. Of course, the catastrophe is not all bad. Now magic can develop and prosper in parallel with science, and it is also thanks to the magic power flowing from the demon world that the first batch of people control the use of magic, so that human beings can develop so quickly and prosperously. But now the human beings who have been in peace for so many years do not know whether they still have the ability to repel the demon world is still unknown. No matter what, we have to do something. We can't sit still. Since our ancestors can succeed, we as children and grandchildren have no reason, right? What's more, the current technology and magic are much stronger than they were 500 years ago, and there are many human powerhouses accumulated by Changping over the past few hundred years, so even if the catastrophe comes, there is no reason for us to lose. Another voice expressed its opinion more optimistically. Well, having said that, you can't be careless. After all, we humans have made great progress in 500 years, but it doesn't mean that the demon world is still standing still. After all, the other party is also an intelligent creature, and it is always harmless to be cautious. Rather than discussing this issue, I feel that the first problem is that the monsters that came to the world because the seal began to weaken are the priority to be solved at the moment. So far, there are monsters coming all over the world and they are beginning to become more and more frequent, although the strength is weak, but it is extremely harmful to ordinary people. I think first of all, we need to set up an organization for monsters, which is used to specifically eliminate monsters. Indeed, seconded below. I also second. Judging from the observed situation, the seal can last for about a year or two, and the situation of the demon world invading again will be left to the heads of the World Federation to decide, and I will also second the proposal to eliminate the monsters. Since everyone has no other opinions, the specific plan and details will be submitted in 2 days, and the meeting will be adjourned now. At this time, the Takasaka family, the family finished dinner, the mother was about to clean up the table, and Kairino and Kyosuke were also about to go upstairs. Daisuke, as the head of the family, spoke. Kairino, Kyosuke, don't go upstairs yet, I have something to say to you. What's the matter, Dad? Pouting, still thinking about the unfinished level, Kairino stood at the top of the stairs and said, come and sit down and talk, girls have to look like girls. Although he spoils his daughter very much, it doesn't mean that Daisuke will get used to her, which is not good for the child's growth. Yes, for his father's majesty, Kairino still didn't dare to disobey, and came to the sofa with Kyosuke to sit down, looking at the father opposite and waiting for him to speak. Don't go out at night lately, you know. Although the surface is very stern, Daisuke's tone is full of concern. Why? The brother and sister spoke in unison, although they don't go out much at night, but sometimes there are things that need to be out at night. Recently, the security is not very good. In short, it is very dangerous. Stay at home honestly. You can't go out at night without a necessary reason. Even if you want to go out, you have to talk to your mother first and can't be too far from home, you know. Daisuke can't refute the words. Recently, there has been an increase in cases of people being attacked and missing people. As a criminal policeman, Daisuke is busy these days. It's rare to have a little leisure today to come back and have dinner with your family. Although Daisuke doesn't understand the specific situation, but after so many years of being a criminal policeman, Daisuke has also seen a lot of things, experienced a lot of dangers. Naturally, I can feel some of the weirdness of the frequent cases in recent times. No matter what, as a father, always don't want your children to have an accident. Got it. The arm can't twist the thigh. The brother and sister can only respond. If they don't go out, they won't go out. Anyway, the impact is not big. There is no need to contradict the father because of this matter. After all, it is also for their own good. This brother and sister still understand very well. Well, then I'm going out. Nodding, Daisuke got up and said, the case still has to be dealt with, and he doesn't have time to be idle now. Be careful on the road. I'm leaving. Remember to close the doors and windows at night. Still a little uneasy, Daisuke walked out of the house. Watching his father leave, his mother also began to clean the dishes in the kitchen. Kairino and Kyosuke went straight upstairs. As soon as they came to the second floor, Kyosuke hugged Kairino from behind. It was obvious that this animal wanted, although he promised Kyosuke that he would compensate him by the sea. But today Kairino was not in the mood to play this, and temporarily dismissed Kyosuke's restlessness with a kiss. Kairino went straight back to the room and locked the door in one go. After all, Kyosuke's guy is getting bolder and bolder, and the sneak attack at night has not happened. You have to guard against him to clear yourself for a while. Kairino. No way. As soon as he sat down, he heard Gears call himself, and Kairino unceremoniously refused. I haven't said anything yet, Gears said helplessly. Needless to say, I know what you mean. Didn't you open your mouth like and that with me that time? What's more, today's share has already been given to you, isn't it? Kairino had an expression that I had already seen through everything. Ahem. You're mistaken, but that's not what I'm talking about. I didn't expect my impression in Kairino to be like this, and Gears felt a little sad. What's that? Hurry up and say, don't bother me playing the game. Continuing to operate the keyboard and mouse, Kairino stared intently at the screen. Recently, monsters have appeared more and more frequently, although they have not directly attacked you, but I can feel that the number of monsters in the surrounding area is increasing. Whether it is day or night, you have to be vigilant. After all, although my injuries have recovered, but the magic power has not returned to its heyday, if there are too many enemies, it is impossible to guarantee your safety, do you know? The movement of the hand paused and continued the operation of the hand. Gears said so. Kairino was not uninteresting, nodded in response. I know, I will pay attention. It's foggy. The weather is really getting more and more unusual. Looking at the thick fog outside the window, Kairino was a little worried. Fortunately, there is still more than half a month to go before the summer vacation, but the fog in the city is getting worse and worse, from the mist a few days ago to the current dense fog. According to Jers, this is because of the gathering of too many monsters and the magic of the demon world in the rapid invasion of the world caused by the vision. Of course, compared to the changes in the external environment, what worries Kairino the most is his own situation, and I don't know what happens to other places, but Kairino understands that his current situation is becoming more and more dangerous, and these monsters have not come to the door for a long time, and the only thing that can be explained is that there are people behind this group of monsters who are controlling and restraining them, otherwise according to the brains of these monsters and beasts, how can they not make some movement? It must be the people of the demon race who have restrained it to become like this. Don't worry too much, since the other party hasn't moved for so long, then there is still time for us to wait. Thanks to the increase in mana, my recovery speed has also accelerated a lot, and the anomaly here, the human government should also be aware of it, and will definitely take action. Gears comforted. In fact, he didn't have the bottom in his heart. If he was in his heyday now, this little thing would not be taken to heart at all, but now it is still in the recovery period. According to Girls' own estimates, he still needs about 3 or 4 days. I am afraid that the other party will not be able to bear it during this time, and he can guarantee his own safety, but the safety of Tongnai, Gears cannot guarantee it now. This is the most fundamental problem. I know, compared to this, my father hasn't been back for 2 days, and I don't know what's going on, and because of this fog, the signal seems to be blocked, and I can't even go online, so I can only play standalone games. Sitting on his own computer desk, Tongnai is a little eager for his own powerful power, but unfortunately in the trial, he can only act according to the settings given by the system, and he hates less when the book is used, and he also hates himself for not having that power when he encounters a crisis. Be careful. A strong wave of magic power appeared out of thin air, and Gears reacted immediately, rushing out of Kairino's body, and a tall figure appeared next to Kairino, directly scattering the attack. Sure enough, here it is, Your Majesty girls. No, it should be said that the former demon king, the breath in that woman's body is really a demon seed. A bald man with blood-red eyes that resembled ordinary people gradually revealed his figure in the room with a sissy tone. It turned out to be Fana, you demon, 500 years ago, who betrayed his fellow human beings in order to survive and chose to become a lackey of the demon world, and 100 years ago, he betrayed me and took refuge in the megalomaniac of Trisk, and now he dares to appear in front of me. With a sneer, Gears unceremoniously and secretly unfolded the enchantment between words, although he looked down on the other party, but Gears did not dare to underestimate the other party. In the past few hundred years, Fana has been in the demon world left and right to the source of the major demon lords to please the ability to flatter, not to mention the fusion of the demon world bloodline, not to mention that in a very short period of time, his own strength and status have been upgraded to the Lord level, and now he has become the confidant of the new Demon King Trisk, even if Gears does not dare to say that he is 10% sure that he can take down the other party, not to mention according to Fana's cunning, if you dare to appear directly in front of yourself, then you must be fully prepared. Sure enough, at the moment when the enchantment opened, the other two figures were forced to appear, and the two lizardmen walked out from the corner surrounded by Fana. The famous lizard lord of the demon world is twin brothers, the strength is not weaker than Fana, and the two have a tacit understanding with each other. The two of them can compete with the demon king level masters. In the face of these three lords, Gears was not afraid when he was in his heyday, but he couldn't take them down. And now that he has not fully recovered, Gears is no problem to protect himself, but Kairino is afraid that he won't be able to keep it. The whole process is a long story, but it is only a matter of a moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Gears made a decision. His body suddenly changed, and the three lords who surrounded Gears were also immediately on guard. After all, Gears is a former demon king after all, and his strength is unfathomable, which still makes them very jealous, even if he has not yet recovered his power, but the residual power is still making the three lords dare not act rashly, and this also brings in opportunity to Gears and turns into a purple sphere to wrap Kairino directly broke through the window and flew into the sky, and quickly escaped. Damn! Chase me! We must not let him run away. Angry yelling, Fana immediately chased out, and the other two lizardmen immediately followed. After all, Kairino and Gears are their main targets. If something goes wrong, they will be punished by His Majesty the Demon King when they go back, and the rest are trivial matters that don't need to be cared about. In the sky, being taken away by Jirlas, Kairino is relatively calm. After all, he has seen a lot, but what makes Kairino frown is that from the sky down, the entire city is wrapped in fog, and the area of his own house is the richest, and the more peripheral the lighter. It seems that the situation is not so serious. Yikes. A spirit, feeling that the front door was pushed in by a thick object, Kairino blushed and said helplessly, "When is this coming? Do you still have the heart to come here?" There's no way anymore. The surrounding sky has been arranged with an enchantment. We are trapped. We must find a place to hide first. The demon seed cannot afford to lose. We can only take the most extreme way. Gears picked up speed and burrowed into the fog below. Not long after, Jers fell in a relatively remote hospital, and took Kairino around in the hospital, and when Kairino came back to his senses in the blink of an eye, the person had already appeared in a room filled with cabinets full of air conditioning. Just looking at the corpses of men and women in the center of the room, Kairino knew that this should be the hospital's morgue. I've set up an isolation barrier for the time being, and the other party won't be able to take a picture for a while. Gears' figure was revealed, his expression became a little sluggish, and before Kairino could breathe a sigh of relief and say a word, Gears directly hugged Kairino and kissed Kairino Sakuraka with a big mouth. Subconsciously wanted to struggle, but I don't know why. I always felt that Gears had become a little strange, and unlike usual, this time Gears' movements were extraordinarily gentle, and then the collar was pulled apart, and a pair of big buns jumped out very elastically and were caught in Gears' hands, and more than a dozen tentacles appeared behind Gears. This is Gears' posture of going full fire. Since the encounter with Gears, Kairino is still the second time to see Gears like this. As for the first time, I made a bet with Gears purely because I didn't believe it, and then Kairino was almost tossed to death, and it took a whole day of rest to recover. In the morgue that should have been chilling, the silence made people a little panicked, although I didn't understand what Gears wanted to do, but Kairino didn't delve into anything, but there was a faint feeling that wasn't good, but at this time, in the face of Gears' next action, Kairino didn't have the extra mind to think about too many other things for the time being. As the king of the Y-Demon clan, what Gears wants to do can naturally be seen, but what surprises Kairino is that in the face of the crisis situation of the enemy's pursuit, how can Gears still have such a mood to do things? But as an ordinary person, even if his physique has changed, he still can't get rid of the restrictions that ordinary people should have, and he can't resist what Gears means, so he can only choose to cooperate. Maybe Gears has some way to get the two out of this dangerous situation. Half an hour later, the finished Gears held a small little devil that looked very similar to himself and smiled very happily, although the matter was in a hurry to let the demon seed be born in advance, but at this time there was no longer so much. Carefully put the demon seed into Lin Ling's arms, Gears looked at a very tired Kairino who was out of strength, showing a hint of reluctance, and then became firm again. Because I didn't get enough nutrients and time to grow, the nutrition of the demon seed couldn't keep up, but if I could get enough supplements, I could achieve the same effect. This is our child, Kairino, you have to take him to grow up. After Gears finished explaining the aftermath, he wiped his hand on the baby, and the appearance of the demon became the same as that of an ordinary human baby. I gave my own demon spirit to the demon seed. The growth of demons is much faster than that of humans. With enough nutrition, it will grow quickly, and when he grows up, Kairino, you remember to let him return to the demon world. That is his mission, right? His name is Dandies. The only thing my father can do for him is this. After explaining the last sentence, Gears left the morgue directly, leaving Kairino and the demon heir sleeping in Kairino's arms lying there quietly. With Gears leaving, Kairino knows that this time I'm afraid there will be no more time to see each other. Gears is ready to sacrifice himself to save their mother and son can be well stocked. Even if there is no deep affection for Gears, in the face of this moment, Kairino still inevitably feels a little sad. Looking at the baby in his arms, Kairino forced his tired body to support his tired body and began to feed the baby the first meal. Time flies. A day later, Kairino recovered, tidied up, got dressed, wrapped Dandies in a coat, the name of this little guy. After leaving the hospital, Kairino looked at the environment outside. The fog has dissipated, although there are not many pedestrians on the street. There are not many people. Depending on the situation, the enemy of the demon world has receded, and the crisis seems to have been lifted temporarily. But Kairino doesn't know where to go. The most important thing is how to explain the little guy in his arms. It's really a headache. But it's come to this point, you can only take one step at a time. The current situation is nothing worse for Kairino. The most important thing is that Kairino is most worried about the situation at home and whether the family will be willing to accept it after seeing Dandies. After all, the demon seed is an alien and an aggressor to humans. It's an intolerable existence. Maybe it will be directly strangled in the cradle. Even she, who is a mother, will be implicated. Maybe I should find a place to live in seclusion, but in this modern society it's not advisable to think about yourself. Just when Kairino was cranky and tangled, a neat footstep sounded, and then in Kairino's puzzled gaze, a team of heavily armed soldiers came to Kairino here, surrounded Kairino in a group, and the next second the crowd separated. A man in a suit with a big back walked out, looked at Kairino, and after a flash of surprise, he looked at the baby in Kairino's arms and took out a strange disc. That's right, take it away, gave the order directly. The man turned around and left directly after speaking, and the surrounding soldiers also immediately took action, and Kairino, who had no power to resist, naturally followed the soldiers out of here. These people should be the army, the government. Kairino is not at ease, but at this time, he can only resign himself to fate. I hope there will be a good result. And then when he came to a chariot, Kairino looked at the other girls on the car in surprise, all with uneasy and panicked emotions. Most of the clothes on the body were very tattered, as if they had experienced a looting. A little thought about Kairino knew that these girls should be in the same situation as themselves. There are so many people who are sympathetic to each other. Kairino is a little relieved, although the soldiers are a little indifferent to them, but they have not done anything out of the ordinary, then they should not suffer any bad ends. Maybe they are just imprisoned and interrogated. Of course, this is a good idea. What will happen depends on what kind of judgment the people above will give them. Life and death can be said to be a matter of the other party's thoughts in this regard. I can only pray that I can be lucky. Otherwise, if the other party wants to clean up these poor people, it will be a matter of one sentence, and there will be more reasons to say that they died in the hands of the demons or colluded with the demon world to be traitors or something. As for the evidence, will the people above want less? Mom, Mom, in her mother's arms, Dandies reluctantly waved her little hand at Kairino at the door. The summer vacation is over, and Dandies has grown to be 2 or 3 years old. Well, wait at home for your mother to come back. Touching the child's little head, Kairino watched Dandies, who had quieted down under his touch, go out with Kyosuk. The new semester has begun, but you can't be late. Walking on the way to school, it looks like Kyosuk is separated from Kairino at the crossroads. After all, Kyosuk is a high school student's school location is different from Kairino's middle school. Along the way, the streets have gradually returned to the prosperity of the past, but most people still inevitably have a worried look on their faces. After all, the impact of the things in the demon world to ordinary people is too great, not to mention that there are countless deaths and injuries in this incident, and the victims are also incalculable. In the face of this disaster, most people can only passively bear it. These things take time to heal, and it also takes time for everyone to get used to it. Kairino, here. Waving his hand, Ayase stood on the street not far away and shouted. Kanako and Ran beside him had already gathered together, and the 3 of them were safe and sound during this time, which can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. Of course, it should be pretended to be pretended. After the signal was restored, the 3 girlfriends kept calling themselves to ask about their situation. After all, you can't hide it if you want to hide it. In this regard, Tongnai also pushed the boat to tell the 3 of them about the matter. For Tongnai's experience, naturally, there is no doubt that it caused the anger of the 3, but after all, it's still a little girl who is annoyed and useless. I can only try to comfort Tongnai. I hope Tongnai can come out of the shadow of this matter. Good morning, everyone. Showing a smile, Kairino behaved no different from usual. This series of events had no impact on Kairino at all, but in the eyes of the 3 of Ayase, there was a taste of forced laughter, and the 3 girls didn't poke it, deliberately saying some irrelevant topics, and the 4 girls came to the school with a smile as usual. The school still looks the same as before, but the atmosphere isn't as warm as before. A morning class down, except for the notice that the school will increase magic classes and martial arts classes in the future. Everything else hasn't changed. Just when Kairino thought that today would also be spent in peace, after his phone rang. Put down the lunch in your hand, look at the caller ID, it's Aoi calling. It seems that it's been half a month without contact. Smiled apologetically at the 3rd girl, Kairino pressed the answer and walked to the side and said, Aoi, it's me, Sister Kairino. Whoa, what's wrong? What's wrong? Listening to the other party's cry, Kairino hurriedly asked. You told me you're going to go over there a few times a month. I'm sorry for you. Woo. It's okay, I forgive you. After all, there are a lot of accidents during this time. Scratching his face embarrassedly, Kairino thought it was something, probably because Aoi was afraid that he would not fulfill the conditions he promised him, and he would be abandoned by himself. Actually, the main thing is that last week I wanted to go to you, and then I ran into a demon, and then I gave birth to a demon child. I'm sorry for you, Sister Kairino. This news really scared Kairino. Aoi is definitely an authentic boy. Listening to Aoi's words shouldn't be a joke, but Aoi in women's clothes is indeed a really beautiful girl, and martial law hasn't been lifted last week. It's normal for Aoi to run to find himself and be attacked by demons, but the fact that boys can have children by XX really makes Kairino a little unsure of what to say. My head also subconsciously made up for a scene like this after Aoi was caught by the devil. What are you going to do now? I really didn't know what to say, so Kairino could only ask about Aoi's situation. I raised the child for the government, and I'm home alone now, Aoi replied while sobbing. After all, Aoi's age is there, and he was given XX by the devil and gave birth to a child, and the average adult may not be able to bear this blow, not to mention a little boy at Aoi's age. This phone call is estimated to be to talk to himself. Aoi's mind at this time is estimated to be very fragile, and if it is not handled well, it may be over. What about your parents? Kairino was silent for a few seconds and asked again. Missing. My aunt is now my guardian, but she's busy. Send me the address, and I'll go find you. Decisively interrupted Aoi's remaining words, Kairino said directly, and then hung up the phone. At this time Aoi's situation was a little not good. Kairino decided to invite the afternoon class, and went directly to Aoi. Now the only people who can provide him with luck are Kyosuk and the Black Cat. Kairino doesn't want to lose the supply of Aoi's side in vain. As for Dandies can share it with himself, it's better than nothing. Kairino, what happened to you? My face is a little unpleasant. Looking at Kairino with an ugly face after returning from the call, Ayase said with concern. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm in a bit of a hurry to leave. Please help me with the afternoon class, and I'll come back to make up for it. Cleaned up a little, Kairino ran out. Directly received a message from Aoi on your phone. There's a detailed address on it. In the 3-story building on the other side. Aoi, buried in the quilt, closed the phone thinking about the upcoming Kairino. I couldn't help but have a smile and look on my face. I looked at the family photo on the table. My eyes couldn't help but darken. Then I got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. Facing your lover can't continue to cry and mourn, although your parents are missing, but you still have relatives and friends and your favorite lover. In the absence of parents, Kairino has become Aoi's only spiritual pillar. More than 2 hours later, after getting off the subway, Kairino did not skimp on the fare and took a taxi directly to the door of Aoi's house. Looking at Aoi, who was already waiting at the door, although a little haggard but in good spirits, Kairino breathed a sigh of relief, paid the fare, came to the excited Aoi and gently hugged it into his arms and said, everything is over, it will be fine in the future, don't be sad. Hugging Kairino's waist, the whole face was buried in Kairino's mouth. Aoi's face became serene, and the original anxiety and pain seemed to be smoothed out at this moment. Are you comfortable? Can the master be rougher? Some of them don't fit in. A little stunned to look at the shy Aoi turned his little head. Kairino felt a little funny. I wanted to take care of Aoi's emotions in a gentle way, but I didn't expect to be disgusted. Is this considered to be completely guided out of Aoi's shaking physique? But since it's not good to be gentle, if you want to play rough by yourself, Kairino doesn't reject it, so it's good to satisfy the thirst of this little slave. Everything that follows is naturally high up for Aoi's requirements. Tongnai met him one by one. It was originally to comfort Aoi in the end. It's no way to become like this, not to mention that this can make Aoi regain his spirit naturally. It's no better. It's also a province of Tongnai racking his brains to think about it. Think about how to comfort Aoi. After all, for comforting people Tongnai himself is actually not good at it. While resting and recovering his strength, Kairino looked at the sky outside. It was not early, and he almost got here today. After all, he came out of the stilt class, and let Aoi come to him this weekend to have a good time. After a while, Kairino turned Aoi over, lying flat facing himself. Aoi is now with an uncomfortable expression on his face. His eyes are full of pleading, but because of Kairino's order, he doesn't dare to speak casually, which really makes Kairino want to continue to bully. No wonder there are many groups who like to play This feeling is really good. Naturally, you can't enjoy it by yourself at this time. Of course, you have to let Aoi enjoy it too. And after spending some time completely liberating Aoi, the two of them lay side by side, looking at the ceiling, listening to each other's breathing, and slowly recovering the physical strength exhausted after the madness. Senior sister, are you leaving? It seems to have sensed something, although Aoi feels a little tired and wants to sleep comfortably, but still looks at Kairino, who got up with reluctance and asks if she can. Aoi hopes that Kairino can stay with him more, even if it's just a few more minutes. Come and play with me this weekend. Good. Touching Aoi's face, Kairino smiled. Although it didn't meet expectations, Kairino's words were the best reassurance for Aoi. Feeling the warmth of his hand on his face, Aoi closed his eyes. Because of the fear and the successive blows, Aoi's spirit had been tense to the limit. Through this relaxation and Kairino's words, Aoi could no longer bear the sleepiness and fell asleep. Sighing, looking at the sleeping Aoi, Kairino carefully cleaned up the traces on Aoi's body, and then began to clean himself up after covering him with a quilt, and then put on his clothes and left Aoi's home. The time has come to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, playing for almost 3 hours, and it is almost close to 6 o'clock when I rush home by car, and it is estimated that I will be criticized by my parents when I go back. Quickly found a taxi around, took the car to the subway station, took the subway home. Tongnai took out his mobile phone and went home to a call, saying that he went to play with friends after school, and he would come back late. Don't worry. After all, it is better not to be scolded or not to be scolded. A few minutes later, at the end of his mother's nagging admonition, Tongnai hung up the phone, only then relieved to look at the scenery outside and then looked at the situation of the carriage he was in. This point is almost the peak period to go home, but the carriage he is in is a little empty. There are only about a dozen passengers in total, and I don't know if it's because of the changes caused by the truth released by the government, but I really feel that the world is getting more and more chaotic. While reminiscing about the game I just played with Aoi, while walking on the way back, there is a crescent moon and scattered big stars hanging in the sky, and the sky of the city can no longer see the starry scenery of the past, and I don't know if it's because the lights in the city are too bright or for other reasons, which makes people feel a little emotional. Sometimes it's really too ordinary or what. Ignore the beautiful scenery around you, but compared to this now Kairino has to think about it, how to deal with the questions of the family when you go back. After all, it's the most obedient girl, it's a good student's own class or something. If there's no good reason, it's hard to say the past. The most important thing is that although the parents are more spoiled by themselves, but in this kind of thing, if there is no good reason to explain, preaching is secondary. Maybe you have to be educated by Daisuke with a stick or something. If you can do it, Kairino doesn't want to experience it. After all, the scene of Kyosuk, who was beaten by the person who came over, is still vivid. Yes, you did a good job this time. This girl has a strong magical aptitude, and if she is trained, she can become a combat force, and if she is further educated, her future is limitless. The person in charge of the distribution looked at the data report in his hand with a happy face, and originally appeased the victim and then let the family take it back, but under the strong advocacy of Xiang, the person in charge still gave some face and conducted a test, and the result was unexpected. My feelings are still very strong. I know that guy is not simple. With a coaxing expression, he proudly lifted his general-sized Hunarian. Compared to this, I have to ask people's opinions first, right? You can't forcibly pull people closer to the team, right? Xiangzi sighed and said, this kind of industry is still very dangerous. Dealing with demons is basically working with life. Especially laymen who have not been exposed to this aspect of things are even more dangerous. Basically, the demon team has been established for a month. The mortality rate has been high, even if you have a good salary and treatment, but it depends on whether you have that life to enjoy. Well, then Xiangzi, you can ask the other party what they mean. If they don't want to, we can't force it, so let's send it home when the time comes. Rubbing his head, the person in charge handed over the matter to Xiangzi. In the person in charge, it basically doesn't mean to ask the other party. Basically don't think that the other party can agree to join in. After all, take your life to fight. No matter how good the treatment is, the possibility is very small, especially the average girl who is originally an ordinary person is almost 100% unwilling to join. Although I am reluctant to make such a good jade, but what if people are willing? Then say too, if you don't want to, just follow the previous procedures. Anyway, there is no shortage of people in the demon elimination team. Basically the recruited personnel are the elite who are selected from the army first. Only a few are recruited from the people, such as Xiang and Xiangzi are from famous families. One is from a family of Onmyoji, and the other is from a military family, and the starting point of its own foundation and psychological quality is higher than that of ordinary people, and it can quickly adapt to the work content of the demon elimination team. At this time in an ordinary inquiry room, Kairino has already changed into a set of ordinary clothes. This thing is provided by the demon eradication branch in order not to worry the family. Kairino lied that he was studying at a friend's house, will go back later naturally. Doing so is inevitably nagging for a while, but compared to this at present, Kairino is still thinking about how the other party will deal with his own situation. Open the door. Coming to the door, Keiko gestured to the guards. Yes, sir. A salute was given as the guard entered the code and opened the door. Xiangzi stepped straight into the room, looking at Kairino who was bored and staying. Xiangzi came to Kairino and sat down. To be honest, for people who are not familiar with it, Xiangzi is not very good at talking, and the recruitment task assigned to him by the person in charge makes Xiangzi not know how to say it. But the task is a task after all, and after a moment of silence, Xiangzi finally said what he meant. As for whether to go or stay depends on Kairino's personal opinion. As a department of the state, it will respect the choice of the people. Of course, the treatment and salary of joining them should naturally be explained in detail. After all, in the face of high treatment, some talents can still be impressed. Half an hour later, Xiangzi walked the door after instructing the guard to send Kairino home. Go straight to the person in charge to report the situation. This time there was a little accident in the negotiation. I don't know whether to be happy or tangled. Kairino agreed to join but put forward a few requirements, that is, in addition to the task all freedom. Even if you want to learn magic and the means of corresponding demons, you have to take the time to learn slowly, can't take up too much of Kairino's daily lifetime, so the treatment can be lowered. Whether to agree to Kairino's request, it depends on the idea above. No other things. Tongnai naturally doesn't have to continue to stay here, and then just wait for the notification. Alas, it's too late. Seeing that the time had gone to 8 o'clock in the evening, Kairino got off at the door of the house. Kairino, you're finally back. As soon as he entered the house, the mother sitting in the hall immediately greeted her, knowing her daughter Emoruomo, although she didn't know the specific situation, but as a mother, she could still feel some things when she watched her daughter grow up, and her daughter was probably involved in some trouble, but she was relieved to be able to return safely. I'm sorry, Mom. And I'm back. Smiled. Kairino also felt extremely tired, mainly because he was very tired. Joining the demon team, Kairino mainly wanted to use the power of the country to better protect his family and friends, and at the same time, he was able to make himself more self-protective and not be too passive because of problems. Okay, hurry upstairs and wash, and then change your clothes. Dandies has already slept, and he has exhausted his mind to appease his mother, and that temper is really similar to when you were a child. Said with a smile, the mother pushed Tongnai, didn't say anything else. The world is getting more and more chaotic. As an ordinary mother, she can only do this little thing within her own ability. How the child's future journey can only depend on how the child chooses. After all, Tongnai is like this. Kyosuk is the same, can only silently support in his heart. With a warm heart, Kairino went upstairs. Back to his room, Kairino felt that it was dark in front of him, and then Dandies, this kid didn't even sleep, and directly grabbed Kairino by the neck and refused to come down. This flexible and fast skill should be said to be worthy of the blood of the Demon King? Although I felt very tired, but looking at Dandies' attached appearance, Kairino still patiently coaxed Dandies, let him obediently sleep first, and then rummaged through the wardrobe and took his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a bath. Half an hour later, wipe your hair out. At this time, Kairino remembered that there seemed to be his mother and Dandies at home. Kyosuk didn't know where to go with the goods. As for the father who wasn't at home because of work, it can be understood Kyosuk's words should have been at home. Went directly to Kyosuk's door and pulled down the handle. The door was unlocked. Open it and look inside. I didn't see Kyosuk's figure. After thinking about it, Kairino took out his phone and pressed Kyosuk's number. P.S. With H alone, I can get out of the sky, and the old decay will make persistent efforts in the back, and the unbearable retreat. The decay is to become the existence of the sewage king. Why? What? Why? In a coffee shop on the weekend, Kairino looked at Kyosuk, who looked unconscious in front of him. Kairino really didn't expect that Kyosuk's guy actually ran to join the army, although it's an extraordinary time and Kyosuk also meets the requirements for joining the army, but by all means Kairino really didn't think that this guy would dare to run to the army. Of course, for Kyosuk's thoughts Kairino can guess some, but this is not the situation Kairino wants to see. After this reunion, Kyosuk is going to enlist in the army when the time comes. You won't be able to go home a few times a year. It's a worse situation for Kairino. The only son of luck who is in the harvest has left his side. What's the use? Isn't this a disguised way to make your already slow progress even slower? Well, your own choice, since your parents have agreed, I have nothing more to say. Sighing, Kairino found out for the first time that his brother also had a stubborn side, and the silent first cut and then the prelude was probably also to keep his family from objecting. I'm sorry, Kairino, I want to get the power to protect you, the army is the best option for me right now. With an apologetic look, Kyosuke also understands that he is not doing this well, but his mind has been decided, and it is not clear how Kyosuke will be in the future, but he must control the strength that is enough to protect his family with the advent of the times, and because of the demon world, advanced martial arts courses and magic courses have been opened in the army, and in a short period of time, an ordinary person wants to achieve strong strength. Joining the army is the best shortcut. As long as you work hard, you will be able to reap the rewards, at least in Kyosuke's opinion, even if it is difficult to get together several times for this reason to be separated from your beloved and family, but this price Kyosuke thinks is worth it. Are there 2 more days? Calculate the time. Kairino actually didn't say Kyosuke's qualifications isn't that the case, it's just a different purpose. Kyosuke is also a flesh and blood person with independent consciousness in the face of changes in the times. He will always make his own choice. What's more, Kyosuke's idea is a little naive in Kairino's opinion, but it's not wrong. On the contrary, Kairino admires Kyosuke a little. Think about it from another perspective. If Kairino is in Kyosuke's position, I guess I don't have the ambition to run to join the army. It's probably more likely to get by and live a mess. Yes, I'm leaving in 2 days, I can have a good time with you today, let's go, don't waste time here. Got up and smiled, Kyosuke instead began to appease his sister. In Kyosuke's opinion, Kairino was reluctant to himself, a little girl was making trouble, so it seemed that Kyosuke was more mature. It's really, a little crying and laughing at the hand in front of him. Kairino put his hand up, followed Kyosuke to settle the bill and left. It's come to this, there's no need to complain about anything, cherish the moment, it's not life and death. Kyosuke will come back. This time he left dandies to his mother and ran out with Kyosuke with the intention of having a good day with Kyosuke. It's so slow, you guys. The subway station, Akihabara, an otaku holy land, is still bustling and bustling. Looking at the brother and sister who appeared, the black cat couldn't help but speak first, especially looking at the 2 holding hands, which made the black cat unconsciously feel a little sad and jealous, but the black cat didn't notice this feeling, but he just thought that the 2 were late and made him very unhappy to wait. I'm sorry, let's go together. Embarrassed to say hello, Kyosuke smiled and pulled Kairino over. It's okay, today's main thing is to have a farewell party for the Ōtsutsuki clan, but it's a pity presumably Kairino will feel lonely in the future. Sayori quipped, with a teasing gaze pouting at Kairino who was speechless. It was obvious that now under the posture of the 2, everyone could see that the brother and sister were probably in love, and Kyosuke could suffer from this lovesickness. Alright, don't talk about these sad topics, let's go, Chizesina urged, and the brother next to him looked at his sister's lively appearance and shrugged helplessly at everyone. A group of people set off in a mighty way. The main venue of the entire Akihabara was visited, bought, and played. The time of the day passed quickly, but after all, there was a banquet in the world. Until the evening everyone parted ways at the station, and I don't know when we could reunite again. I can only say that the world is impermanent. Of course, the night is not over for Kairino and Kyosuke, and after seeing the others leave in the car, Kyosuke directly took Kairino to a nearby love hotel to open a room. A night of lingering after Kyosuke was completely squeezed dry. The 2 returned home at noon the next day, then prepare luggage for Kyosuke. Send Kyosuke away early in the morning of the 3rd day. Wait for the car to disappear into the street shot. Looking at the sighing look of his parents, Kairino also felt extraordinarily depressed. Holding dandies back to the room, his new life is about to begin. The notice of the branch has been issued. Agreed to Kairino's request in addition to the school. The rest of the time Kairino has to take time to distribute reports and then learn the means and magic of eliminating demons. This process will last for a while and then start with a relatively simple task, and Kairino was also assigned to the Keiko and their group. After all, they are acquaintances, and they can get along better with each other because of their close age. Time flies, most of the time of half a year is fleeting, because the seal is getting weaker and weaker, there are more and more demons who come to the world and the strength is getting stronger and stronger, and Kairino has also begun to emerge in the demon elimination group. Because of his own physique makes Kairino learn magic very quickly, coupled with his own experience and the premise of having strong strength, learning magic is as simple as eating and drinking for Kairino in just half a year. And he has reached the peak of his achievements in the magic path in just half a year, and is known as a magic genius who is difficult to come out of 1,000 years. And Dandies, the son of the Demon King, has grown to the age of 12 or 13 years old, IQ and physical fitness far beyond ordinary people. In order to better teach Dandies, Tong Nai and Dans grew to the age of 6 or 7 years old and sent it to the country to study in a school specially opened for half-demons. In addition to basic social knowledge and courses, the main learning is magic ability and development of their own potential. Of course, some brainwashing education is indispensable. After all, half-demons will become the mainstay of human beings in the future to fight against the demon world. If it is not guaranteed to be loyal to human beings, once cholera does evil, the consequences are unpredictable. When night came, when I returned home, it was still the same. My mother was still her own housewife, but my father became more and more busy, and he was recently promoted to become the deputy director in charge of crime, and his work was naturally heavier, and Dandies was doing his homework, and when he saw Kairino coming back, he ran up and shouted to his mother and then hugged Kairino and didn't let go. It was really Kairino who was attached to the extreme. Asked Dandies about his homework as usual, and then praised a few words. Kairino took Dandies to have dinner with his mother. Most of the year's efforts, he has obtained permission to set up a team on his own, because the loss is not small, and now Kairino is in the team except for Hibiki and Xiangzi. The others are either killed or retired because of disability, so they need to absorb more talents to maintain the team. As the leader of the team, Kairino has the authority to absorb members into the army, and tomorrow is the day to select members. These are the elite from the police force and the army and various master families. I'm back, Kairino, what's going on over there with Dandies? In the distribution, in the independent lounge, Hibiki greeted Kairino who entered the door, wearing a set of underwear and sitting there playing with mobile phones without any female consciousness. Although this is a lounge, it doesn't mean that no one else will come, and Hibiki is not afraid of his appearance leaking out. I went to school obediently, but this time I became more and more sticky to me. Obviously I am already so old, but I am still a child's temperament. Saying so, Tongnai is still in a good mood. After all, it's his own child. It's normal to stick to his parents, which shows that the relationship is good, although this stickiness sometimes makes people feel irritable, but it's just a trivial matter. The most important thing is that Dandies' strength has improved very quickly. Judging from the teacher's reflection and the magic that Dandies has performed for himself, it is estimated that Dandies will be able to completely surpass himself and reach new heights in less than a year, not to mention that his physical fitness is also getting stronger with his growth, and the invincible rhythm of the world of demonic and martial arts double cultivation is to be. However, Dandies' performance Tongnai is not surprised. After all, it is the bloodline of the Demon King and has inherited the essence energy of girls. Itself is a demon seed carefully cultivated by gears, and it is not surprising that the potential and qualifications and growth speed are so terrifying. But no one knows except for Tona, so in the academy, Dandies is a man of the hour, the same existence as Tianjiao, plus his own increasingly strong luck and body protection is a template of the protagonist of the destiny. He is considered to have cultivated in addition to a protagonist of the Dragon Aotian mode, and the higher the child's achievement, the more parents will naturally be proud of it. Your expression completely betrays your heart, but then again, Dandies' kid is really slimy enough for you, and he always feels that it is not appropriate, which is not good for his future growth, and as a mother you have to teach him to be independent. Xiang grabbed the clothes next to him and began to put them on. Today I am going to select members to enlist in the army. As a senior, the first impression cannot be too bad, although I usually act aggressively, but I will not be ambiguous in serious matters. I know, but Dandies is generally less than 2 years old, so let's take a while. Kairino said perfunctorily, although the famous watch Dandies is a pure demon and not a so-called half-demon. He wants to teach Dandies as soon as possible, but now he really can't spare much time, except for school and tasks. He rarely has time to accompany him, not to mention that Dandies is very sensible except for being slightly more clingy, and Kairino doesn't want Dandies to be independent so quickly. In addition to the above points, the most important factor in Kiri's heart is still reluctant. His progress is only a small part left, even if he doesn't do anything. According to the reserves and the luck provided by Dandies, he will be able to reach the standard to complete the task in a year at the latest, and he will leave when the time comes. Dandies is his own child, and the children of the past world do not have enough time to accompany them, which is an irreparable regret for Kairino too. So in this year, Kairino hopes to be able to watch Dandies grow up and accompany him more. If possible, he hopes to be able to watch him dominate in the future, and even according to Jers's last wish, he counterattacked the demon world to seize the throne of the Demon King and ascend the throne. If Dandies can become the new Demon King, the situation between the demon world and the human world will undergo earth-shaking changes, and it is not impossible to usher in a peaceful era of coexistence between humans and demons. After all, the war has been defeated, and the demon world is respected by the strong. Dandies will definitely have the strength to suppress the demon world in the future, as long as the preliminary is reached. Take more time to go in. This idea may not be impossible to realize, of course, at that time. I can't see it when I leave the great scripture. At this time, on the other side, in the Jingdong headquarters, one of the 10 major headquarters in the capital of the island country, the heads of the various branches of the island country gathered in the conference room of the headquarters, as the Minister of Defense of the island country and the leader of the headquarters, Jin Dao, was holding a meeting with the heads of the branches. As the invasion of the demon world became more and more severe, the ceiling situation, any situation related to the demon world, must be grasped as soon as possible, so the weekly plenary meeting has been reduced to one time now. In addition to the old topics such as making everyone vigilant and cautious as usual, the main thing is to make corresponding arrangements for the plan of the tasks of each branch. After more than 2 hours of meeting, Jin Dao directly let everyone dismiss, but left Xiao Dao to talk alone. Half an hour later, Xiao Dao walked out with a little helpless look, and then when leaving the headquarters building, Xiao Dao was next to a handsome young man who looked sunny and cheerful with a smile on his face, which made people have a good impression at first glance, but the flash of the eyes made it difficult to detect. A very evil and very spicy color showed that this young man was not as simple as he appeared. Asking for flowers-0. The square where the branch is located, a team of nearly 100 people stands neatly in the sun, and in front of these teams is a queue of demon-slaying group members. Tong Nai's group belongs to the 7th team. Each group is full of 10, but basically that group has not been full. The main thing is that each team of team members is to be carefully selected to be accepted, otherwise, it's better to lack than to abuse, otherwise, it's harmful to others and yourself. Fighting with monsters in addition to teamwork, personal strength is also very important, even if these candidates are all geniuses in various fields who are even sought after, but it's difficult to be selected if there are no outstanding advantages. There are almost no special cases like Kairino in the past. There were many people who were recommended by other team members, but all of them have been rejected, at least so far. Only Kairino has passed the recommendation of the ring, plus their own qualifications are against the sky, and the growth rate is terrifying. Only after this series of selections and procedures can you enlist directly without passing this series of selections and procedures, and most of the time Kairino's performance is enough to prove that the original high-level special case let Kairino's choice to enlist in the army was correct. Now Kairino's 7th team as the leader of the team is the smallest number of people, but it is the team with the least battle damage and the highest proportion of tasks completed. 0. Kairino, how is it? Are there any eye-catching team members? Keiko stepped forward and whispered to Kairino. Now the two of them are very convinced of Kairino as the team leader, and most of the opinions will ask Kairino what he means as soon as possible. How can it be so simple? Let's look at the selection arranged by the instructor first. Just looking at the appearance can't determine a person's strength and temperament. Shaking his head, Kairino smiled. Not only Tong Nai's group has no action, the other groups are also the same, without movement. Before the final assessment begins, each group member went to the arranged seats and sat down. Start watching the performance of these reserve players and then choose the team members who meet their own wishes. This process will last indefinitely, but there will be 3 levels in the level. Fancy it and just talk to the instructor and then take it away. If you can't look at it, you won't stay for a long time and leave directly until the 10 demon elimination groups leave. It's almost over. Kairino-chan, don't you have a crush on anyone yet? Keiko looked at the indifferent Kairino and couldn't help but speak. The other groups have successively selected their favorite members, but the 7th team still has no intention of selecting new members to come in, and the reserve team of nearly 100 people has only been picked away, and only the 7th team has not left on the field. Let's go. Shaking his head, Kairino got up directly and said, this month's preparation is not good. There are few tall ones among the short people who can make Kairino look at it. Basically the so-so ones have been picked up by other teams, and Kairino is too lazy to continue to keep it. It is better to wait for next month to see. The vision is still as high as ever, Kairino-chan. Hibiki pounced directly on the road of hooking up with Kairino on his shoulders, but on the opinion of 540 Yukaine, Hibiki, and Xiangzi have no opinion. It is true that this month's team members are not outstanding. Rather than picking a few random to come in and drag them back, it is better not to come. Wait a minute, team leader Takasaka. A guard suddenly ran over, stood up in front of Kairino and saluted and continued, the head of the Kojima branch is looking for you. Okay, I got it. Nodded. I guess there's something tricky to hand over to my group. Kairino has been used to it in the past 2 months. Generally speaking, it's basically nothing good to be called by the leader. Let Hibiki and Keiko go back and wait for themselves first. Kairino followed the guard and left. A moment later, in the office of the branch minister, Kairino saw Kojima's smiling old face like a flower, and a young man next to him attracted Kairino's attention for the first time. Not that the other party had anything special to attract Kairino, mainly because this guy also had a strong luck, but it was not the so-called destiny of destiny. The luck on his body looked a little unstable, and mixed with a lot of red breath. That is the so-called karma. Kairino has seen it, so he knows, but so far in this world, it is the first time that Kairino has seen someone with such strong karma and such strong luck, and based on this alone, Kairino feels that this young man is probably not a good bird. Team leader Takasaka, let me introduce to you, this is the elite demon slayer Uchino from the Jingdong headquarters. Because the battle damage of our branch is high and it is the hardest hit area, so the headquarters sent Yejun to our branch, and the 7th team you led is recognized as the strongest team in our branch, plus you have few members, so I decided to arrange Yejun to your group. It's an explanation and a sycophant. After Kojima introduced the young man next to him, he made a decision directly. There's no chance to refuse with Kairino. Yes, nodded. Kairino didn't refuse. Looking at the gesture of the head of the Kojima branch, Kairino understood that he couldn't refuse this guy to join the team, but now that he was under his hands, Kairino was confident that he could subdue him, as long as the other party obediently didn't make trouble. It didn't hurt to let this guy be the mascot of the 7th pair. The so-called elite is estimated to be gilded down. If it's really a talent, Kairino doesn't believe that the headquarters will give talents to other branches. After all, the area of the headquarters is also a hard-hit area. Then team leader Takasaka, please take care of me in the future. With a smile on his face, Onao stepped forward and stretched out his hand to Kairino and said, "Come with me." Stretching out his hand not to hit the smiling person, he shook it with the other party casually, and Tongnai said quite coldly, and then turned around and left. "It's so cold," shrugged his shoulders, "hurry." Onao looked at the Kairino in front of him. He was sent to the branch with a part of the gilded meaning, but there's no real ability. The only fun of Onao, whose family background is in the upper class, is to improve his magic attainments and mysterious research, and in addition to that, the biggest hobby is beauty, of course. According to Onao's identity, beauty is naturally seen a lot, but as their biggest hobby, the selection criteria for beauties are also very picky. When I saw Kairino at first sight, Onao had already included it in his hunting range. After more than half a year of growth, Tongnai is becoming more and more beautiful, and the figure is becoming more and more perfect, and there is a trend of more and more beauty, coupled with the breadth of the years and the calm and capable temperament that has been precipitated by itself, which is mixed with the woman's softness, maturity, and a little bit of heroism. In the eyes of any boy is an absolute goddess-level beauty, temperament, appearance, and figure are the top. "I'm here, come in, and introduce you to the team." Stopping at the door of the 7th team's lounge, Kairino said to Anuka behind him. "Yes, team leader." Soon substituted for his own identity role, Onao looked very obedient and smiled and gave people an inexplicable affinity. Some people won't be disgusted with it even if they don't like Onao. Maybe over time it will naturally become friends with Onao if it's an ordinary person who estimates that the first sight of Onao will immediately have a good impression of it. If it weren't for the deep karma in Onao, Kairino may also take more care of this junior, maybe even cultivate it. Opening the door of the lounge, Kairino looked at Onao, who was about to follow up, and said directly, "You wait a minute." "Okay." The steps that had just taken were immediately retracted, and although I don't know why, Onao consciously obeyed the order. Nodding, Kairino entered the room as expected. "Hibiki, this guy is only wearing underwear and sitting there playing with his mobile phone. There's no consciousness at all. There's no male member in the past. Now there's a newcomer who joins, and you have to let Hibiki correct this bad habit." Back a moment later, wait for Hibiki to dress neatly. Kairino came in with Onao. The 7th team plus Kairino is 3 people, so 2.0. Simply introduce yourself and then let Onao introduce himself to everyone, even if they know each other. Because there is no task ordered by the above, everyone can go to the hall to pick up those small tasks to practice, and as a newcomer to join the Uchi, it stands to reason that he should have a welcome party. But Kairino left directly on the grounds that he was busy with affairs. It's generally not an important task released above. Kairino rarely has other small tasks. Onao will be directly handed over to Hibiki and Keiko to receive. Both of them are veterans. It's completely able to do things in place, and you don't need to worry about anything, but you still have to be on guard against what Onao should beware. At least before we get to the bottom of this guy's situation, Hibiki and Keiko's side will find a time to talk to them alone today. Young master, all the information you want is here. In a luxurious mansion, an old man dressed as a tuxedo butler said respectfully to the young man sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed. "Well, let's go down." Nodding, looking through a few pieces of file paper in his hand, Onao showed a clear smile. These pieces of paper record the intelligence of the 7th team and the background and respective abilities of the remaining 3 members. Although Hibiki and Xiong's family history is not simple, but it is just a little troublesome for Onao. But what surprises Onao is that he focuses on Kairino. Ordinary is too ordinary. If it weren't for that amazing achievements and talent and eye-catching appearance, other information is useless in Onao's eyes, but it was precisely this goal of the civilian counterattack that made Onao even more interested. But if you want to talk about the dissatisfaction, the only thing that Onao is unhappy about is that Kairino was poisoned by the demons before joining the demon elimination team, and gave birth to a half-demon named Dandies, so stunning that he has been tainted by the garbage of the demon world first, which makes Onao feel like he is about to enjoy a sumptuous and exquisite meal when he eats half of the maggots that are still wriggling. But even so, Onao is reluctant to give up such a stunning color. What's more, I'm not going to be a girlfriend or even a wife. It's just a plaything. To list it purely as your own plaything, it's a pity, but it's still very good as your own pet when the time comes. I'm tired of playing with Kiri's stunning beauty. Can also be used repeatedly. It's also a very good thing to give it to your guests and friends and even allies as a transaction item to consolidate the relationship anyway. For most people, this kind of big beauty will be happy to play as long as it's not sick. Time flies. Half a month is fleeting. Kairino's life is still 3 points and 1 line homeschool and branch, except for the period when Kyosuk came back for a day on vacation. Basically nothing important happened, and to Kairino's surprise, it's the performance of Onao in the team. Very attentive to everyone and very humble, even though Kairino said to Hibiki and Keiko to guard against this guy. But for most of the month, Hibiki and Keiko still inevitably have a good sense and impression of Onao. Even Hibiki took the initiative to persuade Kairino not to hang Onao, and to officially accept him as a member. After all, he usually goes out on tasks, and Onao performed very well, not dragging his feet and not being a mascot, but bringing strong help to everyone in the team as much as possible. In this regard, Kairino can't help it. He can only say that the city of Onao is too deep, and if it weren't for his own deep karma, he is estimated to have fallen like Hibiki and treated Onao as a companion that the team members can rely on, and now he can't come up with enough reasons, so naturally he can't let Hibiki and Xiongza continue to exclude Onao with him, and Kairino can only choose to take one step at a time for this. After all, Onao is only karmic and hasn't done anything bad for everyone. Maybe I'm really thinking too much. It's almost time, but it's really interesting that Kairino is still wary of me. In the bathroom, he sneered and muttered to himself to his figure in the mirror, and Onao washed his face and changed his face to a sunny and harmless smile again, and walked outside. At night, during the rush hour after work, Kairino stretched his waist and walked out of the branch building, beckoning to the taxi not far away and preparing to go home, and at this moment another taxi drove in front of him, and at that moment Kairino saw Onao and Keiko in the back seat talking and laughing about something. Depending on the situation, Keiko has completely trusted Onao this guy, and for some reason Kairino always feels that something will be in trouble. I took out my phone and wanted to call Keiko, but I don't seem to have a reason to stop my subordinates' private lives outside of working hours. As for the words I made Keiko and Hibiki wary of Onao before, it doesn't seem to be effective. Sighed and closed the phone. It's better to have more than one thing. I've done everything I should have done. I just hope that Onao this guy really behaves like a gentleman like usual. Half an hour later, at the door of Takezaka's house, Kairino got out of the car, and said that after I came back, Kairino found that the lights in the hall were on but no one was there, only to remember that today's father worked overtime, and my mother routinely went to her mother-in-law's house to see her grandmother, but I didn't see Dandy's kid. Usually I got off work. This kid is the first time to stick up, take off my shoes and walk in. Kairino walked directly upstairs, although Kyosuk has little time to go home from the army, but the room is still retained, and Dandy's is getting bigger and bigger. It's no longer suitable for a room with Kairino anymore, so the small warehouse on the second floor of the house used to put some unused things was sorted out as Dandy's new home. Soon, at the end of the second floor, outside Dandy's door, looking at the light exposed in the crack in the door, Kairino knew that Dandy's was already at home, and directly raised his hand and knocked on the door, but it seemed that because it was not locked or closed, Kairino knocked on the door and opened a small gap by himself, and it happened that through this gap, Kairino saw Dandy's, who was sitting on his bed with his back to him, seemed to be looking at something very fascinated. Pushed open the door directly. Dandy's didn't react yet. Kairino quietly came to Dandy's back, poked his head out and looked at what tricks Dandy's was playing, but the next second Kino smiled. It turned out to be a little yellow book, and Dandy's looked at the picture in the book intently, and the corners of his mouth began to drool. But it's normal to think about it. Although Dandy's is only 3 or 4 years old according to age, his body has reached the age of human adolescence, and it is quite normal to be interested in this aspect. Dandy's, is it good looking? Blowing at the little ear, Kairino smiled and spoke, and the next second Dandy's also reacted. His neck stiffly turned his head to look at Kairino. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and then a scream resounded through the room. After a while, looking at Dandy's, who was kneeling in front of him with a shameless face and expressing repentance, Kairino calmed Dandy's emotions, and then told Dandy's that this situation was normal. Don't be entangled in this matter. As a person who came over, Kairino still understands very well, and this also proves that Dandy's has grown up, so that Kairino has a sense of relief, and this also means that Dandy's is about to grow up completely, and the magic contained in his body is becoming more and more powerful and pure, and his body is becoming more and more powerful and full of power. This taste of watching his children grow up makes Kairino feel satisfied. Hey, Dandy's, how about borrowing your book yesterday? I've got quite a few of them here. On the way to school, a half-demon who is basically no different from a human ran up from behind except for 3 eyes and purple skin, and hooked his shoulders to Dandy's and said, although the half-demon is a public matter, it is still difficult for most people to accept, but with the strong support and propaganda of the government, there is no phenomenon of rejecting the half-demon. Therefore, the possibility of half-demon people being able to teach ordinary people friends is very small, and naturally the compatriots who are also half-demons have become the first choice for making friends. After all, they may still be comrades in the same team in the future, like Dandy's, who looks no different from humans and looks handsome. Although he is detected as a demon, it is very easy for ordinary people to accept. It is still very few. To put it bluntly, most people are still visual animals. 3-eyed, my mother found out. Sighing, for this best friend with him, Dandy's still couldn't help but confide in the situation last night, even if Kairino didn't mind explaining to him about puberty or something, boys' psychological throbbing and other knowledge, but Dandy's inevitably felt a little nostalgic. Plus Dandy's was less than 2 years old, his temperament was still very simple, and basically he could easily see the joy and sorrow from his face. Really, Dandy's, your vigilance is too poor. Remember to lock the door first when appreciating the baby, and then arrange a secret storage room for yourself in the room, and he is just a little stronger than the scumbag, and it is indescribable to see the natural psychological pleasure of the Swiba. And for the dedication of the 3 eyes, Dandy's also understands very quickly, and will be able to draw inferences from one another. The 10 minutes of school, just like this, in the discussion between the master and apprentice and the obscene laughter from time to time. If last night had a good experience of the majesty of the mother, Kairino knew that Dandy's was taken by his friend, and it is estimated that the 3 eyes will be destroyed by humanity as soon as possible. You must know that Dandy's will become the existence of the Demon King in the future. If it's broken and becomes a dead house, Kairino is probably going crazy. At this time, Kairino, who stayed in the school, was sitting in the corner in a daze. This class was originally a physical education class, but it became a martial arts class. After all, it was necessary to deal with the invasion of the demon world after the seal was lifted. Even ordinary people had to master a certain strength. Kairino was undoubtedly treated specially. This class can be moved freely, and other students don't have that treatment, so they can only train in the sun under the guidance of the new martial arts teacher. Now Kairino has been looking at his luck bar. It's getting closer and closer to the point of completion at this time. Kairino is a little hopeful that this progress bar can be slower. The main thing is that I can't rest assured of my family, friends, and dandies. At least I want to wait until the moment of the invasion of the demon world to be able to see that the person I care about can leave safely and sound, but according to this progress I'm afraid it's hard for me to get it that day. There's nothing to worry about when you're in a hurry to leave with concern, but I hope to be able to slow down and give more time. People are really a creature full of contradictions. Even if Tongnai is no longer in the category of people, but my heart as a human being has not changed. Although school life is boring, but the time between friends, Tongnai also cherishes it extraordinarily. There are no necessary things to do and go home to accompany the family as soon as possible because there's really not much time left for Kairino to. In the lounge of the branch, Xiangzi and Unao are alone with the status and ability of the two. Usually, in addition to the routine distribution of tasks, other times can be arranged freely, but after this period of getting along and the grand meeting scene specially prepared by Uka for Xiangzi last night, Xiangzi, who was gradually quite fond of Unao, soon fell under Unao's skillful strategy, completely became a little girl in love. Plus last night I drank a little wine in a daze accompanied by moving emotions. Keiko handed herself over, and this first handover completely made Keiko hang her heart on Unao. Naturally Keiko, who fell in love, also knew the marrow. The two of them were alone in the lounge under the initiative of Unao. The atmosphere naturally became better and better, and Keiko didn't refuse Unao's kindness because of the girl's reserve. The two of them began to study the exploration of physiological knowledge in the lounge. It's so slow. Kairino sat with his chin propped up, took out his mobile phone and started surfing the internet. It was too inefficient. He waited for more than 20 minutes and almost half an hour and didn't come back. Kairino remembered that Xiangzi was not so passive and slacked off. This half of the resignation procedures should be soon. It took so long to wait. I don't know how much time it will take to leave after completing the formalities, and I'm about to fall asleep now. I'm sorry, Kairino. In the monitoring room, looking at Kairino in the picture, Keiko whispered with some guilt, "No way, this is an order from above, because of Unao." Although the top has compromised because of Unao's family background and the benefits of the harvest, but Kairino can't let it leave so simply. After all, Kairino is already at the top of the human race, and his magic attainments are no less than those veteran mages who have practiced for decades. This is still secondary. The most important thing is that Kairino knows too much government secrets. In high-level discussions, at least before this invasion of the demon world passes, Kairino must stay and observe for a while. Of course, there are also people who think that such a tough and insidious approach should not be taken. Instead, choose to talk openly and honestly with Kairino. Presumably Kairino will understand. After all, Kairino is doing his best for the organization and the country is kind to it, judging from past experience and the confessions provided by people who know Kirinai. But this choice of soft-hearted opinions was strongly dismissed because it's impossible to determine that it's a dangerous factor. In the past, Kairino was in office, and it was good to say. Now since it's out of the way to return to the ordinary, it's absolutely impossible. And soon, Kino in the picture began to feel sleepy, and fell asleep on the table in a daze, and then two guards walked in, set up Kino and left. As for Kino at home, the state will notify you in the name of the mission. As for when to come back or live or die, all the right to interpret is naturally the final say of the state, and with Kino being taken away, this matter can be regarded as an end for the time being. I don't know how long it has been when Kairino woke up. I'm already in a fairly tidy room. Furniture and daily necessities are all available, but there's an extra magic pattern on Kiri's limbs. This is a magic handcuff developed by a mage who imprisons a criminal. It can imprison the magic of the mage and make it turn back into an ordinary state and won't affect personal freedom, but mages who can't use magic are no different from ordinary people. Just take care of it when you keep it in custody, and Kairino is now in such a state. Got up and moved his body. Except for the magic pattern, there was no other influence or additional magic pattern, except for a piece of clothing. Everything else was taken away. Sighed and came to the window, and looked at the building complex with a face, covering a small area and not too small, but Kairino knew very well what kind of place this was, a prison tower dedicated to holding mages. Even if his magic power was still there, he didn't dare to say that he could escape from the magic protection and guards set up in this area without damage, and now he has no magic power and wants to run out unless a miracle happens. The only thing that reassures Kairino is that although he is imprisoned, he doesn't seem to be treated badly. It's just that he doesn't have freedom. As for why he treats himself like this, Kairino doesn't understand. But politics, that's it. Maybe his existence has jeopardized the interests of some people. But the most sad thing for Kairino is Keiko. There is no doubt that the participant in this matter, Keiko, is not the mastermind and is definitely an accomplice. Calm down. Imprisoned is imprisoned. It doesn't matter if you want to stay in such an environment for more than 10 days. Your progress bar is about to be reached. 10 days and half a month later, you can rely on completing the task to get out of this world. The rest doesn't do anything with Tongnai. The only thing that makes Tongnai unhappy is that there are no electronic devices in this room. Don't think about it or something if you want to stay in such an environment for more than 10 days. You're absolutely bored to death. As for the books on the shelves in the room, a glance at the title of the book makes people have no desire to read it, not to mention passing the time. Knock knock. Kairi no Takasaka, your disciplinary order has come down. Outside the steel cast iron door, the guard's words rang out, and a document was stuffed into the small compartment under the door to pass the food. Came to the door and bent down to pick up the document. Kairi no sat down at the window. Look at the content of the document. Very concise paragraphs. Those unwarranted charges that don't hurt or itch are directly ignored. The main thing is that Kairi no knows too much, plus the danger must be controlled, and then Tong Nai made a lot of contributions to the country, so he was sentenced to a 1-year prison sentence during the period. If you behave well, you can reduce the sentence. In short, no matter what Kairi no does in the end, it's the state that has the final say. The so-called punishment and the like are just an excuse to go through a procedure to find a fig leaf to cover up. On the other side of the Takasaka family, Daisuke went home early, because he received a notice from above. His proud daughter went to perform a confidential mission for the country. In recognition of Daisuke's achievements and efforts in work, Daisuke was promoted and raised, but it was a bright promotion and a dark drop became idle, and the power was directly hollowed out. Don't look at Daisuke is a little old-fashioned and serious, but the officialdom is not stupid, and the basic political sense is still there, but his own people are soft-spoken in the face of the country's orders. Daisuke naturally has no way, and he didn't inquire about any news through some accumulated contacts, which made Daisuke particularly uneasy, and he went home first when he was idle. It is better to stay in the bureau during this period than to be able to relax yourself at home. Grandpa, hasn't mom come back yet? At dinner time, I didn't see Kairi no coming back, Dandies asked Daisuke, and he didn't come back now when he could see Kairi no at dinner time, which immediately caused Dandies to feel uneasy. Your mom has something to do and will be back soon. Sighing and reassuring Dandies, Daisuke is going to go to his old friends tomorrow to help find out the news. Whether it is good or bad, there must be a bottom in his heart. Oh. Nodding, Dandies hastily ate dinner and went upstairs. Today I don't know why, I began to be isolated at school. The teachers and classmates who were originally kind to themselves are alienating themselves. Even their best friend Sanyan does not dare to get too close to himself. The first time he encountered such a situation, Dandies felt very aggrieved, went home and wanted to talk to his mother about being coquettish, but he didn't see Kairi no, which made Dandies feel a little suffocated. Although he didn't know very well, it didn't mean that Dandies really didn't understand anything, and vaguely understood that someone was going to target their family. At night, Kairi no looked up at the starry sky in a daze, couldn't sleep, and there was nothing to play, which was really a great torture for Kairi no to play. And at this time, outside the door, the patrolling guard looked at the prison warden, who came and immediately stood up straight and saluted. As for the strange young man beside the prison warden, he didn't look much at it, and the one who could walk with the prison warden was definitely not an ordinary person, and the basic IQ of the guards here still existed. Rest well, I'll come back to see you tomorrow. Satisfied and walked out of the room, Onao glanced at Kairi no, who had slept in the quilt with a satisfied face, closed the iron door and left. Today's state is very good. Let Onao feel quite satisfied. It's been a long time since I've played so happily, but today is just a preliminary attempt. The next period of time if it's not early, plus there's still a lot of things to deal with in the branch. Onao actually wants to stay here for more time, but there's no way. The right is something you have to control. It's impossible to delay your great future because of this little love between men and women. What's more, the matter of the left and right hand Hibiki and Xiangzi, who are currently their own branches, has to be dealt with, and a complete interior can play the greatest role. But now Kairi no has completely succumbed to himself. Even if I'm still unconvinced, Onao won't care. All he wants is Kairi no. This person, after doing these things for Kairi no, Onao doesn't hope to have Kairi no heart this time. Kiri's performance is still expected by Onao in this regard. Onao is not stingy. I'm ready to go back to give Kairina's family some benefits. As for the situation of the demon seed, let it go first. This can be regarded as a small reward for Kairi no's obedience. Let her know that there are a lot of benefits to herself. Disobedience to oneself has serious consequences, and the combination of grace and power is not only effective for subordinates, but also for one's own women. Open your eyes. Looking at the closed iron door, Kairi no got up and got off the ground straight into the small bathroom on the side to clean up. Although this cell is not big, but all the organs, rinse comfortably and then take a warm bath, wipe your body with a bath towel and walk out. Kairi no looked at the night sky outside and fell asleep early. There's no way to pass the time. The only way to pass the time in this boring cell is to sleep a good night's sleep. And so on the next morning, when Kairi no woke up, there was already breakfast sent by the guards on the table on the side. I don't know if it was because of Onao's care or something else. This breakfast was still quite rich. Got up and put on a thin gauze at will. Kairi no went to wash it first, and then sat down in his position and slowly began to enjoy his breakfast. The time of the past day was still very fast for Kairi no, and now after being imprisoned, the time of the day seems to be a little long. A breakfast was eaten for more than half an hour. Looking at the only wall clock on the wall, Kairi no sat at the window and rested for a while. It was too boring. Went to the bookshelf and took a few books to look through. There is something to pass the time is better than nothing. It is better than nothing. Finally survived the morning, ate lunch, and then solved the physiological situation a little. Kairi no saw that the iron door was opened again, and Onao walked in with a smile on his face. And it seemed that he was in a good mood. Master, can you bring me a swim or something to come in to pass the time? It's boring to stay like this. Sighing, Kairino put down the book and made a request to Onao. It's really boring. If there is no game or anything to pass the time in this kind of captivity, Kairino feels like he is dead. Anyway, he has already chosen to compromise, and it shouldn't be too much to make a few small requests. Of course it's fine, but now I want to see how you do today. Evil smiled. Onao came to stand in front of Kairino by himself. This kind of small request for things like game consoles, if you can satisfy yourself, Onao doesn't mind providing Kairino to pass the time. Anyway, as long as you don't let Kairino contact the outside, it's okay. Wait for a few days to settle down the situation. If Kairino is satisfied enough, according to Kairino's time, Onao doesn't mind letting Kairino out, and even reuse it is possible. I'm in a good mood today. It's because Onao has begun to control all the power of the branch, and his family has also occupied an important position in the high-level election, so to speak. Everything is progressing in a good direction. If you continue to follow this momentum, the Onao family has a great deal of confidence to occupy the dominant position of the country and become the actual controller of the country, which greatly increases the possibility of being able to rule the world in the future for Onao. And now that the foundation is already solid, the most important thing is undoubtedly to increase your own capital. Asking for flowers 0. In the next time Kairino can be said to be in a state of responsiveness to Onao dedicated to playing the role of a good little woman, and for Kairino's performance Onao is also very satisfied. Gradually relaxed. The requirements for Kairino internet, mobile phones and games have been sent to Kairino. In addition to not being able to restore freedom, Kairino's life is no different from staying at home, and with more and more attention to Kairino, some things that are difficult to make decisions in Onao will also be discussed with Kairino. After all, Kairino has a lot of experience in this regard. There are a lot of useful suggestions to give. 0. And with the cooperation of Kairino, Onao's power is also further stabilized with the support of the family. A few days of Gong, Onao successfully and completely controlled the rights of the branch. Turn it into your own word. Hibiki and Xiong's side has also become his right-hand man to take care of the branch affairs for him. Under the reconciliation of Onao, everything is progressing in the direction that Onao expects for Kairino's hero. Onao is not stingy to reward and let Kairino be free. But the position became his own secretary. Take it with you. It can be said that it is better to wake up the world and sleep on the knees of the sleeping beauty. Of course, after being freed, Lin Ling is also very happy, and there is still a lot of time left for herself. On the other hand, because the seal is about to be broken, the daily reinforcement has not played a big role, and the time that can be delayed is getting shorter and shorter. In order to face the upcoming big event, the heads of state reached a preliminary cooperation, and began to make an effective response to the situation after the seal was broken. Of course, these are games between big people. What the common people can do is to obey the arrangement of the country and then exercise themselves well, and make their due contribution to the country. As for what kind of consequences will occur after the seal is broken, there is no guarantee of force. For a few days, the Takasaka family returned to their previous life. Daisuke went further in a short time. Dandies was also rewarded by the school. Even Kyosuk, who was in the army, was valued by the superiors. Everything seemed to be progressing in a good direction, and good things naturally made the Takasaka family feel very happy. But no one knew that all of this was just a charity given by Onao, and the price paid for this was that Kairino completely became Onao's pet. There is no doubt that Kairino's performance these days has made Onao quite satisfied, and naturally he did not continue to target Kairino's family. This is just a means to restrain Kairino, and now Kairino has returned to his heart, plus just in case Onao added a new magic pattern to Kairino as a protective measure, and he is not afraid that Kairino will dare to rebel again, so he also lifted Kairino's imprisonment and turned to work by his side as his own secretary, not only to share his own work, but also to protect himself, and to do it when he is free. He can do a good thing that kills 3 birds with 1 stone, and Onao will naturally not treat Kairino badly. It can be said that all aspects, as long as they do not exceed the requirements of his bottom line, all as much as possible to satisfy Kairino. Master, latest information. Entering the branch minister's office, Kairino was expressionless and dressed in an OL outfit. Red. Looking at the undulating sound on his body, Onao simply said a word. Now the entire branch has been integrated by him, and the main departments have placed their own henchmen into it, and now the branch minister's office has become his own territory. As soon as he relaxes, Onao naturally wants to release his true nature to the fullest, and it is not the first time to do such a thing directly in the office. Of course, if someone else comes to report, Onao will avoid it, but there are not so many scruples in the face of his own woman. According to the situation of the seal, it is estimated that the seal will disappear by the day after tomorrow at the latest, and at that time, in order to deal with the reaction of the demon world, all branches must immediately make strict arrangements for the seal, and the current order is for you to immediately start mobilizing people to garrison the sealed place. Didn't answer Kairino immediately. Onao sped up his speed, and directly sent Hibiki to the apex, and after venting himself happily, Onao said to Kairino, who was waiting, "This matter is left to you to execute. Except for important decisions, everything is handled by yourself." Yes, nodded, and Kairino turned to leave. Kairino has rich experience in this aspect of the demon race, plus the people in charge of the branch are all people in Unow. What's more, Kairino still has weaknesses in the hands of Unow, so give power to Kairino. Unow is still more at ease. What's more, these days Kairino's ability to do things is also very good. Let Unow be very worry-free, capable and able to share their own worries. The beauty is undoubtedly every man will like it. At least Unow now likes Kairino more and more. Originally, it was just used as a slave. The idea of using it as a tool when it's not interested has gradually changed. And as Unow's delegation of power to himself and vigilance began to decline, Kairino naturally had to make some small moves. Of course, Kairino didn't think he could hide the eyeliner arranged by Unow. After all, Unow was still more defensive of himself, but Kairino's small actions were nothing, just using his power to take time to go home and see. In this regard, Unow didn't take it to heart. After all, he had been away from home for so many days, and he generally let his family know that he was safe and sound, so he could rest assured. This is also human nature, even if it is a mobile phone call. Kairino is also a friend who contacted the past, and everything behaves normally. But Kiri's real purpose is not just that. After confirming that his family and friends are living his own small life safely, Kairino deliberately looked for Dandies a few times. These days I don't see. Dandies has completely grown into an adult. The development speed of the demon race is indeed very fast, and the mind is also tending to mature. Taking advantage of this gap, Kairino is naturally indispensable to instill some ambition in Dandies, and by the way, he told Dandies about the matter of Jairs, so that Dandies can improve his power with peace of mind, and win over the half-demons for his own use, laying a good foundation for going to the upper position of the demon world in the future. Because there is not much time, Kairino can only give Dandies a general suggestion and direction. And the time to leave is approaching before the progress of Kairino's mission is reached, and Kairino doesn't know when he will leave now. Maybe there are still a few days, maybe he will disappear in the next second, but now Dandies' strength is getting stronger and stronger, and after controlling the unique enchantment ability of Jirlas, Kairino is relieved a lot. At least if he protects himself, it should be enough. But the only thing that annoys Kairino is that if he leaves, Unow doesn't know if this guy will do something crazy, and maybe he will be angry with his family and friends. Therefore, Kairino needs a stand-in to be able to replace himself. But now in the trial period, Kairino can't get a systematic response at all, which makes Kairino very entangled, and has thought of a lot of ways during the period, but without exception it is too labor-intensive. It's too late, and there is no way to find a suitable stand-in in a short time. As time passes little by little, the world's attention is drawn by the seal that is about to disappear. Kairino can't wait for the last moment. After all, with the progress to the last point, the scenery in front of him changes, and returns to the space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the final trial. The highest authority of the system is open to the host, and now the host will become the master of the system, and all functions and permissions are open to the host. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the final achievement. The new journey is about to begin. The system will become the master's strongest backing and assistance. Please make good use of the system to do your best to improve yourself. Our goal will be the Sea of Stars. Ignoring the prompts of the system, Lin Ling felt the changes in herself, an unprecedented sense of comfort, and let herself be intoxicated. This is the taste of freedom. The restraint that was vaguely suppressed on her head in the past can no longer be felt. In this space, Lin Ling can feel that she is the master, the god of this space. Even if it is connected with the system, she can cut it off in a thought, and the original strength has also been restored. But Lin Ling still needs the system. Now, maybe she will break away from the system after she is strong enough to transcend everything, but now is not the time. Opened the interface, glanced at his pleasure value, a series of 0 almost blinded his eyes, looked at the account entry prompt on the side. It was the contribution that the 3 worlds of the trial provided to him regularly. Counted carefully, the pleasure value reached more than 100 million. Looking at such a huge wealth, Lin Ling really didn't know how to use it for a while. He was invincible in the rhythm of the world. Is this the independent plane? It doesn't make a difference. Looking at the modern building in front of her, Lin Ling recalled the identity implanted by the system. Her current identity is the Witch of the Sunset Shrine that has been inherited for more than 500 years, and the huge shrine currently has only one owner, which can be described as the protagonist template of the death of both parents and the rich and house. Because of the long inheritance, plus it is more famous in the vicinity, there are many believers, and the income is average, but with the inheritance accumulated over the years, Lin Ling can eat and wait for death for a lifetime, and live this life leisurely. But now Lin Ling has a new goal. Most of the world she has experienced in the past is the system to consume luck to let Lin Ling enter the experience, but the consumption is also very high, and now that she has become the master of the system, Lin Ling will have to bear the consumption part of the system. And now Lin Ling's only task is only one, to win the dominance of the world, that is, the recognition of the heavenly Dao. Otherwise each world has its own operating laws and causal lines. If an outsider like Lin Ling has no luck protection, he will be rejected by the heavenly Dao of the world for the first time, and he will be seriously injured or killed. So in the final 3 trials, the system will pay so much attention to letting Lin Ling collect luck instead of pleasure value, and the pleasure value can be transformed through the nutrients absorbed by each world. If you can take down a world, it is equivalent to having a steady stream of granaries behind you that can provide you with pleasure and luck. Of course, it doesn't mean that Linling can be invincible directly, under the restrictions of the rules, even if Linling has the luck protection body and the system assistance, but Linling's strength can only reach the upper limit of the world at most, and if she goes further, she will be rejected by the world. So in the past, Linling was always sealed with some or even all of her strength, because the system wanted to avoid being repelled by a balance, otherwise Linling would not even be able to do the task, and she would be bombarded into slag by the power of the rules at the first time. These rules and restrictions, Linling understands and understands. If you are willing, Linling can return to her original daily life, but at this point, she can still go back. After all, she still can't let go of this adventure. The past hardships are finally bitter, and it is so easy to give up. Not to mention that because of the restrictions of the previous master of the system, Linling can't recover her male body and change the situation of Baichi's tendencies. If you want to break this only limitation, then you must reach the realm of detachment. For this painful setting, it has become Linling's obsession, and when she reaches detachment, Linling will definitely find the former owner of the system to settle accounts. As for now, what Linling has to do is to collect the luck and fragments of the world, and the fragments are the authority of the world. Only by obtaining the luck and authority of this world, Linling can be regarded as completely controlling the sovereignty of the world, and incorporating it into his own territory, so that he can enter and exit freely in the future and will not be rejected by the rules because of his too high strength, and continue to absorb the nutrients of the world for his own use. The main line of this world is the plane of the grandson of the slippery ghost. The reason why I chose this world, in addition to the needs of the task, most of the reason is that Linling has not experienced this world yet, and this world is a modern background, and the house culture is naturally prevalent, so I will not let myself be too bored. In view of the fact that this world is a world where demons and monsters are prevalent, Linling directly chose all the strength of the bellflower template in the world of Inuyasha and the ability of some of the yin and yang arts, which is just the limit that this world can accommodate. I looked at my luck bar, it's not empty at all. The number of fragments needs to reach more than 10. It seems simple, but it's difficult after all. Luck is good to say. You can start from the hero who has a huge amount of luck, but the fragment is the embodiment of the power of a rule that can't be seen and touched. Even with the assistance of the system, Linling can only perceive the fluctuations of the fragments within a range of 10 meters at most. In this way, to collect enough fragments in this plane, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to see the character. If you have a good character, you may be able to collect them all in a short time, but if you have a bad character, I am afraid that you may not be able to collect them all in hundreds of years. According to the memory route, Linling returned to the Sunset Shrine, because she didn't want to go to school or anything. Linling's identity this time was, in addition to being the only witch and owner of the shrine, she was already 18 years old, and she inherited the family business after graduating from high school, and looked at the witch dress on her body. Linling looked at the shrine in front of her, her future home in this world, although it is a little old, but it remains very intact. And now there are no pilgrims, just by herself. It seems a little deserted, and the cherry blossom trees on both sides of the stairs along the stairs have bloomed. The cherry blossoms are particularly beautiful. Take out a stack of white paper cut into a human shape from the wide sleeve and sprinkle it. In an instant, 10 beautiful girls dressed as witches appeared. Without Linling's command, very consciously began to clean the courtyard and tidy up the shrine hygiene, and Linling came to the backyard for it. The front yard is a place to worship the gods and let pilgrims visit. The backyard is their own place of residence, although the building maintains a complete retro style, but there should be modern furniture and electrical appliances are also readily available. Taking off the witch costume on her body, wearing a set of white thin bathrobes, Linling walked to the corner of the courtyard closest to the mountain forest. This area is surrounded by a wooden fence. A natural hot spring the size of a small pool is located here. The mind moved, took off the clothes on the body. The whole person soaked into the hot spring pool water, sighed comfortably. Not long after, the sliding door at the back was opened. A Shishin walked in with a tray, respectfully put down next to the pool and exited. Pick up the wine jug on the tray, pour it into a small glass, take a sip of sake, look up at the dusk outside the fence, and the cherry blossoms falling in the air from time to time. It is really a supreme enjoyment. A pot of wine was quickly drunk, and the brew was almost done. When Linling was about to get up and go back to the room to surf the internet, Shikigami outside came to the door, went ashore naked, walked to the sliding door. A new set of witch clothes had been folded and put away, and the water stains on the body were steamed and dried with spiritual power. Linling changed into the witch costume and walked towards the front yard. What a beautiful person, she sighed in her heart, and looked at the witch-sama who came out of it, and Yuzu's worried heart couldn't help but be quiet. 30,000 yuan. Glancing at the girl kneeling on the futon, Linling said bluntly, although the girl in front of her is not a real customer, but she is contaminated with evil energy. She should be here for friends or family. Judging from the evil situation, it is not a difficult ghost to deal with. Seeing that the other party seems to be just a junior high school student, Linling appropriately opened the fee this time. Huh. With a forced expression, Yuzu didn't understand the situation in front of her, and before she said anything, she immediately quoted the price to herself, making Yuzu a little suspicious that the witch in front of her wouldn't be a liar, right? I've also looked for a lot of shrines, but without exception have not succeeded, and the main reason for coming to this sunset shrine is that this shrine is more famous in the surrounding area, and because of the long history of inheritance, there may be a master there. Judging from some of the evil chi you are contaminated, it should be your relatives and friends who have hit ghosts, and 30,000 yuan will help you solve the problem. Lin Ling explained a little. Modern society is that humans live in the daytime and ghosts live in the night, but generally speaking, ghosts rarely take the initiative to attack humans, because ghosts are dependent on humans to survive, and the awe generated by humans is the source of power for ghosts. Most ghosts will only scare humans at most and will not really hurt humans, except for some irrational monsters and ghosts. It's amazing. Looking at Lin Ling with a look of admiration, Yuzo felt that he was really looking for the right person this time. Obviously he didn't say anything before the other party knew what was going on. 30,000 yuan was not a big amount for Yuzo, but it was also his pocket money for 2 or 3 months. But without hesitation, Yuzo immediately took out his wallet and took out a stack of banknotes with a face value of 1,000 yuan. And didn't go to pick up the ticket in Yuzo's hand. Lin Ling shouted to Shikishen who was standing on the side, and immediately Shikami, codenamed An, took the reward provided by Yuzo. Then Maiko-sama, can you help me now? Yuzo looked at Lin Ling with a look of hope. Of course, collect money from people and eliminate disasters from people. You can lead the way. Nodding, Lin Ling walked straight towards the outside of the shrine. Wait for me, Mikato-sama. Looking at Lin Ling, who was resolute, Yuzo slowed down and quickly got up and followed. Under the mountain, Lin Ling, who waited for more than 10 minutes and finally got a taxi, took Yuzo to the nearby Aomura Women's College. The fare was naturally Lin Ling's. Yuzo had no money. For the embarrassed Yuzo, Lin Ling really didn't know what to say, but this kind quality still made Lin Ling quite optimistic about Yuzo. If it weren't for Yuzo not having strong spiritual qualifications, maybe Lin Ling would accept Yuzo as an apprentice to teach the inheritance mantle to play. In less than 20 minutes, the rental arrived at the destination. Although this Aomura Women's College is a private school, but it is not the kind of aristocratic girls' school, and the area is not much like half of the school, and the security guard at the door only registered Lin Ling and didn't ask anything more. Led by Yuzo, the two walked towards the dormitory, and by the way, Lin Ling also learned about the specific situation from Yuzo's mouth. The situation is a bit old-fashioned and funny. The 4 people in the Yuzo dormitory because of their curiosity about ghosts, plus it's also a member of the school's supernatural research department, so on the weekend vacation, they teamed up to go to a famous ghost house nearby for an expedition. Although there was no trace of any demons and monsters, the night was safe, but the next day Yuzo's roommates couldn't get up, been in a coma for this Yuzo. They also found a doctor but couldn't find anything wrong, but day by day the physical condition of the roommate is getting worse and worse. Originally, according to the doctor's intentions, he was hospitalized for observation, but it was agreed that the roommate was an evil or a ghost of the grapefruit, and they decided to ask the master to solve the matter. That's why there will be a situation where the grapefruit comes to the door. This situation is to die by yourself, as the saying goes. Along the way, there are still a lot of students in the school. Lin Ling's dress and appearance are undoubtedly very eye-catching among the students. Lin Ling directly ignored this, until she came to the room where Yuzo lived in the dormitory. Lin Ling immediately felt that a dull evil aura in the door was growing rapidly, and without waiting for Yuzo to open the door, Lin Ling decisively kicked the door open and rushed in. The other 2 roommates of Yuzo in the dormitory were falling to the ground. The only girl lying in the quilt had become very haggard, and her breath was gradually weakening, and where she couldn't see it with the naked eye, Lin Ling saw a dark grimace at the position of the girl's heart that was absorbing the girl's vitality, and the evil spirit was growing stronger and stronger with the behavior of the grimace, and for Lin Ling's intrusion, the grimace seemed to have discovered that Lin Ling was not an ordinary person, and the evil chi that overflowed around him instantly had a command and quickly condensed and bombarded towards Lin Ling. If ordinary people are hit by this strong evil spirit, they will be killed in an instant, and they don't know how they died. But for Lin Ling, this level of evil chi does not pose a threat. The light blue spiritual power on the body emerged, easily isolating the evil chi, and the evil chi that washed over seemed to meet the nemesis and began to dissolve and scatter instantly. In the face of this scene, the grimace immediately realized that it was not good, and directly detached from the heart of the girl under him, turning into a cloud of black chi and rushing towards the window to escape from here. Demon Breaker. Stretching out his hand to draw a bow, the bow of spiritual power condensation appeared in his hand. Pulling the bowstring, a blue spiritual power arrow flashed away, instantly hit the black gas, and immediately the black gas was like a fire thrown into a pool of clear springs, and it was extinguished in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yuzo behind Lin Ling looked at Lin Ling with a question mark on her face. After all, the power of spiritual power and evil chi is not visible to ordinary people, so the scene where Lin Ling rushed in and then compared in the air looked a little funny, but the room that originally felt dull and uncomfortable suddenly made people feel a lot fresher. It's solved. Your friend is fine, but he has been possessed by ghosts for a long time, and he needs to recuperate for a while to recover. Turning to look at the grapefruit, Lin Ling said lightly, of course, there is still a sentence that has not been said, because she has absorbed a lot of vitality from the ghosts. The lifespan of this girl is at least 5 to 10 years less, which Lin Ling can make up for it, but it is too troublesome, and Lin Ling has no obligation to do so. Thank you. Yuzu responded stupidly, although she was still a little suspicious, and hurriedly went over to look at the situation of her roommates. The other two who fell to the ground seemed to be fine, but the face of the girl in the quilt had obviously changed a lot, and it seemed that there should be no problem, and she was relieved and wanted to thank Lin Ling again, but Yuzu found that there was no trace of Lin Ling in the room. I didn't expect that slaying demons and destroying demons would also require luck, which is a good discovery. Walking on the path back to the shrine, Lin Ling looked at the floating progress bar and smiled. Looking at the sky that had entered the night time, there was no one around. Lin Ling didn't want to walk back on foot like this. The taxi had to run for 20 minutes. Wouldn't it take an hour or two to walk? Took out a piece of white paper from the wide sleeve, and swiped the white paper dexterously with his fingers, and within a few seconds, a horse-shaped white paper was completed in Lin Ling's hands, and as soon as he put it in front of him, a white horse appeared, and he jumped on the back of the horse with a force under his feet, and let this god horse carry himself back to the shrine. Finally found where the sealing stone is located on the mountain behind the sunset shrine. The two monks who don't look like good people look at it greedily. Their hands are sealed together, and the words in their mouths begin to exert force, and they launch an impact on the sealing stone in front of them, and the note rope around the seal stone begins to rise and fall and get faster and faster, and then under the shouts of the two monks, the note rope directly breaks. At this time, Lin Ling, who was on the way back, immediately sensed it, looked up in the direction of the shrine, and let the horses under the seat increase the speed to the fastest, and the 20-minute journey was directly compressed to less than 5 minutes. Lin Ling came to the location of the back mountain, and only the big rock that was split in half and the scattered and broken note rope on the ground were left in sight, and the box that was originally suppressed under the stone was gone. I'm in trouble. Rubbing her head, Lin Ling looked around and wanted to find some clues, but the other party was very alert, and the traces were erased. But this was not difficult for Lin Ling. There was still some residual breath from the leakage of the box, and along with this breath, Lin Ling folded a paper crane, blew lightly on the paper crane, and then incorporated a residual breath in the paper crane, and released the paper crane in the air. Immediately, the paper crane with spirituality vividly spread its wings and flew in the air, nodded to Lin Ling's side and flew in the direction of the north and south. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately commanded the paper horse under the seat to follow the paper crane. Although this world is not only the main line of the grandson of the slippery ghost, there are many other demons and monsters that have not appeared, and the most strange thing is that the thing suppressed in this ceiling stone is a parasitic fruit from another relatively old ghost god boy world, and a single parasitic fruit has a good ability. Legend has it that the parasitic tree that produces the parasitic fruit has the power to destroy the world, and the parasitic fruit made by the parasitic fruit has the strength of no less than the average yokai, and it is extremely destructive. If it is not destroyed in time, the consequences may be very serious. However, according to his current speed and the time when the other party broke the seal, in this short gap of a few minutes, the other party should not be able to run far, and the paper crane has locked the other party. At most within 10 minutes, it should be able to catch up with the other party. Not long, in a dense forest, Lin Ling found 2 broken monk suits and 2 tin rods on the messy grass. The aura here is several times stronger than the residue just now. I don't know, frowned, and looked at the paper crane in the air continued to fly forward. If it was not bad as he expected, the stolen parasitic fruit should have been transformed into a demon beast. After continuing to move forward for a few minutes, Lin Ling has already entered the territory of Ukiyo-e town. This is the territory of the Noliang group, and the people in the world know very well that generally speaking, entering other people's territory at will like this requires a greeting first, otherwise it is likely to be regarded as a provocation and hostility. But now Lin Ling can't care so much, and Lin Ling is confident that as long as it is not aimed at the Noliang group, the old guy in the slippery scoop should not care about this little thing with himself. If it is possible, Lin Ling naturally doesn't want to be the enemy of the Noliang group. After all, the old guy alone has to deal with it carefully, not to mention that there are many high-level monsters in the Noliang group, even if his strength is at the top of the world. But in the face of the siege of a group of high-level monsters, Lin Ling can only run, not to mention that although the slippery scoop is old and his strength has declined, he is still in the realm of big monsters, and he is also the strongest group of people in this world. Damn, where did this monster come from? After a few hard fights, King Tianfeng, as the young master's guard, glared at the 2-headed wolf demon in front of him. The other party has no less strength than he is proud of, coupled with fangs and claws and thick fur defense, so that King Tianfeng is completely at a disadvantage in the battle with the other party. If it weren't for the snow girl next to assist him, I'm afraid he would be defeated after a few moves. Young master, you take Kana-chana away first, and leave it to me and King Tianfeng to deal with it here. The situation is deadlocked, Snow Girl Bingley shouted directly to Lu Sheng behind her. The other party seems to be coming for the young master, and now that the young master has not awakened, plus there is an ordinary person like Kana, you must leave first to ensure safety, otherwise you will not be afraid of landing on Lu Sheng's side. This battle will not be easy to fight. You guys be careful. Lu Sheng also understood that he couldn't help much with the current situation, picked up Kana and ran towards the street behind, ready to go to his home to ask for help, and this time was also the first time Lu Sheng had the idea of wanting strength. A miserable scream made Lu Sheng stop, turned his head to look. Bingley's figure flew over and landed on the ground beside him, and a torn wound could be clearly seen in Bingley's abdomen, and blood continued to overflow from the wound. Young master, come on. King Tianfeng struggled to resist the opponent's attack, and the scars on his body were also increasing, and now Lu Shang's safety was the most important. Looking at Lu Shang, who had stopped, he couldn't help but roar angrily. Demon Breaker. A light drink came from behind the two-headed wolf, and in an instant, a blue light flashed, and the two-headed wolf, who immediately realized the danger, directly gave up the practice of continuing to attack King Tianfeng, turned around and crossed his hands in front of him. In the next second, a large amount of green blood splashed, and the two-headed wolf howled miserably, when the hands in front of him had disappeared without a trace, and the green blood sprayed all over the ground at the fracture. This sudden scene directly stunned everyone present. The two-headed wolf that King Tianfeng and Bingley couldn't take together lost their hands under the blow of the other party, and then a white horse fell from the air. Lin Ling's posture standing on horseback caught everyone's eyes. There was no time for the two-headed wolf to react. Kinkinsa pulled the bowstring of spiritual power condensation, and a set of beaded arrows burst out. The thick defense of the two-headed wolf was like white paper directly pierced through several large holes, and the entire huge body fell directly to the ground, vaporized into ashes and dissipated, leaving only a walnut-sized parasitic fruit that had closed its eyes quietly on the ground. Ignoring Lu Shang and the others, Lin Ling stepped forward to pick up the parasitic fruit, and the spiritual power in his hand exploded directly to destroy the parasitic fruit. This kind of parasitic fruit cannot be destroyed by ordinary people, so most of them can only choose to seal it, but Lin Ling's spiritual power to break all evil is just its nemesis, and he just killed the Yi beast and didn't make any money, but after solving the parasitic fruit, he received a trace of luck in it, and sure enough, the fruit is the body. What are you going to do? Looking at Lin Ling, who was heading in the direction of Lu Shang, King Tianfeng became nervous. Lin Ling's strength was too terrifying, and the powerful spiritual power that had just been exuded made King Tianfeng have a feeling that the mountains could not compete, but the young master behind him could not afford to lose, and King Tianfeng still stubbornly blocked the position in front of Lin Ling. Stand down, King Tianfeng, she has no ill will. Lu Shang suddenly spoke. As the young master of the slave group, Lu Shang is not a stupid person who doesn't know anything. There is no doubt that the witch in front of him is very powerful. If the other party wants to be unfavorable to them, King Tianfeng alone can't stop it. Not to mention that the other party has no intention of doing it. It is better to see what the other party wants to do. It's young master. Nodding, King Tianfeng still let go. Clever choice, boy. Nodding, still with a cold expression, Lin Ling came straight to the side of the snow girl, looked at the snow girl with a nervous expression, and directly put her hand on the snow girl's abdomen, a natural energy condensation that was different from spiritual power, and soon in the surprised eyes of the other party, several blood holes in the abdomen began to recover rapidly, and no scars could be seen in a few seconds except for the blood stains stained on the clothes. Thank you. Feeling that she was completely fine, the Snow Maiden also understood that the witch in front of her came with good intentions, and immediately got up to thank her, and Lu Shang on the side was also relieved, and was about to ask the witch about her origin and why she wanted to help them. It's such a big battle, since the general of the Nuliang group is here, why don't you show up and see it? Not caring at all about the 100 ghosts who were staring at him, Lin Ling turned to the empty place beside him and said, "Is the Shrine Maiden of the Sunset Shrine? It's a little bellflower, I haven't seen it for more than 10 years, grown up become a good woman." The appearance of the short old man of the painting scoop appeared, and he looked at Lin Ling and said suddenly, as a monster of the same period as the first generation of Sunset Shrine, the painting lady naturally knows the situation of the Sunset Shrine, which is similar to his own family, and each generation is a single generation, but each generation of the Sunset Shrine is a powerful spiritual power, and although it has been inherited to this day, although it is a little declining, it is still not to be underestimated. Can you not call me that nickname? Lin Ling was a little unhappy with the eyes of the children who painted the scoop. If you really talked about age, she estimated that she was much older than the painting scoop, as a shrine that lived next to the slave group, and each generation of witches in the slippery scoop and the Sunset Shrine were more familiar. Haha, it's really grown up, really. Every generation of witches is a good woman, but it's a pity that none of them died well. Sighing, Slippery Scoop seemed to remember some emotion in the past, but then this emotion was forgotten, and said to Lin Ling with a smile, "So little bellflower, thank you for saving the old man's grandson. Do you want to come to my house as a guest? It's better to be respectful than to obey." After thinking about it, Lin Ling nodded and agreed to the invitation of the Slippery Scoop. After all, it is beneficial and harmless to have a good relationship with the Nuliang group, not to mention that to get more luck, starting from the Nuliang group is undoubtedly the best shortcut. And for the situation in front of him, Lu Shang breathed a sigh of relief. Since the witch knew his own old man, it was much easier to do, and now that it was safe, Lu Shang decided to send Kana back first. After all, Kana is just an ordinary girl, or it is better not to get involved in the inner world. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Ling followed the Slippery Scoop to the mansion of the Nuliang group. In reality, it really gives people a kind of lofty experience, not to mention that the building is as retro and majestic as the shrine. As a guest of the Slippery Scoop, Lin Ling naturally received a grand reception, and directly opened the banquet mode in the hall. The monster of the house, Lin Ling got to know it again. Most of the main cotters are in their own territory, so Lin Ling can't see it. The lively atmosphere makes Lin Ling a little uncomfortable, but I like such a happy atmosphere. But the old man who is not repaired from time to time broke the news that some of his childhood troubles made Lin Ling's teeth itch. Although this is the existence of the memory implanted by the system, but in this world it is equivalent to what Lin Ling has experienced. After making a fuss for more than an hour, looking at the drunken and drunk monsters, Lin Ling didn't stay long, and put forward the meaning of farewell to the Slippery Scoop. After all, his own shrine had to be taken care of by himself. In this regard, the Slippery Scoop didn't keep too much, just let Lin Ling come to play more in the future, and then take more care of his grandson Lu Sheng. I always felt that the Slippery Scoop had some ill intentions. Lin Ling decisively flashed. Wakana, give me another pot of wine. For his somewhat natural daughter-in-law, Slippery Scoop commanded. Okay. Nodding, Wakana got up and went out, leaving only the two who were still sober and Lu Sheng, except for the group of yokai who were all drunk in the hall. Then Grandpa, I'll go back to sleep too, and I'll have to go to school tomorrow. It was not early, and Lu Sheng also got up and said, wait a minute, Lu Sheng. Looking up at his grandson, Slippery Scoop continued with a serious expression, are you really unwilling to inherit the position of the third generation? Grandpa, I was about to open my mouth to refuse, but in the next second, the words of refusal, Lu Sheng was a little speechless. What happened today made Lu Sheng's thoughts change, but living like an ordinary person is what Lu Sheng yearns for, and Lu Sheng really didn't know how to choose for a while. Sighed, looking at his grandson's expression, Slippery Scoop did not continue to ask, and let Lu Sheng go back to sleep first, but judging from the previous situation of immediate refusal, Lu Sheng's hesitation still made Slippery Scoop see a little hope. As his grandson, it is impossible for Lu Sheng to be an ordinary person with peace of mind. This is useless. In the end, it is necessary for Lu Sheng to experience it himself. Because of the matter of the heir, the cotters under his hands have been divided into two factions. One faction insists on respecting his ideas to support Lu Sheng's ascendancy, and the other faction believes that the young master is not qualified to be the heir to choose another outstanding cotter to become the new general. But this kind of delay is not a way, you have to make a choice. If Lu Sheng really doesn't do this third generation, maybe little Kikyo will be a good choice. Slippery Scoop began to calculate in his heart. Of course, it is not to let Lin Ling be the leader of the monsters. What Slippery Scoop wants is to let Lu Sheng and Lin Ling combine to give birth to an heir. After all, whether the witches of each generation of Sunset Shrine recruit a son-in-law or marry outside, the children born have strong spiritual power, and they have inherited the power of their mothers perfectly. And there have also been cases where witches and monsters fall in love, and the half-demons born are all inherited from their parents in addition to the monthly limit, and the monster blood is purer than that of their parents, and this alone makes countless monsters covet. If such a combination is successful, a strong heir is born, and then it is definitely the pillar of the family to be cultivated well, and it is not a problem to dominate one side outside. If Lu Sheng changes his mind to be the third generation, this idea can be put aside and let Lu Sheng choose. But Lin Ling, the first alternate position, Slippery Scoop began to pay attention to it in his heart. What? Miss Shrine Maiden, it seems that something is wrong with you like this. In the bookstore, the mustachioed store manager walked over with a look of embarrassment. Huh? Why? I'm an adult. Turning her head to look at the store manager with a strange face, Lin Ling also took out her ID card to show that she was up to the standard. Looking at the beautiful face of the witch in front of him, the store manager's face turned red. I didn't pay attention to it just now, but I didn't expect it to be such a beauty. But this is an adult area, even if you are an adult. But you are a beautiful witch standing here for almost an hour, and the other guests are looking at this side. The most important thing is that the girl does this to give people a feeling of something. Not to mention that the store manager just noticed a few regulars in the store, a group of bad gangsters, and the store manager is also out of kindness. I hope that the Shrine Maiden can quickly finish picking the book and leave the province to get into trouble. If it's Miss Shrine Maiden, what do you like? Can you solve it as soon as possible? After all, the impact is not very good. Coughing lightly, the store manager said meaningfully, oh, well, I'll settle 27 for these. Nodding, Lin Ling also reacted. Her dress was too eye-catching. As a sacred witch, walking around the adult area really didn't have a good impact. Next time it would be better to change to a set of civilian clothes. Seeing that Lin Ling understood, although I didn't know if I really knew, the store manager immediately calculated the price of these books for Lin Ling, and then quoted a price of 23,000 yuan, and Lin Ling also directly took out the cash settlement, and walked out of the bookstore with the 2 bags of books that the store manager packed for himself. Leaving the bookstore, Lin Ling walked towards the nearby dessert shop, ready to buy some desserts to take back. While eating while admiring the purchased books, all kinds of eyes did not stop all the way. Everyone has a love for beauty, not to mention that Lin Ling is still wearing the uniform of a witch, which is even more eye-catching. But this has no effect on Lin Ling. What should I do? After buying everything I want to buy, I walked towards an inaccessible place like the alley with a large bag of things. After all, it is not good to use yin and yang in front of people, and it will cause a riot if you do that. Lin Ling didn't want to get into trouble. As for taking a taxi too slowly, the cost was too expensive to be too lazy to call. Under the cover of night, the originally gloomy alley gave people an eerie feeling, and as Lin Ling entered the depths of the alley, a gnawing sound echoed in the alley, making people feel creepy. Sniffing lightly, eliminating the smell of garbage and the smell of accumulated sewage, Lin Ling asked about the subtle demonic chi. This kind of dark corner is the easiest place to breed, and it is also the favorite place for monsters to stay. Just as he was thinking of the direction where the voice came from to see the situation, two men with evil disguises walked towards Lin Ling. Beauty, where are you going? Do you feel like you want to go to play with your brothers after a long night? Money won't be missing yours. The horse-killing man who showed a mouthful of yellow teeth came to Lin Ling and said very lightly, for this beautiful witch, they have been staring at it for a long time, and they have followed it since they entered this one, especially in the scene in the bookstore, which made him think that Lin Ling was out to engage in aid, and the witch costume is used to play with uniforms. Of course, it doesn't hurt if you guess wrong. How can a girl resist the two of them in this kind of place? It's okay to cooperate, but if you don't cooperate, you have to use it. Click. There was a sound of bones shattering, and the neck of the bad accomplice who was blocked behind Lin Ling was twisted and thrown to the ground at will, and a handsome young man with black and brown hair walked over and said with a smile, such a beauty is not something that you garbage can contaminate. Bastard? What group are you from? Seeing that his companion was killed by the attack, Killmat directly took out a knife and shouted angrily. The little gangsters who don't enter the stream, this is the territory of the old rat group, and it's really too long to dare to make trouble here. Disdainfully reported to the house, and the brown-haired young man walked directly towards Killmat. Old rats? That new rising gangster? Laozi is a member of the Meta Group, a subordinate organization of the Triad, and if you dare to touch our Meta Group, you are finished. Wait for the delisting? Killmat said viciously, and by the way, he reported his family background, hoping that the other party could cast a rat trap. After all, he was just a minion at the bottom of the organization, and seeing that the other party had a fearless appearance, it made Killmat a little uneasy, and he could only use intimidation in the hope of scaring the other party. Idiot. How can the help of a mere human be comparable to that of a Yukai organization? In the eyes of the brown-haired young man, when he saw these two bad people who dared to make trouble in the territory of the old rat group, he belonged to the category of dead people. Of course, the most important thing is that the witch who was targeted in front of him, her appearance and figure are undoubtedly the best. This kind of beauty is only eligible to enjoy the old rat boss. If the boss is happy, as the younger brother, maybe he can get a piece of the pie, and if these two pieces of garbage are ruined, wouldn't it be a tyrannical thing? Die, bastard? Seeing that he couldn't be good, he naturally chose to do it decisively. Seeing that the other party came to him so bigly, he unceremoniously stabbed the knife in his hand into the heart of the brown-haired young man. Although the black one is more restrained under the laws of modern 540 society, it is still normal to die a few people. But in the next second, what made Killmat dumbfounded was that the knife stabbed out was grabbed by the other party's hand, and the sharp blade was broken directly in the opponent's hand, leaving a handle still in his hand, as if he was laughing at the inadequacy of killing Matt. But there was no time to react to Killmat. After breaking the knife, the brown-haired young man directly grabbed Killmat's neck with his other hand, and pinched it hard to break his neck. You've been frightened, miss, are you all right? Put on a gentle smile, clapped his hands, and greeted Lin Ling very gentlemanly. The brown-haired young man looked at the witch in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more red his eyes became. It was really the best. He was really reluctant to give it to the boss, but when he thought of the boss's methods and cruelty, the brown-haired young man still couldn't help but want to swallow it alone. However, although the brown-haired young man regarded the witch in front of him as a bag, he didn't consider whether it was a little abnormal for the witch to be so calm after seeing the dead. There is no gaffe or emotion that ordinary people should have in the face of such a bloody scene, and no matter how good the psychological quality is, people must at least have some emotional fluctuations when they encounter such a thing. But the witch in front of her is like a bystander who has no other reaction after watching a good show. Mouse, frowning, Lin Ling opened her mouth a little unpleasantly. She had just watched a dog eat dog, and now there was only one mouse left pretending to be in front of her. It was really disgusting. This kind of low-level monster is not a garbage rat spirit that is not worth paying attention to at all, but you can get luck by eliminating demons, and no matter how small the mosquito is, it is also meat. What do you mean? Coming back to his senses from his YY, the brown law youth looked at Lin Ling with a calm face and suddenly felt that something was not good, especially a mouse directly poked his keen point. At this time the brown law youth realized that the witch in front of him did not seem to be an ordinary person. It is very likely that it will be a real spirit witch. Of course, it is also possible that the other party is crooked and pretending to be calm, but this probability is lower than winning the lottery, so the brown law youth would rather believe that the witch in front of him is a real spiritual ability. If so, let alone harvest the best beauty today. It's good not to risk your own life. You don't have the value of surviving. The karma on the other party's body is very strong, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. There is no doubt that there should be a lot of people who died in the hands of the other party. Lin Ling hesitated for a moment, and directly raised his hand and slapped it at the brown law youth. Looking at the witch's movements, the 27 brown law youth didn't have time to say anything at all, and raised his hand to resist it, but under the absolute strength gap, as Lin Ling's palm fell, the huge spiritual power rushed, and he couldn't even wail. The brown law youth was directly turned into ashes by the spiritual power, and the suit on his body fell directly to the ground, proving that it had ever existed. Let's go back. After getting rid of this little mouse, Lin Ling took out the white paper and transformed it into a crane, and let it fly into the night sky with him, returning towards the shrine. Of course, in order not to attract the attention of others, Lin Ling attached an invisible small spell to avoid being seen. Originally, when the little mouse reported to his home, Lin Ling confirmed that it should be the beginning of the plot of the old rat group, but Lin Ling didn't mean to interfere. After all, this time is the beginning of Lu Sheng's first official awakening to control the power, and it is also Lu Sheng's first night walk of 100 ghosts. This kind of opportunity, Lin Ling feels that it is better not to destroy it, and when the protagonist awakens, he can follow behind to pick up meat to eat. And in the future, he can get more benefits by secretly interfering in the various events that Lu Sheng is looking forward to. There's no need to give up the watermelon in the back because of the sesame seeds in front of you. And now, compared to the things on Lu Sheng's side, there are still a lot of things to deal with in his own shrine, before the plot is completely launched. The situation here in Lu Sheng will be left to its natural development, and now what makes Lin Ling feel a little troublesome is the miscellaneous things that appear in the shrine, not to mention the sealing stone that seals the parasitic fruit, carefully recalled the setting of the system implantation, and the sunset shrine still preserves a lot of sources of trouble. Maybe I am afraid that I will be able to cause more trouble than Lu Sheng in the future. You're back, Lord Lin Ling. Landing in the small square in front of the shrine, two Shikigami shrine maidens greeted them. Prepare a meal, a guest has come to the door. Raising his eyebrows and lifting the crane, Lin Ling gave the order and walked straight towards the main hall dedicated to the statue. Squeak. The door of the temple was pushed open, Lin Ling stepped in, and looked at it. The old man on the table was sitting on it, holding an apple as an offering in his hand and eating. Looking at Lin Ling, ate the whole apple and even the core in 3 or 2 bites, greeted Lin Ling with a smile, and then continued to grab the oranges on the plate. The general is here. It's not just for a meal of white food, is it? Although the famous watch slippery ghost likes to eat and drink for nothing the most, looking at the situation of the old man who is not cultivating the painting scoop and stealing food in the temple still makes Lin Ling have a headache. Haha, it's really like your grandmother. It's just a tribute. Don't be cold-faced. Obviously a good woman is like this. No one wants it in the future. Slippery jumped down, continued to follow the line, came to Lin Ling, handed it over, and said, "Do you want to eat together? It tastes good, it's sweet and watery. Can you tell me anything directly?" Didn't pick it up, Lin Ling said directly. If you change the appearance of slippery and flattering when you were young, the lethality of girls will be absolutely overwhelming. And now the image of this old man is not cute, okay? And as the general of the monster, he came to the shrine to steal the tribute of the gods, and it would be good not to drive people away with a broom. It's very simple. I want to borrow the jade of the 4 souls. Throwing away the orange peel in his hand, he stopped joking and said his purpose directly. You should understand the rules of the shrine. It's not negotiable. Lin Ling refused without hesitation. According to the background of the system implantation, the predecessor of this shrine was the most famous Bellflower Shrine Maiden in the Warring States period, used to protect the Jade of the 4 Souls, and the later story is similar to the plot in Inuyasha, and finally it was officially founded and inherited by the 2nd generation of Witch Kagome, and it has been nearly 600 years. And as the source of the scourge, the Jade of the 4 Souls naturally can't be kept, but it can't be destroyed. Kagome came to a stealing practice to seal the Jade of the 4 Souls with spells and sealing arrays and enshrine it in the temple, and because Kagome's blinding method makes people think that the Jade of the 4 Souls no longer exists in the world, so the source of this trouble is completely cut off. In fact, the Jade of the 4 Souls has always been in the temple, and it is hidden in the head of the idol, and the entire idol is made to seal the Jade of the 4 Souls. If there is no super high strength to forcibly break it, the only way to take it out is for each generation of shrine maidens to be able to open it. At the beginning, the only people who knew the Jade of the 4 Souls were Kagome and Inuyasha, and after passing it down, the only thing left to know was the witch who was in charge of each generation. How did Slippery Scoop know? Lin Ling didn't know, but with the ability and cunning of Slippery Scoop 540, maybe it was overheard by someone inadvertently. After all, the number of times Slippery Scoop came to the shrine to eat and drink secretly was not once or twice, and that generation of witches was negligent and found out this secret. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing the special ability of the Jade of the 4 Souls, and I'll return it as soon as I'm done. Slippery said in a pleading tone. The power possessed by the Jade of the 4 Souls can cause a bloody storm, and once it is born, the consequences will be serious, but Slippery now also has its own considerations. Just borrowing a period of time to return it immediately should be able to suppress the risk to a minimum. Is it because of Lu Sheng? Sitting down and looking at the slippery old face, Lin Ling immediately thought of Lu Sheng's situation, and he could make slippery old face plead with a junior in such a low voice. The Jade of the 4 Souls is estimated to be only his precious grandson. The Jade of the Four Souls can make the half-demon become a complete monster. The main role is to purify the bloodline. If the power of the Jade of the Four Souls is guided to purify the land, it can greatly increase the power of the land, and the bloodline can also be improved. At least a quarter of the bloodline can be raised to the extent of 1/2. Not to mention that the complete monster can also reach the level of the half-demon of the land, and then the land that becomes a half-demon can be transformed between the monster and the human at will without worrying about relying on others because it cannot be demonized during the day, and the danger will have to rely on others. I'm sorry, no, this is the rule. You should also know the power of the Jade of the Four Souls. If you don't control it well, even if you succeed in purifying the bloodline, it will let the land be invaded by evil thoughts. Not to mention that once the Jade of the Four Souls is born, it will definitely cause the induction of the monster, and then a bloody storm will be unavoidable, and the tranquility of the shrine will be completely broken. Shaking her head, Lin Ling still refused Slippery's plea. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry, nodded, and didn't dwell on this problem. Slippery Piao came this time just to try his luck, mainly because Lu Shang already had the idea of becoming the third generation, and successfully awakened the side of the monster, but the time that a quarter of the monster bloodline can provide to Lu Shang is too short, even if the strength of the monster has begun to be recognized by the cotters in the group, but the problem of not being able to maintain the monster for a long time is still criticized by many cotters. Can't get it, although Slippery Slip is a little lost, but he doesn't care very much. He can't release the source of the disaster of the Jade of the Four Souls because of his love for his grandson as a grandfather, not to mention that Slippery Scoop can't guarantee that Lu Shang can resist the invasion of evil thoughts in the process of purification, and when the time comes, if a demon comes out by accident, Slippery Scoop has no place to cry. Maybe he will kill his relatives in righteousness. Then he is really going to cut off his children and grandchildren, and he has already sent a white-haired person to a black-haired person once, and Slippery Scoop doesn't want to experience it again. Walk slowly, don't send. Watching the Slippery Scoop leave, Lin Ling actually didn't say a word. If it was to help herself, the idea of the Slippery Scoop could also be tried. His spiritual power could keep the Jade of the Four Souls pure, and if he helped Lu Shang to purify it himself, he could suppress the evil thoughts to the maximum, and he could block the evil aura of the Jade of the Four Souls to attract monsters to the greatest extent. But after all, it was a thankless thing, and if there were no benefits that could satisfy Lin Ling, he didn't bother to trouble himself. Get up and come to the statue, add spiritual power to the statue and continue to maintain the operation of the seal. Lin Ling left the temple and walked towards the back mountain. As a shrine with a long heritage, the witch has been a powerful spiritual ability from generation to generation, and naturally suppressed a lot of evil demons and monsters and all kinds of strange evil things, and the back mountain is the biggest forbidden place of the shrine, and the original parasitic fruit was suppressed here. Of course, in addition to these, what interests Lin Ling is the guardian god of the shrine seal, some unruly and powerful monsters and ghosts captured by witches in the past dynasties. Among them, there are many people who serve the shrine under the command of the shrine. Now what Lin Ling has to do is to subdue these monsters and make a contract to be his own god, which can add some help to himself. Lin Ling is not afraid of anyone, but in the face of the group beating, Lin Ling's strength is still a little insufficient. It is naturally necessary to find a helper, and the most interesting thing for Lin Ling is a certain two of the same kind that were sealed in the back mountain 400 years ago. After a while, he came to the mountain road of the back mountain. Because of the situation of the parasitic fruit last time, Lin Ling deliberately arranged a powerful enchantment and psychedelic array in the area of the back mountain, and the only thing that could enter normally was the path in the backyard. After all, there were too many evil things suppressed in the back mountain in the past dynasties. Some were strong and some were weak, but no matter which one was put in the current meeting, it was a powerful demon that could harm one party, and it was natural to strengthen the protection of the province and was accidentally released to do things, and when the time came, it would trouble himself. Enlightenment. Standing in front of the cave blocked by large stones, a seal shouted softly, and soon the huge rock began to move on its own, giving way to the blocked cave behind it. Stepping into the cave, two one-sized foxes, one gold and one silver, were dozing together, ignoring the movement outside and Lin Ling's entry, as if they were completely asleep. But Lin Ling knew very well that these two guys were awake, and it was strange that they had been sealed for hundreds of years without a little resentment, and they didn't make any moves at the first time. Kong, Yao, don't pretend, get up. Continuing to approach like a stroll, Lin Ling has already pinched the seal in his hand. If it is not good, Lin Ling will take action as soon as possible, so that the two foxes will suffer a little. After all, it can be said that he and the two foxes are meeting for the first time, and they are shrine inheritance shrine maidens, and they can also be classified by the other party into the ranks of enemies, and they can't relax their vigilance before they effectively control the two foxes. Hey, I thought it was Maydaisy, but the smell is different. Are you Maydaisy's daughter? I can't pretend anymore and don't bother to continue pretending. Jin Foxgong looked up at Lin Ling and said with a smile, the Maydaisy in its mouth is the 4th generation witch of the shrine, and it is also the culprit who sealed the two of them. I'm sorry, you've been sealed for 400 years, and I'm now the 11th generation witch Lin Ling. After explaining a little, Lin Ling continued, I came to give you a choice this time. Are you willing to submit to me? I'm not interested. shook Lin Ling with disdain, and the heir continued to lie down. The silver fox Yao on the side was a little moved, but he didn't obey Lin Ling but wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lin Ling and then escape with the heir to regain his freedom. But the momentum and strong spiritual power revealed by Lin Ling made Yao a little afraid to shoot at will. After all, every generation of sunset witches is ridiculously strong, and if one is accidentally planted again, it will be troublesome. Even if it is not killed, it is estimated that it will be abolished. It is better to observe it before being sure. You should understand that I am not your enemy, and I gave you the opportunity to let you out this time. Does it mean that there will be a next time? But you haven't stayed enough in this cave of less than 20 square meters for 400 years. Lin Ling said with a smile. If you use it as a slave, you might as well not go out. Yao tentatively spoke. You can rest assured of this. We can agree on 3 chapters of the law. You don't want you to violate my bottom line and don't make trouble for me. A certain degree of freedom is absolutely fine, and there is nothing important to do, and in most cases I will not interfere with your ordinary life. Seeing that the other party had the intention of loosening, Lin Ling also hit the railway while it was hot. Seeing that Lin Ling said this, and seemed to be very sincere, Kong made eye contact with Yao, and said to Lin Ling, then make your conditions, which, if you can satisfy us, it doesn't hurt to cooperate with you. Of course, I'm very sincere, directly said the rules he had thought of in advance. Lin Ling waited for Kong and Yao's choice. Of course, the conditions offered for the first time were more harsh, but the price was all over the place to pay back, whether it was business or other things. This sentence is also valid for the current situation, not to mention that the other party is known for his cunning and wisdom, and his strength among the monsters is also a strong fox demon of the upper class. Sora, why do I think the two of us seem to be on a thief ship? Sitting on the edge of the walkway in the courtyard, Yao held the teacup with an unhappy face, thinking that they had earned it before signing a contract with the Shrine Maiden. But now that I think about it, it seems that I have been cheated. It's okay, didn't you say that we will be free after 100 years? Pretending to have a calm expression, the empty is also a little bottomless. After all, the contract has been decided, unless the other party takes the initiative to cancel. Otherwise they are the fish and meat in their hands and can't resist at all. They can only hope that the witch can keep her word. Yao understands that empty words are just self-consoling words. What can I do when it's already like this? But judging from the situation in the past few days, the Shrine Maid is not bad for them. Most of the excessive requirements can be met as much as possible, and there is no restriction on their freedom. But the contract is not the kind of ordinary equal contract, but the contract of the gods. If the witch is not dissolved after 100 years, they can only be controlled all the time. As the inheritance of the god to the next witch, it is equivalent to imprisoning them in disguise on the chariot of the shrine, and they can't get down. Of course, in addition to this, there is nothing disgruntled about the empty and Yao. The only thing that makes the two women gossip is that the witch is not a Lala, because when the fox demon transforms into a human form, it is all the image of a stunning beauty. Given that the owner is a witch, so the two women have become a handsome young image, but it was directly dismissed, and the good name is that men are not suitable for this shrine, or women are better looking can act as a facade. The reason seems to be very normal, but for some reason I think of the naked appearance of my two sisters after changing into a female image. Lin Ling's eyes are shining, which makes the two feel a little uneasy. These days I also have a lot of understanding of modern society, and there are no cases of monsters and humans falling in love in the past. For the witch's attitude towards the two of them, it is inevitable that Kong and Yao can't help but think of a discordant aspect. After all, there have been many onmyoji or monks who caught the fox demon as their own thug and lover. I'll take a look around the circle. In the lounge on the other side, Lin Ling looked at the junior high school girl in front of her with a smile. Yes, according to Lin Ling's meaning, Yuzu wore a smaller set of Shrine Maiden costumes and spun around. Unlike the Shrine Maiden costumes, this set on Yuzu's body was more like the kind of costume of Kas. Yes, since I have to work part-time here, then the daily working hours are set from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. for 3 hours and from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekends. No problem, right? The salary is calculated as 1,000 yuan per hour. Clapped her hands, Lin Ling also began to recruit staff. After all, although it is convenient to use Shijin, she always feels that she is not popular and too cold, so Lin Ling posted an advertisement to recruit witches outside, but she didn't expect that the first person to come to apply would be last week's customer Yuzu. After the improvement of his own dress and clothing, the image of Yuzu is simply the appearance of a three-dimensional Ryumu that is alive, but Yuzu's personality seems to be a little weak and introverted. This has to be changed at least during the time of working at the shrine. You have to be more extroverted, otherwise, you can't entertain the pilgrims who come to the shrine. Okay, thank you, Sister Sunset. Yuzu said shyly. You're welcome, but it's your first time working at the shrine, and there's not much work to do, but you have to know a little about the situation at the shrine. Let the empty belt take you. After thinking about it, Lin Ling sold the heir directly. He definitely didn't have much time, and Shikami could only do some simple work and couldn't teach people. There was no doubt that the empty was a suitable candidate. After all, he had been in the shrine for so long and was the fox demon who was subdued by the 4th generation of witches, and he definitely knew the situation of the shrine. Empty. With a puzzled look, the shrine, Yuzo naturally knew that the dozen or so witches outside were just Linling's transformation of the Shikami, and they were not real people. I thought it was only one person, but it seemed that there were other people living in the shrine. Don't worry, you're going to like her. Smiling, Linling directly used the ability of the contract to contact Kong, and the next second forcibly transferred it. Under the surprise of Yuzo, in the blink of an eye, Linling, who was originally empty, suddenly had a blonde beauty in a witch costume next to her, but the other party held a cup in her hand and the fairy shell in her mouth somewhat ruined the image. Who is this? She's empty and then this is Yuzo, new member. I'll work at the shrine in the future, Sora. You have to teach it well as a senior. Huh. Flashed people away directly, Linling ran away. She was very busy. The game last night hadn't been cleared yet, but today she has to welcome newcomers. Linling is going to go to the supermarket to buy first, and have a welcome party. Of course, today's newcomer is not only a grapefruit, there is also a newcomer to come. Linling is quite looking forward to it. It can be said that she is one of her favorite characters in this world, and the other is the snow girl. Asking for flowers 0. Time flies. Night falls. At the foot of the shrine mountain came to the stairs. The girl looked at the sunset shrine plaque on the arch step on the stairs towards the shrine on the mountain. From today onwards, she is going to start her own new path of cultivation here. In fact, I originally planned to find a house to rent, but because grandpa said that the family and this shrine are world friends, so let her come to this shrine to live and exchange experience with the witch about yin and yang. You can save money and learn to kill two birds with one stone. Naturally came to Ukiyo-e town. The girl came to the sunset shrine in the next town as soon as possible. Hello, anyone? I'm Yura, an onmyoji from the Hanakin family. On the evening, there doesn't seem to be anyone at the shrine. Yura glanced at the front door of the bright hall, and greeted cautiously. 0. Come in. Yuro-chan opened the door, and Linling appeared with a smile. Your Sunset-sama. I already know. I received your grandfather's letter. Hurry in, it's been hard along the way. Directly interrupted Yuluo's words, Linling grabbed Yuluo's hand and walked to the backyard. This little girl will live in the shrine in the future. What a surprise. After a while, in the hall of the backyard, a pot of boiling water has been set up, a large piece of meat and bones is being stewed in it, and the table is full of various meat ingredients and a small number of vegetables. Today Linling is going to eat hot pot. Drinks and beer have been put aside on ice. Yuzo and Kong and Yao are already sitting at the table and waiting, just waiting for Linling and Yuluo. It's almost summer. Is it appropriate to eat hot pot? After Linling introduced everyone to get to know each other, Yuzo looked at the steaming hot pot and had no appetite. The climate was a little hot near summer, and he really had no appetite for eating hot pot. Absolutely. With a grin, Linling snapped her fingers, and the temperature in the room dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant, and a winter atmosphere spread. Just to eat a hot pot and do this kind of thing with yin-yang techniques, Yuzo is also convinced. Yuzo is even more dumbfounded. Although the first time I saw Linling, Yuluo was a little amazed by the beauty of this witch, but I always felt a little unreliable and grinning. But now this hand is to calm Yuluo. This hand yin-yang. Yuluo dare to say that no one in the Huikai courtyard can do it so easily. It's not wrong to come here. It's really beautiful. Comfortably leaning against the rock wall to soak in the hot spring water, looking at Yuzo, Yuluo, and Kong, Yao Sino, it is really a scene of eyes. Compared to the previous calm, this lively scene is also quite joyful. After soaking in the hot spring, Yuzo was going back, but it was relatively late. Linling deliberately let the heir send Yuzo a ride. After all, it was not safe for the girls on the night to go home. As for Yuluo, she arranged a room for her, and lived next door to Linling, and Kong, and Yao's room was at the corner of the corridor near the back mountain. At this time, at the station near the shrine, on a bus, 2 monks, an old man and a young monk, walked down, tightened the box in his arms, and the old monk said to his disciple, after you go to the sunset shrine and hand over the evil things to the shrine maiden for safekeeping, the teacher will ask the shrine maiden to help you pull out the evil things on your body, and then bear with it. Do you know? Disciple understands, master. Enduring the pain, the little monk nodded sensibly. The two immediately went on the road along the highway towards the sunset shrine. Modern society advocates science, resulting in more and more difficult inheritance, coupled with the turbulent years of the past so that many inheritances are cut off. The two monks are monks from Horyaji Temple. Although Horyaji Temple is also a 1,000-year-old temple inheritance, but there are several times during the period almost cut off the inheritance, and now the achievements in the cultivation are becoming more and more rare. The suppression of the evil things in the temple has caused many monsters to peep, and the old monks who know that they can't protect the evil things from being seized have come from Kyoto with their disciples to transfer the evil things to the Sunset Shinto Shrine. In the world of the Sunset Shrine, inheritance is not the longest, but it is also the most famous. If it weren't for the scarcity of people, it's easy to replace the status of Hanakin and be world renowned. The reason why I didn't choose the more recent and more famous Huakai Yuan, in addition to the fact that each generation of the Shrine Maiden is a very powerful spiritual ability, the main reason is that the Sunset Shrine itself is a feng shui treasure that can suppress evil things, and the spiritual power of each generation of witches has a special effect on the restraint of all evil things. This kind of physique is the only one and has no other branches, not to mention that the flower Blossom House also shoulders the mission of guarding and suppressing the feathered fox and its subordinates, and it is impossible to fully guard the evil things, and the choice of the Sunset Shrine is naturally also taken into account, at least in the old monk's thoughts. The Sunset Shrine is the best choice, and the things entrusted to the Sunset Shrine throughout the ages have never been wrong. On the commercial street of Ukiyo-e town, a high-rise building is being built, and at the top of the building, a young man looked at the tall man who appeared in front of him and said directly, "Whip, you're back, have you got your things?" "Sorry, it was put on the table, and that thing ran away," the whip said with a look of resentment. The old monk is not easy to deal with. His own strength is not weak, and the temple has enchantment protection. Hurt the other party, but the whip did not please. During the personal invasion, several times were forced to retreat. The last invasion did not find anyone. The other monks in the plate only knew that the old monk left with his disciples. As for where he went, it is not clear. "It's okay, forget if you can't get it, I just want to add some more chips." And now, according to the observation of the slave group, it will be enough to take it down for a week at most, and it's really disappointing that I still attach so much importance to the slave group. The young man sneered. "Just continue according to the original plan. If you want to start a war, you naturally have to say hello in advance, and it won't take too long for the building to be completed, so let's meet the young master of the Nolayang group tomorrow." "Yes." Nodding, the whip turned into wind and left. Pulling out the land god in the area of Ukiyo-e town is their next job, but the whip is now a little unable to swallow this breath. Since joining the team of the 88 Ghosts Night Walk, the whip is also a big cotter in the team. It has always been very smooth. Everywhere the monster is either killed or surrendered to the feat, and the task assigned is also 100% completed. This time the incident has stained his brilliant record, which makes the whip intolerable, and directly sent the monster under his command to find out the traces of the old monk, and he ran to destroy the land god, and the accumulated anger needs to be vented. "Master, let me take a break, okay?" After walking for more than 10 minutes, the little monk shouted to the old monk in front of him with a cold sweat on his face. "What's wrong? Are you starting to have seizures again?" Hurriedly coming to the disciple, the old monk opened the little monk's robe, and there was originally only a small piece of jet black color on his neck, which had spread and occupied half of his body, although the old monk used his mana to temporarily suppress it, but depending on the situation, he couldn't suppress it. Without hesitation, the old monk turned around and squatted down to pick up the disciple, and quickened his pace towards the Sunset Shrine. Not far away under the dark night, the hill where the Sunset Shrine is located is already clearly visible. Just hold on for a while. As soon as he thinks of the disciple's condition, the old monk is full of pity, and he hates the monster who came to rob the evil thing a few days ago. The disciple is poison, but it is not an ordinary poison, but a kind of demon poison that has never been seen before. There is no way to detoxify the witch, can only turn to the magic of the witch. The subordinates who led the monster are obviously just some low-level monsters, but they have such a powerful trick is really unpredictable. In the battle, this proud disciple of his own was recruited. If it weren't for the fact that even if he suppressed it, he would not survive for a day, and he would still be able to spend so many days running here with himself. Haha, the old monk still has the hopeless kid with him. Just destroyed a land temple. The whip looked up at the sky with a look of surprise. These days the demon poison was suppressed and did not notice, and now it's spread. "Lees, again." The whip naturally sensed it immediately, and immediately turned into a wind and disappeared in place and quickly flew towards the town next door to Ukiyo-e town. "This smell is," sitting up from the quilt on the floor, Xiao Kaiying looked at Yao beside him with a snort in the air. "It's that thing, right?" "Indeed, although I haven't smelled it in hundreds of years, this smell should be right." Yao looked disgusted. "Anyway, it's definitely not a good thing that something has appeared, and judging by this aura, it seems to be approaching the shrine, so let's go and see what happens." Empty said. "Don't you need to inform the shrine maiden?" Yao asked. "There is a contract, go and see the situation first, and then you can just use the contract to notify you directly." With a smile in his heart, Yao didn't say anything more about this, and the two foxes flew directly into the air and left the shrine. It's you? Obviously it is close at hand, but halfway to kill away to bite the gold. The old monk looked at the whip stopped in front of him with a solemn expression. The disciple on his back is in a very bad condition. He must be treated as soon as possible. He really can't afford to delay the time, but the strength of the whip makes the old monk have no chance of winning at all, let alone repel it in a short time. Obviously it is only a little bit away. Do you have to give up your efforts at this last moment? "Humph, old man, you make me feel very angry. Hand over the things. I can still keep the whole corpse of your master and apprentice." Walking towards the two of them step by step, the whip deliberately walked slowly, but the footsteps were very dull, and the cold murderous aura accompanied by this atmosphere could bring great psychological pressure to the other party. In the eyes of the whip, the old monk who has no location is already a fish on his own chopping board. Suffering from this anger, the whip does not want the other party to die so easily. If he does not torture it enough, the anger in his heart cannot be completely discharged. The words just now are purely deceitful to the other party. As long as the old monk hands over the things, the whip will not let them go easily. A 540 thinking of the other party's upcoming remorse and anger and even fear. And other emotions, the whip can't help but want to laugh out loud. "Empty, don't you meddle? Those two monks are in a bad situation. Floating in the air, Yao asked the empty beside him. They don't care about the life or death of human beings, but the evil thing on the old monk's body has to let the two girls care. That thing is a big scourge, but it doesn't matter if you are a human or a demon, basically you will be targeted if you are alive. Let's watch the show for a while, and we don't have to do it. The empty voice smiled calmly. At this time, the old monk below looked at the whip and was struggling in his heart, but now he was in a desperate situation where there was no way out. The old monk chose to work hard, no matter what happened to himself and his disciples, but he must not let the evil thing fall into the hands of the monster in front of him. It would be a disaster. He made a decision, immediately put down the disciple, and looked at the apprentice who had fallen into a coma with guilt. The old monk picked up the Zen staff and the mana on his body surged, and his attitude was already very obvious. Snort. It's really a toast and don't eat and drink. Stopped. Looking at the old monk's unexpectedly unintended choice, the whip shouted angrily. The hands in his pockets were raised, and they waved in an instant, and the surrounding winds were disgusted, and the will of the whip turned into countless wind blades and struck the old monk overwhelmingly. Ha! With an angry shout, the old monk directly broke out with all his strength, and opened his shield in front of him to resist the attack of the wind blade, but obviously this passive defensive method could not last too long. In this regard, the old monk did not give up completely, only hoped that the witch on the mountain not far away could perceive this side of the quiet. After all, this is already within the scope of the shrine. As the owner of the shrine, the controller of this land, someone in her field should be able to detect it. As long as the witch comes, they master and apprentice still have a glimmer of life. Sora, the old monk seems to want it. Let's help him. After all, if we don't do anything, then the witch doesn't know how to punish us. Looking at the dangerous old monk, Yao couldn't help but say, no way, it doesn't hurt if you watch the play freely, but now the lifeline is in the hands of the shrine, and if you don't do anything as the guardian saint of the shrine in the face of this situation, you will inevitably be blamed by the shrine. Don't worry, Yao, Lin Ling already knows, and then pointed to the street not far behind the whip, where two huge black shadows were rapidly approaching. That's, Yao's eyes widened. With her eyesight, this bit of darkness couldn't block her vision at all, and the two black shadows behind the whip could clearly see the whole picture. They were two unicorn lions more than 2 meters high. It's a stone statue at the foot of the shrine mountain, and it must have been lit by a shrine maiden as a guard dog to guard the town's door. Sora directly revealed the origin of the two unicorn lions. Boom. A small pit was shot on the ground where the whip was located, but the whip had disappeared in place, and it had come to midair when it reappeared, and he had just concentrated on breaking the old monk's defenses without paying attention, and after feeling the sense of threat from behind, the whip flew into the sky for the first time, and now he looked condescendingly at the position below, and the two large unicorn lions were staring at themselves. From these two unicorn lions, the whip could feel a pure divine power, which was a kind of power to restrain the monster and make the monster particularly disgusting, bold and wicked. Dare to be presumptuous at the Sunset Shrine. The fiery red unicorn lion spoke, opened its mouth and spewed a fireball directly at the whip in the air. Sunset Shrine? It's just two stone lions that have been ignited. Avoiding the attack, the whip immediately swung out a large cloud of wind blades and slammed into the unicorn lion's body. Most of the strength of this lit guard dog is only the level of low-level monsters. At most it reaches the level of medium-level monsters, but it is just the attached power to restrain monsters. But that's it. There is no threat to the whip at all, not to mention that the other party doesn't seem to be able to fly, and under his absolute advantage, he doesn't have to be afraid at all. But the next second what makes the whip dumbfounded is the wind blade, which can easily shatter even stones, slammed into the unicorn lion and did not appear in the slightest, as if a person was blown by a gust of wind and did not have any. Yoro is arrogant. Another white one-horned lion sneered. The horn thunder above his head flashed, and it hit the whip in the blink of an eye. Thunder and lightning can be said to be the nemesis of all things. The power of the white lion's thunder and lightning is naturally not so strong, but the attached divine power also makes the whip feel painful, plus the paralyzing effect of the thunder and lightning attachment directly let the whip scream, and an unstable fall to the ground. Damn! Would Laozi actually be planted on such a guard dog? Looking at the unicorn lion that jumped up and opened its bloody mouth towards its own ferocious devouring, the whip's eyes darkened, and then the severe pain was fleeting, and he didn't know anything. Thank you two adults for rescuing me, and I asked to see the shrine maiden in Shimahoriaji Shaokai. Picking up his disciple, the old monk came to the two one-horned lions and respectfully reported himself to his home. Lord Showerhei doesn't have to be formal, please sit down, and we'll take you to meet the master. Half of the first lion ate the whip, and the red lion bent down to face Xiaoheideo. Thank you. You're welcome. Showerhei took his disciples to sit on the back of the red lion and was taken towards the shrine on the mountain. Maiko-sama, how is my disciple? It's okay anymore. Master Showerhei isn't just here for his own disciples. Hearing that his disciple was fine, Showerhei breathed a sigh of relief, took out a box with 2 talismans from his arms and handed it over. This is an evil thing that Horiaji has suppressed since more than 300 years ago, because the demon peeps. Horiaji no longer has the ability to continue to protect it, so I want to hand it over to the Shrine Maiden Sama's Sunset Shrine to prevent the evil thing from being born again and harming the world. This breath, raising her eyebrows, Lin Ling didn't shirk it, and took the box. If she didn't guess wrong, there should be no doubt that the fruit in this box should be a parasitic fruit, but there are subtle differences. No matter what, this thing is not a good thing, and it is really not a small trouble to fall out. Master Jie, it's not early, let's stay at the shrine for a while, so that the disciple will need some time to cultivate before he can fully recover. Looking at Xiaohe, Lin Ling took the initiative to propose. That is better to be respectful. Nodding, Xiaohe should go, the matter has been completed, there is no pressure and a light body, his disciple still has to cultivate, Xiaohe is not in a hurry, it doesn't hurt to live here for a few days. In this regard, Lin Ling summoned the empty to lead Xiaohe and arranged the next room, and then Lin Ling directly broke the sealed talisman on the box. Without the suppression of the talisman, the evil chi in the box was immediately washed out, and it was opened. As expected, a parasitic fruit lay quietly inside, and the closed gap suddenly opened to reveal an eye, looking directly at Lin Ling. Ordinary people will feel creepy when they see this situation without being frightened. Seemed to notice that the witch in front of her was extraordinary, and several tentacles immediately appeared on the parasitic fruit, wrapping towards Lin Ling's face, but in the next second, these tentacles melted away in the blink of an eye as if they had touched the white snow of the fire, and then a plain hand shrouded it, pinched and lifted the parasitic fruit, and the demon-breaking spiritual power exploded, and the parasitic fruit was directly annihilated and dissipated, and the box left behind was also thrown into the bonfire behind Lin Ling at will as firewood to burn. Ukiyo-e town building looking at the sky with a touch of daylight. The night is about to usher in the dawn. Yu Zhang looked at the cotters gathered beside him quite irritably. It's been more than time, the whip hasn't come back yet. It's just a trivial matter to get rid of the land god. It's easy to use the power of the whip. It stands to reason that it should come back faster than others unless there's any trouble or even someone to kill it. No matter which situation it is, it's not a good thing for Yu Zhang. Young master, do you want to continue to wait? Behind Yu Zhang, a young man with a tongue stuck out couldn't help but ask. Let's go. If the whip is still alive, he will come back by himself. The plan is important. The needle girl stays, and the others follow me. Turning around and going downstairs, Yu Zhang didn't have much expectations, just a dead cotter. Yu Zhang was not distressed, but in this period, the more power for the slave group, the better, not to mention that it was too wasteful for a powerful monster like a whip to die before he achieved his goal, and he could only expect that he would think too badly about the result. Time flies, 2 days have passed, the little monk has not recovered much, sitting in the aisle drinking tea, watching the old monk Xiaohe is teaching his disciples. Ling feels quite funny. In the shrine are high-quality beauties, from childhood to adulthood follow the little monk beside the old monk for the past 2 days. For his 6 impure disciples, the old monk is a continuous hatred of iron does not become steel expression. These 2 days can always see the old monk teach the little monk a scene. Huh? Lin Ling-chan, today, it's a rare thing. Holding a bunch of snacks, Sora walked over and said with a grin. It's just a matter of coming out once in a while to breathe. Her face sank, and when she remembered the nightmarish memories that happened when she was playing games, Lin Ling felt extremely painful. Would you like to eat some? Sitting down next to Lin Ling, there is nothing wrong with staying in the shrine. These days, the more you know about modern society, the more people feel novel. Every day has a different fun and wonderful experience. Just 400 years, but the world has been in the vicissitudes of life. The change is really amazing. Thank you is not polite to the heir. Lin Ling took a bag of snacks and opened it and nodded. This kind of life is really leisurely. Asking for flowers 0. Sister Lin Ling, there are guests looking for you? At this time, Yuzo shouted and trotted over. After the education of the heir in the past 2 days, Yuzo got started quickly, and she was already a qualified witch. Of course, this refers to the reception of guests and cleaning the shrine. The 2 guys of Kong and Yao are almost idle. If it weren't for Lin Ling's help to take care of it, Yuzo's strength alone would not be able to keep it busy. Speak slowly, don't rush. Looking at Yuzu's hurried appearance, Lin Ling said calmly. Yes, by the way, Sister Lin Ling, come with me to the lower temple. This time it is my friend who has come to ask for help. Yuzu said nervously. Looked at Yuzu speechlessly. Why did Yuzu's friends always attract evil? 0. That's it. His face turned red, and he seemed to see Lin Ling's thoughts. Yuzu simply said the situation. This time it was her elementary school classmates who had been in contact with her, and the 2 separated after going to junior high school, but the relationship was still the same, and they often kept in touch. And yesterday night I heard from a friend that she seemed to be taken by a monster, and Yuzu directly asked her to come to the Sunset Shrine. After a while, when she came to the shrine, Lin Ling looked at the haggard girl in front of her. Lin Ling immediately recognized it. This is Kana, Lu Sheng's childhood sweetheart. The last time I chased the beast once, but at that time Kana had already fainted. Carefully looked at the situation on Kana's body. It was really demonic. Of course, a lot of breath was contaminated by Lu Sheng, and some of the Snow Girl and King Tianfeng. These are okay. The most important thing is that one of the hidden and malicious demonic chi condensed on Kana's forehead, and there is a tendency to get worse and worse. Can you tell me about your situation? Sitting down on the cushion, Lin Ling asked Kana gently. Looking at Lin Ling's gentle and beautiful appearance, Kana was a little amazed and felt a sense of peace of mind. If it weren't for listening to the words of her friend Yuzo, Kana wouldn't have come here at all, but since Yuzo said that the witch here is very capable, Kana also came over with the mood to give it a try, and after relieving her emotions, Kana began to tell her story. That's the case. I've been having the same dream for the past 2 days, _. Sister Lin Ling, how's it going? Is Kana okay? Watching Kana leave, Yuzo asked Lin Ling. Just now Kana told all about his situation, but Lin Ling didn't give a complete answer, just gave Kana a rune paper and sent people away, for the situation of friends. Although Lin Ling is very trusting of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling did not give a promise, Yuzo is inevitably still a little uneasy. Cloud Mirror, a more troublesome monster. To destroy it, you can only lure the snake out of the hole. Your friend will be fine. Smiling, Lin Ling still reassured Yuzo, this kind of monster is not a powerful monster. Its characteristic is to take away and eat the target who is 13 years old at the age of 540 on his birthday, and survive in the mirror world. It is generally difficult to catch the other party by taking the initiative to find it, and it is the fastest and easiest to let the target targeted by the cloud mirror be used as a bait to get rid of the demon. Oh, although I didn't understand what the situation was, with Lin Ling's assurance, Yuzo was a lot more relieved and went back to work in the front yard. There was no one else around. Lin Ling relaxed, estimated the time, her physical strength should have been full, took out her mobile phone from her sleeve, opened her dog, recalled yesterday's shipwreck road, the sorrow of the blind, the pain of Lin Ling wanted to delete the game directly, but her hard work was about to go down the drain, and she was still reluctant, and she couldn't regain her sight if she had another order today, so let's start with the chai knife nurse. I hope it won't sink. This time. After brushing his physical strength in 10 minutes, he looked at his remaining single stone, which was reserved for activities, but he failed to regain his sight, and the firewood knife nurse was another choice for himself. Hesitated, Lin Ling turned off the game, and waited for the evening to draw it. The shipment rate should be higher, and there must be a lot of pumping during the day, and the insurance point is better. I'm back. Approaching nightfall, Yuluo returned, carrying a big bag of things in his hand, all of which were all kinds of discounts and limited time offers, although Lin Ling said that the God Society had covered Yuluo's food and accommodation, but obviously Yuluo didn't want to eat and drink here for nothing like this, and the monthly fee given by the family was not much, but Yuluo would still buy something from time to time and come back to share it with everyone. Well-behaved, sensible and polite, and cute tight, there is no doubt that Yuluo has been loved by the people of the shrine, and handed over the things to Shishin to take to the kitchen. Yuluo looked at the hall drinking tea and eating snacks and watching TV, and the clothes on his body were also changed to convenient denim shorts and compassionate Lin Ling. These days get along. Yuluo's impression of Lin Ling has completely changed. Obviously standing there is a cold and beautiful witch, but the personality is a little lazy, with a strong mana and yin and yang arts, but he likes to stay in the shrine, made Yuluo very helpless. If it went on like this, Yuluo felt that Lin Ling would become a waste witch sooner or later, but unfortunately after persuading Lin Ling a few times, she still went her own way, and Yuluo was also out of line. Yura, shall we go to the hot springs? Lin Ling suddenly proposed. Huh. The sudden topic made Yuzo. Tomorrow weekend, you should rest, let's go to the hot springs together. Pointing to the hot spring hotel broadcast on TV, Lin Ling said with great interest, although there are also hot springs, it is also a good enjoyment to go out to the hotel occasionally to relax. For Lin Ling's proposal, Yuluo was also a little moved, nodded, and proposed, then can I invite a friend to go with me? Of course it's no problem, it's more lively when there are more people. Seeing Yu Latong, naturally he didn't object to Yu Luo's proposal. It's normal for people to go out, and it is naturally interesting to go out in groups to play, but in the next second, Lin Ling felt that the rune paper she gave to Kana was activated, and she didn't have time to say hello to Yu Luo. A 5-pointed star was generated at her feet, and then Lin Ling's figure disappeared in place. Happy 13th birthday? Kana-chan, I'm here to pick you up. On the empty road, the cloud mirror riding a bicycle smiled at Kana in front of him and invited him. Kana, come and play together, let's continue the game from 7 years ago. I don't know you? Looking at the monster in front of him in horror, Kana turned around and ran, but now Kana is already in the world of mirror beauty, and she can't escape from the palm of Yun Weijing's hand, so for Kana's escape, Yun Weijing is chasing behind him in a hurry. Playing peekaboo? You can't escape. Slowly cornering Kana, enjoying the panic and fear shown by Kana, the cloud mirror hangs unhurriedly behind Kana, like a cat before eating its prey, fully enjoying the fun of teasing its prey. Just when Kana passed by an intersection, the light flashed, and the original street became the staircase of the school. Looking at the familiar school environment in front of him, Kana turned to look at the cloud mirror that emerged from the mirror, and a sense of despair came to her heart. But Kana, who was not ready to accept her fate like this, was about to continue to escape, when a pentagram bloomed in front of her, and then Lin Ling's figure stepped out of it and came to Kana. Looks like I'm here at the right time. Smiling slightly, Lin Ling glanced at Kana Deo with a happy face behind her. Lord Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling's debut, Kana, who understood that she was saved, was suddenly relieved. She was still a little suspicious of Lin Ling's ability, but now this scene undoubtedly shows that Lin Ling is a real witch, which makes Kana feel a little ashamed in her heart. What people? Don't spoil my good deeds. Looking at the roadblock in front of him angrily, the cloud mirror roared angrily. Should I say that you can't figure out the situation, or are you too stupid? Smiled and didn't care about the face of the cloud mirror, not to mention that the face of the cloud mirror couldn't see any obvious expression. Lin Ling didn't say anything polite to this goods, and directly threw out a long strip of rune paper from his hand, and directly surrounded the surrounding void and blocked it so as not to let the cloud mirror escape with the mirror. On Myoji. Looking at Lin Ling's hand, Yun Weijing was frightened and subconsciously wanted to escape, but unlike the previous situation of freely shuttling through the mirror like a fish in water, this time he hit the mirror, and Yun Weijing was stunned and couldn't enter the mirror, but hurt himself. Alright, it's time for the curtain to end. Lin Ling said and approached the other party step by step 2.0. In addition to the special ability, the monster of the cloud mirror is stronger than ordinary people, and then has some demon power, and the mirror ability is blocked, and its own strength is similar to that of low-level monsters. Damn on Myoji? I'm fighting with you? Knowing that he had fallen into a desperate situation, the cloud mirror instantly conjured up several clones and surrounded Lin Ling, and the tentacles on his body swept away towards Lin Ling. The spiritual power surged. Lin Ling waved his sleeves. Where the storm passed, all the doppelgangers of the cloud mirror were scattered, and his own body could not bear the ravages of this spiritual power storm and was directly dissolved, leaving only the core part of the essence to be collected by Lin Ling. And as soon as the cloud outside the mirror died, the scene immediately changed. It was still the entrance of the building in the school, but it was no longer a mirror world, but returned to the real world. Sister Lin Ling, is it okay? Turning around, Kana said a little shyly. After all, it was the first time to wear a witch costume, because of the incident of the cloud mirror, plus Yuzo, one of his best friends, was also working at the shrine, and after learning that the shrine was still recruiting, Kana took the initiative to join in. Of course, the treatment is the same as Yuzo. After all, they are students who don't have much time, so they can only work part-time. Yes, well, it's the day of the god sacrifice in a few days. I'll let the heir teach you Kaguya dance. Clapped her hands. Lin Ling had a new idea. Of course, the so-called god's sacrifice day is purely made up by herself. The sunset shrine is actually not dedicated to any gods, so there are almost no traditional dances and god worship ceremonies such as Kaguya dance. But I haven't seen this traditional god worship dance with my own eyes, so the interest is up. Lin Ling wants to hold a ceremony to be lively. Of course, Lin Ling is ready to add Yuluo to it. 3 beautiful girls wearing witch costumes and dancing Kaguya dance or something. Thinking about 27 is really a little exciting. Don't give the 2 girls a chance to shirk at all. Lin Ling directly gave the clapper down. Of course, Yuluo, who was drawing talismans in the room to practice yin-yang arts, did not escape Lin Ling's poisonous hands, and was directly appointed as an instructor, and naturally had to continue to be idle in his free days. For the various grievances of the 4 girls, Lin Ling directly chose to ignore it, but during this time, what made Lin Ling more eye-catching was the situation in Ukiyo-e town. It seems that the monsters from the west have become more and more presumptuous, and the Nulayan group is also facing a severe test. And now Lin Ling is waiting for the day when the 2 groups will start the war, and the number of monsters involved is estimated to be at least 1 or 2,000, and he can reap a wave of luck by fishing in troubled waters. After all, how much luck can each monster provide to himself? Even if it is less, the quantity can also greatly make up for the quality problem, and the battle of thousands of monsters will not be found as long as they harvest a fifth or even a quarter, and then the luck will definitely be able to capture a large amount of it. Why not do it? Sister, why did you suddenly turn around here? On the demon dragon, a little Lori holding a skeleton asked curiously about the long-haired black girl floating in the air beside her. I just felt the familiar atmosphere, and I wanted to meet old friends on a whim. The girl laughed, because she was still accumulating strength, although it had been 8 years of accumulation, but the time had not yet come, and when the battle between the Nulayan group and the western monsters was over, it was time to re-enter Kyoto. Old friends. Don't ask more no matter what in the little Lori's opinion. My sister's will is absolute since it's an acquaintance. If you can get in, you can add a point of combat power to the future cause. It's a great thing. At this time, in the shrine, the originally clear sky was gradually replaced by darkness, and the dark clouds that gathered from a large area in the distance directly obscured the sun, giving people a sense of depression that the black clouds were overwhelming the city, and the 2 girls of the sky and Yao came to the middle of the air, looking in the direction of the dark clouds. Their expressions were extraordinarily dignified, and the climate problems that evolved naturally. This is a large number of monsters gathered to travel, and the weather anomaly caused by the condensation of demonic chi was far away from the thick demonic aura that rose to the sky. It seems that the Comer is not good. Empty Yao retreated a little. No matter how strong the 2 of them are, they are not invincible, and in the face of the monster army, they can only be wiped out. I know, but we can't avoid it, can we? Sora sighed and said, let's take a look at the situation for now. After all, it is really rare to gather such a wanton army of monsters in the daytime, not to mention that such a large scale is rare to see once in this 100 years. I am afraid that this peace will usher in chaos again. Time passed little by little, and soon, the monster army had come to the location of the shrine, and Kong and Yao also saw someone at this time. The black long straight girl in a black sailor suit was obviously the leader of this group of monsters, although it was a strange face, but Kong and Yao immediately recognized the identity of the other party. The feathered fox that was sealed hundreds of years ago, the former lord of the ghost and charm, has reappeared in the world. This powerful demonic power and breath will never be wrong. The breath of the monster is the only sign of identity, and it can't just look at the appearance. It's been a long time, Kong, Yao, sure enough, that's right. The demonic aura I felt a few days ago was really the two of you. The feather-clothed fox stepped forward and looked at the two women. This is the Sunset Shrine, the feathered fox. It's a little inappropriate for you to come here with an army of monsters. Took out a folding fan in his hand and opened it, and the empty old god was there. The shrine maiden of the Sunset Shrine? It is said that he has been very powerful for generations, but this time I am only here to catch up with old friends, and it would be great if you would like to join me. The feather-clothed fox didn't bother to sell the guanze, and directly invited the two girls. After all, Kong and Yao are also of the same clan as themselves, and their strength is also very strong, and they were also famous monsters 400 years ago. If they join their own team, they can save themselves more effort and make the plan go more smoothly. 540 is still so straightforward, but I'm sorry, my answer is still the same as it was at the beginning. Sora sighed and said, of course, it's more about the relationship of the contract. I can't go, and even if it's a free body, Sora doesn't want to mix with the feather fox. For the so-called ideals and great cause of the feather fox, Sora is not interested in the so-called ideals and great cause of the feather fox at all, and I don't want to work for others as a subordinate, and joining the shrine is a last resort, not to mention that the witch didn't treat them as slaves. Basically they are still relatively free, and they are satisfied with the current life of the heir. In that case, I can't come in vain, so I'll destroy the Sunset Shrine. By the way, after all, this Sunset Shrine is also a variable. The feather fox didn't force it but changed his words. Wait for your own trouble. This shrine is indeed a variable for the feather fox regardless of whether it can threaten itself. In short, it's coming. It's easy to cut off the inheritance of this shrine. What's more, the feather-clothed fox also has some understanding. This shrine suppressed a lot of monsters and evil things. The shrine was destroyed. When the time comes, you can all incorporate it into your own hands to increase the strength of your command. It seems that this battle is inevitable. I already knew that the other party was not good, and I was not surprised by the feathered fox's behavior, even if I didn't want to face the monster army in front of me, but since I had become the guardian saint of the shrine, I could only fight. Yao, go back to the shrine. We can't defeat it alone. We can only rely on the shrine for defense. I hope the feather-clad fox can retreat. Sora made a decision without hesitation, pulling Yao and running towards the shrine. The strength of the feather-clothed fox will greatly improve every time he is reincarnated. 400 years ago, the Sky and Yao teamed up to fight with the feather-clothed fox, and now they have no chance of winning against the feather-clothed fox. For the empty approach, Yao naturally understands it too, although unwilling, but the breath and demonic power that the feather-clothed fox is now revealing is indeed very amazing and terrifying. The feather-clothed fox alone can pick out the two of them, not to mention that there are hundreds of thousands of monsters coming along in comparison. The situation of the shrine is really much weaker. I don't know if I can hold it. It can be said that this time is really the biggest crisis since the establishment of the shrine in the past. The shrine was not without a group of demons attacking, but at that time, they were basically some monsters that were not high or low, and those who did not take the lead could only be regarded as a rabble, which was completely incomparable with the troops led by the feathered fox. Now, Lord Feathered Fox, do you want to attack? The subordinates can't wait. A huge arthropod monster that couldn't tell what breed it was, asked respectfully to the feathered fox headed by it. Attack? Raise the Sunset Shrine to the ground. With a wave of his hand, the feathered fox gave an order directly, and the not loud voice was actually conveyed to all the monsters, and immediately the army of monsters that were already ready to move boiled directly, and the group attacked it and shrouded it towards the shrine, and many of the faster ones collided directly towards the shrine. And at this moment, a giant pentagram array expanded around the shrine, and a white passport that was not dazzling but exuded a soft light was like a bowl buckled down, covering the entire shrine including the surrounding mountains together, and included in the protection range of the enchantment. And suddenly a large number of monsters didn't have time to stop their speed and slammed into the enchantment, but they couldn't stir up the slightest ripple in the enchantment, but instead hit their heads and broke the blood flow, and many weaker monsters directly knocked themselves to death. Although this barrier is mainly for protection, it is also not weak in lethality, especially under the energy of restraint. It can cause a lot of damage to yokai. It's worthy of the Sunset Shrine, such a powerful enchantment. As soon as his eyes lit up, the feathered fox made all the monsters retreat, and the feathered fox of this enchantment could see at a glance that its defensive power was not at all something that his own monsters could easily break. Even if he personally shot it, he might not be able to break it, but although this enchantment was strong, it was not without weaknesses. Crazy Bone, you assign it. Take someone to break the 5 points of this pentagram circle for me one by one, and the enchantment will collapse on its own. Yes, Sister Sama. Holding Lori's crazy bones, he skillfully pulled away most of the monster army, divided into 5 teams and launched an attack towards 5 points. This enchantment is formed by connecting the ley lines through the pentagram formation. The shrine is the center of comprehensive regulation and control, and can continue to absorb the natural energy of the outside world to make up. Face attack enchantment is equivalent to being tough with this land. Even if it is broken, it will at least add the lives of thousands of monsters into it, but the 5 points as pillars are weaker than the defense. Break the pillar, the whole enchantment will naturally dissipate on its own like rootless water. Of course, these 5 points are weaknesses, and compared to the entire big enchantment, for most yokai, it is a very strong defense. In the shrine, looking at the monsters in the dark sky, the empty face is nervous. Yuluo is no exception. If it weren't for the education of the Huakaiwan family and the support of the concept he adheres to, Yuluo is afraid that it may not be necessary to cry. Such a big battle and the appearance of each monster is very powerful. For a moment makes Yuluo have a feeling of the end of the world. As for Yuzu and Kana, they didn't understand the situation, and they were ordinary people, so they were sent to the temple by Lin Ling for the first time. Hey, Lin Ling, in such a grim situation, don't you do something as a witch? If the barrier is breached, not to mention that your shrine will be wiped out, I am afraid that the lives of all of us will not be saved. Seeing that the 5 points had become a little shaky after withstanding the attack of the monsters, Sora couldn't help but complain to Lin Ling, who was still calm like a bystander. Don't worry, soon these monsters will retreat. Lin Ling said without worrying at all, and even took the teapot and poured herself a cup of tea very leisurely and tasted it slowly. Looked at Lin Ling speechlessly, although I didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from, but seeing Lin Ling so heartless, everyone relaxed a little. After all, Lin Ling is the owner of the shrine. Since he said so, he should be prepared, and the shrine has been inherited for hundreds of years, and each generation is a powerful witch, and the background is absolutely profound. At this time, the feathered fox in the sky has already frowned his eyebrows. The 9 tails are like lotus flowers blooming and stacked below, and the feathered fox sits upright like a queen. But looking at the situation that the continuous attack on the enchantment has led to the fall of many monsters, so that the feathered fox is in a dilemma. Even if he attacks the weak point, he has to pay a lot of price. If he can't make up for the loss, his accumulated strength in the past 8 years will be weakened a lot, which is not helpful for his plan to re-reign in Kyoto in the future. What's more, now the shrine has only used a protective enchantment. The witch who is the master hasn't shown up yet. I don't know what kind of hole cards I have. It's a bit reckless to attack it rashly. Gritted his teeth. For the sake of safety, the feather-clothed fox decisively reissued the order, so that all the monsters were returned, and now the shrine, Lee's, is a difficult stone, and even if it continues, even if it breaks the enchantment, it will cause serious losses to itself. If you can't get enough supplements, you want to delay the obsession and desire of Qingming again. This is the bottom line of the feather-clothed fox, and all the premises must revolve around this bottom line. Sister, why do you want to stop attacking? If you hold on any longer, this barrier will be broken. The incomprehensible question is more about the loss of dozens of monsters they have brought for this, although they are only intermediate monsters, but they are also a new force that is not weak. It's me who underestimated this shrine. Let's go. When the plan is completed, this shrine can naturally be easily pulled out with the general trend. There is no need to continue to die because of this loss. I was unwilling, but the feather-clothed fox was still very sensible. This account had been recorded, and it would have to be repaid thousands of times when I returned in the future. Whew. I almost thought it was going to be over. I didn't expect it to really retreat. I don't really want the style of the feathered fox. With a look of surprise on his face, he vaguely glanced at Lin Ling, who was leisurely on the side, feeling that the other party should have expected such a situation, and suddenly raised Lin Ling's vigilance level again in his heart. Of course, Lin Ling naturally doesn't know about the idea of emptiness, and she won't care if she knows. Lin Ling has already expected the retreat of the feather fox. After all, the main task of the feather fox at this stage is to give birth to her child, for which she has paid so much effort, and spent countless hours gathering forces. All the prerequisites are for this only goal. The shrine is so difficult to knock. The feather fox will naturally not continue to consume with the shrine, but it is inevitable to be hated. Okay, it's almost dinner time. Let's have a barbecue dinner tonight. Putting down the teacup, Lin Ling got up and said, the quality of the feather-coated fox's subordinates is much stronger than those scattered monsters. Dozens of monsters died on the enchantment, providing themselves with a lot of luck points. But what made Lin Ling more concerned was the fluctuation from the feather-coated fox just now. If what he expected was correct, there was a fragment on the feather-coated fox's side, but although the fragment was tempting, Lin Ling didn't have the courage to go out. If it was one-on-one with the feather-coated fox, he wouldn't be afraid, but with the feather-coated fox in the army, Lin Ling really didn't dare to rush over. At that time, even if you get the fragments, it is estimated that you will not have the life to complete the 540 mission. The gains outweigh the losses. Anyway, you will not miss any event in Kyoto in the future, and it is not too late to find an opportunity to plan again, and when the time comes, Kyoto will fall into chaos. It is the best time to fish in troubled waters. After dinner, Lin Ling looked at the uninvited guests in the room and said, are you going on a trip for most of this painting? Almost. Go see an old friend, and come back soon. Just pass by and take a look. Slippery Scoop ate the fairy shell that turned out of the cabinet just outside the shrine. Slippery Scoop also saw the group of monster army, although I don't know which group it's from, who is the leader, but faintly give the Slippery Scoop an ominous premonition. I thought the shrine might not be able to hold the Slippery Scoop and almost went back to move the rescuers to save the field. I didn't expect the other party to retreat. The situation of your slave group seems to be very serious. Is it really suitable to run out to play as the general? Lin Ling teased. Lu Sheng has grown up, it's no problem to have him. After all, he is the grandson of the old man, and he has inherited the old man's bloodline. Slippery Scoop had a smug expression on his face. Praising Lu Sheng was actually praising himself, and this cheekiness was really thick enough. Slippery Scoop, I can use the 4 souls jade once for your grandson. Sitting down opposite the Scoop, Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Oh. With a shake of his hand, he immediately regained his calm appearance, and looked at Lin Ling with a serious face and continued, what kind of price do I need to pay? There is something that may need your help at that time, but the jade of the 4 souls is to be used in the shrine. Of course it won't make it difficult for you to do, just give me your choice. Lin Ling said. I'm going to ask Lu Sheng's opinion on this matter. After all, the wind is a little strong, and I thought it was too simple last time. Nodding, Slippery Scoop didn't dare to make up his mind immediately, although he hoped that son Jackie Chan would inherit more bloodlines and become the 3rd generation worthy of the recognition of the demons, but after all, he was this precious grandson, and once he had a loss, he would cut off his grandchildren. So Slippery Scoop decided to let Lu Sheng make his own choice, even if there were consequences he saw, it was Lu Sheng's own choice, and as a grandfather, Slippery Scoop would also respect his grandson's choice. Yes, then I'll wait for good news and give me a reply within the month. Don't worry, of course I won't wait for it. Lin Ling gave a generous deadline to come. In that case, then the old man has taken his leave. Nodding, there is still time, and the Slippery Scoop is not in a hurry, putting on the hat and turning into a burst of black mist and dissipating in the air. Early the next morning, Lin Ling went out directly, because today is the weekend, so the school is on holiday, and Kana is going to participate in the dormitory, so only Yuzo came to report at the shrine, but there are Yuluo to help and Kong and Yao are also there. Lin Ling is also relieved to give them the God Society to take care of, and the house has been running out for so long, also because it is necessary to take over the work, relying on the shrine's offerings and other, scattered inputs can only barely maintain the daily operation of the shrine, and the main income is to eliminate demons and evil spirits for others. If you give a single sum to those rich people to cover a year's income, ordinary people can also gain a lot. This time the client is Lin Ling's old customer. Of course, this time it is not the old customer himself who has something to invite Lin Ling, but a partner of the old customer has a problem that cannot be solved by conventional means, and finally can only ask for help from those capable people. But there are too few capable people in modern society, and there are many scammers, and finally the other party contacted Lin Ling through Lin Ling's old customer, and the remuneration is also very generous, a deposit of 1 million, and a remuneration of 2 million after the solution. On the outside of an open-air coffee shop on the commercial street of Ukiyo-e town, Lin Ling is mostly a witch with a beautiful appearance, which is naturally very eye-catching, but after all, she came out to work. Lin Ling originally wanted to wear civilian clothes, but finally came out in a witch suit. After all, as a professional, you must have professional ethics. Of course, it is not because of the trouble, but the situation in Ukiyo-e town makes Lin Ling feel a little like the wind and rain are coming. Almost every place is full of a faint demonic atmosphere. It depends on the situation. The battle between the Nura group and the Western Yukai is within a few days. Hello, the contemptible person is the general manager of Hengju Real Estate, Daoshin. You are Lord Lin Ling. Dressed in formal clothes, the rather handsome four-eyed young man formulaically handed his business card to Lin Ling. You have the same surname as your boss, are you family? Casually glancing at the business card she had taken over, Lin Ling sat down and said, yes, my father is a director of the company. Smiling slightly, Daoshin doesn't believe in these feudal superstitions, but the things that his father explained, he can only obey. 3 million is not a lot of money for him, but it is still a very unhappy thing to give the liar. But now looking at the master witch invited by his father, Daoshin feels quite amazing. As an upper-class person, he is also a woman who has read countless women, and it is really very rare to have such a temperament and beauty as the witch in front of him. If you can get it, 3 million is not a loss. Looking at the serious rice field, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the other party's colored gaze. Anyway, she was doing things with money, and when she was done, she went back to continue at home, took a sip of the coffee sent by the waiter and said bluntly, tell me about the specific situation, and then go to the field to see the situation. I've sorted out the specific situation and brought it over, you can take a look, and when you're done, we'll immediately set off to observe on the spot. Took out a document from his bag and put it in front of Lin Ling. Inada still had a formulaic attitude. This kind of thing Inada didn't care about, but what should be done still had to be done, otherwise it would be difficult for Dad to explain. Now what makes Inada interested is to observe the situation of the witch in front of him, and then go back to check the other party's information. This is the ghost building that my dad said. It was originally bought to be demolished and rebuilt, but there were several small accidents after a few days of construction, and the workers said that there were ghosts, and 2 workers died in an accident during a construction 2 days ago, so the work was temporarily suspended. Daoshin pointed to the building in front of him and explained to Lin Ling beside him. It is normal for construction accidents to occur, but it is not normal to be so frequent. Although Daoshin does not believe in these ghosts and gods, thinking that someone is deliberately making ghosts, but after checking for 2 days, there is no clue. But my father invited a master to kill ghosts, and Daoshin is just a dead horse as a live horse doctor. It's really a ghost, and it's a lot of resentment. Nodding, Lin Ling could see at a glance that there were powerful ghosts in this ghost building. Not the demonic aura of those monsters, but a strong resentment. This breath in broad daylight was about to overflow. Just standing next to it, he could feel the temperature drop several degrees, giving people a cold feeling. So is there something we need to do? Maiko-sama smiled and asked, but Padada's eyes were full of disdain. In Padada's view, Lin Ling was just a god who pretended to be a ghost, but it was a pity that King Ben was a thief, wasting this skin. But it's okay, this kind of money-greedy stick has no psychological burden to play, and things that can be solved with money are not a thing, and when the witch is finished, she will report that it has been done. Just continue the construction. What ghosts are psychological effects? As for the frequent accidents, it is only caused by the negligence of the construction personnel. It is enough to strengthen the management. I'll just go in by myself. Waving his hand, Lin Ling said directly, Daoshin is an ordinary person, and he has to be distracted to protect this guy in the future, so it's better to let him stay outside. Let's go together. The witch-sama has a strong mana, presumably this little thing will not be difficult for you. Seeing through Lin Ling's idea of wanting to get away with it, Daoshin took the initiative to propose. When he sees through this kind of trick of the magic stick, and then lures him with money, this beautiful witch is not in his bag. Looking at Lin Ling's face, the thought of the scene of doing whatever he wanted after taking it down, Daoshin's heart felt a burst of heat. Whatever you want. Shrugging her shoulders, Lin Ling walked straight towards the building. Seeing this, Dao Tian didn't say much, followed behind, and the two entered the building together. Entering the building, the rice field immediately felt a chill in his heart. He didn't feel anything outside. After entering, he felt completely different. He didn't feel very cold, but there was an inexplicable cold feeling in his heart. Goosebumps were up. On the other hand, Lin Ling, who was in the lead, didn't seem to have anything to do, and involuntarily the rice field began to retreat in his heart. Take this belt, stay honest. Looking at the hanging sample of the rice field, Lin Ling threw a piece of talisman paper over. No, I'd better go out. Inada waved his hand. This building is really weird, be careful. Inada decided to wait outside. Humph, you can't get out, look behind you. With a sneer, Lin Ling pointed to the door where he came in behind the rice field. How is that possible? Looking at the pitch-black space behind him, Inada was dumbfounded, took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously and put them back on. Still the same as before. Judging from this weird situation, is there really a ghost in this world? As soon as he thought of this rice field, he felt cold hairs standing on end, tremblingly took the rune paper in Lin Ling's hand, and moved towards Lin Ling's footsteps. It was obvious that the witch was a master with real skills. In this case, the rice field naturally immediately chose to follow the footsteps of the witch in case of accidents, and after getting the rune paper, the cold feeling just now also disappeared, which made the rice field more sure of the fact that Lin Ling was a master. Let's go up. Lin Ling spoke again and walked straight upstairs. She has seen this situation a lot. Many employers were similar to rice fields at first, and they would only understand it if they saw it with their own eyes and experienced it. However, compared to the situation of the rice field, Lin Ling is more concerned about the situation of this building. This building has completely become a ghost domain. I remember that the information provided by the rice field said that this land was a cemetery before the building was built, and many people died during the period when the ghost building was established and abandoned, so the seller would sell it at a low price, and then it was bought in by the company of the rice field. Looking at the momentum, even if the Ricefield family did not invite someone to remove the ghosts, or in a few years, the building would completely form a ghost domain, and the ghosts would also go out to harm people. Ah, what's wrong? Listening to the screams of the Ricefields behind her, Lin Ling turned around unhappily. Blood. Trembling and pointing to the stairs under his feet, the panicked look on Inada's face completely lost the style of the successful person just now. What's the fuss? Follow me quietly to keep you safe. With the protection of talisman paper, the general ghosts who followed the Ricefield by his side could not help the Ricefield. Lin Ling pulled the Ricefield and continued to walk upstairs. As the two of them moved forward, the scenery in the building began to change. The original modern building was gradually dyed with a layer of black mud, and then changed into an antique ancient mansion. One by one floating away pale and stiff ancients haunted the two of them. These are all ghosts, but not the main one. Lin Ling continued to move forward unmoved. The Ricefield behind him was already pale with fright, closed his eyes and grabbed Lin Ling's sleeve with one hand to follow, and he regretted his follow-up behavior of wanting to save face. Sister, let's play. A gorgeously dressed little girl came out of nowhere, holding a small red ball in her arms and smiling at Lin Ling. Dust to Dust, Rest in Peace glanced at the ball in the little girl's arms. It was actually a dead man's head, wearing a hard hat. It should be one of the workers who died in an accident 2 days ago. The spiritual power in his hand bloomed, and at the moment when the little girl panicked and wanted to turn around and run, it was directly covered on the little girl's head, and in an instant, the little girl turned into a wisp of light smoke and dissipated directly. and Lin Ling's behavior immediately caused the surrounding ghosts to vibrate. The scene changed again, all the surroundings fell into darkness, the sound of ghosts crying wolves resounded all around, and countless white bone claws appeared in the darkness and stretched out towards Lin Ling, but in the next second, the spiritual power on the body exploded, destroying all these bone claws, and the dark space was all broken, and the modern buildings in the original building reappeared in the eyes of the two. Did it work? Seeing Lin Ling so powerful, Daoshin looked happy. Step. Trample. Trample. Tread. Listening to the footsteps coming from upstairs, Daoshin hid behind Lin Ling in panic, looked at the direction where the footsteps came from and said, Maiko, hurry up and leave. In an instant, a bloody face appeared in front of the two, and Inada opened his mouth wide and immediately fell to the ground with both eyes, and was directly frightened and fainted. Trouble. Looking at the fainted rice field, Lin Ling looked at the female ghost in front of her. The long-haired white clothes really had the smell of a Sadeko, but the resentment on her body was unprecedentedly strong. The absolute ghost of the ghost. I am afraid that if you go further, you will be able to achieve the body of the Ghost King. This kind of existence is not worse than the big monster. If you become the Ghost King, you will be able to stand at the top of the world, and Lin Ling may not be able to easily take her down at that time. Seeing Lin Ling, who was inactive and 54-0, the female ghost understood that the witch in front of her was not an ordinary person, and there was an aura and a deadly sense of threat on her body that made her feel very disgusted, but she was scared and an ordinary person didn't bother to pay attention to it, and directly raised her hands and inserted them into the witch's neck. The sharp nails on her fingers were no worse than ordinary divine weapons, and the hard momentum could also be grabbed like cutting tofu, and the consequences of catching a person can be imagined. Broken. A short body avoided the female ghost's claws. Lin Ling reached out and took out a piece of rune paper, paid attention to the spiritual power, and slapped it directly on the female ghost's waist, and immediately as if it had been hit by a bomb, the female ghost let out a miserable howl, and her entire body was blown out, submerged into the wall behind her, and disappeared. It's not that easy. Looking at the rune paper that turned into ashes after being exhausted in his hand, Lin Ling took out a small palm-sized white jade bow from his sleeve. This is an artifact inherited from the shrine. Of course, this thing is just a magic weapon at most. The name of the artifact is just an exaggeration, and the killing of unknown demons and monsters in the hands of generations of witches gave this magic weapon the prestige of this magic artifact. Picked up the small bow, the spiritual power was instilled, and the entire small bow immediately changed, quickly expanded, and became a 1-meter-long big bow. Pulling the bowstring, Lin Ling locked the resentment of the female ghost, and quickly pulled it to a corner not far away, and countless arrows condensed by spiritual power burst out, without destroying the building at all, and directly submerged into the void, and immediately the ghostly figure of the female ghost with several holes on her body floated out of the corner and flew towards the window, as if she wanted to escape. After all, the gap between the two is too big, even if the female ghost is about to enter the realm of the Ghost King, but this small step is like a moat that cannot be crossed, and she has been seriously injured by Lin Ling's attack, and she doesn't know how many years it will take to raise it, let alone break through the realm. Of course, for the female ghost's style, Lin Ling naturally can't let her leave like this, otherwise her efforts will be in vain. Quickly took out a handful of rune paper, fan-shaped, and threw it around. Each rune paper automatically stood upright in a void around it. The light on the rune paper flickered, connected into one, and the space was temporarily blocked. The figure of the female ghost seemed to hit a solid wall, and was directly bounced back, and the rune paper was also a little dim, but it still firmly blocked the escape path of the female ghost. It's over, Demon Breaker. Direct force. Lin Ling shot the arrow in her hand at the female ghost. No matter what the reason for the female ghost is or what other stories are hidden, Lin Ling will not do anything. Since he has already made a move, he will not give the other party a chance to turn over, not to mention that the female ghost has been evil for a long time, and it is light to kill it directly. The light flashed and disappeared. In the small space, it was impossible to dodge this attack, and the whole body was directly shot by the arrow of the Demon Breaker. Just like the snow, water melted and quickly turned into a point of light and dissipated. Looking at Lin Ling, who maintained an archery posture in the hollow, and finally turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth, and without the female ghost, the main master, the internal division was clear, and the original gloomy feeling was gone, and this ghost building turned back into an ordinary abandoned building. Looking at the luck that had risen a little with satisfaction, Lin Ling looked at the place where the female ghost dissipated, and there was an inexplicable aura that attracted her, and after a closer look, a black crystal lay on the ground, and she picked up the crystal curiously, and the crystal in Lin Ling's hand disappeared, and the fragment task was more than a progress value of 1, but I didn't expect good luck again and again, and I could get a piece of world fragment by mistake. In a happy mood, she grabbed the rice field that continued to be unconscious. Lin Ling left the building, put the rice field down, and went directly to the customer's phone. Not long after, a text message of funds transferred into the mobile phone rang. 3 million remuneration plus the remaining balance of more than 10 million in his account, enough for himself to continue to be fancy for a while. Rare good things. Today I got some delicious treats and bought the newly published cereals. Together. I don't know how long it has been when the rice field woke up. It's already in his own home. The subordinates sent by my father found him outside the building and brought him back after this incident. The 3 views of the rice field have changed. Looking at the mobile phone, there is still a witch's practice phone. The rice field quickly saved it. It's not easy to find such a master. Maybe there will be a time to ask for the door in the future. It's also safe to keep it. It's really easy. The shrines and ancestral halls in this area should be almost destroyed, so the time to launch a general attack on the Nura group should be almost there. Flying in the air, a monster dog with a chicken head, Phoenix, muttered excitedly. The time is not there. Wait for Lord Yu Zhang to speak. Now let's continue to find the next target. Grabbing the chicken paw of the dog Phoenix, the sleeve god said. He was by pulling the sleeve curse, attacking the weak land god to gain fear. This kind of destruction of the shrine and the ancestral hall is a good task for him, and the Cotter sleeve god is the most positive about this matter. Huh? There's a big shrine there. The dog Phoenix noticed a shrine on a hill not far from the periphery of Ukiyo-e, usually flying around Ukiyo-e town but not paying attention to this 2.0 now along the edge of the destruction of the remaining shrines and ancestral halls is a very conspicuous discovery of such a shrine. It looks like a shrine with a lot of origins. Let's solve it together. The sleeve god laughed. But that's not the scope of Ukiyo-e town. It has nothing to do with the mission. I want to start a war with the Nura group sooner. Dog Phoenix shook his head and said, this kind of time-wasting thing Dog Phoenix doesn't want to do. Then you let me go, I'll go by myself. The god of sleeves proposed. The words of the dog Phoenix are right, but such a big shrine is in front of him, and the god of sleeves doesn't want to miss it, and he doesn't know how much benefit he can bring to himself by killing this shrine, so he is very unwilling to leave like this. Really? Hurry up and come back, or Lord Yu Zhang will blame you, and I won't help you speak. The dog Phoenix frowned and began to land towards the ground. _Wu. I'm tired to death. How did this mountain gate build so long? I knew that the guy from the dog Phoenix would take me directly to the mountain. Wiping his sweat, the god of sleeves looked at the big stairs in front of him and could only continue to climb up, and his choice was crying to be completed, who let himself covet the temptation that this shrine brought him. Is it okay to let this guy go like this? At the foot of the mountain, the red lion said to the white lion beside him. It's okay if you don't care about this kind of garbage, not to mention that this is the meaning of the empty adult. We just do it, and when the master blames it, there will be an empty adult. The white lion said indifferently. In the eyes of the white lion, it is estimated that the 2 people on the mountain are too idle, and they are having fun, and this kind of monster that is rare to send to the door is not interesting if it is not good to play tricks. More than 10 minutes later, looking at the empty shrine in front of him, the god of sleeves breathed a sigh of relief. This staircase is really difficult to climb, but the next thing is his own feast. It is worth it to think about it like this. With small short legs, the god of sleeves went towards the temple, and directly pushed open the door, and 2 blonde and silver-haired shrine maidens in witch costumes were facing away from them, as if they were praying, which was really a very good scene for the god of sleeves. Don't believe in any gods, it's better to believe in me than in these weak gods. Directly grabbed the sleeves of the 2 witches, and the sleeve god smiled proudly. The person who was pulled by his sleeve, no matter who turned back, would be cursed. This is his most powerful ability, and most of the land gods were killed by him like this. Sure enough, it's the god of sleeves, and there is no one else in this picture. An ethereal voice sounded from behind the sleeve god, and in the stunned gaze of the sleeve god, the 2 witches who were dragging suddenly dissipated into 2 humanoid runes and fell. Wouldn't this kind of garbage just be extinguished? Why bother? Yao's face is disgusted. I really can't understand the evil taste of the void. Although it's normal for a fox demon to occasionally like to play pranks, it's okay to jump out of the personality, but what's so fun about this kind of sleeve-clad god monster? At least Yao doesn't understand the idea of empty now. Yao, although this guy is good for nothing and only curses, it's not that it's useless. Do you remember? 400 years ago, we once met a sleeved god, said with an empty smile. I forgot for a long time. It was not easy for a weak monster like the sleeve god to survive in that era, and there were people who dared to run around like this, let alone attack the shrine, and the courage was really good. Yao sneered. Should I really say that the times are changing too fast or that the monsters are declining, and in the past, I was not even qualified to be cannon fodder and could run rampant in modern society. Are you? Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him in a panic, the sleeve god was already frightened, and the aura and demon coming from the other party's body did not indicate the true identity of the 2 girls standing in front of him. Oh, looks like you recognize us. Sora smiled playfully. The big monster who once dominated the side Sora and... What the? Why is it here? Haven't you been taken away by the shrine maiden? It was enshrined as a fox fairy. Could it be that this is... The god of clothes seemed to think of something, and suddenly sat down with a face like ashes. He was considered to be self-inflicted, and what was waiting for him was a hearty meal, but he didn't expect it to be a ghost door. This is the sleeve god back then? The demonic power on the body is not weak, but the means are still so single. It's okay to be a cannon fodder reluctantly, but it doesn't seem to be of much use to the shrine, right? Yao was full of disgust. It's useless, but the sleeve god itself has a little bit to use, and it can also bring us a lot of help. The empty smile is bright, but it gives people a creepy feeling. I see. Looking at the empty smile, Yao's expression of sudden realization, the modern method of using the sleeve god to make spells may have been lost, but as old monsters who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, the two of them still remember a lot of the methods they have, such as how to use the sleeve god to make treasures is one of them. In the backyard, Lin Ling, who was drinking tea with grapefruit, looked in the direction of the temple and said, "It's really noisy. What's wrong?" Sister Lin Lingyuzo had a curious look on her face. "It's nothing. Yuluo is going to participate in club activities, and she won't be back tonight, so there is no need to prepare dinner for her." Lin Ling waved her hand. "Oh." In the Ukiyo-e town building with the passage of time, the building is also close to completion. The 4 Koku monsters led by Yu Zhang gathered here, but what makes Yu Zhang unhappy is that the 7 Cotters who rely on him the most rely on are the 7 Cotters who are mainly related to the death of another one. In addition to the whip, the guy who was the dog phoenix was also surrounded and suppressed by the crows of the slave group, and now the sleeve god hasn't come back yet. I'm afraid something happened. Nearly half of the Cotters were lost before the official war started. It's not a good thing, although there's already a plan for loss, but such a big loss in a short period of time still made Yu Zhang feel a little painful. However, the performance of the Nolion group made Yu Zhang a little surprised, and he felt a little pressure, but he was still under control, and it was gratifying that most of the shrines and ancestral halls in the Ukiyo-e town had been cleared, and some of the fish that slipped through the net didn't have to worry about it. And this building was about to come to an end, and the final time for the big war was almost coming, and the most important thing in the past 2 days was to gather the monsters under his command, and the day of the official war was coming, and the 88 night trips of the 4 countries should also be shown. 2 days have passed, and people are still living their lives as usual, but only the existence of the inner world can be discovered. Ukiyo-e town has fallen into a tense atmosphere, and there are monsters entering Ukiyo-e town every day, and a large amount of demonic energy is permeated in Ukiyo-e town, and the Nura group has also begun to prepare for war, and the two sides seem to have a tacit understanding that they did not start a war immediately, but each accumulated strength and waited for the moment of the showdown. The battle is about to begin. On the streets of Ukiyo-e town, Lin Ling is walking on the road in civilian clothes. The closer to the center, the stronger the demonic spirit becomes. The army of the 4 countries of Yukai has all converged towards that side, and the Nolion group seems to have begun to fight. 100 Ghosts Night Walk vs 88 Ghost Night Walk showdown is about to be staged. Holding a Odin and eating, Lin Ling soon came to the destination, where a large number of monsters gathered, but the pedestrians on the road all turned a blind eye. After all, ordinary people can't see it, especially in the place where the demon aura is pervasive and a large number of monsters gather. The 5 senses of ordinary people will be circumvented. Of course, if someone is involved, it can only be said that it is unlucky. The world of monsters cannot be restrained by the laws of the world, and the only iron law that pays attention to the winner is king. It didn't take long for the gathering of monsters from the 4 countries. The 100 ghosts of the Nolion group also came over, and the 2 sides stood opposite each other, and the Nightland as a general naturally stood at the forefront. 540. I'm waiting for you to come, Nu Liang Lu Shang. I didn't have to weigh my strength to come, but that's the end of it. Let's see my demeanor clearly. Looking at Lu Shang and his party below mockingly, Yu Zhang was surrounded by a maple leaf, and soon showed his ontological posture, and the appearance of Yu Zhang's true appearance immediately caused cheers from his own monsters. However, for Lin Ling, who watched the play, Yu Zhang's performance was very sassy, and he was also a serious patient in the late stage of secondary disease. As Yu Zhang fell, the monsters gave way, and Yu Zhang soon came to the forefront of his own monsters, and the battle between the 2 forces unfolded under the dialogue between the 2 generals, and thousands of monsters quickly melee together. Looking at this lively scene, Lin Ling also began to move. These monsters are all a stroke of luck for Lin Ling. However, what has to make Lin Ling can't help but complain is that the battle between the 2 parties is a bit like a fight between gangsters, copying the fight of the guy directly. The competition is completely personal force, and there will be no discipline and other tactics at all, but after all, it is a monster, and the human, chka, set probably doesn't work for monsters, and thanks to this, it gives Lin Ling the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. If it weren't for this chaotic scene, it would be difficult for Lin Ling not to attract the attention of both parties. After eating the remaining Odin in one bite, wiping his mouth, Lin Ling threw out 2 rune papers. With Lin Ling's control, the 2 rune papers quickly transformed into 2 humanoid monsters that looked a little strange, reached out and instilled spiritual power in the 2 artificial monsters and then established a temporary connection. Under Lin Ling's control, these 2 artificial monsters fell directly into the battlefield below, and began to harvest human heads. Whether it was the Shikoku monsters or the Nolion group were within the hunting range. Anyway, as long as it was done cleanly, who knew that they did it themselves? What's more, after the battle began, the casualties were coming out all the time. The 2 artificial monsters that Ling mixed in didn't look conspicuous, and Lin Ling deliberately divided the 2 monsters into 2 opposing formations. It wouldn't be eye-catching, even if she was a little puzzled about this strange companion, but she thought so much on the battlefield, right? On the other side, Lu Sheng was already close to Yu Zhang's side, relying on the fear of the slippery ghost, so that others ignored their sense of existence, and easily broke through the battlefield of the melee, where Yu Zhang was located. The generals between the two sides collided head-on, and most of the monsters' attention was also absorbed by the generals of both sides, but they didn't know that under Lin Ling's control, the number of their companions was rapidly decreasing, of course. Compared to the number on the field, Lin Ling's monsters were not much, but at this rate, Lin Ling would be able to slaughter more than 1/3 of the monsters present in about half an hour. Contact is broken. With a shake of her right hand, the artificial monsters in the Shikoku monster camp disappeared. Lin Ling looked at the position where she had lost contact, and the snow girl was rapidly advancing towards Lu Sheng's side, holding the spear formed by ice condensation in her hand with the demeanor of a Valkyrie. Took out a piece of rune paper again for manufacturing. This kind of accident is nothing. Compared to tonight's income is not a matter at all. The next second, a scene that made Lin Ling happy unfolded. One of the 7 fellow cotters of Yu Zhang Night Sparrow shot. The falling feathers can take away the enemy's sight and senses. The originally noisy battlefield was immediately invaded by the black feathers scattered in the sky, but the artificial monsters made of rune paper will naturally not be affected. Under the control of Lin Ling, the firepower is full of firepower, quickly slaughtering the monsters next to him, and a large number of screams also pull all the monsters back to reality, fighting separately without seeing it after all. No one knows whether it is a companion or an enemy around him, but this passive defense cannot hinder Lin Ling's harvest, and a large number of monsters have died at the hands of artificial monsters. This scene naturally did not attract the attention of Yu Zhang's side. After all, it was on the edge, and Yu Zhang's eyes were all on Lu Sheng in front of him. When the snow girl cracked the demon law of the Night Sparrow, and the monster recovered, the entire battlefield was already less than 1/3 of the monsters, and the artificial monster Lin Ling had also been recovered. Just stop in moderation, and if you continue to make trouble, you will be discovered. Looking at a large amount of money, Lin Ling was already quite satisfied, but the next battle was even more intense, and Lin Ling stopped looking at the rest of the scenes. According to the original trajectory, Lu Sheng would definitely win. Since it was over, Lin Ling was naturally too lazy to continue to stay here, and it was comfortable to go back early in the cold day and stay in the room. Sister Lin Ling, why are you here? By the way, you also discovered the powerful demonic energy here. Yuluo took Kana to the overpass and looked at Lin Lingdao who came down. Sort of, but this battle is not something you can participate in. Just watch from the sidelines, and protect ordinary people from getting involved. Touching Yuluo's little head, Lin Ling admonished. Then Sister Lin Ling, are you ready to stand by and watch? With a puzzled expression, Yuluo didn't understand why Lin Ling came and had to leave. As a professional like an onmyoji and a witch, shouldn't it be his duty and obligation to subdue demons and eliminate demons? It's a duel between yokai, just ignore it, you'll understand later. Lin Ling said perfunctorily. If she really wants to explain, she really doesn't know how to say it, so she naturally has to get through the trick, and she doesn't wait for Yuluo to say more, and she immediately flashes people. Grandpa, what are you taking me to this shrine for? The duel with the monsters of the 4 countries has come to an end. Finally ended with a handshake. Lu Sheng, who has been determined to become the Lord of the Ghost, began to recruit his own 100 ghosts and nocturnal monsters in the past half a month, and early this morning was pulled over by his grandfather. To be honest, Lu Sheng thought about many possibilities, but I didn't think that my grandfather would bring him to the shrine, not to mention that there are also many more famous shrines in Ukiyo-e town. Why bother to go outside here? Lu Sheng, Grandpa, this is for your own good, just stay for a while and be honest and follow your orders. Slippery Scoop's face is serious. The Jade of the 4 Souls is not something that anyone can use, not to mention that even if it falls into the hands of the Sunset Shrine, even if he became the master of the dragon and the charm in his heyday, he doesn't dare to attack the Sunset Shrine, not to mention now, just selling a favor to the witch can benefit his grandson, and Slippery Scoop will naturally not let it go. I'll have to let me know what the hell is going on. With a confused look on his face, Lu Sheng said helplessly. It's a hassle to say, but you'll know when the time comes. Slippery Scoop sped up. After all, time waits for no one. This guy in feather coat Fox actually appeared again. There is really not much time left for him. The heavy responsibility naturally falls on his grandson Lu Sheng. Every minute and second can enhance the opportunity of Lu Sheng. Slippery Scoop does not want to let go. Because today's Slippery Scoop is coming, the shrine is temporarily cleared. Yuzo and Yuluo and Kana have all given paid holidays, and Lin Ling is the only one sitting in the temple, and the 2 daughters of Kong and Yao were also sent out by Lin Ling, and around the temple Lin Ling arranged multiple enchantments, and the mountain protection array of the shrine is in a semi-activated state. Lin Ling still attaches more importance to this matter. After all, the Jade of the 4 Souls is really a scourge. Once it spreads, it will definitely not be able to live in peace in the future. After all, the Jade of the 4 Souls is a very precious secret treasure for both monsters and humans. Monsters can greatly enhance the power of demons, and humans can also obtain power beyond mortals through the power of the Jade of the 4 Souls. It can be said that the energy of the Jade of the 4 Souls can play a very large auxiliary role in any intelligent creature. As long as you know the existence and function of the Jade of the 4 Souls, I am afraid that there are very few who can resist its temptation. Yo, Lin Ling, I brought my grandson over. Entering directly from the main entrance, Slippery Scoop pulled Lu Sheng in. Nodding, Lin Ling looked at Lu Sheng, who was a little uneasy in front of him. The two of them could be regarded as familiar people who had met once, but in the face of Lin Ling's scrutiny, Lu Sheng was still a little uncomfortable. But the next second what shocked Lu Sheng was that Lin Ling looked at him for a few seconds and said directly, "Take off your clothes and pants for me." Subconsciously crossed his hands and retreated. Lu Sheng's face was forced to look at it, and he instantly made up a scene where his grandfather had reached a discordant dirty deal with the witch in front of him, and then sold his grandson to him. "I'm not old, I have a lot of thoughts, hurry up." Looking at Lu Sheng's performance funny, Lin Ling urged. In the end, in the face of the Slippery Scoop assured that it was absolutely okay and the words of comfort, Lu Sheng twisted and pinched and took off only the pants. Just when the Slippery Scoop wanted to help his grandson take off the pants, Lin Sheng stopped. Almost enough, not to take them all off. Looking at Lu Sheng who was kneeling in front of him uneasily, Lin Ling turned around and pinched the seal of the statue and lifted the sealing technique on the idol. "Open." With a light drink, as Lin Ling's words fell, a jewel with flashing color light flew out of the mouth of the god statue and fell into Lin Ling's hand. Because the jade of the four souls in the purification exudes extremely pure spiritual power, even the Slippery Scoop and Lu Sheng, who are monsters, will not be disgusted with it, but an inexplicable desire swells in the bottom of his heart, and compared to the desire of the grandson, Lin Ling looked at the jade of the four souls in his hand is surprise. "I'm going to start, please wait outside." Glancing at the Slippery Scoop standing aside, Lin Ling directly began to drive people away. Yes, suppressing the desire in his heart, he walked out of the temple, closed the door by the way, and then sat directly on the stairs outside the door. His heart was full of sighs. The Jade of the Four Souls really deserved its name, and even his heart at this age couldn't help but be fascinated by it, and everything else depended on the creation of the terrestrial life. Looking at the scene where there were only two people left, Lin Ling said to the nervous Lu Sheng, "Close your eyes, feel the blood of your monster, try to control it and mobilize it. How much benefit you can get this time depends on your own performance." Yes, thinking of what his grandfather said he didn't know how many times, Lu Sheng immediately did it, and at this point, Lu Sheng also understood that this trip to the shrine should be an opportunity for himself, and he must take advantage of it. Asking for flowers 0. Looking at the prepared Lu Sheng, Lin Ling mobilized his spiritual power and began to control the power of the Jade of the Four Souls, opened his mouth to blow the Jade of the Four Souls in his hand, and a piece of spiritual light emerged from the Jade of the Four Souls, and then turned into a thin line and shot on Lu Sheng's forehead, and soon the colored light spread to Lu Sheng's whole body, and felt the spiritual light pouring in. Lu Sheng also felt the blood of his monster according to what Lin Ling said, and began to mobilize this bloodline. As Lu Sheng focused on it, the aura that was originally surging in Lu Sheng's body gradually began to change towards gray and black, and the Jade of the Four Souls itself was a treasure jade born after the death of the monster and the witch together, with the power of both. With the absorption of Lu Sheng, the aura gradually changed into demon power to be absorbed by Lu Sheng, and at the same time, with the transformation of Lu Sheng, the monster blood in the body gradually began to be purified. And the original quarter of the monster blood gradually expanded and assimilated the human bloodline, and Lu Sheng's original human appearance during the day gradually changed to the posture of the monster at night. 0. After more than half an hour, Lin Ling decisively broke the connection of the Jade of the Four Souls and put it away again. At this time Lu Sheng has been completely demonized, and then Lu Sheng needs to digest and consolidate it himself. Looking at the Jade of the Four Souls in his hand, Lin Ling has a feeling that it takes no effort to step on the iron shoes and find nowhere to find it, because the Jade of the Four Souls in his hand is also one of the fragments of the world, but compared to the small one obtained on the female ghost last time, this Jade of the Four Souls is considered big, and he directly chose to recycle. Looking at the progress of the task in the taskbar that had reached 2 pieces, Lin Ling was a little dumbfounded when she looked at the Four Souls Jade that was still in her hand. In the next second, what stunned Lin Ling was that the power in the Jade of the Four Souls seemed to be completely untied, and an extremely rich dark black demonic power and another opposite pure white spiritual power burst out from the small beads, turning into 2 energy dragons, one black and one white, and soared into the sky. The enchantment originally arranged by Lin Ling was directly shattered without even blocking it for a few seconds, and Lin Ling had not had time to launch the Mountain Protection Array, and the 2 energy dragons had already flown into the air, and the huge aura and violent power were scattered in all directions. The eyes of the yokai and capable people of the entire island country all converged on the position power above the shrine at this moment. What a terrifying force. Is there something wrong with the Jade of the Four Souls? Outside the door, Slippery Scoop looked at the sky in shock. At this time, a figure flew out of the roof. It was Lin Ling. These 2 forces must stop it. Otherwise I don't know what the consequences will be. I looked at the Jade of the Four Souls that had become transparent and dull in my hand, and the cracks were dense. Obviously it had been abolished. I am afraid that there was no way to continue to be the carrier that contained these 2 forces. The spiritual power on the body exploded, and the 2 long dragons built of rune paper quickly flew out from the 2 sleeves of one left and one right, and soon formed a sealed space around the 2 energy dragons that collided with each other. This level of surgery doesn't last long, and you have to make a choice. But the matter is already like this, and there is no way to do it. The whole person rushed directly into the two energy dragons that were entangled, and suddenly the original violent aura began to weaken rapidly, and the body size of the energy dragon was also rapidly shrinking. Damn, it's big. I originally wanted to seal the energy into my body, but Lin Ling forgot that her current body was not her original body, and its own capacity was limited, and these two forces were completely beyond the limit that this world could accommodate, so I didn't want to use this trick so quickly, but there was no way. Immediately opened the system. As the master, Lin Ling has the right to control everything in the system. Quickly selected the mall items. A golden light expanded with Lin Ling as the center, enveloping Lin Ling himself and the two energy dragons, and the surrounding rune paper array was no longer able to withstand the destruction of the power, but the violent power did not continue to cause, but began to gather and compress, and a golden sphere in the air gradually shrank and landed. It's really a big scene. In the temple, Kong Hyeo rushed back for the first time. In addition to the land that had woken up from the monster, there was also a one-person tall golden egg located in the center of the temple. The breath and power contained in it made people's hearts palpitate, and in the center of the golden egg, the huge breath of life was agitating the originally clear sky. The dark clouds began to dance, and the thunder dragons gradually flickered in the clouds, and it seemed that they could land at any time. What the hell is going on? Slippery looked at the unharmed Lu Sheng and breathed a sigh of relief and stared intently at the golden egg in front of him. But compared to this, what was even more terrifying was the thunderbolt in the sky. Tianwei was panicked. Whether it was a monster or a human, he was in awe in the face of Tianwei, and compared to the ordinary thunderstorm in the past, the dark clouds and thunder and lightning over the shrine at this time carried a strong coercion that made people unable to resist at all. Boom, seemed to be unbearable. A thunderbolt disappeared in an instant, and just when everyone was panicking, a snow-white fox tail appeared from the golden egg and directly scattered the thunder. As if feeling that his majesty had been provoked, and he was also angry that the invader was so bold, the thunder and lightning in the sky brewed rapidly, and a breath that was stronger than just now shrouded down, and the dragon meandered out of the clouds, silently roaring towards the golden egg and falling again, and this time the face dragon attacked. A vast surge from the golden egg formed a film of light, which easily resisted the ravages of the thunder dragon. And this time, the thunder and lightning in the sky flickered more and more frequently, and one after another more powerful thunder and lightning bombarded down, but the light film was stunned and did not move, and it was stalemate for several minutes, and the thunder and lightning became stronger and stronger, and the light film gradually began to ripple and became crumbling. The duel between Tianwei and the golden egg was not the power of the human world at all, and the onlookers couldn't intervene at all except watching this scene, and they couldn't even move reluctantly. The heavenly Dao of this world really has no spiritual wisdom to speak of. Feeling the situation in the outside world, inside the golden egg, Lin Ling's accelerated absorption speed. At this time, Lin Ling's body has completely become his most powerful nine-tailed form, and the realm is already the realm of the Luojin Immortal, because it is the strength of the pleasure value, and most of the time he uses the body is in the system space, so the control of the body is not very skillful. After getting used to it a little, the energy of the golden egg is simply insignificant to Lin Ling, and it was soon absorbed completely, revealing his figure. Nine-tailed demon fox? Is this generation of witches also monsters? Slippery Scoop muttered in surprise as she looked at Lin Ling, who was revealing her figure, and suddenly thought of the various situations between the previous generation of witches and a certain demon fox, although it was just a rumor, but looking at the situation in front of her, it seemed really possible. Boom, seemed to be impatient, and a breath like destroying the world surged, and then the purple divine thunderbolt, which was completely different from the thunder and lightning just now, fell, and the space where the divine thunder passed instantly shattered and emerged with a chaotic color, and then gradually repaired by the power of the world. Damn. Looking at this thunder and lightning, Lin Ling was also frightened. This is an origin divine thunder condensed in this world. Even if he is now a Luojin immortal, he is not sure that he can say that he can be unscathed. Quickly reined in his breath, Lin Ling rose to the sky, no longer resisting. He just took the blow. A scream. Lin Ling was heartbroken this time. This divine thunder not only acted on the body but also on the soul. The whole body was torn apart by thunder and lightning and then reorganized itself. A few minutes later, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the temple on the ground was in a mess, and Lin Ling returned to the original body of the witch, and fell to the ground with a sluggish breath. Are you alright? Lin Ling, seeing that the depressed aura dissipated, the recovered empty ran directly over to help Lin Ling up. The situation just now was too amazing. If it wasn't really in front of him, it would be unbelievable. I'm still alive, but I'm going to 2.0 to cultivate for a while, and I'm almost going to be wiped out. Coughing up blood, Lin Ling laughed miserably, and after receiving the divine thunder, he immediately concealed and sealed the power of the body, and then returned to the original witch body, which escaped the fierce pursuit of the heavenly Dao, and was almost about to hang. Lin Ling had palpitations. This was the first time she really faced the threat of death. After all, the soul is still her own, and the body can be restored if it is gone, but it is really dead if the soul is gone. It's over. The old man doesn't stay any longer, and he takes his leave. Breathe a sigh of relief. The slippery scoop feels a little messy. The impact just received is too great. Since the matter of the grandson has been settled, then naturally there is no need to stay here. Of course, this kindness, the slippery scoop will definitely be returned. After speaking, he directly pulled Lu Sheng, who was still unclear about the situation, and left. What's wrong? You too, is there anything on my face? Eating rice, Lin Ling looked at Kong and Yaodao helplessly. Staring, X2. If there's anything you want to ask, don't stare at me, can you? Unable to stand the attack of the two women's sight, Lin Ling sighed and said, Lord Sky Fox. Kong said uncertainly, it has been 3 days since the incident, and Lin Ling didn't take the initiative to explain anything, so the two of them didn't dare to ask more, so they could only use the line of sight attack to persecute them. Whether Lin Ling went to take a bath or sleep or go to the toilet, the two women followed closely behind, and finally let Lin Ling compromise. After all, the tactics of following closely for 3 consecutive days have been dangling in front of your eyes, and I don't feel terrified and annoyed. Half and half. Lin Ling herself is a little unsure about the doubts about the void, but now her form is indeed a human being. But the death 3 days ago had to bring the body to this world. Otherwise, the power of the Jade of the Four Souls will not be able to accommodate it with the body of this world, and it will explode and die. Of course, the price of the body is to be severely flattened by the heavenly Dao of this world 27. If it is not for his fast movements, it is estimated that there will be no scum left. Of course, because of this, Lin Ling's body has been fused. Generally speaking, Lin Ling has become an alternative half-demon state. If you are willing to switch to the demon fox posture of the body at any time, you will be truly invincible. But this posture Lin Ling does not dare to use it before the authority to control this world. If Lin Ling's demon fox posture dares to come forward, the heavenly way of this world will definitely run out and kill himself as soon as possible. Of course, if Lin Ling can collect another world fragment and initially control the authority of this world, then Lin Ling's true body can get a short opening time without attracting the attack of the heavenly Dao. If he can collect more than half of the fragments, he can get the preliminary recognition of this world, and he can freely use the power of the ontology without fear of being rejected by the world. But before collecting all the fragments, it is still necessary to be cautious about rashly using the power of the ontology, mainly even if the world does not reject his true body. However, the power that this world can accommodate is limited, and if the power of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level is in the world for too long, it will have a serious impact on the entire world that is difficult to repair, and it is possible that this world will collapse because of the power of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Only when Lin Ling completely controls this world, after the control of the system and the consolidation of luck, can Lin Ling freely use the ontology to play in this world without worrying about the impact on the world. All in all, the most important thing is to collect the world fragments first. But you are indeed a human now, but the aura and posture of that day should be that of Lord Sky Fox. Frowning, Sora fell into a tangle. The strength of Lord Sky Fox is too much. After attracting the curse of heaven and not being accommodated by the world, this human posture should be similar to the reincarnation method of the feathered fox, that is, its own strength makes its existence conform to the rules of this world and is recognized by the world in order to survive the present world. Yao's analysis, not all right, but I also guessed 8 or 9. Well, it's similar to what Yao said. Lin Ling didn't bother to explain too much. Yao's words were not all right, but the meaning was about the same. I see, nodded. Lin Ling still had some unbelievable feelings. So far the fox in the Fox Clan has only existed in legends. In ancient times, the other Fox Clan was able to cultivate successfully, and now there are only the two of them and the reincarnated monster Feathered Fox 3. The original witch was really a sky fox and was really shocked, a little like living in a dream. But then again, Yuluo has rarely stayed at the shrine recently, although he has to go to school to participate in club activities, but it stands to reason that this dinner time should also come back early. Looking at the absent-minded two girls, Lin Ling changed the topic. Yuluo seems to be practicing her own yin and yang arts. I don't know where to run. I get dirty when I come back every day, but it's really a hard-working little girl. It's very cute, said with an empty smile. Hey, there's a guest coming to the door. You can eat first. I'll take a look. Putting down the dishes and chopsticks, Lin Ling got up and said, just now the contact from the unicorn lion at the foot of the mountain, two Onmyoji came to visit, and it seems that they are also from the flower blossom courtyard. Walking on the stairs a high and a low two young men who look quite old and head towards the top of the shrine. They came this time mainly to convey the orders of the family. By the way, visit the owner of the shrine. The main reason is the movement of the feather fox. After accumulating enough strength, the feather fox began to break the seal array left by the 13th generation of Zyuyu in Kyoto began to be chaotic. All kinds of demons and monsters emerge in endlessly. A mountain rain is coming. So far, 2 seals have been broken, 2 talented people of the family also died at the hands of Yukai, and in order to cope with the return of the feathered fox, Hanakin issued an order to recall all family members from all over the country to deal with this incident. Ryuji 540, the taller boy said with a blank face. I know, there's a demonic spirit, it should be in existence like a guardian god in the shrine's captivity. Don't make a fuss, demon flow. Ryuji, who was wearing a black trench coat, waved his hand and said, after all, this is someone's territory, not to mention that the head of the house told him to be polite and respectful here before he came out, and it was better not to make trouble. Yukai are evil and cannot survive in the world. The magic flow is not the slightest emotion. Don't make trouble, this is the order of the head of the house. Ryuji emphasized, the magic flow is powerful, and it's also very good as a partner, but it's a little brainless. If no one looks at it, maybe it will make some mess for you, although it is the duty of the Onmyoji to destroy the monster, but it also has to be divided into occasions and situations. In this regard, the demon charm flow was silent without opening his mouth. After all, it was mainly Ryuji, plus the advice of the head of the family. The demon charm flow stopped all the movements, and silently followed Ryuji to continue to go up, and in less than a moment, the two arrived at the gate of the shrine temple. Ryuji took the initiative to knock on the door and reported the name. Flower Blossom Courtyard House. Flower Blossom Courtyard Dragon ER came to visit the shrine maiden. Is the witch at home? Is Yura recalled? Feathered Fox. But now Yura isn't at the shrine, so you're running for nothing. Drinking tea and looking at the two kneeling in front of her, Lin Ling said in an embarrassed tone, the show is about to start, and it is finally time for this. It's okay, one of the main purposes of our coming here is also to visit the shrine maiden. The feathered fox was born. If her plot succeeds, the world will be in turmoil again, and on behalf of the Hanakin family, we sincerely invite the shrine maiden to go to Kyoto to contribute together. Ryuji initiated the invitation very respectfully. Although looking at Lin Ling's young and beautiful image, Ryuji felt useless, but the two demon foxes who followed the witch were very powerful monsters and could help a lot. Well, I'll go to Kyoto. Yuzura hasn't come back yet. Do you want to wait here for a while? Lin Ling nodded and said, I should also go out for a walk. I will definitely participate in the grand event in Kyoto, and just staying in this small place. It is not clear when I will be able to complete the task. It is better to go outside for a walk, maybe there will be gains. No, we won't disturb the peace of the shrine maiden, and we will return to Kyoto's main house as soon as we find Yuzura, and the house will be waiting for the shrine maiden's arrival, which is our contact information for Hanakin. Ryuji waved his hand and handed over a business card by the way. Okay, then don't send it slowly. After receiving the business card, Lin Ling did not keep it, and directly served tea to the guests. Then I took my leave. Ryuji got up and said, and the demon stream beside him immediately followed, and the two quickly walked out of the temple and left towards the bottom of the mountain. Lord Tianhu, are you really going to Kyoto? After watching the two leave, Sora said with great interest. What's wrong? Sora, you're excited. Lin Ling said funny. Since that day, the two girls have directly begun to call themselves Tianhu. Of course, they are still called witches in front of outsiders. Well, a rare Kyoto event. The feather fox guy was interrupted several times in succession, and this time I don't know if it can be successful, and the eagle who is regarded as the real master of the monsters by the Kyoto monsters. I really want to see it. Sora is very interested in the way, not to mention that in Sora's opinion, with Lord Tianhu in charge, even if there are any unpredictable consequences, it can be easily calmed down, since the safety is guaranteed and there is excitement to see. Why not participate in this grand event? Clean up, the shrine will be closed from today. Pursing her lips, Lin Ling opened her mouth and gave an order directly. Since she was going out, the shrine naturally couldn't continue to open, but the necessary care was still needed, and when the time came, just talk to Yuzo, just punch in the salary directly. According to the current development situation, there is still a period of time before the feather fox completely breaks the seal and starts production, and he can walk to Kyoto to see if he can gain anything along the way. Yes, Lord Sky Fox. Face. At night, after sitting in the courtyard for 2 hours, Yuluo returned. Looking a little embarrassed, the clothes on the body were also dirty and a little dilapidated. It seemed that he had experienced a battle, and he didn't say anything, and after taking a bath, he directly expressed to Lin Ling that he wanted to return to his home temporarily, and then thanked Lin Ling for taking care of him during this time. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally expressed his understanding, and the next morning, Luo embarked on the journey back with his small luggage, because he had to come back, and Lin Ling kept Yuluo's room. Yuluo, who was full of emotion, naturally did not shirk it, and left lightly. It's almost time for us to go, and when we get to Kyoto, will Michi-chan Yura be scared? Only took the two girls of Kong and Yao out of the shrine, Lin Ling said with a smile. The matter of the shrine has also been given to Yuzo, and a sign has been set up under the mountain to close the mountain, and everything is ready. But are we really going to walk through it like that? Lord Sky Fox. The feeling of the air is still flying directly over quickly. After all, it seems that Kyoto is becoming more and more lively at the moment, and yesterday the news began to report the appearance of the supernatural time in Kyoto, and there are also rumors that there are witnesses of yokai and even monsters attacking people. Just walk faster, and take a look at the scenery along the way. Lin Ling stepped out, and in the blink of an eye, she had already walked a few hundred meters away, and seeing this, Kong and Yao immediately followed. With Lin Ling's way of hurrying, it is actually not slower than taking a means of transportation such as the subway, plus it is on foot. Some places can be walked directly without changing the route. Maintaining this speed, you can reach Kyoto in 2 days at most. The reason why you choose to walk Lin Ling is to go down this way to get some luck to enrich the progress bar, and by the way to see if there is any luck to touch the world fragments. The main reason is that the sensing range is too small, and if the world fragments are covered by other breaths or formations, it is difficult to sense themselves. I can only try my luck, So far I have only gotten 2 fragments, and it is a good thing to walk around more for the sake of pure luck. There is a demonic aura everywhere, and the direction of this breath is Kyoto. It looks like it's really going to start messing up, and the monsters are starting to run everywhere. After walking for more than half an hour, not long after leaving the town where the shrine is located, Lin Ling felt that there were traces of demonic energy everywhere in the air and on the ground, some strong and some weak. All of them were moving in one direction, and at that time, Kyoto was really a world where demons were about to become monsters. It's been a long time since I've seen this in 100 years. Sora sighed with a sigh. Modern society, humans and yokai coexist. Most of them are in peace. There are few things to fight for. Such a scene is basically not seen, and only in ancient times was the most active era of yokai because of the events in Kyoto. Let this scene reappear again let Sora feel quite emotional. Continue to move forward. Came to the next city, Lin Ling and the 3 girls slowed down. The demon aura here is even stronger. The sky can see scattered monsters flying over from time to time, and individual monsters can also be seen in the crowd on the street. It should be human time during the day, but now it looks like it has been turned upside down. Lin Ling and the 3 girls look at these monsters, and ordinary people have been watching Lin Ling and the 3 girls, the 3 beauties, walk together and wear a unified witch costume. It is difficult not to be noticed. Originally, a few monsters that were paying attention to Lin Ling also seemed to notice the extraordinariness of these 3 foreign witches, and ran into the dark alley. So, let's go find a hotel to stay overnight. We have something to do. Lin Ling smiled slightly. Yes. Nodding. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to stay here, Sora immediately went to find a hotel according to Lin Ling's instructions. Although the breath is very weak, it should be right. Some uncertainties, but even if there is a little hope, Lin Ling has to find out. Well done, Red Ghost. We've collected 100 raw livers, so keep them carefully. This is a gift we gave to Lord Feathercoat Fox. Inside a dilapidated wooden house, a tall blue-skinned ghost looked at the dense clay pots on the ground with joy, all of which were raw livers collected during this time. As a small monster organization with no reputation at all, to better survive in the coming era, hugging the thighs is undoubtedly the easiest way, and the thickest thighs at present are undoubtedly the feathered foxes that have encroached on the old ghosts gathered in Kyoto. When the time comes, this generous gift will be offered to add a boost to the upcoming birth of the Lord of the Spirits and Charms, and they will be able to be accepted into these little monsters, and when the time comes, the era of monsters will come, and they will be able to be a chic and happy person at the bottom even if they can't be cotters as members of the 100 Ghosts, of course, thanks to the big movement made by the Feathercoat Fox, so that the eyes of the world are focused on Kyoto, plus the frequent haunts of monsters make them have the capital to fish in troubled waters. However, even if 100 raw livers were collected, it took a lot of effort and time to get in, and even many younger brothers were killed by some humans such as Onmyoji who passed by. Boss, in order to avoid long nights and dreams, let's hurry up and leave for Kyoto. If we are late, 540 waits, our efforts will be in vain. A short, mud-like Gokai with eyeballs suggested. Well, that's true, let's gather quickly, and then set off with these gifts. Nodding, the ghost head hurriedly issued a convening order. After all, these little monsters want to survive better in addition to hugging their thighs, but also know how to know the current affairs. After all, these unpopular monsters bully ordinary humans at most, and those who encounter powerful spiritual abilities will be hanged and beaten. Plus other powerful monsters may also be unhappy to destroy you at will. As a little monster, the situation is actually very miserable. Like, the Nato monk witch class joined the exception of the organization under the command of the big monster. At this time, on the beam of the wooden house, he held a small wooden fan and whispered, "Raw liver, I haven't eaten it for hundreds of years, although it does contain human essence and can enhance the power of monsters, but the taste is really not good. After all, I'm used to eating cooked food, and I really can't eat raw liver, but this little ghost has quite a brain." Yao had a sympathetic expression, not to mention that in their realm, eating raw liver doesn't have much effect. The feather-coated fox needs to gather nutrient storage power in order to give birth to the feather-coated fox. This method is the fastest and most effective way for the feather-coated fox, otherwise it will take me to wait for other methods or according to the method of human pregnancy to start production. Destroy this place. Having confirmed that his target was on the ghost head below, Lin Ling didn't bother to say more, and directly gave an order to Kong and Yao. Yes, Lord Sky Fox. In unison, Kong and Yao fell directly. The strongest of these monsters is only the ghost head that takes the lead, and even the intermediate monsters have not yet arrived. For Kong and Yao, this rabble is just garbage that can be easily eliminated, and it doesn't take much effort at all. Who are you? AHH. Spare your life. A flame fell on the wooden house, and in an instant, the spark of the stars could ignite the prairie and directly wrap the entire wooden house. Lin Ling left with Kong and Yao, and the huge head of the ghost in his hand was rapidly dissolving in the air, and soon accompanied by a prompt sound. The progress bar in Lin Ling's taskbar increased by 1 square, and in the situation, the world fragments were actually in the head of this ghost, but it seemed that the fragments gave this ghost a smarter head but did not give it strong strength, which can be regarded as an unexpected gain. As for the sins in the wooden house, let this fire cleanse you of them. A good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Ling directly took Kong and Yao and the two girls to continue on the road, obtained 3 fragments, and has initially obtained a small part of the world's CHCA permissions, and the power of the body can already be used for some time without fear of being rejected. Even if the eagle is born in Kyoto, Lin Ling will not be afraid of anything. The power of the eagle is obviously beyond the scope of the human world to be rejected, but it is not serious, so the strength of the eagle is not as high as there. Switch the body out, Lin Ling can beat it in an instant. No matter how lofty the purpose of the eagle is, what he did to his mother is enough for Lin Ling to educate him in life transformation. Along the way, in addition to eliminating a lot of evil demons and monsters, except for a small amount of luck value, Lin Ling had no other gains, walked for 2 days, plus some things on the road delayed time. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin Ling finally arrived in Kyoto with Kong and Yao, and at this time over Kyoto, a large number of demonic chi that ordinary people could not see was condensing, and the thickness was about to condense into dark clouds, covering the sky of the entire Kyoto. After stepping directly into the scope of Kyoto, Kyoto, as a metropolis, is naturally prosperous, but the flow of people on the street is not as much as expected, and the atmosphere has become a little depressing. Pedestrians rush by, everyone has a subtle emotion on their faces, and in the crowd, Lin Ling saw a large number of monsters at will, walking on the avenue in broad daylight without shelter, and there were even a few monsters not far away who dragged away a pedestrian and disappeared. It's a complete mess. In Kyoto, the boundaries between yokai and humans have been completely broken. Lin Ling sighed. Lord Tianhu, shall we go to the Flower Blossom Courtyard house now? The empty is quite interested. The Flower Blossom Courtyard has been very famous since ancient times as a monster who once dominated one side. The sky hasn't been to the Flower Blossom Courtyard yet, and now it's okay to enter openly and think about it, or let the demon feel novel and exciting. Let's go and meet this generation of Zayuyuan. Here in Kyoto, it looks like the Flower Blossom Courtyard family is about to be unable to hold on. In normal time, these monsters dare to run out so blatantly to harm people. As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, a group of monsters had gathered in front of his group of 3, staring at Lin Ling and the 3. After all, the witch costume was too conspicuous in the crowd, not to mention that for monsters, witches were their natural enemies like on Myoji. A bunch of crumbs who don't know whether to live or die. Kong angrily shouted, it would be good if they didn't trouble these monsters. These guys even dared to take the initiative to send them to the door. That beautiful little face almost didn't maintain the appearance of a fox, but the strong and huge demon aura was wantonly emanating, directly scared this group of monsters to death, and immediately scattered in a hurry for fear that they would be destroyed by the big monsters in witch costumes. Mikamai-sama, you've come all the way and worked hard. In the independent small room, Zayuyuan of Huikaiwan sat opposite Lin Ling and served tea to Lin Ling with his own hands. It's nothing, but Kyoto is already in complete chaos, and if you let the monsters rage, won't the Hanakin family take some action? Lin Ling took a sip of tea and said, the monster behaved like this. This is the face of the flower garden. There's no way, the seal has been broken, and the people who are stationed in the seal have all been wiped out, plus there are more and more monsters, and there is a serious shortage of manpower. Sighing, Zayuyuan also looked helpless. The current situation is very unfavorable to the Huakai Yuan family. Even if the self-protection is barely strong, there is still the strength to fight back. Although in the name of the Huakai Yuan family called on the world to come to help, but there are too few strength. The weak is purely to deliver food. The quantity and quality are simply difficult to make up. It can be said that Kyoto has completely fallen into the hands of the feather fox. Where's Yuro? She should have come back a long time ago. Why didn't she see anyone? Changing the topic, Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything. The onmyoji of this world is really weak, even if it is known as the strongest Flower Blossom Courtyard family. It is nothing more than that. After all, the protagonist is a monster and can understand. Yuluo and the other clansmen have gone out to get rid of the demons, and now there is only so much that the Huikaiwan family can do. Zayuyuan is now out of line. This kind of general trend is the same situation. Any conspiracy is useless, and the Huakaiwan family does not have the kind of power that can break this momentum, so he can only resign himself to fate, as much as possible to perform his duties and eliminate more monsters and protect some people, and reduce the loss to a minimum, but this approach is not satisfactory at present. If you wait for the eagle to be born, everything will be over, and what kind of consequences will occur is simply unimaginable, and the end of mankind is nothing more than this. I see, I'll go out for a walk, and leave it at that? Nodding, Lin Ling got up and said, this kind of thing is not to blame for the Huikaiwan family not working hard. The main thing is that the gap between strength and power cannot be made up at all. If it weren't for Lu Sheng bringing his own 100 ghosts to the stage, there would have been no future for a long time, and the eagle would have reigned in the world a long time ago. Lord Skyfox, where are we going? Lin Ling, who was waiting at the door, looked at Lin Ling, who was waiting at the door, asked. Huakaiwan's house still made Sora feel quite novel at first, but after staying for a long time, he didn't feel anything, but it was a little boring, and the atmosphere here was very depressing and tense, and everyone had a taste of panic on their faces, whether it was frightened by the changes in Kyoto these days or something else. At least the onmyoji with this emotion was already useless, and his heart was too bad. Although Kyoto is full of monsters, the demons are dancing, but this level is nothing. In the troubled times when the ancient monsters were all over the world, there are more powerful than the current situation. In comparison, the current situation in Kyoto is not a big scene. The performance of the Flower Blossom Courtyard family makes the empty very contemptuous and looks down on it, although Yao rarely speaks, but obviously has an idea with the heir. Go see the feathered fox. I haven't officially met her last time she attacked our shrine. Let's go say hello this time. Lin Ling said with a smile. The character of the feathered fox or the character of Yamabuki Otome is quite popular, and it is also a character that Lin Ling likes quite a lot, but when the feather fox and Yamabuki Otome are one, this role is vivid and interesting, and it feels a little worse after separation. Oh, do you want to go straight to the door? If it weren't for following Lin Ling and adding contract constraints and knowing Lin Ling's identity, Sora's previous style was a very lawless kind of monster, and doing whatever he wanted with Yao was also a powerful character who was feared and felt tricky by the demons at the beginning. No, just to see. By the way, I still want to see the moment when she successfully gave birth to the eagle. Lin Ling is not a big deal. If the eagle is not born, how can he educate the eagle to be a good person? Goblin? Well, now that he has no restraints, he naturally has to do things according to his own ideas. The feathered fox and the Yamabuki Otome themselves must be saved, and the eagle must be beaten once. Of course, the task still has to be done, mainly because Lin Ling feels that the eagle may have the fragments needed for his own characters. After all, the ultimate villain guy who runs back from hell always has some particularities. Of course, even if there are no fragments, this kind of villain boss should be able to bring a lot of luck to himself. No matter what you do, it will be beneficial and harmless to Lin Ling. Huh? Isn't that Yura? And the people of the Flower Blossom Courtyard are arranging the enchantment. Is something wrong? When he came to the courtyard in front of him, he looked at the people of the Flower Blossom Courtyard gathered at the gate, and said curiously, "It's the monster under the command of the feathered fox who came to the door." Lin Ling saw through the enchantment at a glance, and a large group of monsters gathered outside, but they were stopped by the enchantment, and they couldn't come in. But in the position behind the demons, a white-haired young man who should also be from the Huikaiwan family walked towards the enchantment with a strange demon knife. The plot is really completely messed up, but the power of the feather fox is really strong enough, and it directly hit the main family of the Huikaiwan family. Even if the Huikaiwan family is weak now, but the main Kotters under the command of the feather fox did not go out, and it is still very difficult to destroy the Huikaiwan family with this group of monsters. And at this moment, the enchantment was stabbed into the demon knife in the hands of the young man, and an old man standing at the front was directly stabbed to the ground, and the enchantment was violently broken, and a group of blocked monsters outside were revealed in front of everyone. Do you want to help? Sora has an eager expression on his face. This is a long-lost battle, and he feels itchy when he looks at himself. Go ahead, be careful not to hurt the three people from the Flower Blossom Courtyard family. After all, they are the clansmen of Yuluo. I'll go to Nijo City to talk to the feathered fox. Leaving the two girls of Kong and Yao, Lin Ling told him to take off directly into the air and fly in the direction of Nijo City, and Lin Ling's style naturally immediately attracted the attention of many monsters, and they all stepped forward to intercept them, but these monsters couldn't do it close enough to be eliminated by Lin Ling's open spiritual power shield. Feathered fox? Did the general come out in person? Avoiding the huge bone hand shot from the forest below, Lin Ling only noticed at this time that the feather-clothed fox had actually dispatched in person, sitting on the head of the barren skeleton and staring directly at himself in the air. Sure enough, you're an obstacle, Sunset's Shrine Maiden. Originally, attacking the Huikaiwan family was not only to avenge the feud 400 years ago, but also wanted to call the aftershow. But now the monsters attacking the Huikaiwan family have suffered heavy losses, especially under the combined efforts of the two demons of Kong and Yao. These carefully selected monster elites under their command have been greatly reduced, and it is already insufficient to destroy the Huikaiwan family, not to mention the presence of witches. The prestige of the Sunset Shrine in the world is not offered. It's played out, although there are a lot of monsters who don't believe in evil, but after all, it has become a stepping stone for the growth of the Sunset Shrine's fame. When the monster expects the next generation of shrines to weaken or even cut off the inheritance and extinction, but more than 500 years later it's a disappointment to the monsters who pay attention to the situation of the shrine. Although the Sunset Shrine is a single line, it still remains intact, and no generation of witches are amazing after a lot of blood and tears. The monsters understand the truth that the Sunset Shrine can't be provoked, plus the reason why the Shrine Maiden is rarely born. The monster chose to retreat from the Sunset Shrine very tacitly. As long as the Shrine Girl doesn't provoke his side, ignore it. Keep the well water not against the river water. Hello, I'm good, everyone's good attitude. Although I haven't done anything with the Shrine Maidens of the Sunset Shrine, but the feather-clothed fox often heard some monsters say about the various deeds of the Sunset Shrine, although it retreated for the sake of the overall situation after the last incident. But the premonition of the feather-clad fox still came true. The Shrine Maiden of the Sunset Shrine, who was not very nosy and guarded her 1 acre and 3-point land, finally began to come out and interfere with her own good. deeds, but even so the feather-clad fox doesn't really care anyway. The general trend has been achieved. Kyoto has been completely included in his control. The number of hundreds of ghosts under his command is still increasing. Most of the monsters who came from all over the country served their side. This gives the feather-clothed fox a lot of confidence and dependence. Even if the Shrine Maiden of the Sunset Shrine is powerful, the feather-clothed fox is also confident that he is not weaker than the other party, not to mention that his own 100 ghosts occupy an absolute advantage. I think it's the right thing for you to go back and wait for the baby, instead of running out to find trouble at the Huakai hospital. Frowning, Lin Ling's sudden sentence directly made the feather-clothed fox stunned. Looking at the feather-clothed fox looking at himself with a strange and surprised expression, Lin Ling also knew that what she said was a little different from what a witch should say, but for the surprise of the feather-clothed fox, Lin Ling still smiled and said, "The so-called real monster master, I really want to see the owl you have to give birth to for thousands of years. As long as you don't play too much, I won't hinder you before you give birth to the eagle. Hehehehe. You're really a strange witch." Regardless of whether what Lin Ling said is true or not, at least the feather-clothed fox understands that the other party should have no ill will towards him, but he has already come here, and the hatred of the Huaikaiwan family must also be understood. Otherwise, with the urine of the Huaikaiwan family, the feather-clothed fox will not be able to give birth properly. After all, 400 years ago, it was the Huaikaiwan family who united with the slippery ghost to say that the plan he was about to complete was bankrupt, and he had to be reincarnated and start over, and the time for his beloved child to reappear was postponed for 400 years. Go back, I saved the Huaikaiwan family, you don't have a chance. Lin Ling saw the feather-clothed fox's thoughts. After all, it was definitely impossible to let the feather-clothed fox retreat with a few words, and I was afraid that it would inevitably have to be done. As Lin Ling expected, the feather-clothed fox was not moved at all, and directly gave an order, and the monsters beside him came out and pressed towards the Huaikaiwan family, and all the guards beside him were also dispatched, except for the crazy bone lorry and the barren skeleton under the seat. All the ones who could go up were on it. After all, the Huaikaiwan family had the help of the two daughters of Yao, and if they didn't press all the troops, they couldn't help the other party at all. But they would be destroyed because of this kind of refueling tactics. And in the face of Lin Ling in the sky, the feather fox shot directly in person, flew up, and the 9 tails behind him swept towards Lin Ling. Each of these 9 tails represents the number of times the feather fox has been reincarnated once. 9 represents the feather fox has gone through 9 lives to reach the extreme. Even as a special reincarnation monster, it is impossible to be immortal and indestructible. 9 is the extreme, and if you die again, the feather fox will really not be reincarnated again, so this time is also the most important time for the feather fox. If it fails again, I really can't re-emerge from the world with my own children. Bang! In the face of the tail's attack, Lin Ling's spiritual shield automatically resisted, but a large number of cracks appeared, which brought Lin Ling a lot of pressure. After all, Lin Ling's current physical strength is comparable to that of the feather-clothed fox, but in comparison, the biggest advantage occupied by the feather-clothed fox is the 9 tails that are comparable to the sharp weapons of the gods, and the demon-breaking arrows shot by Lin Ling, who immediately launched a counterattack. Can't help these tails at all, even if the attack on the feather-clothed fox itself can be easily resisted by the other party's tail without hurting a bit. Fighting with the feather-clothed fox, although Lin Ling can't help the other party, but the other party can't help himself. But compared to the feather-clothed fox, Lin Ling's spiritual power is limited after all, plus this body is only a mortal body after all, and the protracted battle will definitely lose. But the feather-clothed fox doesn't have so much time to spend with himself, and it's no problem for him to hold on for 2 or 3 days, but the feather-clothed fox can't afford to wait. And as long as Kong and Yaejia work hard to clean up the 100 ghosts brought by the feather-clothed fox, the victory is still their own after all, not to mention that Yuluo successfully used the broken army in the face of this situation. It also boosted the morale of the Huaikaiwan family, and the balance of victory began to tilt towards the Huaikaiwan family at this moment. And in the face of this situation, the feather-clothed fox also seemed to see it, and increased the intensity of the attack. This time Lin Ling did not mean to resist. The spiritual shield also consumed spiritual power, and he couldn't withstand the feather-clothed fox's repeated blows, so it was better not to save some effort to fight guerrilla warfare with the other party. Anyway, he didn't want to win, as long as the feather-clothed fox was contained. Retreat. After dozens of battles, seeing that Lin Ling was helpless, his team began to reduce sharply again, and the feather-clothed fox could only grit his teeth and give an order. With the order of the feather-clothed fox, the remnants of the monsters were suddenly defeated like a mountain, and quickly retreated. In this regard, the Huaikaiwan family had no intention of pursuing. It was not easy to repel the other party. There was no need to continue the pursuit and continue to cause the clansmen to attrition. Not to mention that if it wasn't for Lin Ling's 3 people to help this time, it was estimated that the Huaikaiwan family would have escaped. Let Kong and Yao stay with Huaikaiwan's house. Lin Ling went to chase the feather-coat fox with a smile on her face, of course, not to continue to fight with the feather-coat fox, but to watch the feather-coat fox give birth, and to meet old friends by the way. You guy, what do you want to do with you? Crazy Bone stared at Lin Ling hanging behind him very unhappily and shouted angrily. If it weren't for the other party, Crazy Bone would have her as soon as possible, and it would be a waste of time to talk like this. Hawkers, I'm just watching the excitement. Don't worry, I won't mess around with you. I still want to see the scene of this guy coming out. Smiling slightly, Lin Ling had a familiar expression, but he didn't believe Lin Ling's words. But the feather-clothed fox felt that Lin Ling, the witch, was very strange, and what he said was probably true, so he didn't care. Whatever she's going to do, we'll go back, crazy bone. The feather-coated fox took the lead and headed towards Nijo Castle. If the witch's words were true, it was also a good guarantee for the feather-coated fox. At least before she gave birth to a child, the witch should not be able to shoot at herself and might even protect herself. Not to mention that even if the witch made a move, she would be her base camp when she arrived at Nijo City, and she was not afraid that the witch would do anything. After all, her most elite strength was adding herself, and what was the use of 27 paying a witch who entered the monster pile alone and couldn't do anything? The demons of Nijo City gathered, and a large number of monsters gathered here with the feather-clothed fox or for the sake of the owl, and the Nijo City, which was originally the center, had been completely occupied by the monsters, and it took almost no effort, but among the monsters, Lin Ling was particularly conspicuous, although the feather-clothed fox let it go, but the other monsters didn't know what was going on, and they rushed up to eliminate it when they saw Lin Ling, and the result was obvious. After paying for the lives of a bunch of monsters, most of the monsters were frightened by Lin Ling's amazing strength. But looking at the indifferent feather-clothed fox, as long as it is not a lack of roots in the head, everyone understands that this human witch is a special existence. Sister Sama, in the underground of Nijo Castle, the black pond water, the feather-coated fox walked directly into it. This is the feather-coated fox's delivery room. These currents are all aggregates of resentment, and the central pillar is the final sealing place. I really miss it. The resentment gathered here is giving the concubine body energy, and the time to break the seal is the time to conceive a child. Caressing the stone pillar in the center, the feather-clad fox sighed. Aha, Our Lady, are you finally going to give birth to my lord? Hey, Skull, slaughtered you. I said it was a pig, and the feathered fox is not named the Virgin, you self-absorbed bastard. This lord is the Lady of Darkness. Don't name her, it's not interesting, you bedbug bastard. I'm serious, Ibaraka boy, it's just that we've been together since 400 years ago. Don't argue with you two. Looking at the two opposing people, the crazy bones rushed to the circle. This is a critical moment, and it is not a good thing for the two cotters to engage in infighting. Hey. The relationship between the two is really poor, but for the sake of that adult, they can speak in unison. The hostile two were soon given a liver by the feather fox to find a liver for themselves, and the guy also left, and soon there were Lin Ling and Crazy Bone Lori who were left here in the pond and the three of the feathered fox in the stupor. Originally according to the Ibaraka boy they still want to stay here to protect the feather coat fox. After all, the shrine maiden's certainty is too dangerous, but the feather coat fox did not agree with their advice, so he can only let it go. But at this critical point, the feather coat fox finally chose to believe in this witch once. There is no reason, if I have to say it, there is a feeling in the dark that this witch is harmless to herself. Of course, Lin Ling doesn't know and doesn't care about the idea of the feather-clothed fox. She has gone through so much. For Lin Ling, as long as she is not the person she cares about, it doesn't matter what kind of benevolence and morality Lin Ling has already lost along with her own discipline. Just do it according to your own ideas. It's enough to go there. If you like it, there is no need to dwell on those troubles. Next, the feather-coated fox directly began to give birth, and all the clothes on the body also retreated, which made Lin Ling feast her eyes, and the Crazy Bone Lori stared at Lin Ling responsibly. It seems that once Lin Ling has a change, she will do it immediately. In Lin Ling's opinion, it looks like a fried cat, cute and interesting, and with the order of the feather coat fox, the Kyoto monsters outside also began to act, except for most of the main forces left in Nijo Castle to protect the safety of the feather-coated fox. Most of the monsters all went to the streets to catch people and dig up their livers. And the very efficient thing is that in less than half an hour after the order was issued, one after another ordinary people were brought back by the monsters, for these people were eaten by the feathered fox and the tragic situation of the corpses sinking into the pool. Lin Ling was not moved in the slightest, saying that humans behaved more like monsters. This situation made the Crazy Bones relax their vigilance against Lin Ling a little, and taking advantage of the time gap to give birth. The feathered fox also became interested in Lin Ling. Sunset's Shrine Maiden, your generation seems to be very unqualified. The feather-clothed fox smiled with a mocking meaning, but Lin Ling's performance also made the feather-clothed fox relax a lot. Judging from the current situation, 540 has been very smooth, and the words spoken by the witch as a dangerous factor seem to be credible, so before his child is born, he is stable enough, although the earth spider guy has gone his own way to fool around outside, but it is not a loss to have the protection of the witch who is not weaker than himself. I don't think I'm a good fit for this profession, but I'm just having fun, isn't it? Lin Ling said in her words. The feather fox is very qualified as a mother, but after so many times and the destruction of time, it has become a deep obsession that cannot be resolved. The feather fox is a puppet who lives for the child he loves, to put it bluntly, without the slightest joy of his own life. This kind of maternal love is great and sad, especially after being ruthlessly betrayed by the eagle in the end. Everything he paid came to naught. There is no side of the human heart. The eagle is already a complete evil existence, even if the eagle is very much in love with the mother of the feather fox at the beginning, but the nature has been eroded, the human heart has been swallowed by evil, and the beginning of the end of the book is the beginning of the second self-belief that the monster is in the world to establish a dark order is the real ideal peaceful world, but everyone knows that he has forgotten his original heart and ideas, and entered the wrong path. It seems to be very lively outside. Turning to look at the only entrance staircase, the feathered fox spoke. It had been smooth for 2 days, but today it became a little noisy outside. I didn't hear anything. Crazy Bone looked surprised, but looking at the cold expression of the feather-clothed fox, Crazy Bone quickly got up and said, I know, I'll go see what's going on right away. I won't bother you to go and see it. A slight footstep was accompanied by a crisp voice. Who's coming? The Crazy Bone directly attacked, but unfortunately it was easily broken by the comber, and Lin Ling, who was watching the play, said, Slippery Scoop, you are finally here. Oh, did Mikami-sama already anticipate it? Also, it's been a long time, feathered fox. With a young and handsome face, Slippery Scoop walked down and raised his eyebrows, but for the situation on Lin Ling's side, Slippery Scoop also has a lot of questions in his heart, but this time he is mainly to take a look at the old friend of the feather coat fox. After all, the grievances between the two have lasted for 400 years, and there should always be a break. You are, looking at the image of the other party, the feather-clothed fox widened. Even if the other party turned into a grey feather-clothed fox, he would not forget the breath on the other party's body, not to mention this face that made her hate it incomparably. The culprit of her failure was the slippery ghost in front of her. That's right, it's the man who cut you down 400 years ago. The man of the underworld is a slippery ghost, staring at the slippery scoop that came to the edge of the pool. The feather fox relaxed. Obviously the other party came alone, but this is his own base camp, no one else to help. The feather fox is not afraid of what waves the slippery scoop can turn over, not to mention the arrival of the slippery scoop makes the feather fox surprised and felt quite happy at the same time, and when the child is born, he can also slash the enemy, which is a surprise gift for the feather fox. Oh, you are still really young, even more tender than you were 400 years ago. Is this your spawning ground? With a frivolous tone, Slippery Scoop has a hooligan posture, but this is the nature of Slippery Scoop. Hang Erlang is like a gangster, of course. Everyone who understands knows that this is just a slippery posture on the surface, and its heart is a monster who pays attention to loyalty and feelings. What? You're really old and don't look decent. With a mocking tone, the feather-clothed fox directly attacked, and the fox tail behind him broke through the water and suddenly pierced the Slippery Scoop's head. But this was only the Slippery Scoop's ability to unfold and not the Slippery Scoop itself, which itself had already waded into the water and rushed towards the feather-clothed fox. Looking at the two people who were fighting, Lin Ling continued to watch. There are some things between the two that still have to be explained. After all, this guy still owes himself a favor. It is estimated that this guy will owe himself a favor after this time. The original idea seems to have to be changed, and at this time, the interaction between the two has ended, and the slippery scoop that fell on the rock and the feather fox stood opposite each other, and the two continued to hold each other. Darkness will reign again in this world, and soon our long-cherished wish will be fulfilled, and it is not worth mentioning that we will kill anyone before then. You're still talking these things. I originally wanted to come to see you, so I can confirm some things, but now I understand it completely, and sure enough, we are incompatible with you monsters side. Put the knife back into its sheath, and looked at Lin Ling's side. What's wrong? Don't do it? The feathered fox said strangely. I'm really sorry, the old man is already old, and it's really hard to be your opponent, but the account of the second-generation leader and your ambition, the old man's grandson will definitely come to you to settle it together. You better be conscious. Slippery Scoop is quite complacent. He has seen Lu Sheng's growth in his eyes, except for the experience and strength is still a little lacking. He is already a qualified leader. You don't think you're going to get out of here alive, do you? Slippery Ghost. That's what I thought, Feathercoat Fox, but before I leave, Maiko-sama, I wonder why you let Feathercoat Fox and his party go big. Slippery Scoop turned to ask about Lin Ling's side. It's simple, I'm just looking at the owl. Lin Ling replied succinctly. That's it. Slippery Lady feels that she really can't understand the mind of the Shrine Maiden. Is it just for this kind of thing and ignores the chaos in Kyoto? This is not the mentality and thoughts that the Sunset Shrine Maiden should have, but thinking of the powerful and monster posture that the Shrine Maiden showed when facing the curse of heaven, Slippery Scoop fell silent, and her heart began to waver a little, whether she should include the Shrine Maiden in the enemy side and eliminate it. Let's go, Slippery Scoop, I have my own ideas, you can't control this matter. Lin Ling is too lazy to say. No matter how many people die outside, no matter how chaotic it is, it has nothing to do with him, and he can't fight it. As for the reason for world peace, let alone Lin Ling has no interest in doing it. Maiko Maiden, do you want to protect the slippery head ghost? Without waiting for the Slippery Scoop to speak, the feather-clothed fox shouted angrily, no matter what, the feather-clothed fox will never let go of the Slippery Scoop, not to mention that now that the Slippery Scoop is alone, how can such a great opportunity to slash the enemy easily? I said let him go, to ensure that you can give birth safely. You should understand my strength. If you make trouble, you won't be able to give birth safely. Ling said with an unquestionable tone, not to mention that Slippery Scoop is also a role that he is more optimistic about, just because he still owes himself a favor and still needs him to help him. Ling will not allow Slippery Scoop to die here now. Forget it, the old man is also old, so let's leave the matter to the young man to deal with. Shaking her head, the Slippery Scoop also felt that she was not interested, turned around and walked out. Seeing this, the feather-clothed fox did not continue to move. Ling's words really made her feel extremely jealous. This kind of critical moment cannot be missed. Compared to the enemy, the feather-clothed fox's greatest wish is still the birth of the eagle, and it cannot be lost because of a small loss. But the feather fox doesn't speak. The 100 ghosts under his command will not let the Slippery Scoop leave easily. After the accident here in the pond, the main cotters rushed over as soon as possible. When the Slippery Scoop focused on guarding against the feather fox side, the figure of the Ibaraka boy suddenly appeared behind the Slippery Scoop. A knife mercilessly slashed straight down the back of the Slippery Scoop, and a long opening appeared directly on the back of the Slippery Scoop. Stop it! Are you going to me off? Looking at this sudden scene, Ling broke out directly, and the spiritual power on her body soared into the sky, wantonly sweeping the entire pond, and all the monsters that were originally hidden were forcibly forced out. Sure enough, it's not good, which, in that case, I'll send you to die first. A sturdy ghost with a green face and fangs rushed directly towards Ling. As a cotter, there is no doubt that his strength is undoubted, but it is not enough for Ling. But this time, in order to achieve the purpose of shock and deterrence at one time, Ling stood in place and did not move. The moment the other party came to him, a white practice flashed away, and then the ghost who had come to Ling stopped as if he had been immobilized, and then in the shocked eyes of everyone, this ghost directly fell apart and died of flying ashes. What just happened? I didn't see it at all. It's too fast. Did the witch use some spell? Calm down. Looking at the cotters who were a little commotion, the ghost boy Pill scolded directly, and then looked at the feather-clothed fox. The power of the witch should not be underestimated. Once they fight, these cotters are afraid that they will lose a lot, and how to decide in the end depends on the meaning of the feather-coat fox. If the feather-coat fox nods, then they will attack it in groups. Even if they let go of the Slippery Scoop, the witch will be killed. The existence of this witch is more threatening to them than the current Slippery Scoop. The Slippery Scoop is old, and the strength is no longer what it used to be. Letting him go is just to let him live for a while longer. It doesn't hurt, and when the eagle is born, the resistance forces like Slippery Scoop will definitely be swept away. Stand down, let the old thing go. After being silent for a few seconds, the feather-clothed fox directly gave an order, and looking at Ling's gaze, there was also a slight change. Just at that moment, the strength displayed made the feather-clothed fox feel a fatal threat, but at the same time, it gave the feather-clothed fox a familiar taste, and the current situation could only make a choice, and the feather-clothed fox chose to compromise, as long as it did not touch her bottom line, and Ling had enough strength to threaten her. Concession was the most suitable choice at the moment. Yes, she looked at the witch unwillingly, and then glared at the Slippery Scoop, and the ghost boy Maru waved his hand to signal everyone to give way. I owe you a favor again, Maiko-sama, see you next time. Looking at the appearance of these old opponents, Slippery Scoop felt very cool in his heart, and after smiling and thanking Ling, he walked towards the stairs, looking at the Kyoto monsters who were gritting their teeth when passing by. Slippery Scoop also funny at them, squeezing his eyebrows and making grimaces, looking like he was angry and did not pay for his life. As the Slippery Scoop left the pond, even if these monsters went to pursue the Slippery Scoop, Ling didn't have to worry. Most of the cotters were here to watch by themselves. Even if those little monsters were powerful, they couldn't help the Scoop. After all, even if the Scoop was not as strong as before, it was still a big monster-level existence. If you wanted to go, there was no monster outside that could intercept the Scoop. You all stand down. It's all right. Holding his abdomen and stroking gently, the feather-clothed fox's face was full of maternal brilliance, and he was still a little close, and soon his child would come out. Seeing that the order of the feathered fox was issued, the ghost boy Pill and the others wanted to say something. After all, the existence of the witch was too threatening, and they had to guard against it. But in the end, they didn't say anything, and left obediently. But just in case, they still left most of the guards at the entrance of the pond to ensure the safety here. Even if something happened inside, they could arrive as soon as possible, and at the same time, they could avoid the possibility of enemies like Slippery Scoop sneaking in. Time passed little by little, and after most of the day passed, the labor pains of the feather-coated fox began to become frequent, and the whole castle began to shake. At this time the sign that the feather fox was about to be born, and in the pool, the feather-coated fox could no longer take care of the outside situation, and stayed in the pool to start producing. Boom! A huge ball of meat was born from the pool, carrying the feathered fox to the sky. The rock wall on the top was directly shattered, and the castration continued to fly up layer by layer, and soon the entire castle was pierced, and the entire building collapsed, and the sky outside came into view, and the owl had been completely born. Standing on the ball of meat, overlooking the entire ground, the feather-clothed fox said with a happy look on his face, "The concubine has been waiting for more than 1,000 years at this moment, and the king is above the humans and demons. The new generation of spirits and charms, known as the owl, will be born here. It's rare for all the kings to gather here on this auspicious day, and concubines, and all the monsters who came from Kyoto, Edo, and Tono to bless the concubines from afar. Hard work? With the declaration of the feathered fox, a large number of monsters standing on the side of the feathered fox cheered loudly, and this scene also made the feathered fox smile quite happily. Yes, yes, you are celebrating the concubine. The concubine is very happy. What a group of cute guys. At this moment, the ball of flesh under the feathered fox began to change, a human face appeared on the flat surface, and hands and feet began to extend out of the sphere, and the words calling for the mother came out of the ball repeatedly, followed by a huge and terrifying demonic aura and a strong vibration caused by the demonic she. In the past, darkness coexisted with human beings, and the embodiment of darkness such as concubines has always accompanied human beings, but human beings cannot always survive perfectly. One day they will be defiled, their ugly nature will eventually occupy their hearts, and the things they believe in and love will also fall into despair with hundreds of years of resentment, and the concubine body will think that one day she must bury this world with pure things. It will be darkness. Boundless darkness? Pure darkness without a single blemish. With the words of the feather-coated fox, the feather-clothed fox surrounded by black gas turned back to the original image of a black girl, and all the monsters began to riot under the encouragement of the feather-clothed fox, and other monsters continued to join the event, and as the enemy, the terrestrial side directly became a thorn in the side of the other monsters, and directly attacked in a group and launched an attack without fear of death, which directly doubled the pressure on the terrestrial side, especially when the eagle and the feather fox in the air had not yet acted. It cast a shadow on everyone. It's almost time for the main course. Soaring into the air, Lin Ling flew directly into the air. At this time, the melee below opened again. Ignoring the situation below, Lin Ling came to the position next to the feather-clothed fox, looking at the meatball in front of him. This thing has not yet evolved completely. It is estimated that it will take a little time, and at this time, on the remnant wall on the other side, a figure rushed out. It was the young Onmyoji who was originally controlled by the monster to attack the Huikaiwan family. I don't know whether to say that it is not self-sufficient or something else. The other party said a bloody word and jumped directly towards the feather fox, a typical model of death. The strength is not as good as that of people. It is okay to sneak attack directly, and you have to shout to attract the attention of the feather fox and then rush up to fight. Lin Ling is also convinced, but the next second Lin Ling smiled. He was also deceived, and he deserved to be a master of lying among the Onmyoji. The real target is the eagle, looking up at the sky. Kai Yufeng's desperate attack is just an illusion. It is just a bait that Long Er uses words to conjure. Everything is just to divert the attention of the feather-clothed fox and create an opportunity to seal and suppress the yet-formed eagle. As long as it is successful, then the victory still belongs to the side of Huikaiwan, and when there is no duck, the morale of these monsters will inevitably decline, and the feather-clothed fox will be much easier to deal with, but Lin Ling will not let it get his wish broken. Raising his hand at the stone pillar that fell from the sky, he directly condensed a huge spiritual power arrow and bombarded the stone pillar, directly triggering a huge explosion, and the falling ceiling stone pillar was directly blown into pieces and flew down from the sky. Did you betray it? The Shrine Maiden of Sunset. Seeing the situation falling short, Long Er shouted angrily, if it was stopped by the monster, it would be okay, but as the Witch of Sunset, she has always stood in the human camp, and she is also an existence in the world with a reputation comparable to that of the Huakaiwan family, so it is really unreasonable to help the feather fox at such a critical moment. The eagle is not yet fully formed, so there is no room for error. Didn't care about other people's eyes, Lin Ling said calmly, and the sky and Yao below also broke away from the crowd and came to Lin Ling's side. They didn't know much about Lin Ling's ideas and style, but Lin Ling had her own reasons for doing this. Kong and Yao didn't care, just obey, not to mention that this is the legendary Supreme Sky Fox Lord, just a mere eagle. Even if he was born, he couldn't make any waves. Mikato, you seem to be very strong, let's fight. A huge figure landed on the roof of the house on the side, making a roar, and the earth spider holding a huge cigarette stick looked at Lin Ling with great interest. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's move just now, he would have made a move. After all, it was his long-standing wish to fight with the duck again. How could he allow others to destroy it at this step? But Lin Ling's move also caused the earth spider's fighting intent, and the powerful spiritual power just now made the earth spider palpitate, and it was definitely a good opponent worth fighting. Not interested. Directly refused, Lin Ling quietly looked at the meatball in front of her. In fact, in addition to the original idea, Lin Ling also had a conjecture, but at present, it seems that she guessed correctly, and this one has made a lot of money. Hey, can you let it go? Earth Spider, you just want to fight with the owl, right? Not as you wish. Huh? Who are you? I don't know you. Since have you been around the feathered fox? Hey, that child is the old man's bag. Oh, this child is ours. Behind the Earth Spider, the Demon King's mallet was on the bar with the Earth Spider, and the battle below was becoming more and more intense. The feather-clothed fox was also fighting against Lu Shang, and the whole battlefield was still so lively, but this was none of Lin Ling's business. After letting Kong and Yao protect himself here, Lin Ling looked at the meatball in front of him, and could feel that the power contained in the sphere was rising rapidly, and the huge baby formed by the fleshy sphere was solidifying like an eggshell that was about to be broken, which seemed hard but extremely fragile. The vitality inside is skyrocketing wildly, and Lin Ling understands that this is the main appearance. There was a crisp sound, and a hole broke out of the shell, and then a golden light shone out of it, and the movement here directly attracted the attention of the audience, and everyone in the original battle stopped their movements and stared at the sphere in the sky. My child? Ah, my child, is that you? Turning to look at the heir, the feather-clothed fox was full of excitement, and the monsters belonging to the feather-coated fox's side also became extremely excited, staring at the gradually shattering shell and not daring to let go of the moment and scene of the complete birth of the feathered fox. And in an instant, Yuluo's broken army cooperated with Lu Sheng's attack, and directly knocked the body of the feathered fox out of the possessed body, and everything seemed to have returned to the original trajectory, and Lin Ling was waiting for this moment. The conditions were all gathered, and then it was the moment of his own harvest, but it was really worthy of being the role favored by this world, which can be said to be unique, but unfortunately it ended here. Why? No way, I should have been perfectly attached to her, but why? Yes, I have a splitting headache. Why? Isn't this the finest possessed body that has been waiting for hundreds of years? Hidden in the ground? Did you do anything when your concubine was resurrected? Questioning the Jizo, but looking at the attitude of dealing with no response, the feather-clothed fox turned to look at the shell fragments with memories falling beside him, and the memories of the scenes quickly made the feather-clothed fox understand who the real mastermind was. Looking up at the shell that had been almost broken, and a humanoid figure appeared and shouted, Qingming, it's you? Are you behind it? Answer me, clear? It hurts, it hurts, it hurts like fire. Answer me, clear? Answer me. I'm sorry, mother. It's almost time to finish. Looking at the mother and son in front of him again, Lin Ling got up and said with a smile, the spiritual power consumption of this body is relatively large, and it takes time to recover, but Lin Ling didn't plan to use this body to meet the next situation. After all, the strength is still insufficient, and no matter how strong the mortal body is, there is a limit. He still has 3 world fragments, and using the strength of part of the body will not cause the rejection of the world. As long as he is fast enough, he can quickly solve the situation in front of him. At this time, behind the feather-clothed fox who hugged the child, a huge fiery red door appeared in the void, like the magma in the crater, which was daunting. That was the gate of hell, the final destination of humans and monsters in this world, and the part of Qingming's final complete resurrection was to let the feather-clad fox enter hell instead of himself, so as to obtain a complete rebirth, and without the slightest mercy to push out the mother on the body of the feather-clad fox involuntarily fell towards the gate of hell. It seems that there is a strong attraction pulling, making it difficult for the feathered fox to resist and unable to break free. Just when the feather-clothed fox was about to fall into hell, Qingming was full of sighs and made his apologies and declarations. A white practice broke out of the air in an instant, directly wrapped the waist of the feather-clothed fox and easily dragged it out of the attraction of hell, and this momentary change directly stunned everyone, and even Qingming looked at the witch who was not cared about by himself in shock. I'm sorry, it's my home field, it's time to harvest. With the waving of 9 tails, Lin Ling's appearance changed slightly, but it could still be seen that it was the Sunset Witch. But at this time, the posture of the witch was like a copy of another feathered fox, except for a witch suit, but the aura and power that erupted from her body made everyone feel suffocated, like the gap between heaven and earth made people unable to resist the idea. The fourth, pulling the feather-clothed fox in front of him, looking at the feather-clothed fox whose face was still in a state of panic with tears on his face, Lin Ling directly reached out and pressed on the forehead of the feather-clothed fox, and a prompt sounded. The 4th world fragment has started, no matter what kind of thing the feather-clothed fox does, but as a mother, it is great, and this world has nothing to worry about for Lin Ling, for the sake of the greatness of the feather-clothed fox as a mother, Lin Ling is also willing to save her. After taking out the fragments, he put it right on the wall behind him. Who the hell are you? Qingming looked at Lin Ling and asked. This powerful aura made him feel desperate. Such a character should not appear in the world. Even he had to pay various costs and plans and spend 540,000 of years to reappear in the world. But the witch in front of him who looked unfathomable really made Qingming feel unbelievable in front of him, and his original belief in dominating the world began to waver involuntarily. It's just a mere fox. This is the supreme existence in the legend of our fox clan, Lord Sky Fox. The empty and proud replied for Lin Ling. In the myths and legends of the ancient times, Tianhu is also a famous god-level figure who can run rampant, not to mention the modern society close to the end of the law, even in the era of the gods, it is an invincible powerhouse. The empty answer made Qingming directly silent, and the people watching the excitement below fell directly into the commotion. Most of the people who know a little know that the existence of the Sky Fox is just a legend, only there is a record of a word in the mythological story, and most of them think it is just a false story. But the current situation makes everyone unable to have this kind of thought. After all, the Sky Fox in front of him really exists, and its power makes people unable to have the slightest idea of resistance. In comparison, Qingming was even more frightened of Lin Ling's existence in his heart, with his current strength. At most, he was similar to the cannon fodder characters in the myth who had just entered the immortal path, and it was natural to sweep the world, but compared with this kind of ancient god, just like he regarded the monsters below him as ants, for the other party, he was just a bigger ant, an existence that could be easily pinched to death, and the most important thing was that his Final ritual was not completed, which was equivalent to not being fully resurrected. If the time was long, Qingming will eventually be resisted by the world and forced to return to hell, so everything he has prepared in the past will be in vain, which Qingming cannot tolerate. But when the enemy's strength is so strong that it makes people desperate, it is tantamount to hitting himself with an egg and a stone. It turned out to be Lord Sky Fox. It's really disrespectful. I don't know why Lord Sky Fox wants to interfere in the affairs of my family and hinder our monster king from ruling the prosperity of the world. If Lord Sky Fox is willing to help us, then Lord Sky Fox will be the greatest hero, sharing the peace and beauty of the new world. Wouldn't it be happy? Qingming put down his posture and persuaded Lin Ling with a respectful tone. Ningshen is a character, but you completely let go of your posture after all. If you change me to you, in the face of an invincible opponent, you must completely put down your posture to please the other party, and share opportunities. As for now, you still go back to hell. The world is not a place for you to stay. A foxtail swept directly over, and Lin continued to deal with nonsense. Bang! There was a muffled sound. The speed was too fast. Qingming could only cross his hands to block, but Lin Ling's strength was not so easy to block, even if he only used a part of his strength. Qingming's newborn body was directly cut into two pieces like tofu dregs, and the hands in front of him were even more annihilated. Let's go down. The tail end rolled around the void of Qingming's broken waist, took down the fifth fragment, and then swept towards the void, and an irresistible wind swept away, directly knocking Qingming to the ground. Like a wave exploded in the torrent of magma, and with Qingming's return, the gate of hell also automatically closed and disappeared into the void. This ultimate villain, who had only appeared for less than 10 minutes, was so easily beaten back to hell by Lin Ling, and there was no chance to re-emerge. Qingming. Seeing such a change, the feather-coated fox wailed directly, and fainted in both eyes. This blow was too big for her. Originally Qingming wanted to sacrifice him to fulfill himself, although the feather-coated fox felt sad but not resentful. But as Qingming was beaten back to hell, the feather-coated fox couldn't accept this situation at all. But for the feather-coated fox's situation, Lin Ling decisively erased the feather-coated fox's memory of Qingming and then modified it. And then in the stunned eyes of others, another tail swept over, pulling Yabuki's body over. What are you going to do? Seeing that Shanbuki was taken away by Lin Ling, Lu Sheng couldn't help it. Don't worry, it's just a matter of cleaning up the aftermath. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling directly reintegrated the feather fox into Yamabuki's body. Yamabuki was already dead, and he was a chess piece that was resurrected as a carrier, and the feather fox was now changed by himself, so that the two were reunited as one, which was also another way of redemption for the two, retaining the common memory and personality of the two, so as to create a new feather coat fox. After all, this character is still quite fond of it, since the harvest has been harvested, it should be regarded as something good. After taking care of everything, he glanced at the people present. The matter was over, and then Lin Ling was too lazy to stay, and left with Kong and Yao. But then Lu Sheng will have many disasters and difficulties, but he deliberately left him a 2.0 surprise, and the feather fox is still there, so some of the monsters who are still loyal to the feather fox will also be included in the New Liang group. Lu Sheng's third generation is solid, and the New Liang group will also be revitalized again. But for Lu Sheng personally, it will be the beginning of the Shura field. It's really interesting to think about. Obviously, in addition to the Snow Girl, Lu Sheng's childhood sweethearts Kana and Yuluo have a good impression of Lu Sheng, and then add a feather-clothed fox to enter, and there will be a lot of good shows to watch in the Shura field where the four women compete. But Lin Ling is not so heavy-mouthed. Just let the feather fox transfer all his feelings for his son to Lu Sheng, and has the memory of the mountain blow. The feather fox will definitely love Lu Sheng very much, and it is the kind that is perverted to sticky people. It's surprisingly easy. In the space, looking at the new control world that rotated in his hand, after obtaining fragments from the feather-clothed fox and Qingming one after another, he was able to use most of the ontological strength. It was easy for Lin Ling to collect the fragments, and a single divine thought could explore the entire earth, and the remaining 5 fragment requirements were easily achieved, and the luck point only took some time, and the monster filth was cleaned up all over the world to complete this strategy task, and the world was under his control. The huge pleasure value harvest is simply the best complement for Lin Ling, but with his current realm, every step up requires sky-high pleasure points, and using all the tens of billions of accumulated pleasure points in his hands is just kanken to improve his strength to a quasi-saint. As for the 3 major levels away from the realm above transcendence, but only with a goal can there be motivation, otherwise there will be a lot less fun. In the next few days, Lin Ling did not immediately launch the strategy, but understood the division of the world. According to popular terms, the world that he can attack is divided into 5 levels: Xiaoqian, Zhongqian, and Daiqian. In addition to the 3 more conventional specifications, there are also 2 worlds of detachment and avenue. The latter 2 are also cannon fodder level existences, but the higher the corresponding level, the richer the harvest of the strategy. So far 27. The world in Lin Ling's hands is all at the level of Xiaoqian. For Lin Ling's strength, it can be wiped out with a wave. Ding! Master, search and discover the hidden special middle 1000 worlds. Do you want to start the strategy immediately? Suddenly, the system sounded with a rush of urgency. Immediately, Lin Ling's face was happy, and he said without hesitation, there are also a small number of special worlds outside the world of the 5 levels, and the level of such a world will not be too high, but the rewards are at least comparable to the world, and the difficulty of this special world is lower than that of the world, but the rewards are comparable to or even higher than the world. There is no doubt that it is fat meat sent to the door, and you don't eat it unless you are a fool. Ding! Given that the rules of this world are very special, please be prepared. Ding! The master's luck is not enough to offset the rejection of the world, and it is recommended that the master enter as a native rebirth, which can greatly reduce the required luck value. If I am reborn and entered, will I still be able to fully exert my strength? Lin Ling hesitated for a moment and said, after all, although this kind of world is tempting enough, but her own life is in the first place, if it can't be guaranteed, Lin Ling would rather attack the ordinary world and accumulate it slowly. Anyway, her time is endless, and some energy is consumed, there is no need to be greedy for a momentary speed. Ding! The master's rebirth will be reduced to less than 1,000th, but as the master grows, the strength of the body will recover on its own, and it is expected that the master will be able to fully recover by the age of 18 without fear of being rejected by the world, and then the master will fully integrate into the world. Hearing what the system said, Lin Ling was relieved and agreed. After all, with the strength of his quasi-saint, even if he could only exert 1,000th of his strength, at least he was a first-class powerhouse of immortals, and no matter how strong the middle 1,000 worlds were, he should be at the top of the heavenly immortal level. As long as he survived the year, he could easily become the strongest existence, but he didn't have to be afraid of anything. In the new century of 2200, the world disasters that have ushered in global peace for hundreds of years continue to appear. All kinds of strange people and monsters that have never been seen before are frequent, and various natural disasters are also sweeping the world. And what is even worse is that there are always random wormholes around the world from time to radiate various elements or powerful alien monsters, and the peace of hundreds of years has directly ushered in the shattering, and the population of nearly 20 billion human beings has also plummeted to the extent that it is not enough. In order to deal with various disasters, the Global Alliance has set up a guard. However, when it was still insufficient, the first private company to establish a hero association to recruit strange people as heroes to fight against disasters, and the efforts of several years to resist the invasion of disasters have been resisted, but the safety of human beings is still not fully guaranteed. With the increasing changes in the Earth's environment and more serious disasters, there are also many individuals and human beings who have undergone wonderful changes, superpowers have appeared, and the ancient warriors who have long been regarded as fancy, have also begun to emerge. For this reason, the world government has established dozens of super energy colleges that absorb humans and warriors who gradually emerge from ordinary people to deal with disasters by absorbing humans and warriors from ordinary people to deal with disasters, and in this world of great controversy, most people are united and strive for the future of mankind. In the Tianqiao Tiandu, one of the 10 capital cities set up by the world government, Lin Ling was sitting on the sofa watching TV, which was broadcasting today's live broadcast, mainly to say that an octopus monster appeared on the coast, and then the A-level hero of the Hero Association stationed here appeared, and the stranger was killed by 2 to protect the peace of mankind, and then there were various interviews with A-level heroes. Looking at her little arms and legs, Lin Ling was a little helpless. This world is too chaotic, so that Lin Ling can't figure out what kind of world it is, but in short, it's very chaotic. But the safety factor of the top 10 capital mansions is still very high. After all, as the capital mansion, whether it is the army or the hero who defends this place, or the chief of the Super Academy graduates, as long as it is not an unconventional disaster, it can be solved in minutes without affecting people's daily life. However, there are pros and cons. The Guardian team and the heroes and the tripartite Guardian forces of the Academy have become a three-legged state of affairs in the form of competition. After all, they are all strong people beyond ordinary people, and naturally no one obeys anyone. After stabilizing the situation, it is inevitable to fight for power and profit, which can be regarded as the inferior nature of human beings. This year and the 5th year that Lin Ling has been reborn in 540, Lin Ling, who is already 5 years old, has reached the Golden Immortal, but what makes Lin Ling feel cheated is that it stands to reason that he is already invincible, and there are only 2 kinds of power that can be exerted. Similar to the divine thought of the power of the mind and the body of the immortal, the realm is invincible, but in terms of strength, Lin Ling estimates that it is at most equal to the B-level hero and is also the bottom category, but the transformation of the immortal body makes Lin Ling invincible, which is also a gratifying point. In terms of physical fitness and defense, he is already an alternative invincible, but he doesn't have to be afraid that he will hang. As long as he doesn't hurt himself above the stellar explosion, he will be fine, let alone die. Ding! Urgent news, pollen season is coming? Please prepare for the pollen this year. This year's pollen will be more ferocious than ever. Once infected pollen, please take immediate rescue measures to prevent sudden death. This strange world, covering her face and looking at the news on TV, Lin Ling didn't know how to say it. In an air monitored by satellites on TV, a large amount of pollen was generated and fell from the void, and then gradually transformed into a handsome man and a beautiful woman without clothes and floated down. 5-year-old Lin Ling has seen the pollen season 4 times, and tens of thousands of people die suddenly because of pollen every year. Lin Ling, it's time for you to go to school, don't stay in bed. Early in the morning, my mother knocked on the door and came in, and directly pulled Lin Ling up from the warm quilt. Mom, let me sleep a little longer. With a tone of discussion, Lin Ling looked confused. Today is the day when she is in the first grade of primary school, but Lin Ling is tired of going to school. But unfortunately, after all, she is a child now, and her parents' orders cannot be violated. Plus Lin Ling has not shown anything outstanding in the past few years, so she was not selected to attend a school like a superpower college, but an ordinary elementary school. After all, there are still the most ordinary people in this world. After learning knowledge, it is also a kind of contribution to help in other ways. Therefore, the current society has become polarized. Ordinary people advocate scientific research and literature, because even ordinary people can climb to a high position and even participate in the manufacturing research of weapons and the like as long as they have knowledge, etc. And most of the other advocating force are special people. Some are born and awakened, and some ordinary people are worshipped in the door of martial arts. So the two most respected people today are scientists and guardians. No? Today is the first day, don't be late. By the way, put this on, and this, pollen season is coming. Although children under the age of 10 will not be infected, but just in case, you should also sit down to take protective measures. After all, there were a few exceptions in previous years. As she spoke, her mother directly began to pull Lin Ling's pajamas, and then served under Lin Ling's helpless gaze. After a while, wearing the uniform of a primary school student, Lin Ling went downstairs, ate the breakfast made by her mother and went out to the nearby elementary school. After Lin Ling insisted on being independent after the age of 5, she was assigned to her own small room at the same time. Her mother no longer picked up Lin Ling. Of course, this is superficial. Every time it comes down, her mother will still secretly follow her until Lin Ling enters the school. Walking on the road today is much less than the usual pedestrians, because it is the pollen season. Most companies during this period will take a few days off to transition. After all, the pollen period lasts at most a week before the end of the impact will not be great. Walking on the road, Lin Ling feels particularly awkward. How old is he now? Make a big fuss. Pollen will basically not shoot at people under the age of 10. He has not opened it at all. The feeling of the protective strip to prevent invasion is really uncomfortable, and it is uncomfortable to wear a mask. Walking out of her own community, Lin Ling saw a lot of pollen men and women swaying on the street, and some pedestrians were surrounded by pollen, and they were made to death by a group of pollen on the spot. Lin Ling, morning? Later, when the sound of lorry came, a little lorry about the same age as Lin Ling ran over with a school bag, which was the fruit that Lin Ling had known since kindergarten, a girl with fresh short black hair and a little heroic. Early, she replied casually. Lin Ling saw through Lin's equipment at a glance that it was even more serious than herself, and all kinds of protection were complete, not to mention that she was almost wearing a chastity belt. It seemed that Lin Guo's encounter was even more uncomfortable than herself, but it made Lin Ling feel that her situation was not bad, and there would be no harm if she didn't. This year's pollen is really serious. My mother is really. It's not enough to arm me with a full set. It seems that she wants to tie me into a mummy and put on a helmet to come out. If I don't run fast, I guess it's not over. Lin Guo had a palpitating expression, but there was no way to have it in previous years, so he had to guard against it. As a parent, he would naturally worry about his child, and if he didn't do it, he would be willing to let it go. It's good to get used to it. Anyway, it's just a week, and it's over. Lin Ling comforted. The task of coming to this world is different from the ordinary world. You need to seize the core of this world, but the core of the world is not so easy to find, and as the core, there must be strong protective measures arranged by the world itself. If you don't get it, you will directly be the enemy of the whole world, and the heavenly Dao of the Xiaoqian world still needs to consume the origin. If the middle thousand world uses the origin to attack itself, even if Lin Ling recovers to the quasi-saint strength, it will be difficult to hurt Lin Ling. Of course, it is far from enough to hurt Lin Ling. Once it is impossible, this kind of world heavenly Dao will be burned, and he will die directly with himself, but he will be fine, and the effort will outweigh the losses when the time comes. So after determining the location of the core, Lin Ling must find a way not to attract the attention of the heavenly Dao to secretly seize the core, which is much more difficult than seizing the fragments. By the way, Lin Ling, did you read yesterday's news? It is said that the primeval dragon has appeared in Yingzhou. Lin Guo said with an expression of envy and adoration. The primeval dragon? What is it? Lin Ling raised her eyebrows and said, the system of this world is a little chaotic, although the hierarchy has been unified, but there are many systems, and the names are not the same, and people facing different systems use official ranks to communicate. It's the superpower system that pretends to be the savior. It's said that all of them are special beings who have awakened the memories of their previous lives, and the primeval dragon is a special case of awakening the memories of 2 lives. There is no 1 in 10,000 abilities if you grow up and enter the S class. It's proper. It's also very possible to even reach the S level or above. You must know that there are only 12 of the strongest people in the world who have reached the SS level. Lin Guo remembers it very clearly. After all, Lin Guo is very interested in these aspects. Usually Lin Guo often fantasizes about the fantasy that he awakened the memory of his past life that day or had superpowers, but unfortunately so far Lin Guo is still an ordinary lorry. It feels familiar. It's really messy enough, don't do anything to me anyway. Listening to this, Lin Ling felt a headache. Many aspects of this world seemed to be familiar to her, but after mixing them together, it made people feel blind. Coming to the college, because it was the first day of school, it was just an opening ceremony as usual, but standing in the college assembly hall, watching the elderly obese principal and teacher panting while talking while dealing with the two pollen around him looked particularly funny. Lin Ling even maliciously thought that the principal died suddenly on the stage in the middle of speaking. That would be a real joke, of course. In addition to the principal infected with hay fever, several male and female teachers standing in the back row also had mild symptoms. Everyone has a pollen entangled around them. Compared to these, what Lin Ling admires is the perseverance of the teachers, and in the case of hay fever, they can still hold the 2-hour opening ceremony completely. _Birank heroes? Knife kid dang. Ale? Looking at the potholed ground and the strange bodies scattered on the ground, the young man who was cutting Matt's hairstyle put down the double knife in his hand, and arrived within 5 minutes after the alarm sounded. He didn't expect to see such a scene, but what made the sharp knife feel helpless was the human water traces and some broken limbs left on the ground, although a more cruel scene than this has been seen many times, but this time it was a primary school student who was killed. A child who had not yet grown up. Carefully inspected the scene, no other circumstances were found. The strange man was also killed by an unknown person. Thought about it, the sharp knife or the first time to report the matter, the aftermath will be handled by the logistics department will be responsible. This time I ran for nothing, but who killed the strange man? The sharp knife is still very interested, and I will go to the surveillance video of this street later. At this time, in the classroom in the school, Lin Ling did not alarm anyone and returned here with Lin Guo's body, and the hidden monitoring was also closed with a divine thought, and Lin Ling naturally did the first thing to do. After all, what he had to do next was to resurrect Lin Guo. Once people knew that Lin Guo should have died but came back to life, no matter what, it would definitely cause a sensation. Even in this era of superpowers and martial artists, resurrection is still an unattainable problem. Lin Ling doesn't want to be treated as a guinea pig. I don't want to get involved in the struggle for power and profit between forces. It's too tiring and troublesome. Put Lin Guo's corpse away. Lin Ling directly cut off his fingers, and a drop of golden blood fell into Lin Guo's mouth. The body of an immortal is a treasure for ordinary people. This drop of blood is not essence blood but also contains part of Lin Ling's immortal power. Flesh and bones can also be easily done, and at the same time, thanks to this drop of blood, Lin Guo's body will be greatly transformed and strengthened. It may be more suitable to describe it with physical remodeling, even if you can't awaken your superpowers, your own qualifications can become overwhelming. If you practice martial arts, it is definitely 1,000 miles a day. This is still the result of Lin Ling's deliberate suppression. After all, with Lin Ling's quasi-saint cultivation realm, it is no problem to create a small world by yourself and become a god and an ancestor, not to mention this little thing. Huh? Lin Ling? How could I be here? Lin Guo, who opened his eyes in a daze, and Lin Guo, who had recovered as usual and full of vitality, opened his eyes and said, with a confused expression on his face, as if he hadn't understood his current situation, but after thinking about the memories in his head, his face turned pale but then full of doubts. It's out of school. I haven't seen you for a long time. Have you overslept? Your face is so ugly. Do you have nightmares? Funnily flicked Lin Guo's head. Lin Ling laughed as always. I'm sorry. Looking at the already dusk sky outside, Lin Guo subconsciously thought that he had fallen asleep unconsciously, and had a nightmare, and his friend had waited for him for so long, and got up with a red face. Let's go back quickly. There was a strange person just now. Fortunately the hero came in time, otherwise it would be dangerous. Lin Ling had a palpitating expression. Well, I'm sorry Lin Ling, I overslept, Lin Guo said very guiltily. After all, he was only a 5-year-old child. He didn't think too much and didn't have so much scheming, and he quickly guided the front and back of the matter to make up for it. For Lin Guo's guilt, Lin Ling didn't care, and quickly changed the topic to talk about the animation content and news of yesterday night, and the two walked out of the school with a smile, and this time, the school gate has been restored as before, the body of the strange man and the holes in the ground and the broken walls have been repaired, as if something had happened. These are the credit of the logistics aftermath personnel, who can recover it as quickly as possible after the disaster. But unfortunately the dead are irretrievable. After all, the alarm was from the school district, and her mother naturally knew about it, and she was frightened until it was reported that the strange person had been eliminated, and there was no Lin Ling's name on the death list, which made her mother feel a lot more relieved. But Lin Ling didn't come back in the afternoon, which made her extremely uneasy, and it wasn't until Lin Ling completely returned that she was really relieved. Lin Ling expressed her understanding of her mother's behavior, but if she continued like this, she would be suffocated. Lin Ling quickly calmed her mother's emotions, and then made up an excuse that she went to play with Lin Guo after school, so she came back so late. Asking for flowers. 0. Honey, what's wrong? What's upset? At the dinner table, looking at her husband's somewhat sad expression, Lin Ling's mother Yarong asked with concern. Lin Ling's father Lin Feng is a civil servant, and works in the operations section, mainly responsible for collecting information on disasters and recording the secretarial work of strange and dangerous creatures. There are new mutants in the East China Sea, at least SSS level, and human beings are having a hard time. Sighing and saying, Lin Feng directly said what was on his mind. Although the human race has the power to fight back, and it has gradually returned to its former prosperity, but the monsters that threaten the human race are endless. So far there are as many as 25 top monsters that have exceeded the SSS level. Fortunately, most of the SSS monsters stay in their own acres and trees of land, and they will not leave easily, but it is not that there are no SSS level monsters attacking humans. It has happened twice over the years, and it has paid a lot of price for humans to eliminate them. There are countless human powerhouses who have fallen, and even SS-level human king powerhouses have also fallen too, and now they have found another one, which is really worse for humans. 0. Diddy. An emergency announcement was broadcast. A giant mutant in the East China Sea is coming towards Yingzhou, and according to the detection and official information, this mutant has a disaster level of SSS. It is expected to log in before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good things don't come bad things. A news insertion on TV directly launched an announcement. This SSS level disaster can be called a destructible level existence. The original SSS level or the world sent most of the top combat power and various high-tech weapons to finally eliminate it, but humanity itself has also paid a heavy price. In addition to the loss of the surface, the loss in the dark is immeasurable. This new SSS level mutant, who is still under observation, suddenly rushed towards Yingzhou, which caught people off guard at all, and I'm afraid that Yingzhou's strength alone can't resist it. After all, it takes time to support, and Yingzhou will be wiped out at that time. It can be said that as soon as this news comes out, almost no one has hope for Yingzhou's survival. Lin Ling, keep in touch, you must not forget me, pull the hook. At the school gate, Lin Ling looked at Lin Guo, who was reluctant, and nodded without saying much. More than a month has passed, Yingzhou has been saved, and the savior known as the Primeval Dragon has successfully repelled the SSS level mutants. So the world is overwhelmed with news about this battle and reports of the savior, but compared to this, it is Lin Guo who sighs. Just last week, Lin Guo was favored by a strong Grand Master, and his absolute talent shocked the other party, and immediately issued the intention of accepting Lin Guo as his closed disciple, and today is the day when Lin Guo left to worship under the other party, and naturally after entering the martial arts, ordinary life is no longer relevant to Lin Guo, which can be regarded as fulfilling Lin Guo's dream of becoming a righteous hero, and worshipping under the S-level Grand Master martial artist. Lin Guo will also become a celebrity in the future, and it is difficult to contact ordinary life again. Time flies. 540. 5 years of time flies. Lin Ling has grown to 10 years old, and the whole person is becoming more and more beautiful. There have been many dangerous situations in the past 5 years, but they are all thrilling and safe. But in the past 5 years, Lin Ling has also recovered most of his strength, and he explores the world with deep thoughts every day, trying to find the traces of the core, but still nothing, and then used the props exchanged in the system mall to find the location of the core once, but it seems to be noticed by the world, immediately carried out the transfer so that Lin Ling caught a void, and because of this, Lin Ling also fought against the will of the world, because he was afraid of destroying the will of the world and causing unpredictable consequences in this world. Lin Ling took the initiative to retreat, but after this situation, the will of the world became more and more cautious, and stared at himself all the time, which made Lin Ling quite helpless, and he increased the difficulty of the strategy system. Is there a way for me to meet the will of this world? Standing on the rooftop and eating lunch bread, Lin Ling changed her way, and it was definitely not possible to fight hard, so she could only save the country and use soft power to attack the strategy. Ding! Can consume chi luck to directly contact the will of the world. Is it used? Use it. Nodding, Lin Ling confirmed. Unlike the small thousand worlds that run normally, the will of the middle thousand world already has the intelligence and corresponding emotions that are not weaker than ordinary people. Not to mention that this world is a special middle thousand world. If you can talk about it with words and reach a consensus with the will of the world, Lin Ling will be much easier. If you can get the recognition of the will of the world, you don't need to consume your luck to maintain your existence in this world in the future. A good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but whether it can succeed, Lin Ling is not sure. It's you, intruder? A crisp Lolita voice suddenly sounded in her mind, with a sense of impatience, but Lin Ling could feel that the other party was still with a trace of fear, and it was clear to think about it. After all, in terms of strength, she was directly crushing her existence. If she hadn't been forced to the last step in a desperate situation, the will of the world would not want to die like this. Just like people don't want to die, the probability of the will of the world being born is very small, and it will take me for hundreds of millions of years to be born. If you can continue to live, who would want to die? It's me. You also understand that my power is easy for the world, but I don't want to do things absolutely. As long as you give me the core, I will leave immediately. Lin Ling said bluntly. No, the core is my lifeblood, which means that my life and death are in your hands, and I would rather die if I am not free. Retorted without hesitation. A righteous and awe-inspiring words seemed to have no deterrent power under Lolita's tone, but Lin Ling knew very well that the will of the world was serious and not joking. After all, leaving her life in the hands of others, Lin Ling didn't want to give it. This was an unsolvable problem, but Lin Ling still tried her best to explain what the will of the world would be like herself, and promised a lot of good things for the development of the world, so that she could go further, but it took most of the saliva to make the world's will not move at all, but there was a for tat meaning, which directly heated up Lin Ling, and bluntly said that it was a big deal to Destroy the world and leave by herself. Anyway, there was no loss for Lin Ling. It's just a waste of time. In the end, under the pressure of force, the will of the world finally compromised, but it also has its own conditions. In addition to the benefits that Lin Ling just promised, the two parties reached a preliminary agreement in the 3 chapters of the law, and as sincerity, the will of the world also accepted Lin Ling's existence, not against Lin Ling, and the corresponding Lin Ling cannot use the strength beyond the tolerance of this world, otherwise it will cause damage to the world, not to mention that Lin Ling will also control it. Anyway, the strength of the Earth Immortal level is enough to sweep all the strong people in this world. If I had known it would be so easy, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Turning off the contact, Lin Ling breathed a sigh of relief, but then she also became the spokesperson of the will of the world, to help her clean up the invaders and alien species. The appearance of these creatures has a great impact on the world, and the frequent disasters have also caused a lot of damage to the world. Even if it is repaired as much as possible, if it continues, there will always be a day when the world will be exhausted and destroyed, and if this burden is carried on, Lin Ling will help the world do things. This is the rhythm of becoming a savior. At this time, in the principal's room, the fat principal opened the box on the table in front of him, and a stack of world coins with a face value of 100 yuan came into view. This box was roughly estimated to be no less than 2 million, and quickly closed the box and put it away, and looked at the handsome young man on the sofa who was leisurely drinking tea and said, "The head of the regiment is really refreshing. This is a few candidates I selected, you can take a look." Soon, a strong man standing behind the young man walked over and took the roster on the table, respectfully handed it to the young man, opened the roster, and what entered the eyes of the young man was the little girl selected by the principal. In addition to a photo, some details and family background were attached. It was obvious that the principal was serious about his work, and nodded with satisfaction and continued to look through. When he saw the last page, the young man's eyes shrank. This is a photo of Lin Ling. There is no doubt that as Lin Ling grows bigger and bigger, her posture is naturally more and more beautiful and moving. Only 10 years old, there is already a disaster capital that people are fascinated by, and it will be even more amazing when they grow up in a few years. But for some reason, young people always have an inexplicable sense of familiarity when they look at this photo, and their heartbeats are unconsciously accelerated. This situation has never been seen in the life of young people. I'm very satisfied, Principal Teacher. The rest of the matter will be left to us, and I hope we can continue to work together happily. Standing up with the roster, the young man smiled kindly at the principal. 2.0 Of course, it's no problem. The head of the group walks slowly. Nodding, the headmaster said in a flattering tone. It wasn't until the young man took people away that the principal returned to his place, took out the box with a happy smile, took out the money in the box and began to count it one by one, and took out a few from time to time to identify the true and false. This kind of thing the two parties have cooperated many times, thanks to the relationship between the strange mutant creatures. It is normal for a few children to disappear in the school every 2 years, and you can get everyone's understanding by pushing things to those monsters, not to mention that the head of the regiment will do a good show to cooperate later. It will be more convincing. After all, there are other schools that have such a situation, and there are many schools that are more serious. When will the monster appear? The strength and so on are uncertain, plus they are all ordinary people, and the top will not be too pursued. If it is a person with extraordinary abilities or a gifted child, the principal will not dare to do this. Almost, let's do it, Ajin, Ali. On the roof of the school building, looking at the students who rushed out as the school bell rang, the young man gave the order directly. Roar. With an angry shout, Ajin's whole person changed. His whole body was petrified, and at the same time, the stones were raised, the whole body swelled in a large circle, and the whole person fell from the sky and smashed directly on the playground, blasting out a big pit, and the sudden scene directly frightened all the students, and then looked at the stone man who came out of the pit, and immediately screamed and scattered in all directions, and at the same time, the alarm of the school was also sounded, and the alarm of the strange person resounded directly throughout the city. Satisfied with the performance of his subordinates, the young man looked at another subordinate who had disappeared, took out a satellite phone from his arms and began to contact the manager of the base. There are new goods to be delivered, let him arrange the program and publicity. As a mixed black, young people can do. Nature has their own means and channels, and there is also an official umbrella, like a Jin, who should be classified as superpowers, but because of the lack of registration and the relationship of no Hyukao, Ajin is still a very simple thing to play a weirdo after his transformation. This kind of drama has been used by young people I don't know how many times. A few minutes later, Ajin, who was almost finished, immediately fled, and the heroes and guardians who arrived naturally pounced, and then the police and aftermath personnel came belatedly, facing the ruined school playground, immediately began to carry out aftermath work and record, and then investigate whether there were casualties, and at this time, the young man had already left the school and sat in a business car on the side of the school road. Well done, Ali, let's go to the port at once, meet Aiken, and then go back to the island. Looking at the 5 little girls in the back seat, the young man smiled. Yes, head. With a grin, Ali started the car and drove quickly towards the national highway. In the back seat, Lin Ling opened her eyes slightly, glanced at the other 4 girls beside her, and then looked at the young man sitting in the co-pilot. The familiar face, a long-lost memory, emerged from her mind. Lin Ling almost shouted, and quickly held back this somewhat excited emotion and continued to pretend to be unconscious. Thoughts drifted in her mind. To be honest, at the beginning, Ali suddenly appeared with a handkerchief to stun herself. Lin Ling wanted to kill him directly, but thinking of the conditions put forward by the will of the world, the ghost sent a god to see this person's plan and what kind of conspiracy was in it, and it was better to kill this kind of minion than to destroy the other party's headquarters quickly, but I didn't expect to see a familiar person here. Even if he knows very well in his heart that the other party should not be the same person as the person in the world he has experienced, but the 90% similar appearance and style and Xiao Dongling have an indescribable sense of complexity in his heart, and press down this tangled psychological emotion. Lin Ling silently waited for this journey. In order to avoid family worries, Lin Ling used the puppet robot of the system to move home instead, but there was no need to be afraid of a bad situation because of his disappearance. More than an hour later, the car stopped, the mooring position in the corner of the port. The young man took Ali and Ajin to converge, and soon, a wide runway on a small cruise ship moored here extended from the deck and stood on the coast. Immediately Ali drove up, came to the deck and stopped. Immediately the runway retracted. The small cruise ship began to whistle and set sail, leaving the shore and sailing to the sea. Ali, arrange the goods, and then find Ayun to give brains. They are going to start a new life in the future, and that little girl from Lin Ling will be brought to my room first. Got out of the car, the youth arranged. Okay, Captain. Although he wondered why the regiment commander suddenly wanted to leave the regiment commander didn't say anything, and Ali didn't ask anything, so he immediately carried out the regiment commander's order, personally carried Lin Ling on his shoulder, and asked Ajin to walk the other 4 down, and immediately walked towards the regiment leader's room in the cabin. A few minutes later, Ali opened the door of the room, put Lin Ling on the sofa on the side and immediately retreated. This time, in addition to the few little girls they brought, there are other groups also captured a batch of goods, the total number of hundreds of people. This number is not small. If it happens in the same place, it will definitely attract attention. So every time they buy the goods, they are divided into more than a dozen groups of people to act, so that the target will not be conspicuous. These years the dead are normal, the disappearance is more normal, as long as it is maintained a good degree. Smack. It didn't take long for him to give instructions to everything. The young man came to his room, closed the book in his hand, pushed the door directly, and the next second a fruit knife was on his neck, and he turned his head to look. Lin Ling, who was standing on a small stool at the door, was looking at him with a serious expression. Are you awake? Frowning, he didn't care about the knife on his neck at all. The young man was a little annoyed that Ali was not doing his job well. It stands to reason that the amount of the drug is enough to make these ordinary little girls sleep for a day, but Lin Ling in front of him woke up. How long has it been? Less than 3 or 4 hours. If he is so careless, if he makes a mistake in the future, it will be difficult to 540 excuse himself. Even if he is under his own heart, the young man has decided to give him a profound punishment as a warning. Kurolo. Opening her mouth, Lin Ling opened her mouth with some uncertainty, and now she looked carefully at the young man in front of her. It was too similar, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was exactly the same. Her expression, appearance, style and temperament, as well as her actions and hobbies, almost coincided with the person in her memory. You know me. With his eyes wide open, Kuroro looked at Lin Ling in front of him in disbelief. Kuroro promised that he would never know the little girl in front of him. As a person with dual abilities in terms of mental power and telekinesis, Kuroro would not forget anyone and things he had been in contact with since he could remember, but the surging sense of familiarity in his heart and an indescribable sense of joy really hit Kuroro's heart. I want to talk to you. Putting down the knife, Lin Ling sighed and said, and at the same time began to ask the system in his heart, whether the Kulilo in front of him was the Kulilo. What happened to Kulilo in the hunter world? Lin Ling also wanted to know. If this was not a coincidence, Lin Ling had reason to suspect that it was a good thing done by the system. As for whether it was providence or fate, Lin Ling didn't believe it. On the sofa, the two sat opposite each other. Lin Ling didn't speak, and Kurilo didn't mean to speak first. The atmosphere in the room seemed a little dull. Through systematic explanations, Lin Ling understood that the Kurilo in front of her was the Kurilo she thought. To put it simply, the Kurilo in this life is the reincarnation of the body. After his own death, it was inevitable that Kurilo and Hisoka would have a death fight, and finally killed Hisoka. Kurilo himself was seriously injured and died, and finally died with a wisp of obsession, and finally reincarnated into this world, which can be regarded as another kind of coincidence with Lin Ling. Providence, fate. Looking at Kuluoluo carefully, Lin Ling now feels a little big. I don't know how to face Kuluoluo. Fate is really elusive. Maybe Kuluoluo met him again, just to make up for his debt. Do you want to drink some? Didn't care about Lin Ling's rather strange face and emotions at the moment. Kuluoluo took out a bottle of red wine and said casually, but the next second Kuluoluo was stunned. This kind of subconscious behavior is very familiar. Usually Kuluoluo has never acted like this except when he is with his parents. Let's have a little bit. Nodding, Linling leaned lazily on the sofa. It was useless to think about it at this point. Not to mention that he did have a sincere feeling and a guilty psychology for Kuluoluo, since he could meet again in this world. It was also fate, just accept it. You're special. I'm still curious, you seem to know me, and I feel like I know you, but I'm well aware that I haven't met you. Kurolo opened the bottle and poured the wine gracefully, but there was still an inexplicable sense of entanglement on his face. After all, this strange emotion made him feel very uncomfortable, as if a perfect plan was suddenly out of his control, which was intolerable for Kurolo's character. If I say that you and I were lovers in my last life, do you believe it? Picking up the goblet in front of her, Linling skillfully shook the goblet and said, as much as I want to say I don't believe it, my feelings tell me you're right. Raising a glass to Linling to show respect, Kurolo relaxed and was not vigilant about anything. He believed in his intuition. This feeling has never been missed so far, and he is a double superpower, reaching the existence of S-level half-step SS level, and he is not afraid that the little girl in front of him will be able to turn over any waves. Not to mention that if it weren't for the explanation with a little superstition in his previous life, Kurolo really couldn't find a better reason to explain this situation, not to mention being with the little girl in front of him, making Kurolo feel very relaxed and comfortable. Such a feeling has never been felt even by his parents. Even if the other party deceived himself in some inexplicable way, Kurolo was willing to leave it behind. Linling, my name. Kurolo Ruzura, who is of mixed European descent, is now a pirate leader, part-time chairman of the Phantom Company, and a real estate developer. Kurolo narrowed his eyes and said simply, as for Linling's specific information, Kurolo already knew it, so he didn't need to say anything at all. What are you arresting the little girl for? Linling looked at the boundless sea outside and asked casually, took a sip of the red wine in the cup, and immediately 2 lumps of blush appeared on her white face, adding 3 points of gorgeous color. Then you will know, you said that we were lovers in our previous life, so Linling, should you fulfill your obligations as a little girlfriend? With a playful smile, Luo put down the wine glass and came to Linling, and the whole person leaned down, almost touching Linling's face. Of course, Luo didn't have a hobby, just wanted to tease this little girl who seemed to be a little ghost. Looking directly at Kulolo's eyes, the smile in his eyes, Linling could see that this guy's personality really hadn't changed much, but Kulolo's plan was about to fail, and with a slight smile, Linling unceremoniously reached out and grabbed Kulolo's collar and pulled him and kissed him directly, and Linling's bold behavior and the sweetness passed in his mouth in the next second directly made Kulolo's eyes widen. Is it delicious? Gently wiping away the remaining traces of red wine from the corners of his mouth, Linling looked at Kulolo, who was stunned and then became a little annoyed, and didn't forget to add a fire. You're really special. If other women dare to do this to themselves, Kurolo will definitely make her understand what hell is, but for some reason, Kurolo can't be angry at the little girl in front of him, and even has a feeling of crying and laughing, and the experience just a few seconds made Kurolo have an urge to linger and want to continue. Isn't that enough? Are you coming? Putting down the wine glass in her hand, Linling leaned on the sofa and stretched out her hand to pull her skirt, and the absolute realm showed little by little, without the slightest hint of shyness and reserve. Ahem. You get some rest first, I still have something to do. In the face of Linling's brazenness, Kulolo was directly defeated, and immediately walked out of the room after dropping a sentence. Kulolo had also played with a lot of beauties in the past, but it was just a tool he used to vent his emotions. But at this moment, for Linling's invitation, Kulolo was a little afraid, or panicked, and directly chose to retreat. Standing in the aisle, listening to the silver bell-like laughter faintly coming from his room, Kulolo wanted to rush back and correct his fa so that the other party knew the consequences of daring to provoke himself at will, but in the end he didn't do so. Kulolo directly called Ajin, rearranged a room for himself, as for the original room for Linling to live. In short, the lawless head of the regiment who did whatever he wanted was defeated in front of a little girl. Of course, Kulolo is impossible to admit and will not say it. As for the subordinates, naturally they will not ask more, they just need to carry out the orders ordered by the head of the regiment. It is enough. Those graves who think they are clever and clever have grown grass. This is a lesson of blood and tears. 2 days have passed. Kulolo doesn't know if it's intentional. Every time Linling looks for him, he will use various reasons to avoid it, but he can't avoid it and will pretend to ignore Linling with a cold expression, and this strange phenomenon directly attracted the attention of his subordinates. After all, the person who can make Kulolo so annoyed but refuses to kill him directly is really the first one. Many people privately speculate whether Kulolo has awakened some strange habits, and that little girl is estimated to become a young grandmother. And on the morning of the 3rd day, this small cruise ship is about to dock. An island that is not too large but not too small comes into view. This is an uninhabited island that Kulolo bought and developed. After several years of building, it is no worse than an ordinary town. But although this island is not prosperous, it is one of the largest sources of income for Kulolo, because the people who can come to this island are big businessmen and high-ranking dignitaries and gangster allies who are good friends with the Kulolo family. These people's spending power is very high, and because this island can also deepen the exchange of feelings, it is also one of the important cornerstones for Kulolo to maintain the stable development of the family. Loli Island, the current name of this original uninhabited island, of course. This name is just another name. The real name is Heaven No 1. It's taken according to the number. There are also number 2 and number 3 islands. All of them are islands that provide a variety of supreme hedonistic services. It's the largest economic chain of the Kurolo family. It's also one of the important means of gathering contacts on the cruise ship. Lin Ling watched the 4 kidnapped little girls being taken away by more than a dozen waiting lori of the same age. In the future, they will become residents of this island to live, provide the best service to God. Curious, do you want to go up and have a look? Said Kurolo with a playful laugh. I can guess a little. You're still so smart, but you just can't use it properly. Lin Ling shook her head and refused. The nature of this island, Lin Ling could guess what was going on after listening to Kurolo's little explanation. If he was a man, this kind of heaven-like existence would definitely have great attraction, but the corresponding happiness and prosperity were built on lori. Even for these brainwashed lori, their lives were very good and they could serve the gods. They were very happy, but unfortunately all this was just artificially created to satisfy the fantasies of those who were full of evil thoughts. I'll take it as a compliment. Go down. We're going to refuel on this island and rest for a day before we set off. 5:40. You can walk around this island. I've already told you the rules of this island. Kurolo disembarked on his long legs and walked towards the mansion near the coast, where they were provided with rest and supplies. Looking at Kurolo in the distance, Lin Ling walked straight along the main road of the port towards the interior of the island. Just take a look. Anyway, this is the evil of human beings themselves. Lin Ling's main task is to help the world clear the invasion of mutants and alien creatures to reduce the damage caused by disasters to the world. This kind of crime is the sin of human beings themselves. Not to mention the handiwork of this guy Kurolo. Lin Ling is too lazy to meddle with things. Not to mention that Kurolo did not do things too much. He still made rules, and provided enough living conditions and education for every resident of the island, in addition to selling his body, deliberately saying that the situation in other aspects is better than that of the outside society. Not long after leaving, Lin Ling saw a lot of loli with different appearances. According to the rules set by this island, loli still have to go to school, and there are holidays, of course. The island, Shka, there are no communication tools and networks on it after all. It's necessary to ensure secrecy and you can't stop brainwashing otherwise. It's not easy to manage at the same time. For the sake of hunger marketing and to protect the health of the loris here, there are high-level clinics and hospitals on the island, and only Saturday and Sunday 2 days a week the island will be open to customers. Other than that, the island can't have outsiders to log in except for the family supply team. Commander, do you really want to do this? In the courtyard, Ali asked a little hesitantly. In the past, Ali would immediately execute the order to Kurolo, but this time it was a little different. Ali felt that it was better to ask clearly, otherwise he would have no place to cry when he died. I don't want to repeat it, just do it. Hand, Kurolo said coldly. Yes, a spirit. Ali also hurriedly went down. I thought that the little girl should be unique to Kurolo, but now it doesn't seem to be like that. But those situations on the ship are obvious to all, and now Ali really can't understand his young master's mind. So if he can't figure it out, he won't think about it anymore, just do what he is ordered to do. At this time, Lin Ling was wandering around the island, saying that there was really everything in it, and there were countless things to eat, but it was also to be traded with currency, and the credit model of the outside world was adopted, and the residents in it wanted to get credit points in addition to the large rewards for serving the gods. They could be obtained by doing business or according to some small tasks and herbs released, but the main source of income was still serving the gods. So to speak, even if you don't do anything to be a rice worm, as long as you receive a good god on Saturdays and Sundays, you can get a lot of wealth, enough to eat and drink by yourself. And the shops in the buildings here are all intelligent robots. If you want something, take it directly and then give the credit transaction to the robot to check. It's very convenient. The most interesting thing is that the current number of people in the whole town is almost in the early 1,000s, but each has its own characteristics, and also because of the tsundere. Poisonous tongue, black belly, cute, and other attributes are divided into multiple areas for selection. Customers who have hobbies can go directly to the divided area for consumption. If you really don't understand, deliberately buy an instruction guide in the tour shop in the port. A series of means formed this lori heaven. Let Lin Ling also have to see Kurolo's generosity and grasp of the hobbies and psychology of those customers. It's really amazing. At this time, the location of the port, a small cruise ship docked, different from the transport cruise ship of Kurolo. Although the cruise ship is not big but very luxurious, soon under the leadership of a squire, a group of men of all ages dressed in a big posture walked down in an orderly manner, arrived on the shore, and immediately the veteran people directly took an activity sheet and a half-white mask written with the word God written to cover their faces from the hand of the waiter on the shore, and hurried to the island. As for some newcomers, after listening to the squire's explanation and the rules of the island in detail, also took the list and mask and then bought an instruction book, and read it carefully before entering the island. This time, the first batch of guests has arrived, a total of 528 people. The list has been counted. Please hand it in immediately. When will the second group of guests arrive? The second batch is 2 hours later. Until tomorrow the weekend closes the position, and the number of guests this week should reach more than 6,000, an increase of 5% from last month. Very good, sort it all out and don't miss anything. I will report directly to the young master, and let the monitoring room pay close attention to the movements on the island, and eliminate it as soon as there is a situation where there is a violation of the rules and something out of the ordinary. Yes. By the way, say hello to the logistics and let the supplies over there come over to replenish it. The supplies will be consumed a lot in the past 2 days. Yes. Underscore. If only I were a man. Looking at the instructions in the book, Lin Ling was full of sighs. This is definitely a paradise for Lilicon lovers. As long as it is a man with hobbies, there will definitely be no temptation in the face of the rules and temptations of this island, except for eunuchs and drop. 5 credits have been accepted. At the window of the store, a cold mechanical sound sounded, and then a ripe corn sausage was pushed out of the vending door. Picked up the corn sausage, habitually blew the hot air and put it in his mouth. Lin Ling was ready to go back, and it was almost the same time to walk here. After all, the town was not big, and it took less than 2 hours to walk around, and there was nothing to see in other undeveloped woodlands. But the next moment, what made Lin Ling a little dumbfounded was that on the avenue, a group of men with masks were hurrying over. 540 From time to time a few men left the group and walked towards a few little loli nearby, and then it didn't take long for these people to start doing loving fitness activities on the grass on the side of the road. Today is Saturday, so today and tomorrow are the days of divine grace on the island. Glancing at the first note specially noted in the book, Lin Ling felt that her eyes were dark, and then she looked up and found that there were already more than a dozen masked men around her, and this rhythm seemed to be a little bad. It's amazing. I've been here 5 times, but it's the first time I've seen such a great lorry, said a man with an old voice full of appreciation and excitement. That's true, the real person is even better than the photos of the event, and it is said that no one has touched it yet, and the participation fee of 50,000 credits is well spent, said another, smiling. Compared to this, we must have a charter for which of us goes first, although we found it at the same time, but there must also be a sequence. A man directly proposed, so many people have surrounded the prey, but he is not afraid that Lin Ling will be able to escape. Are you mistaken about something? Listening to everyone's comments on her in a daze, Lin Ling soon found that the other party had a leaflet in his hand, and his photo was printed on this list. For Lin Ling's words, no one listens at all according to the rules. After many people fall in love with the same lorry, carry out divine grace in the order of first come, first served. If it is reached at the same time or unwilling to give in and it cannot be solved, then the highest price will be won in the form of an auction. But the temporary event competition is different. Everyone has to fight for the first place according to the rules on the flyer. The winner has priority and the participants have to pay a 50,000 participation fee, and because the loli are ordinary girls, so you can't use abnormal abilities and other means beyond the scope to compete maliciously. I'll go, Gulilo, you dare to trick me. Holding the hand, Lin Ling understood what was going on. The list first explained that a temporary event would be held today, and the angel came to the world to participate in the registration of 50,000 participation fees, and then the first to catch the other party on the island had priority, and there was a row of red letters specially indicated. The angel is still the first time, Wangjun pity, and other words, and then attached a photo of Lin Ling. I don't know when it was taken secretly. Sleeping appearance wearing only a thin night dress. A variety of publicity and noted instructions made most people as excited as chicken blood. Soon, the team of people who were originally just following Lin Ling became stronger and stronger, and many people who saw Lin Ling halfway immediately joined the chase, and some didn't figure out what was going on. Get out of the way, stupid, she ran away, chase after her. We're outflanked in both ways, and she will definitely not be able to escape. A group of people made a lot of noise and finally started the pursuit again, but there were also many who were tired of chasing, and chose to give up and go to find other targets. But the team chasing Lin Ling is still getting bigger and bigger, as groups of guests enter the island. After learning about this activity, they are basically involved. In the face of these desperate guys, Lin Ling also has a feeling of being a dog. He is completely used as a cash cow by Kulilo, and he does not dare to take the big road. Lin Ling chose to take some relatively remote paths, and ran straight towards the villas near the port, and he wanted to find the culprit to settle the score, and dare to play himself like this. Sure enough, you are very special. On the sofa in the hall of the villa, Kulilo drank coffee and watched the figure of Lin Ling being chased by everyone on the TV and laughing. All of this was expected by Kulilo, although Kulilo believed Lin Ling's words, but it does not mean that Kulilo really completely trusted Lin Ling. The necessary temptation is still required. In the face of this situation, Lin Ling performed very well, although it is still within the range of ordinary people, but the flexible stretch of the hand and the general physical strength of the perpetual motion machine all show that Lin Ling is extraordinary. The goal has been achieved, and because of this temptation, he has made a lot of money for himself. Kulilo is already satisfied, and the next thing is to wait for the other party to have a showdown with him. After all, after getting along in the past few days, Kulilo knows very well that Lin Ling's feelings for him are true, but he is still hiding something. This situation makes Kulilo still very unhappy. Before he understands everything, Kulilo will definitely not let down his guard easily. Damn, too flexible, running their 2.0. Hurry up and find it. You must be hiding in this villa area. I don't want to let go of such a superb product. It doesn't matter if it's not the first time, as long as I can taste it once, it's worth it for 10 years. As Lin Ling entered the villa area, a group of people were directly blind. Although there are not many houses in the villa area, there are only a dozen or so, but it is still very simple to hide a little lorry. It is really not easy to find, and it takes a lot of time for hundreds of people to look for it together. And at this time Lin Ling has already run to the roof of one of the buildings. Sensing the location of Kulalo's breath, Lin Ling directly made a leap, jumped from this building to the top of another building, and soon reached the top of the villa where Kulalo is located. Hello, Lord Jill. Kuralo said hello quite politely, and sat down on the sofa opposite the other party. For some reason, after seeing the other party for the first time, Kuralo had a serious sense of crisis in his heart. The other party's information had already been read once, but it was only superficial information. Kuralo didn't think that the young man in front of him was just as simple as the information described. Don't talk nonsense, give me that little girl named Lin Ling, you can open the price as you like. With a proud look on his face, Jill said imposingly, not like he was talking to someone but like giving orders to his servants. Sorry, that's not for sale. Is 2 billion enough? Not for sale. Seeing that the other party was so domineering, Kulalo was also unhappy. When he had already regarded Lin Ling as his own property, Kulalo would never let go, even if the other party moved to Jinshan Yinshan. It was useless. 10 billion? Don't challenge my patience. Still with no one in sight, Jill offered again. No matter how much your excellency offers, it's not for sale, Ali. Send it off. Kulalo got up directly and said, this is already a clear way to tear his face. This resource is a loss for Kuralo, although it seems that 540 is worthless, but as long as Kulalo takes a fancy to it, it is priceless. At this time, Lin Ling, who was waiting for Kuralo to come back on the sofa in the hall, was using her small hands to relieve her sense of need, and then preparing to wait for Kuralo to come back and eat it in one bite, and in the next second, Lin Ling sat up in surprise and looked in the direction where Kuralo was. The originally peaceful aura suddenly became extremely violent, and it seemed that something had collapsed, which made Kuralo angry, but what shocked Lin Ling was that on the contrary, another powerful aura rose to the sky, stronger than Kulalo, giving people a sense of domineering that overwhelmed the world. This feeling Lin Ling was too familiar. If you don't feel wrong, Kuralo will definitely not take advantage of this madness, and he may even be directly destroyed by the other party. Directly broke through the door, Lin Ling quickly walked towards the location where the two breaths were, and within a few seconds in the sky not far away, Lin Ling saw that Kulalo floating in the air was controlling the telekinetic power to form a thick defensive layer around his body, and in the opposite position of Kulalo, a golden figure stood proudly, and a large number of ripples appeared behind him, and a large number of various weapons flashing with sharp edges and bits of golden light appeared, like a cat playing with a mouse, swaying 3 or 4 bombardments on Kulalo's defense. It's over, the two toughest guys have come together. Then again, why does this guy Jin Shan appear in this world? Lin Ling looked helpless and quickly contacted the system. Master, Gilgamesh is chasing the world. It seems that he paid some price. Please let the two great gods of Alea and Gaia track down the master, your breath, and cast it into this world. But the master can let Gilgamesh chase you to find you. It's really fascinating. The system is complementary, but there's always a schadenfreude in it. Looks like you're not omnipotent, system. Mocking the system, Lin Ling thought about how to settle the battle in front of her, but the personalities of these two people were there, and it was absolutely impossible to compromise, and it was probably impossible to find a way to get the best of both worlds. Master, in the final analysis, your own strength is too weak, and even this system can't be fully played, not to mention that the two great gods of Alea and Gaia are also the main gods at the transcendent level, and it won't take much effort for you to find the master. The system warned. Lin Ling of the province thought things too simply. You must know that there are people outside the world, not to mention that what Lin Ling did can be said to be digging the corners of these two gods, but for the sake of the face of the successor of the system and the former master, the two gods didn't care about anything, otherwise Lin Ling would have been shot to death or didn't know how to die. However, Lin Ling didn't have time to say anything more to the system, in the face of Kulalo's situation at this time, who could only passively defend but could not make any effective counterattack against Gilgamesh, who had endless treasures. Lin Ling didn't make a move. Kulalo was afraid that he would really be destroyed, and he rose directly into the air, and quickly came to Kulalo, and at the moment when the next wave of treasure rain fell, Lin Ling waved his hand to resist all the attacks. Woman, you finally came out, this king is looking for you so hard. Looking at Lin Ling who appeared in surprise, Gilgamesh waved his hand directly, and a ripple appeared in the void, and the lock of heaven quickly tied Lin Ling. The higher the divinity, the stronger the lock of the sky. Lin Ling is already an immortal in the realm of the Luojin immortal. The divinity naturally exists, but the lock of heaven has a limit after all. It is very simple to break free with Lin Ling's strength, but Lin Ling did not do that, but let the lock of heaven pull herself in front of Gilgamesh. Jin Shan, long time no see. Grinning, Lin Ling said hello stiffly. Your bean-like figure is really ugly, but as the concubine of this king, you are not allowed to leave the range of this king's field of vision without the permission of this king in the future, do you know? Picking up Lin Ling's chin, Gilgamesh still has that arrogant and domineering temperament, making it clear that Lin Ling will serve himself well in the future and not run around. Let her go. Kurolo shouted angrily, and a powerful spiritual attack erupted from Kurolo's body invisibly and substantially, condensing into a sharp blade and stabbing Gilgamesh in the head. Bastard! Now that you are useless, then you can die with gratitude. A golden ring on his hand lit up, neutralizing the spiritual attack, and the golden flash waved his hand to open the king's treasure again, and the ripples that were several times more than just now appeared. This blowdown, if Kurolo dared to resist hard, there would definitely be death or life, and in the face of such a situation, Kurolo had no intention of escaping. In the past situation, Kurolo was the first time to save his life and take revenge in the future instead of resisting like now. Stop it for me, hurriedly scolded. Linling didn't want to see this situation. The powerful power on her body suddenly exploded. The lock of heaven was directly broken and dissipated, and then the body began to turn into a fox. The nine tails waved, and an inexplicable mysterious power swept away, and the golden treasure of the king was directly forcibly closed by Linling. Ignoring the ugly Gilgamesh and the shocked Kurolo, the foxtail rolled up and grabbed the important positions of the two. Linling quickly left the air with the two of them and returned to the villa in the next second. No matter what, the matter has come to this. It is still necessary to make it clear. If the two of them can listen to it, it is okay. If they can't listen, Linling can only take violent measures. Anyway, now that he is the strongest, under the strong suppression, Linling is not afraid that the two of them can make any waves in their hands. Woman, this king gives you a chance to explain. Sitting on the sofa, Jin Shanshan still has that arrogant attitude. Of course, if it weren't for Linling's strong suppression, Jin Shanshan couldn't resist. What chance would you have to explain? Jin Shanshan would destroy the rival in front of him first, and then teach Linling a hard lesson. On the other side, Kurolo didn't mean to speak, but looking at Linling's eyes also contained the meaning of inquiry. After all, in this case, Linling, who was caught in the middle, must make an explanation, and must also make a choice between the two, and in the face of the meaning of the two's inquiry, Linling simply explained, of course, about things like his own crossing. Linling would not say it, but used a concept of stealing to say that he has a special ability to experience the reincarnation of multiple worlds and can still maintain his consciousness and memory, and Jin Shanshan and Kurolo are the world encounters they have experienced to the true love. In short, no matter what the situation is, Linling is on the bright side, trying to make the two of them feel more reasonable. Anyway, let's talk about it in the past. Let's see how it will be in the future. Linling herself can't think of any better way. As for whether the two believe it or not, it depends on what the two of them think in their hearts, and after saying that, throw the question to the two of them, and Linling will no longer be silent. According to Linling, her reincarnation in this life is related to me. Jill, you shouldn't be a person in this world. You shouldn't be so sideways. It stands to reason that Linling should be with me. Kurolo directly quoted Linling's remarks and turned to Jin Shanshan's reasoning. After all, there is no way to beat it, so he can only be reasonable. But it's obvious that Jin Shanshan is not a reasonable person. Everything is a self-centered character and he won't listen to Kurolo's words. Not to mention that in order to find Linling, Jin Shanshan paid a lot of price, and it took many years to find Linling, where he was willing to give up so easily, sneered and didn't answer Kurolo's words. The meaning was already obvious. He would never let go, and when he met Jin Shanshan, Kurolo couldn't make any calculations, and the final means of force were even more impossible, if Linling hadn't suppressed it. This time Kurolo believed that he had already hung up, and there was time to sit and talk to Jin Shanshan. This situation is too embarrassing for Kurolo. Let me ask, if you two don't back down, it would be better for you both to be my people. Shrugging her shoulders, Linling said bluntly, anyway, they are all people who have been with her. Since they are unwilling to back down, then they will be together. I don't mind anyway, threesomes or something are acceptable. Anyway, the more powerful Linling has not tasted it. You let me be with this bastard? Impossible? And as a woman who is the king of this king, she can only belong to this king alone. How can she allow others to share it together? Jin Shanshan directly exploded. Indeed, Linling's words were beyond the secular ethical concept, even if the three people present had gone beyond the category of ordinary people, but they still did not completely detach themselves from the secular concept ideologically. I don't agree with that either. In a simple word, Kurolo also showed his attitude. Now I'm the strongest, I speak, you can all open the queen. What's wrong with a reverse harem? Linling said with a blushing face, and the words she said were very unconfident, mainly because she said to the man who loved her openly that she was going to step on two boats or something, and she felt very shameless and seemed to be very thick-skinned. So what, if this king doesn't allow it, it won't work. Jin Shanshan didn't care about Linling's words, but he must monopolize this point. Jin Shanshan will definitely not compromise. Reverse harem or something, it's over, Linling. With a wry grin, even if the evil is rampant, but in this regard, Kurolo does not want to compromise. The woman he has decided will not allow others to touch. As for those who have no feelings purely used to vent their tools are another matter. Looked at Jin Shanshan and then looked at Kurolo. Both of them are macho types in this regard. There is no doubt that no matter what Linling says, there is no way to make the two compromise. So Linling can only choose from one of them in the situation of the two. But in this way, there is no doubt that it will hurt the other. And Linling, who is too lazy to continue to worry about this kind of problem, made a decisive move. Asking for flowers 0. What are you doing? Damn, woman, how dare you? After a while, in the room on the second floor, Lin Ling looked at the two people who were tied up and lying on the ground side by side with their own divine thoughts. Lin Ling smiled evilly and said, "Since neither of you compromises, then I can only use strong means to make the two of you compromise, and it is enough for the strong to speak, and it is enough for the two of you weak chickens to honestly obey my will." After finishing speaking, seeing that the two of them blushed but had nothing to say, Lin Ling directly began to take off her clothes in front of the two without any scruples. Anyway, he cares about him. 3721. He will talk about it first, and then he will talk about it later. If the two of them continue to make trouble after the raw rice is cooked, let them make trouble. I don't bother to care so much. I have a headache. 0. Standing in place without clothes felt quite refreshing, turned his head and looked at the two of them. What made Lin Ling amused at this time was that Jin Shanshan and Ku Luoluo were glaring at each other with red eyes, glancing at Lin Ling from time to time, as if they were silently warning the other party to put away their eyes and as if they were reluctant to see the beautiful scenery in front of them. Squatting down and looking at the tangled and hostile attitude of the two, Lin Ling didn't say much, and began to pull the clothes of the two, and soon the two of them were also stripped off by Lin Ling and met each other frankly. "Well, I forgot a question. Who is better to give it to for the first time in this life?" Looking at the fierce beasts that were silently demonstrating against him, one left and one right, Lin Ling frowned, and then snapped his fingers to temporarily unlock the silence of the two. "Woman, give it to this king at once? If you dare to give it to that bastard, when the world is over, this king will be the first to kill him." Jin Shanshan was anxious and began to utter threatening words. "In this life, you are just a villain who snatches love with a knife. Even if you die, Lin Ling is destined to be mine," Kurolo said without showing any weakness. "Alas, you two are really endless, but don't make a fuss about it. Kulolo's words are good, I'll make it up to you later." Obediently touching Jin Shanshan's head, Lin Ling said with a smile, with an attitude that I will not favor one over the other, no longer give Jin Shanshan a chance to speak, and continue to bend the two of them with a silence technique, so as not to quarrel and ruin their own happiness. Huh? It came out at the same time, you two still have a tacit understanding. Raising a pair of her little feet, Lin Ling looked at the little feet that had been pasted with paste, and looked at the two people who turned their heads aside with a very tacit understanding. "I already feel it now, I don't bother to continue teasing. Grab the small warehouse that is still overflowing in inventory, and try to sit down directly after aiming at the target, then take a deep breath and continue to squat hard, completely submerging it. As for the usual first pain, Lin Ling has already ignored it. Anyway, I am used to it. This pain is nothing." But just as Lin Ling was about to enjoy it, looking at the golden eyes on the side and the smug expression on Kulolo's face, after thinking about it, they still carried out an isolation and blockade between the two, and neither of them could see each other's best, so as not to be angry by the other party. After all, Lin Ling still has to maintain the mood of the two of them a little. But now lying in Kulolo's arms, Lin Ling recalled the past when he existed with Kurolo in the hunter world, and took the initiative to unlock the ban on Kulolo's body. Immediately, Kurolo couldn't help but sit up, and looked at Lin Ling face to face. I don't know if it was because of an extra powerful rival or other reasons, Kulolo didn't say anything. He directly lowered his head and kissed Lin Ling, holding Lin Ling's waist with both hands. His strength was extraordinarily strong, as if he wanted to integrate Lin Ling's whole person into his body. Obediently, "I won't leave you, don't worry." Feeling the uneasiness of Kurolo from the heart, Lin Ling softly comforted, letting himself withstand Kurolo's violent attack. His small body fell to the rocks and undulated like a lonely boat facing the storm of the sea, but still did not have the slightest intention of being sunk, but instead resisted and accommodated all these attacks. After all, no matter how powerful Kurolo is, it is still limited to the boundaries of mortals, and Lin Ling is already an immortal. In other words, Kurolo's offensive that is enough for most girls to bear is not enough to cause any harm to Lin Ling, but to maximize happiness. "You belong to me alone, and I don't allow anyone else to share everything with me." After a while, Kurolo, who was the first to vent and still unwilling to stop, finally spoke, and his unwilling emotions were very obvious. Sighing, Lin Ling whispered, "You are my lover of life like Jin Shanshan. How do you let me choose?" I opened his mouth. Compared to Jin Shanshan, who thinks about everything around himself, Kurolo is undoubtedly stronger intellectually and psychologically, and thinks more. If he changes someone else, Kurolo will definitely not think too much. Everything is based on his own interests, but since he has identified Lin Ling, Kurolo can naturally think of how difficult Lin Ling's current position is, that Jin Shanshan will definitely not let go, and he is unwilling. Lin Ling, who is caught in the middle, is undoubtedly the most difficult to do. Do you really want to do it to the point of sharing it with others? Or did he choose to quit and let Lin Ling go? Don't worry, no matter what choice you make, I won't blame you. Touching Kulolo's cheek, Lin Ling naturally understood that Kulolo was thinking now, if Kulolo was willing to take a step back, Jin Shanshan would be able to handle it better, at least Lin Ling would not be too embarrassed. got up and left, leaving an independent space for Kulalo to think. Linling was not satisfied and came to Jin Shinshin's side, mainly because Kulalo needs to think about good things, so naturally he can't put all of them into it. It's cool, but he hasn't reached the top yet. This feeling of not being up and down makes people feel quite uncomfortable. As for Jin Shinshin's side, Linling doesn't have much hope of being able to convince Jin Shanshan, but what should be said is still to be said. It's naturally best to be willing to back down. If you don't want to, there's no way, do your best. Feeling the prohibition on his body being lifted, Jin Shanshan sat up and turned his head with a proud face and didn't look at Linling. You still haven't changed at all, you'll die if you back down. Linling was also angry, raised her leg and kicked at Jin Shanshan, but she was caught in her hand in the next second. This king is the most ancient king. Everything in the world belongs to this king, including you. This king's things are not allowed by this king. Why should they be shared with others? Not to mention that you are the concubine of this king, and you even turned your arms out. With an angry face, Jin Shanshan still repeated the same old tune, and it was okay to change it to other things to soothe his hair, but this matter could not be avoided. Just when Linling wanted to say something, she felt a tightness in her lower body, and found that Jin Shanshan was using her fingers to clean up the stagnant water buried in the ravine, and the whole person suddenly became numb and sat down on the ground, but Jin Shanshan bullied herself and directly suppressed Linling under her. It's really like a child, you. Linling couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Jin Shanshan, who had been cleaned up, started work directly. As a demigod, Jin Shinshin's physique is undoubtedly stronger than Kulalo's, and his strength and attack power are also beyond ordinary people. And what makes Linling a little difficult to resist is that Jin Shanshan is very aware of his weaknesses, except for being a little smaller. Linling doesn't dare to say that he understands himself more than Jin Shanshan. Sure enough, this king can make you the highest happiness, isn't it? Just go back to this king and enjoy the favor of this king, and this king can forgive you for what happened just now. Looking at Linling, whose face became intoxicated, Jin Shanshan whispered to Linling with a sense of demagogy. I'm sorry. Holding Jin Shinshin's face, Linling sighed and said, although she understood that Jin Shanshan was already making concessions, for Jin Shanshan, such a concession was the first time in the world. Even in the face of the gods, Jin Shanshan had never made the slightest concession, and for Linling, he paid a great price to get the help of the gods to come to this world, and because of Linling, Jin Shanshan made the choice to make concessions, and all he wanted was for Linling to return to his side and be with him. It seems that the lesson for you is not enough. Squinting his eyes, Jin Shanshan became a little annoyed. Being able to endure it until now does not mean that Jin Shinshin's temper has really improved. It is just for Linling to forcibly tolerate it. Squirming her lips, Linling didn't speak after all. She just looked at Jin Shanshan with a guilty and pitiful expression, and she was lamenting in her heart. As a junior who has crossed over, she has experienced so many hardships and setbacks along the way. Even if she has survived all kinds of abuse, she finally controlled her freedom and strength. But she was stumped because of the problems of the harem, and it was really better to open a harem when she was still a man. It seems that there are very few firewood knives again, and girls seem to have very few harems and even all kinds of troubles, and when they reach the realm of detachment, they can try it after recovering the man. It's really stubborn. You said that this king has not changed. Why don't you yourself? You have been singing against this king. I think we need to have a good talk. In the hall, Kuralo, who came out first, looked at Jin Shanshan with a dull expression. After a short period of thinking, Kuralo had already made a decision, but he was still very unhappy when he looked at Jin Shanshan, and even had a hatred in his heart. After all, in Kulalo's opinion, Jin Shanshan was a third party who stepped in and snatched half of his most precious treasure. If it weren't for Jin Shanshan, he and Linling should have lived in both houses, and it would have evolved into the current situation. Coming directly to the sofa and sitting down, Jin Shanshan actually had an urge to evaporate Kulalo to the world without saying a word, but he still held it back. Don't look at Linling is asleep, but once the two of them make a move, the breath that bursts out will definitely wake Linling up as soon as possible. In order to prevent the two from fighting while Linling is not paying attention, Lin 27 Ling deliberately placed a spell on the two of them to prohibit the two from fighting each other. Even Jin Shanshan has no way to break it. I will never let go of this woman. You must have made a choice. Since this is the case, there is nothing to talk about. Taking out the wine from his treasure house and pouring it for himself, Jin Shanshan closed his eyes and said, looking like he didn't want to see Kuralo. He actually showed in disguise that he was actually backing down, but he didn't want to admit it. It seems that at least we still have one thing in the same place. Laughing at himself, Kuralo relaxed. Now that he has decided, there is no need to continue to dwell on this. For the decision he made, Kuralo will not regret it anymore. Of course, with Jin Shining's character, it is almost the same, unless there is a day when Jin Shining feels tired or has no feelings, but that day is probably far away. Sleep so comfortably. Stretching, Linling rubbed her eyes and got up from the quilt, looked at the sky outside the window and saw that it was completely dark, and walked out of the door. A scene in the hall made Linling stunned. Wake up, take a seat, I'll be waiting for you. The sumptuous dishes had already filled the long table, and Kulalo and Jin Shanshan sat opposite each other, and a chair was placed in the middle of the table, which obviously belonged to Linling. When did the relationship between the two of you get better? Sat down in a daze, Lin Ling looked at the two people who were silent and asked curiously. It stands to reason that the two people who are incompatible with each other have coexisted in harmony, and they also had dinner together, which really made Lin Ling feel a big surprise. I thought that after this encounter, people would definitely be separated, at least one person would leave, and the scene in front of Lin Ling felt a little unreal. Guess, Kulalo joked, but it was still a little difficult to hide a sense of anger. After all, the two made such a decision after all because of Lin Ling's relationship. Originally the two were arrogant characters, but they were restrained by Lin Ling alone. Even if they made a compromise, they were inevitably a little angry. Stingy, muttered. Lin understood the current thoughts of the two, but what made Lin Ling relieved was that from the current situation, the two seemed to have compromised, especially being able to coexist peacefully with Kulalo, which was particularly rare. Looking at the food on the table, Lin Ling also had a great appetite and began to eat. After all, after a day of hard work, she also felt hungry, although it made no difference to Lin Ling whether to eat or not, but Lin Ling still wanted to keep it, otherwise life would be a lot less fun. Looking at Lin Ling, who was eating happily, Ku Luoluo looked at Jin Shanshan, who was tasting the wine by himself, and secretly made a look. After all, the two knew very well that Lin Ling's strength was much better than them, and other ways would definitely be known, so they could only communicate in a simple way, and for Ku Luoluo's eyes, Jin Shanshan frowned and nodded, and then ignored Ku Luoluo, and continued to drink his own wine, glancing at Lin Ling from time to time. His eyes were full of pampering, of course, there was a hint of playfulness in it. Smack. Huh. Feeling that her body began to go numb, the chopsticks in Lin Ling's hand fell directly on the dinner plate, and then the whole person fell softly on the chair and opened her mouth. Lin Ling was horrified to find that in addition to being able to hum some sounds, she couldn't speak properly, and her body collapsed uncontrollably. The whole person became a little groggy, and her body began to heat up, and the only eyes that could still rotate flexibly looked at Jin Shanshan and Kuluoluo, who laughed out loud. Lin Ling didn't know that these two people were doing the ghost, but with her own strength and immortal body, the only one who could make herself hit must be Jin Shanshan. After all, there are more treasures in the treasure house behind this house. It's not for nothing to have props that can deal with gods and even the main god level powerhouses that are comparable to their own Deluojin immortal realm, such as the golden shining EA is released with all its might. Even Lin Ling does not dare to meet its 540 edge. It's done, Jill is really good at your stuff, Kuralo said happily. Of course, this is a wine that even the king of the gods can get drunk, and this king has only a small bottle in his treasury. Very proudly said, Jin Shanshan is actually still a little painful, after all, unless there is a strong god who is good at this aspect is willing to brew, otherwise it is a little less renewable resources. Once Jin Shanshan himself drank it once, a small cup made him drunk and fell asleep, and now it is used on Lin Ling, but it has been used up a little bit before it has an effect, which has made Jin Shanshan very surprised, but now it seems that it is just right. It is much better to let Lin Ling be half drunk and half awake than expected, otherwise Lin Ling, who is asleep, will not be able to see the wonderful revenge plan of the two of them next, and it will be a lot less fun to retaliate. Alright, now it's my turn to be on the home field, and I'll take you to the best box on the island, where there are a lot of fun and top-notch items. Kuralo got up and said, came to Lin Ling's side and picked Lin Ling up directly, and then took off into the air and walked towards the town inside the island. Well, although it is a little out of line with the king's taste, it is already very good as a mortal. Looking at the extravagant box in front of him, Jin Shining walked in with satisfaction. Just keep watch outside. Commanding the person in charge here, Kulalo took Lin Ling into it, and closed the door. By the way, this box can be said to be Kulalo's exclusive box. It will not be open to the public, and occasionally Kulalo will come to play, but now, it has naturally become the best place for Kulalo to punish Lin Ling. The whole box is top-notch in terms of decoration and equipment, and the style is also in the direction of luxury and atmosphere. Whether it is internet or karaoke or even some other mainstream entertainment activities can be implemented in this box. Of course, there are facilities about education are the most important components. On the surface there is no trace of related equipment, but this is a small design made by Kuralo. Turning on the hidden switch on the wall, there was a slight sound, and the entertainment facilities and sofas and other things in the entire box all retreated into the dark grid, and then were replaced by various props and related educational equipment. There's a lot of weird stuff, Straight to the side of the stool, Jin Shanshan rarely praised. The times are changing more and more novel, but it also brings a lot of fun to Jin Shanshan. Looking at the room layout in front of him, Jin Shanshan is also a little looking forward to what kind of novel experience Kuralo can bring to himself. The next thing is not enough for outsiders. In short, Lin Ling is convinced of the thinking and style of these two guys. Fortunately it is herself. It is a fortune-telling if she is an ordinary girl who is not tossed to death by the two, but Kulalo is too, and it is powerful enough to be able to make such a box out, and the thought that Kulalo may have stayed here with other girls makes Lin Ling a little unhappy. staying together for a long time. These two people will not get tired, but the final result is undoubtedly that Lin Ling won the final victory. The golden wine is really powerful, but that's it. In fact, Lin Ling recovered in half an hour, but since they have already played to the fullest, the two don't want to continue. But Lin Ling didn't mean to let go of the two, until she was satisfied. She let go of the two who were about to become human and Kuluoluo. Of course, in the face of the two people who have become like this, Lin Ling does not have her own vindictive approach. Who made these two guys dare to calculate themselves? I thought that the two of them got along so harmoniously and they were still happy. Who knew that the two of them were reconciled, and they even planned themselves? It was the two of them who dared to calculate their own fate. After experiencing this time, Lin Ling was confident that these two guys would never dare to design themselves like this at will in the future, and it could be regarded as a small lesson for the two. After completely settling Jin Shanshan and Luo, Lin Ling was already a little homesick, and it was almost time to embark on the journey home. Although less than a week had passed outside, Lin Ling was still very nostalgic for her home in this life, not to mention that she had been abandoned for so long, and the agreement she reached with the will of the world had not been fulfilled. What's more, now with Jin Shanshan and Kululo as his assistants, Lin Ling believes that it should be easy to solve the disaster with the power of 3 people, and even without the help of his 2 men, he can do it alone, and the strength of the Quasi-Saint is also a god-level existence that can create and destroy the world in Western mythology. As long as Lin Ling is willing to use his divine thoughts to monitor it, he can find it at the first time, and he can kill it in the bud as soon as possible. In the next some time, Kurilo is good student entertained Lin Ling and Jin Shanshan, all kinds of luxury food and wine supply. As long as Kurilo can do the same dedication for you, it can be said that it has achieved the ultimate. But in the face of Kurilo's style, Gilgamesh is a disdainful expression. As the most ancient king, Jin Shining, who has the wealth of the world, has not seen what kind of food, wine, and even beauties have not seen. I have tasted it, and Kurilo's so-called generosity is nothing more than this in Jin Shinshi's opinion, just a small scene. Of course, this also led to a discord between Jin Shanshan and Kurilo, and they could always quarrel because of some trivial hours. If it weren't for Lin Ling suppressing the two, I'm afraid the two would have fought directly. Where else would they only quarrel and not make a move? That is not the style of the two at all, right? Lin Ling has no effect on this adjustment, so they can only let them quarrel. Anyway, as long as you don't make trouble or fight for yourself, just let them go. Maybe you will get used to arguing, and the two of them will have feelings for nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Ling suddenly had goosebumps, and threw the picture of the relationship between the two in her head out of her mind. Lin Ling was also ready to pack up and leave. After all, it was no longer interesting to stay for so long. Everything that should be done has been done, and what should be enjoyed when staying here has also been enjoyed. And when she began to get tired, Lin Ling wanted to find something to do instead. Before this, Lin Ling naturally had to say hello to Kurilo first, and Lin Ling was going to take it away together. Otherwise she would be in trouble if she wasn't there, and these two guys would be in trouble. Dead. What's going on? Strange. Let's take a look. Most of the sound saw that the monster in front of him that was rated as SS level did not move at all. A group of saviors were really a little dumbfounded, and the desperate work did not cause any effect. Not to mention, after more than 2 hours, this guy had already landed but suddenly became this death. It was really incomprehensible, and soon the savior led by the leader came to the monster's body to check and was shocked to find that the huge body as big as an island behind the monster has been blasted out of a bloody hole, an absolute fatal blow. I thought it was the senior master who did it, but I didn't see anyone else present, not to mention the sudden scene just now. I didn't see how this monster was killed in the end. This matter was fruitless as the captain of the savior. He still reported it truthfully. As for how to deal with it, it's handed over to the top to have a headache anyway. The monster has been destroyed, the city hasn't been damaged too much, you can rebuild. As for the monster's body, it will naturally be pulled away by the State Department for research, or other things are not under their control. On the other hand, Lin Ling, who did a good deed without leaving a name, finally returned home. Fortunately there is a puppet to replace it these days, otherwise his mother will not go crazy. Although he has not come back for a few days, looking at the small home in front of him still makes Lin Ling quite nostalgic. As for Jin Shanshan has left, according to Jin Shanshan, he has to go through the housing procedures. Because Lin Ling lives here, Jin Shanshan has no reason to live in and does not like such a civilian house, so he feels that he still has to be a neighbor with Lin Ling. As for what kind of house will be built, Lin Ling can guess without thinking. It is definitely the kind of top villa that is so luxurious that it explodes, and it is not impossible to even make a golden palace for you directly, although it is a bit vulgar, but there is no way. Who makes Jin Shanshan rich? Not to mention that any piece of garbage in the treasure house can be worth millions of dollars. Just Jin Shanshan's own golden rule and luck value. Even if there is no income, you can frequently get windfalls, not to mention that Jin Shanshan has been developing in this world for more than 10 years. The small company has now developed into a top group all over the world, and Jin Shanshan is not in charge of things at all. There will be hundreds of millions of funds into the account regularly every month, not to mention that others can develop. Thank God if they don't go bankrupt. The gap between people is really incomparable. Think about it this way, in fact, Lin Ling still has a feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred for Jin Shanshan. After all, most of Jin Shanshan's life is smooth, and in the end, if it is not for God's calculations that lead to his own destitute, Jin Shanshan's life can be said to be very perfect. Whether it is placed in ancient times or modern times, it is also difficult for most people to reach, not to mention that Jin Shanshan has become a heroic spirit and has been eternity in an alternative way, except for asking Ryer and Gaia God to do something. It is almost very free. Of course, what makes Lin Ling proud is that Jin Shanshan is still defeated under the skirt after all. No matter how good it is not bound by himself. Had a good meal with the family, and then played this holographic online game for a while, Lin Ling fell asleep early. After all, there is a good saying, the golden nest and the silver nest have their own kennels. Lying in their own bed, Lin Ling slept very comfortably, but soon this idea Lin Ling was shattered. The next day before dawn, Lin Ling was woken up by a roar, looked at the clock on the table. It was only in the morning, less than 7 o'clock. Came to the window and looked outside. A group of people were under construction. There is no doubt that this is definitely the handiwork of Jin's Heining. And then a big iron ball came down, and several houses on the side of Lin Ling's house were in shambles. But such a big movement. What made Lin Ling strange was that there was no movement in the neighborhood of Mao. After all, this kind of construction is very noisy, and before the building is completed, all kinds of noise will definitely not be less. Sighed and couldn't sleep. Lin Ling went downstairs directly dressed. In the hall, her father and mother had really gotten up. Her mother was making breakfast, and her father was talking and laughing with an uninvited guest. Looking at her father's smile from ear to ear, Lin Ling was a little curious about what kind of ecstasy soup Jin Shanshan had poured into his father, and why does Jin Shanshan's usual dog-eyed attitude look so kind and friendly now? If it weren't for the fact that aura was indeed golden, Lin Ling would have wondered if she had seen a fake flash. Asking for flowers 0. This is your daughter, uncle, it's so beautiful and cute. Jin Shanshan looked at Lin Ling who was downstairs and praised, and at the same time winked at Lin Ling with a smile. Wherever, Gilkun might as well stay and have a light meal together. No need, I'm going to visit other neighbors. Uncle, you can do your own thing. I'll come back when I'm free. I hope I won't be annoyed by the time. Jin Shanshan said politely. In that case, uncle won't say much. Gilkun, you go slowly. 0. Sitting down at the table, the politeness was finally over. Lin Ling looked at the father who couldn't stop laughing on his face, and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, Dad, did you take the wrong medicine today? So happy, did something good happen? And the construction engineer next to you is so noisy. Why don't you talk about it? I haven't slept well. Why did you take the wrong medicine? How can you say this to Dad? Jurjun is going to build a villa, construction, noise is inevitable. So Jurjun came from door to door to explain that since he is going to become a neighbor in the future, he doesn't have to worry so much about these little things, and he should be generous. Wide-eyed at his father's serious education of himself, Lin Ling didn't believe that his father was really just as simple as he said. This may not work to deceive children now, let alone himself. Soon in the dad's chattering voice, the mother seemed to be unable to see it, and directly demolished her husband's old bottom. The reason is actually that Jill gave a meeting gift of 100,000 yuan to each family, and then promised to complete it within a week, so that everyone can bear with it, and then specially gave his father an antique porcelain worth millions. Plus Jin Shining looks young, handsome, golden, and humble and polite. The favor ability is directly skyrocketing, and it is estimated that a girl will be able to throw herself into her arms directly. Sewing for 3 years, sewing for 3 years, sewing for another 3 years. Flying in the air, Lin Ling felt that she had been pitted. The whole world was full of loopholes. I thought that with my own strength, it would take at most a year or 2 to remove the foreign body and reach an agreement with the will of the world, so as to obtain the core to control the world. But I didn't expect that more than half a year has passed. Lin Ling is running around and tired of becoming a dog, and has not reduced the situation of disasters much. It seems that there is a kind of rule in the dark that deliberately creates such a situation, even if Lin Ling uses his own strength to help the world fix some loopholes, but it won't be long before these loopholes will be opened again. If the stalemate continues according to this situation, Lin Ling is afraid that he will not be able to reach an agreement with the will of the world in his life. Of course, Lin Ling can also choose to leave and give up this world directly, but it still makes people feel very unhappy. In addition, Lin Ling is actually 540 is not impossible to eliminate future troubles at one time, but he must obtain the consent of the will of the world. Maybe he should talk to the will of the world. Again. Back home, while changing clothes, Lin Ling was ready to let the system contact the will of the world for herself, and she was busy all day. Even if she was not tired, she was a little unbearable for Lin Ling, who loved cleanliness more and more. Of course, it was simple that Lin Ling could use spells to clean it, but taking a bath is a job to enjoy, and she would rather be more troublesome and more comfortable. Opening the window, Lin Ling stepped out directly, and the location opposite his room was the super bathhouse specially built by Jin Shanshan, inlaid with gold and diamonds. It was simply a trench and could not be entrenched anymore. Who would make up for the family's money? And Jin Shanshan's special repair in this way also meant to give Lin Ling convenience. Compared to the small bathtub at his own house, how to choose nature is clear at a glance. What are you looking for me? A breath of angry words sounded, and Lin Ling knew that this was the system that had already connected with the will of the world. Your promise is too difficult to fulfill. I have a way to eradicate it deliberately all at once. As long as you say yes, it will be fulfilled immediately. Although she didn't know what kind of tantrum the will of the world was, Lin Ling still went straight to the topic. Really? The half-believing words sounded, and the world will naturally understood that Lin Ling had worked very hard to help it during this time, but the situation had not improved, although the world will itself did not understand what the reason was, but it also understood that if he continued to work in vain, he would inevitably step on the road of extinction in the end. Of course, as long as you are willing to hand over the core to me now, you can solve it immediately. Lin Ling comfortably soaked in the pool and said, as long as this world is under her control, these problems are naturally not a problem, and they are also the only way that Lin Ling can think of at present, not only to reach an agreement with the will of the world, but also to complete her own strategy task. Killing two birds with one stone mainly depends on whether the will of the world is willing to believe in herself. Didn't answer immediately, and Lin Ling didn't ask anything. He started to take a bath by himself. He was not in a hurry. He was also anxious about the will of the world. After this village, maybe there would be no such shop, whether it was life or death or the will of the world to choose by itself. Of course, the benefits were also made clear in advance. Lin Ling was the only choice of the will of the world. For the situation that is difficult to change now, Lin Ling still has 8 points of confidence that the will of the world will agree, and if he has his own spiritual wisdom instead of just a program like Xiaoqian World, he should understand how to choose. I promised, the core will be handed over to you. Just when Lin Ling was about to finish washing, the will of the world said in a relaxed and somewhat decadent tone, and then in the void, a white stone with a faint water chestnut appeared in front of Lin Ling, as if the heart was beating. This stone was also beating one by one, full of vast vitality. It can be said that this core is the lifeblood of the world's will, which is equivalent to the important thing of the human heart. You won't regret your choice. Signaling that the system will be nuclear, Lin Ling smiled. Sometimes some troublesome things can be easily overcome in another way, although it took a lot of time, but in the future, it will be faster and more efficient to face similar problems. Early the next morning, after this world was brought under Lin Ling's control, most disasters were suppressed as soon as possible, but for strange people and mutated creatures, Lin Ling only suppressed their number slightly, and did not eliminate all of them. After all, human beings need some threats as a driving force for progress, and at the same time, this world has also been strengthened by Lin Ling's protection, and it can be regarded as the completion of the promise. After all, the will of the world is mainly afraid of disasters that will lead to their own demise, and after there is no such possibility, Lin Ling has no opinion on what to do, and everyone is happy. Although he was leaving, Lin Ling still left a stand-in. After all, he still had some feelings for his parents in this life, and he originally wanted to leave with Kulalo, but he didn't seem to be able to let go of the value industry in this world, but he was reluctant to Lin Ling. Seeing that Kularo was so embarrassed, Lin Ling didn't force anything, and gave Kulalo a part of the authority of the world, and then gave Kulalo the primary space authority, so that Kulalo could manage the world instead of himself and could enter the space to find himself. Lin Ling returned to the system space with a golden flash that didn't care. And at the moment of return, Lin Ling's belongings that were about to bottom out were filled again, but it was far from enough to become holy. The prerequisite of Guanghongmen purple chi was hundreds of billions of pleasure values. In this regard, Lin Ling could only postpone it for a while, and then buy it when he had saved enough, and Jin Shanshan was looking at the system space with great interest, although Lin Ling still confessed to the two of them, but the magical existence of the system still made Jin Shanshan very curious. After all, he didn't have this kind of magical thing in his treasure house and had never seen such a special existence. I'm going to continue to go to other worlds. What about you? Do you want to stay or come with me? Lin Ling was too lazy to rub in, and directly asked what Jin Shanshan meant. After all, although this space is magical, it will be like that after looking at it for a long time. There is nothing to see. Of course, with you. How can I miss such an interesting thing? This king is looking forward to what kind of fun awaits this king in different worlds. Jin Shanshan said as a matter of course. Of course, half of them are to monopolize Lin Ling's ideas. Jin Shanshan doesn't want 2.0 Lin Ling to bring back one or two love rivals to herself every time she goes to a world, and half of Kulalo is already the biggest concession, and a few more people come in. Jin Shanshan feels that he will really go crazy. Whatever you want. White-eyed Jin Shanshan, Lin Ling began to let the system investigate some of Jin Shanshan's thoughts. Lin Ling can naturally guess, but her lover is not just the two of them, both men and women. If you really want to count it, there are always dozens or hundreds. Of course, Lin Ling will only pick the best of them to form her own harem. As for Jin Shanshan, if you want to go crazy, go crazy. Anyway, under her own hands, Jin Shanshan can't make any waves. P.S. It's almost over. I really can't continue to write, seeing that everyone should understand now. I originally wanted to send the last poison to everyone, but depending on the situation, it's impossible no matter what way you use it. You can't pass it. Old decay is also very helpless. Underscore.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.